Being forced to have 200 cc of blood drawn daily, unsurprisingly, the girl encountered an unexpected situation. A soul that had slept for 17 years in the body was awakened, simultaneously receiving 17 years of memories from this body. Doan Tukam, the biological daughter of the Doan family, a prestigious young lady, had suddenly disappeared 16 years ago. This wealthy clan had since adopted another girl to replace Doan Tukam's position. A year ago, she was found by the Doan family. Initially, she thought she would live in her parents' love, but unexpectedly, the real young lady was treated like an adopted child. The reason she was brought back was only to become a mobile blood bank for her cousin. Opening her eyes wide, Doan Tukam felt a bit confused. A stinging pain came from her arm. She raised her hand and saw bruises on it. I'm not dead, then whose memories just appeared. Could it be that I not only didn't die, but also transmigrated into someone else's body? At this moment, someone pushed the door open and entered. Oh, you're awake. I thought you were dead. The voice was sour and bitter. The actions were also very rude. Just drawing a little blood and you faint. As she spoke, the woman deliberately pressed on her wound. Doan Tukam frowned, her wrists slightly turned, immediately pressing the woman's hand back onto the bedside table. There was another girl in the hospital room who quickly ran over to intervene. Tukam, this is Dr. Luke. She's not here to harm you. Hearing this, Doan Tukam released her hand and said coldly, Sorry, I just woke up and thought a dog was biting me. Dr. Luke's face changed, angrily saying, What an uneducated country bumpkin. Tukam, how are you feeling? It's all my fault. If it weren't for my illness, you wouldn't need to give me blood transfusions. The woman in front of her was named Doan Lovi, her cousin, the #1 heir of the Doan family, and also a famous pianist of the country. Due to a genetic mutation, she suffered from a rare blood clotting disorder. Even the slightest injury would cause uncontrollable bleeding, making it very difficult to stop. Doan Tukam looked at her slender wrist, where even the blood vessels were clearly visible. This woman merely sees me as a mobile blood bank, to be used whenever she wants. She had died in the world of cultivation, but returned to the earth she once lived on, sleeping for nearly 17 years. Now her consciousness and memories were fully awakened. The name Doan Tukam was still hers, but she was no longer the divine calculator who could predict life and death, see through fortune and misfortune in the world of cultivation. Why are you apologizing to her? She's just an adopted country girl. And what exactly happened earlier? The doctor said, Who actually pushed Lovi down the stairs? Doan Tukam frowned. Silence. What kind of attitude is that? Sorry, with her attitude I won't treat her anymore. The door is there. Take your time leaving. Dr. Luke had expected Doan Tukam to plead softly, but instead met with indifference. You lowlife, seducing your future uncle, putting on airs in front of me. Tukam, Dr. Luke is a therapy expert. If you anger her, what will happen to your body? An expert in glucose infusion. I thought I needed some kind of surgery. Hearing this, Doan Lovi suddenly felt a sense of unease. The expert is right. I also want to know who pushed my cousin down the stairs. After all, those who do evil will leave traces. Cousin, don't you think so? After saying this, Doan Tukam didn't wait for Doan Lovi to react. She strode towards the door, but stopped. I heard this hospital room was specially chosen for me by my cousin, a good number, very lucky. Why do I feel like everything is gradually getting out of control? Thinking this, Doan Tukam took out her phone and dialed a number. Mac Vien, Tukam usually listens to you. Can you help me persuade her? Snow fell heavily, covering the entire city in a silver-white coat. At 9 p.m., the streets were still bustling with people, extremely lively. A girl with a pale face walked slowly, looking completely out of place in the crowd. On the opposite side, a man watching the girl pass by smirked. Look, guess who I see? The man beside him maintained a lazy expression, asking indifferently, Another ex-girlfriend of yours? You've just returned to the country, so you don't know. She's the adopted daughter of the Doan family from a few months ago. A few days ago, the scandal of her seducing her future uncle caused a stir everywhere. Now why is she wandering outside? It's pitiful, really. The Doan family only adopted her to provide blood transfusions for Doan Lovi. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise from across the street. Several men appeared out of nowhere, blocking the girl's path. Deepshio was about to help. Why me? Let's go. It'll be troublesome if she clings to us. But before he could step forward, something unexpected happened. The girl turned around, executed a shoulder throw, her movements cold and ruthless. Within 10 seconds, she threw punches and kicks, taking down one of them. The remaining one angrily drew a knife, but the girl quickly disarmed him. Deepsu's eyes widened in shock, trembling with fear. Wasn't this girl just in the hospital? How did she turn into a killing machine? Fovantam crossed his arms, witnessing the entire incident, and suddenly chuckled. This girl is interesting. Deepsu pinched his thigh hard, the pain confirming this wasn't a dream. Deepsu, Did you see that? Each of her attacking moves was very precise. If she had used just a bit more force, those guys wouldn't just be lying still there. Impossible. Could this girl be a cultivator? If she's really a cultivator, isn't the Doan family worshipping a goddess? If this cultivator is their adopted daughter, the Doan family will treat her like a mobile blood bank. At this moment, a hand was placed on Deepshu's shoulder, and a cold voice sounded from behind. Deepshu felt a chill down his spine, wondering if someone had overheard him speaking ill behind their back. Deepshu's legs gave way, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. I'm just a gossip. I like to chat. I meant no harm. Please spare me, big brother. Fo Van Tham looked at the kneeling Deepshu and smirked. Is this your posture for proposing? I didn't want this either. These damn legs. Doan Tukam watched Deepshu stand up and raised an eyebrow. There's no need to be so afraid. 3 days from now at 7 p.m., at the #1 bar on Huangfo Street, you'll meet with misfortune. I advise you to stay away from the Huangfo area, or your life will be in danger. Deepshu asked fearfully, Little sister, can you tell fortunes? Although unnecessary, thank you both for your help. The thanks is just an excuse. She just wanted to test how much of her fortune-telling ability remained. It seems she needs more time to fully recover, but for now, it's sufficient. You've already read his fortune, so read mine too. Deepshu thought fearfully, why is Fo Van Tam being so nosy? Don't mind him. Where do you want to go? We'll take you there. Doan Tukam shook her head in refusal, turning to leave. But as soon as she turned, her stomach growled loudly, demanding food. The sound was so loud it made Fo Van Tam laugh. Little sister, your benefactor wants to thank you for the warning and invites you to dinner. Well then, let's go. How can I refuse such an invitation? Even as the waiter finished setting out the bowls and chopsticks, Deepshu still couldn't believe his eyes. Young Master Fo, you must know the owner of Han Kak, right? Even my father would have to book this place 3 months in advance. It's rare for young Master Fo to treat us, big brother, just eat freely. He may lack many things, but money isn't one of them. What a coincidence. I only lack money. If you lack money, what's that got to do with me? Doesn't the Doan family give you money? I don't know how to do anything. I only know how to embarrass others. Why should they give me money? Then we can only blame them for being blind. Your dining etiquette. It's exactly like ancient European royalty. Deepshu's eyes widened in shock. What? It's even related to noble etiquette. Doan Tukam paused as she set down her glass. Some habits are indeed hard to break. The first time I came to Earth was in the mid-15th century, when I was a distinguished guest of European royalty. Now, I should adapt to my new identity. Thinking this, her body relaxed more. She didn't expect to return to Earth because her wounds were so severe, her soul completely shattered. Her consciousness had been in deep sleep for nearly 17 years, only fully awakening today. After waking up, the situation seemed rather miserable. Currently, she needed a large amount of jade and medicinal herbs to improve her body and restore her vital energy. Is there anything fun to do in Kothan? Plenty. You've been here so long and haven't gone out to have fun. Indeed, a mobile blood bank. There's probably no such thing as freedom. Fo Van Tham pushed a bowl of blood-nourishing red date soup forward. Drink this. You need to replenish. How many times has Doan Tukam been injured in the past year? Deepshu counted on his fingers. Just counting hospital admissions, it's no less than 20 times. As the young lady of the Doan family, everyone knows Doan Lovi has hemophilia, so people are careful to protect her. How could she be injured so many times? Big brother, did you also give her blood transfusions? That many times. Not just that. Otherwise, when I woke up, this body's vitality would have been long depleted. Impressive. She could be registered in the Guinness World Records. When this young master uses such a gentle tone, it means he's truly angry. Young Master Fo is right. Your brain needs more nutrition. At this moment, the intricately carved wooden door of Hankak opened once again. The man leading the way was Doan Lovi's fiancé, the heir of the wealthy Jiang family, Jiang Macvien. The manager stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, your reserved spot is over there. Please follow me. The secretary behind him suddenly took 3 steps forward. Mr. Jiang, look over there. Jiang Macvien looked up and saw the Doan family's daughter and the pampered young master of the Fo family in a tug-of-war. Jiang Macvien frowned and strode over. The people following him looked at each other in confusion. Did you run out of the hospital to fool around with these people? The girl didn't know the man in front of her, but he was loudly accusing her of seducing him. The lackey beside him also spoke up, warning her not to be unreasonable. How interesting. I've escaped here, and Uncle Jiang still wants to chase after me to lecture me. Who's really stalking whom? These days, anyone can think they're the center of the universe. You all, how dare you speak like that? Fo Van Tham smirked, causing Jiang Macvian to leave angrily. It's the first time I've seen Jiang Macvian taste defeat. How refreshing. You're quite disgusting like that, too. If you want to go out, the pedestrian street, amusement park, and aquarium are all suitable. There's also a night market near the TV tower with fortune-telling and gambling. Is the fortune-telling like tarot cards? Tarot cards. It's been so many years since I've played. But in this age of depleted spiritual energy, do real tarot cards still exist? Indeed, compared to other ordinary girls, I'm more interested in these things. However, the night market only opens after 12 o'clock. If you want to go, find me to go with you. It's a mixed crowd there, not safe to go alone. After eating their fill, Fo Van Tham took Doan Tukam home. I heard Jiang Mak Vien brought you from Thanh Thuy County to Ho City. He said he wanted to take me to Thanh Tri to study, but there was a car accident on the way, and they discovered that I have the same blood type as Doan Lo Vi. That's why the Doan family took me in. A mobile blood bank delivered to their door. How could they not want it? Fo Van Tham tilted his head, patting Tukam's head with a pitying look. What are you doing? Do you want to die? I told you not to think too much. Go home quickly. Van Tam watched her. Fo Van Tham didn't leave immediately, but watched Tukam walk towards the villa. Before she reached the door, it opened. The person coming out was the villa's butler. Second young miss has finally decided to come back. The madam said, you can only enter when you admit your mistake. Well then, goodbye to you. The butler hurriedly stopped her. Just be good and apologize. What good will it do you if you don't listen? So the Doan family's servants dare to order their masters around. Fo Van Tham had entered and been listening for a while. You haven't left yet. This is bad. Second young miss is now involved with young master Fo. Good thing I didn't leave, or wouldn't my little friend here be bullied? One unimportant person. Just give them a beating and it's over. Who are you telling to apologize? A slap landed. I'm sorry, second young miss. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. It's all my fault. Let's go. This time, I'll personally escort my little friend inside. At this moment, Doan's mother, Chung Manhwa, was sitting in the living room reading a book. Hearing footsteps, she didn't look up. Has the second young miss finally submitted? But when she looked up, she was shocked to find young Master Fo, the famous playboy of Ho City, standing there. Oh, it's young Master Fo. I just heard you returned from abroad. What brings you to the Doan family so late? I'm bringing my little friend home. I was afraid she might be bullied. What do you mean? Who dares to bully my daughter? At this point, the butler recounted what had just happened. Young Master Fo, this is a misunderstanding. Sorry for troubling you to come all this way. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Madame Doan treating her daughter well will create a good reputation when word gets out. Little friend, remember to call if anything happens. Doan Tukam nodded. Be careful on your way. Good night. Then, Doan Tukam went upstairs by herself. Look at her attitude. Before she was teasing Jiang Mak Vien, now she's seducing Fo Van Tham. Madam, it's 10:30 now. The first young miss is still waiting for your call. Look at my memory, I almost forgot. Xiao Huyan, it's Mom. How was your day? Looking at the butler standing beside, shaking his head in despair, years ago, when the second young miss suddenly disappeared, the Doan family adopted another girl to cover up the scandal. But now, with their biological daughter back, she despises the child who knows nothing, only seeing her as a mobile blood bank. Doan Tukam returned to her room, opened her computer, and found she only had a little over 500 yuan left, but it should be enough. Immediately, she jumped directly from the third floor. I think something fell down. I'm getting old and my eyes are failing me. I thought the second young miss was sneaking out. In a bar, the bartender was teasing young Master Fo. Someone's offering $10 billion for your life, yet you still dare to wander around. They'd have to find me first. As he turned around, he spotted the girl's figure. Looks like some little friends aren't very obedient. Doan Tukam spent 500 yuan to buy a stone bowl, yet she wanted the owner to throw in an ancient coin worth millions. It's just something picked up by the river to fool people, still dreaming of finding a treasure and getting rich. Take it and go. But right after, she was stopped by someone. My master wants to buy what's in your hand for 6 million. The shop owner immediately changed his expression. Is it really that valuable? The girl thought for 0.01 seconds and agreed to the transaction. Thank you, miss, for letting it go. This card has 6 million. I found this coin, so the money should be mine. No, I won't sell it anymore. Give it back. You've already sold it, and now you want to change your mind. You think that's okay? Doan Tukam kicked the antique shop owner, sending him flying several meters, then handed the ancient coin to the other man. Take the black card. Thank you for your patronage. The manager, who had never appeared before, led the antique shop owner away, then respectfully apologized to Doan Tukam. Fo Van Tham and the bartender stood in the crowd watching the commotion. Looks like your little friend is a bit fierce. What are you saying? She's clearly gentle and adorable. One kick sent someone flying meters away. Your face is too thick. The master and servant who obtained the ancient coin left the flea market. The master suddenly coughed violently, then clutched his chest and fell. This is bad. The master had surgery not long ago. How did it relapse so quickly? Man, the divine doctor who could save the master is in the capital. What should we do now? Quickly, send someone here. The master has fallen ill at the flea market. Master, please open your mouth and take this pill for now. Just as he was panicking, a voice came from behind. Quickly lay him flat. Lying face down will make it hard for the master to breathe. Doan Tukam quickly stepped forward, placed her hand on the master's hand. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm saving someone? Don't think that just because our master bought something from you, you can do whatever you want. Arrhythmia, severe chest pain, lung shadows from smoking, surgery 1 month ago. Am I right? Are you a fortune teller? How did you guess so accurately? Stop talking nonsense. Give me the silver needles. How does she know I have silver needles? The master's condition is extremely dangerous now. We can only take a risk. However, this girl simultaneously used 7 silver needles. Even Mon, the divine doctor, only dared to use 4. The entire process took less than a minute. Doan Tukam withdrew the silver needles. As soon as she pulled out the needles, the master, as if resurrected, sat up. It's miraculous. He's cured. The master, supported by Mokthan to stand up, felt his heart was healthier than usual. Then took out a family heirloom jade pendant of the Mook family and gave it to Doan Tukam. This old man's life was saved by you. Please take this. As long as it's not murder or arson, the Mook family can do anything. This is not an ordinary jade pendant, but a promise from the head of the Mook family. In that case, I won't be polite. May I know the name of our benefactor? My surname is Doan. After saying this, Tukam turned and left. Surname Doan. Could it be the Doan family, one of the 4 great families of Ko City? What a pity. Why couldn't it be a daughter of our Muk family? Early in the morning, Doan Tukam was awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. The girl rubbed her eyes, crawled up to look at the caller's name. It was Fo Thieu. Hello. Doan Tukam yawned, her voice still sleepy. So you stayed up watching movies until 5 a.m. before going to sleep, Fo Thieu said, his tone slightly teasing. Initially, I intended to learn a bit about 21st century technology. Who knew TV series would be such a time killer? Youth is great. Unlike my brother, who complains about back and knee pain if he sleeps even a little less. That's due to kidney deficiency. If you don't mind, I can treat it. Little friend, you're really capable. Not only can you read fortunes, but you can also prescribe medicine. That's pretty good, but can you stop calling me little friend? This man really has issues. We've only known each other for a day, and he already wants to be my brother. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Don't worry about the hot search. I'll handle it. Hot search. Doan Tukam opened social media, and sure enough, the hashtag rich family's adopted daughter ungrateful was sitting comfortably in second place. The girl had donated blood to her aunt no less than 20 times in a year, yet her aunt turned on her, falsely accusing her of intentionally pushing Lovi down the stairs, and the mother, clearly not knowing the whole story, insisted it was her daughter's fault. Doan Tukam's message inbox had also exploded with a barrage of venomous words. These people really can't go a day without causing trouble, can they? At this moment, grandmother and Lovi had angrily arrived at the house. Chung Manhwa looked at the two in surprise. Why are you here? What, is this old woman not allowed to visit her children and grandchildren? That's not what I meant. Mom, you and Aunt talk for a bit. I'll go find Tukam to apologize. No way. Since when do elders apologize to their juniors? Whoever did wrong should apologize. Seeing this, Chung Manhwa quickly called her daughter down. Tukam, come down, Mom has something to say. Is this how you taught her? Not even greeting her elders. This house only has one granddaughter studying abroad. Don't claim random people. Well said, I don't have a habit of randomly accepting relatives either. See that? This ill-mannered thing, talking to her elders like that. Fine, I didn't come here today to see how you raise your daughter. Tell her to explain why she pushed Lovi down the stairs. Do you think without Doan Lovi, she could become the mistress of the Jiang family? If not, then why did she run to her brother-in-law's room to seduce him? Who is he that I need to seduce? It turns out that a month ago, Doan Tukam had been framed by her own aunt, who arranged for her to appear in Jiang Makvien's hotel room. And Jiang Makvien also stated that Tukam intentionally seduced him, not giving her any chance to explain. It was because of this incident that Manhwa hadn't dared to leave the house for a whole month. Lovi continued to feign nobility. Tio Cam, just admit your fault. I won't blame you. Tu Cam smirked, calmly took out her phone, and played the recording of that day's call. It turned out that Lovi had deliberately calculated the time Jang Mak Vien would return to the hotel, tricking Tu Cam into the bathroom. After hearing the recording, Lovi's face darkened. Now there's nothing left to say, is there? Lovi quickly tried to cover up. It's all my fault. I forgot about this. What about pushing Lovi down the stairs? How do you explain that? Lovi pretended to defend Tu Cam. It's not like that. Please don't blame Tu Cam. Manhwa said, it's all the girl's fault. She's very good at sowing discord. Manhwa immediately flew into a rage. Look how many people are cursing you for being ungrateful now. Quickly apologize to your sister. At this moment, the butler discovered that someone had posted a video of the scene from that party on social media. There's even a video, then there's no way to deny it. Having a video is even better. Let's see how you can deny it now. Lovi suddenly had a bad feeling and tried to step forward to stop it, but it was too late. On the screen, Lovi was gracefully descending the stairs. Halfway down, she suddenly slipped, stepping on her dress, and fell forward. She intentionally grabbed Tu Cam behind her with one hand. The girl reacted quickly, managing to grab the handrail in time, so she didn't fall along. This video exposed the whole truth, like a slap from heaven on the faces of Manhwa and the old lady. Manhwa's face froze, stammering, How? How can this be? If you had told me, I wouldn't have misunderstood you, Tu Cam. Tu Cam smirked. False accusations seemed to run in the family's blood. Well done. Keep it up. After saying this, the girl turned and left, not paying attention to anyone anymore. Watching the small figure disappear, Manhwa felt an indescribable unease rising in her heart, as if something was leaving her forever, beyond her grasp. Today is the 15th of the first lunar month. The streets are bustling with people enjoying the spring festival, colorful lanterns hanging everywhere. Tu Cam watched children happily playing jump rope in the distance, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Used to days of fighting and competing, now that things were quiet, she felt uncomfortable. Thinking back to a year ago, when Jang Mak Vien took her away from Thanh Thuy County, the girl's heart was filled with anxiety and worry. Her foster father, On Fong Mien, suffered from severe asthma and needed care. But he said he hoped Tu Cam could step out into the world and have a better future. But who would have thought that stepping out would lead to this outcome? Throughout the past year, everything she did was monitored and supervised by the Doan family, and she couldn't even visit her foster father once. Now she was determined to return to Thanh Thuy County. She couldn't ignore the kindness of her foster father, but before returning, she needed to prepare some medicinal herbs to treat his illness. Tu Cam went to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine shop. Inside the store, Luke Fong was hunched over the counter doing homework. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, just in time to see a small figure walking towards the shop. Sister, look, it's that adopted girl from the Doan family. The woman beside him looked up. It was the female doctor surnamed Luke, who Tu Cam had defeated yesterday. It really is her. No real skills, but such a high and mighty attitude. She's coming this way. Could she be wanting to buy medicine from our shop? Want to buy medicine? No chance. Tu Cam entered the medicine shop. The staff politely said, Hello, miss. You can browse the shelves yourself if you need anything. At this moment, the Luke siblings were hiding behind the monitor, secretly observing Tu Cam. Sister, why are we hiding from her? Who said we're hiding? I want to embarrass her, so she'll have to come begging us. Tu Cam looked around the medicine shop, suddenly stopping and staring straight in one direction. The Luke siblings were startled by the girl's sharp gaze. She doesn't know we're watching her, right? The ever-calculating Tu Cam, of course, knew this was the Luke family's medicine shop, but she didn't care. It's just that the herbs here seemed to be not very old, and the quality wasn't that good either, but they would have to do for now. Miss, may I ask what you need to buy? Shichlin Chi, Bak Chuat, Nguvi Tu Nguyitsa, Long Tien Huang. A total of these 30 types of herbs, 10 jin each. As expected from a country bumpkin who knows nothing, how can you buy Chinese herbs by jin? Anyway, she won't be able to afford it. Luke Fong sneered contemptuously. Luke Tree immediately texted the cashier. Just say that the quantity she needs is too large. We need time to prepare the goods. Ask her to sign a pre-order form first. Yes, ma'am. What's the total cost? The cashier was about to quote the market price when she remembered Luke Tree's message and immediately changed her tone. The total is 500,000. 500,000. Is your shop selling medicine for the Jade Emperor to use? Our herbs are all directly harvested from the mountains, so the price is a bit higher. If you can't afford it, then fine, I'll buy it. Duantu Cam said without hesitation. Please print the invoice for me. What? What is she doing? How dare she throw money around like that? This country bumpkin must not know the market price. Anyway, if she buys, it's to our advantage. The cashier finished printing the invoice and handed it to Duantu Cam. She took it, calmly looked it over, then slowly took out her phone. Hello, I want to report that the Chinese medicine shop at 148 Trungson Nam Street is selling herbs at 10 times the market price. Hearing this, Luke Tree rushed out in panic. Duantu Cam, do you have a death wish? I'll call and ask Mrs. Doan when she started allowing an adopted child to be so arrogant in front of our Luke family. Fine, go ahead and call, or I can call for you if you'd like. Luke Tree was so angry her eyes were bulging, and she raised her hand to slap Duantu Cam. But before her hand could come down, it was blocked by another hand. Before she could process what was happening, Luke Tree was kicked in the knee by someone, causing her to collapse in pain, her whole body flying towards the cashier counter. Looking up, she was shocked to see the young Master Fo, the notorious playboy of Ko City, standing at the door. Young Master Fo, Doan family, thank you. The young master declined politely. Indeed, every time you cause trouble, you rush here pretending to care for the girl, afraid she might feel wronged. As Duantu Cam was about to speak, she was interrupted. Don't be so formal. We've known each other for so long. Well, even one day of acquaintance is long. Fo Van Tam glanced sideways at Luke Tree, then turned to Duantu Cam, gently asking, what exactly happened here? This adopted child of the Doan family, who knows since when she's been colluding with rich young masters like you, Luke Tree thought bitterly. Young Master Fo, why didn't you inform us of your visit? It's so impolite of us. Luke Tree hastily spoke up, looking at Fo Van Tam flatteringly. Only then did Fo Van Tam deign to glance at Luke Tree, coldly saying, 500,000, is the Luck family so short on money? Luke Tree was speechless, not knowing what to say. It seems the Luke family is having cash flow problems lately. That project in the north, well, never mind. Hearing this, Luke Tree standing nearby turned pale. Young Master Fo, it can't be. Fo Van Tam hung up the phone, glancing at Luke Tree. Luke Tree fumed. She just wanted to teach that girl a lesson, who knew it would cost the Luke family 100 million contract. Duantu Cam, you've done it now. Luke Fong ran out shouting, it's not a big deal. Why make such a fuss? He ran out pointing at Tucam's face. Duantu Cam looked at the kid pointing straight at her face and scolding, with a confused expression. You, who are you? You. Luke Fong was so angry he choked. We're classmates. Let's just drop this matter. Okay. No, wait, who are you? Luke Fong frowned. We've been in the same class for a semester, and you still don't know who I am. Don't forget, only those in the top 50 of the grade can stay in Class A, and now only I can help you. Duantu Cam didn't want to argue with this guy anymore. She packed up the herbs and headed straight for the door. Please wait a moment. Please take your time, sir. The herbs will be delivered to you. Sis, are we really gonna let this go? Luke Fong gritted his teeth. Who gave that girl permission to walk all over our Luke family? I don't believe she can cling to Fo Van Tam forever. At this moment, Luke Tree's phone rang. It was her father calling. What the hell did you do? How dare you offend the Fo family? Get home right now. In the hotel, Fo Van Tam looked at the pile of herbs on the floor. Before he could speak, he saw Duantu Cam pull out an electric pressure cooker from her bag. No time to make a proper pill furnace. This will have to do for now. Those 2 defamatory posts were your doing. Duantu Cam raised an eyebrow and asked, so how do you plan to thank me? Duantu Cam smiled mischievously. I'll ensure you're vigorous all night. Who taught you to say that? Fo Van Tam frowned. I read it in a book. Books have everything. Duantu Cam replied nonchalantly. The 21st century is really great. So many interesting pastimes. Read less of those books in the future. Fo Van Tam said reluctantly. If I don't read them, at most I'll invite you to watch with me. I must be going crazy. Indeed, still a child. Fo Van Tam shook his head self-mockingly. 3 hours later, the electric pressure cooker made a ting-ting sound. The pills had formed, emitting a faint fragrance. Almond pills to nourish the heart and spleen. Duantu Cam carefully put the medicine into a bottle. This is for you. It's good for the kidneys. All right, let's go eat. Fo Van Tam stood up. Not today, I need to make a trip out of town. Little sister, I have nowhere to go today. How about you take care of me for the night? Fo Van Tam said. In the evening, Duantu Cam arrived at Tantui County. Today was the 15th of the first lunar month. She wondered if An Fong Mian had eaten rice balls yet. Just as he stood up, An Fong Mian coughed violently, only subsiding missing after a while. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. An Fangmian thought it was his son returning and hurried to open the door. As the door opened, An Fangmian stared in astonishment at the girl standing before him. The moonlight cast a hazy glow on her jet-black hair, making her face appear dreamlike and unreal. Don Tukam, why did you come back here? It's me, Don Tukam smiled, grasping An Fangmian's arm. I'm back. Doan Tukam checked on Fangmian's pulse without changing her expression. Her father's physical condition was much worse than she had imagined. Why did you come back from the Doan family? Did they bully you? An Fangmian's voice trembled slightly. A simple question, but it moved Doan Tukam so much she almost cried. No, it was my own decision. If only I had regained consciousness a bit earlier, what happened that year wouldn't have occurred. An Fangmian sighed. Seeing that Doan Tukam was all right, he felt relieved. I'm just happy that you could come back. Thinlan still has a class today. He should be home soon. Just as he finished speaking, Thinlan's voice was heard from outside. Dad, I'm home. In the evening. Thinlan saw everyone in the house. Lan paused for a few seconds, then suddenly turned and left. Lan clearly missed his older sister, but upon seeing her, he turned and ran away. It turned out the boy was angry that after returning to the Doan family, she had stopped contacting them. But Dinlan didn't know that Doan Tukam had died once due to multiple blood donations. Doan Tukam found Lan when he was watching fireworks from afar. She approached and offered him a lollipop. Lan didn't take it. He didn't even move. I thought you would never come back. But when he looked down at the lollipop, the boy's expression softened. Under the moonlight, Lan saw the numerous needle marks on his sister's arm. Sis, are you sick? Or did the Doan family bully you? Doan Tukam offered the lollipop to the boy again. Don't be angry anymore. I'm fine. Don't worry. Hearing this, Lan obediently took the lollipop. A year ago, Doan Tukam was taken away by the Doan family, who told An Fangmian and his son not to contact her anymore. 100,000 yuan had severed the relationship between Doan Tukam and the An family. After that, Doan Tukam never returned, not even a phone call. The boy thought Doan Tukam had forgotten about the An family after moving to Ho City, but now it seemed she had endured a lot of hardship at the Doan house. Sis, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been angry with you. Doan Tukam looked at her brother, feeling deeply distressed. Although a genius, her little brother suffered from autism. I don't blame you. Let's go home. Dad is waiting. Actually, I didn't go to class this afternoon. I took a day off to buy meat at the market. Dad's health is getting weaker. I wanted to buy some meat to nourish him. The college entrance exam is this June. Have you thought about which school you'll apply to? Sis, I want to apply to Didu University, but the school I want to attend most is Norton University. Wait, which school did you just say? Norton University. It's the top-ranked university in the world. Doan Tukam suddenly fell into deep thought after hearing this. She always felt that after returning this time, many things seemed strange. The Nolan family opening banks globally was understandable, but for a bunch of crazy theology researchers to open the world's top university was puzzling. On the way home, Doan Tukam kept thinking. She pushed the door open and stepped in. Her movement paused. Pho Van Tam was cooking while wearing a Peppa Pig apron. An Fangmian scolded Doan Tukam. Why did you bring a guest home without notice? I didn't have time to prepare anything. Don't blame her, uncle. I came here on my own. You look awful in that apron. Oh dear, isn't this your favorite cartoon character? You even hug it while sleeping. Little sister, so you like this type, huh? No, I don't. I don't like this. Lan, your sister is back. Why did you run away? She saw me and felt shy. Shy? How come you weren't shy when you received all those love letters? Doan Tukam looked at Pho Van Tham, who was picking vegetables, and asked, why did you come here? Didn't you say you'd let me stay? Are you trying to trick your big brother? No, I just didn't want to bother you. We can't let guests do the work. Let me do it. But when Doan Tukam reached out to take the plate of vegetables, her finger accidentally touched Pho Van Tham's lips. Little one, why are you getting handsy? Hey, sorry. It's okay. Big brother doesn't mind. You're even patting my head now. I'll go bald sooner or later. Little one, what are you thinking about? A figure intervened. Sis, let me help. I heard city men are very good at deceiving girls. I need to keep a close eye on my sister. All right, I'll be in charge of picking vegetables for you. Since she could remember only the word stray. An family had treated Doan Tukam sincerely. When the Doan family came for her, it was also because they wanted her to have a better life. But from beginning to end, the Doan family never thought about her as an individual. So from now on, let her protect her foster father and brother. First, bring them all to Ho City. Unexpectedly, the Doan family, one of the four great families in Ho City, used only 100,000 yuan to sever the relationship between Doan Tu Cam and On Fongmian's father and son. However, over the years, only the On family had treated her sincerely. Now it's time for her to repay them. Sis, since when did you start liking sweets so much? Life is too bitter. Eating something sweet makes it more bearable. Oh right, I've completed the transfer procedures for you to Tanche school. It's done already. But if you're bringing Dad and me to Ho City, aren't we going to live together? Not yet. There are still some unresolved matters. You and Dad just stay there comfortably. I'll take care of everything. As for the Doan family, there are still some grievances to resolve. Some things can only be investigated clearly at the Doan household. Let's go. I'll take you home. The butler saw the servants carrying several boxes and curiously asked, "What's this?" "It's express delivery for the second young miss. Just leave it in the front yard. The madam is entertaining guests. We can't disturb her." The servant obeyed and put the boxes down. The butler couldn't resist coming closer and noticed a capital letter printed on the box. Just as he was about to observe more closely, he heard footsteps stopping beside him. He looked up and saw Doan Tu Cam with a cold expression looking at him, her eyes indifferent. "The second young miss's purchases have arrived. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch it." But Doan Tu Cam paid no attention to him at all, half squatting on the ground, directly tearing open the box with her bare hands. Fo Van Tam had said before leaving that he bought her a box of books, wondering if they were novels or not. The result was a pile of children's books. It was truly speechless. At this moment, her phone made a ting sound, receiving a message. Fo Van Tam asked right on time, "Little one, have you received the books?" She thanked him angrily. Looking at the pile of items in the box, the servant beside her showed obvious contempt, not hiding it at all. Doan Tu Cam didn't need anyone's help, carrying the books inside by herself. "Second young miss, you can't go in now." The butler hadn't finished speaking when the door was already opened. In the living room sofa, Manhwa was smiling and chatting with guests. The sudden sound of the door opening interrupted what she was about to say. Seeing Doan Tu Cam, the smile on Manhwa's face immediately disappeared. "Why are you back at this time? Go out and wait." Doan Tu Cam didn't answer but asked back, "I've always had one doubt. What gives someone like you the right to be a mother? Treating your own daughter like a maid, even worse than a servant." Manhwa was completely unprepared to hear these words. "Say that again." She ignored her and carried her things upstairs. "Is this how your Doan family is? A year ago, you adopted that foster daughter. What were you thinking? Did you bring home a foster daughter just to spite your own daughter? You're making Madam Muck laugh. People in middle age always want to do some good deeds." "Oh right, the matter you asked about is done. I trust your work completely. I'm here just to pick up our elder and took the chance to visit you." "What?" "Old Master Muck came to Ho City. The old man heard there were rare antiques in Ho City, so he rushed here. He almost fell ill on the way, but luckily met a divine doctor. Moreover, I heard this divine doctor's medical skills are even more advanced than the one at the Mon family. Well, it's late. I'll head back first. We'll keep in touch if anything comes up. Have a safe trip. Someone, quickly investigate who that divine doctor is. It would be best if we could invite them to examine the old madam. Her headaches never seem to improve." "Yes, madam. I'll find out quickly." However, they had no idea that the divine doctor was right beside them. At this moment, Doan Tu Cam was in her room watching various films. One on the screen was a period drama. A girl was gleefully watching a young man fall into the water. Suddenly, the computer made a clicking sound, then the screen went black. "Little one, what are you to him? And who are you?" "I'm the hacker." "Well, wait a moment. Give me an hour." After saying that, she sat down to find a book, opening University Computer Basics to read. The hacker on the other side suddenly felt a bit expectant. The girl self-studied University Computer Basics in 3 minutes, and yet successfully counter-hacked the world's 4th-ranked hacker. It turned out this hacker had arbitrarily invaded Doan Tu Cam's computer, disturbing her peaceful retirement life. "Do you really think reading this book will allow you to crack my system?" Unexpectedly, the next second, the hacker's computer started beeping alarms. The hacker hurriedly tried to fix it, only to find that no matter what command he entered, there was no response. So he had no choice but to bow to Wentum. "Little one isn't a name you can call. There won't be a next time." The hacker turned around and tattled to Foventham. "Who's this freak you found?" She read through the University Computer Basics book in 3 minutes, then hacked me back. "I'm the world's 4th-ranked hacker. Don't I have any face left? So your little one is that capable. It's killing me. One freak like you in this world was enough. Now another one shows up. I'm going to sell all your information to those on the hit list. Let them kill you. Just go die already. It's killing me, you damn freak. Doan Tukam calmly prepared to enjoy her afternoon tea. The science and technology of the 21st century are very advanced. She won't feel bored. Looking at the image of herself wearing 2 cat ears on her phone, she found it quite interesting. She casually played with her phone, chose a filter and accessory, then pressed the capture button. The woman opposite heard the sound and angrily said, "How did they follow us all the way here?" Tell her to delete the photo. Delete all the snapshots quickly. Lack's sister doesn't like fans taking her photos. Though not loud, the voice attracted the attention of everyone in the pastry shop. Everyone wanted to see what the star looked like. Seeing that Doan Tukam had no intention of deleting the photo, the assistant reached out to grab the phone. Doan Tukam easily avoided the assistant's hand. The assistant angrily slammed the pastry plate. "You've dirtied my pastry. Who told you not to delete the photo? Deliberately following Lack's sister here. Do you know what respect is? Who did you just mention? You don't need to pretend not to know me. I've met many people like you." Doan Tukam assessed her from top to bottom. "I don't pursue ugly people, thank you." The girl at the next table couldn't hold back anymore, stood up and said, "She was just taking a selfie. She didn't even photograph you. Besides, she's so beautiful. Why would she photograph you instead of herself? That's right, you're wearing sunglasses. We didn't even recognize you. Do you think you're the Yuan, that everyone must know you? Youth 101 is such a famous show. How can there really be people who don't know him? Compensate for it." Lak Tung Wiet, both embarrassed and angry, turned and left. "Hey sis, which company are you an artist for? Are you a trainee? Can I take a picture with you?" "I'm not a trainee, but we can take a picture together. I actually want to learn how to take selfies." Afterwards, this girl posted the entire incident on social media, immediately causing a heated debate. Doan Lovi discovered her sister was trending, thinking to herself, could she want to enter the entertainment industry? If she wants to join, it's best if we have her under our control, then it'll be easier to manage. However, when Lovi tried to call and ask, she found she had long been blocked by Doan Tukam. What is this Doan Tukam up to now? Pho Van Tam arrived at the bottom of Doan Tukam's building. "What do you want to treat your brother to today? How about hot pot or skewers? I heard the street food is very good. I want to try some." But at this moment, he suddenly received a message, and his expression immediately darkened. "Little one, your brother suddenly has some business. How about this? I'll order takeout for you and uncle first, and we'll go out to eat tonight." Doan Tukam recalled her prediction to Diepseo 3 days ago, realizing that Diepseo might be in danger, so she reminded Pho Van Tham to be careful. "All right, I'll go first then. I didn't expect Diepseo to also be targeted by people on the hit list. Help me investigate the recent situation of the Diep family." At this moment, Diepseo was happily enjoying himself in a bar, completely unaware of the approaching danger. His mobile phone suddenly received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, who is this? Someone wants to kill you. Don't joke around. Who would dare to kill someone in China? Who are you anyway? You can try in 10 seconds. After saying that, he started counting down. "Are you crazy? I'm listening to your nonsense." But before he finished speaking, all the lights in the bar suddenly went out. The Bluetooth earpiece rang out with a command, "Get down." Hearing this, Diepseo immediately dropped to the ground. Danger grazed past his head, a bullet whizzing by. "Damn it, someone really wants to kill me." The girl who predicted that the young man would face a life-threatening situation in 3 days, the young man didn't believe it, spending his days immersed in bars. Finally, Diepseo safely returned home, and Pho Van Tham had also updated the situation. "Our young master Pho was almost separated by life and death. You still have the energy to joke like that? Seems like there's nothing to worry about, but you should still get your head checked to be sure." Then he called Diepseo's older brother. "Your little brother has a bounty on his head." The attacker was the 94th ranked sniper on the list. Luckily, this kid is a blessed fool. He wasn't hit, just bumped his head somewhere while running away. In the evening, Doan Lovi took the opportunity to visit the Doan family home, telling Chung Manhwa about Doan Tukam wanting to enter showbiz. Her singing teacher couldn't even get her to sing clearly after a month, yet she wants to dive into showbiz. Doan Lovi pretended to be surprised. "Doan Tukam didn't tell you, Mom. Then I might have misunderstood." "Oh right, is Doan Tukam home? I want to give her some things." "She's not home. You can just go up to her room and leave them there." "It's good she's not home. I want to see what secrets Doan Tukam is hiding, why she's changed so much lately." Lovi, familiar with the way, went to Doan Tukam's room and gently pushed the door open. The door opened easily. Some fine powder fell on Lovi, but she didn't notice. At that moment, Doan Tukam, who was sleeping with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and sat up. "Why did I have a nightmare? No, it's just teaching some people who don't understand a lesson. Fo Van Tham lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. I've investigated the 4 wealthiest families in the city. They only care about their interests, even willing to discard their own daughters at any time. I'm very curious. Why did your father name you Dao Dao? Dao Dao means easy to raise. When children are young, they're given ugly names to make them easier to raise. Of course, there's another meaning. Tan Tan Dao Dao, Shuji Mao. My foster father hoped Dao Dao would have a peaceful and happy life. Then from now on, I'll call you Dao Dao too. You don't mind, do you? It's up to you. Hurry up. Let's go eat hot pot. At the same time, news appeared on social media suggesting Doan Lovi might be pregnant, slowly climbing up the search rankings. The subject of the news was looking at her face full of red spots with a gloomy expression. What on earth did I apply? This is so strange. Even the doctor couldn't find the cause of the allergy. Maybe I should call Tamgya. No, absolutely not. I can't let Jiang Mak Vien see me like this. All right, then let's go to the capital to lay low for a while. Don't show your face these days. Now that I look like a ghost, I couldn't even make a scene if I wanted to. The opening day of Thanchi High School quickly arrived. Students in the gifted class were discussing whether Doan Tu Cam would dare to come to school anymore. The total score was 750, and she only got 387 points, dragging down the class average. She only got into this class because of her aunt. What else can she do? So we need to find a chance to kick her out of the gifted class. This task is assigned to you. On the first day of school, Tu Cam kicked the classroom door open just because she discovered a bucket of water hidden above the door. Now the bucket fell down, drenching the prankster student like a drowned rat. Doan Tu Cam flipped her bangs and walked into the classroom with an imposing aura. The classmates looked at Doan Tu Cam's charismatic presence, whispering among themselves. Clearly, she was a fool last semester, but now even her aura had changed. Doan Tu Cam found a seat and casually took out her English textbook. At this moment, the English teacher walked in with the previous final exam papers and handed them out to each student. Doan Tu Cam looked at her 25-point test paper, utterly shocked. It turned out that before her self-awakening, this body's intelligence quotient was so low. Thinking about it, it made sense. In the high-pressure environment of the upper class, plus having to give blood to Doan Lovi, her physical condition couldn't keep up. Not getting 0 points was already lucky. The English teacher noticed Luke Fong was distracted and threw a piece of chalk at him. Luke Fong, come up here and explain question 64. Luke Fong looked at the question and realized he had gotten it wrong. Teacher, even the top students couldn't solve this one. It must be very difficult. But I just saw that Doan Tu Cam got it right. Why don't we let her explain it? As soon as these words were spoken, they received support from the entire class. The teacher frowned, about to say something, when Doan Tu Cam stood up and easily answered the question. Chung Chi Uyen and her friends were shocked to see she actually solved everything, their mouths agape in surprise. Doan Tu Cam looked at them as if they were trash. The teacher was very pleased with Doan Tu Cam's answer. Very good. Does everyone understand now? The others felt like they had kicked an iron plate. After class, the teacher intentionally approached Doan Tu Cam. During the winter break, did you practice speaking English? Doan Tu Cam casually replied, yes. Very good. This is a great start. Your basics are still quite weak. I'll find some basic materials for you. Although Doan Tu Cam didn't need these, she didn't refuse the teacher's kindness. Thank you, teacher. Study hard. Don't mind what others say. Faced with such goodwill, Doan Tu Cam couldn't refuse. The class monitor peeked out from behind. Doan Tu Cam, it's your turn for class duty today. Since it's the first day, there's not much trash. You just need to clean the blackboard. Then he scratched his head. This morning, I saw Luke Fong put a trash can on the door. Be careful these days. Although there were some troublemakers, there were also many kind teachers and classmates, so school life wasn't too bad. She sincerely said, thank you. It's nothing. The class monitor avoided Tu Cam's gaze and hurried away. He seemed to be shy. Doan Tu Cam quickly cleaned the classroom. Fo Van Tham had been waiting at the school gate for a long time. You texted me earlier not to wait for you. It's normal for a brother to pick up his sister after school. All right, let's go eat first then. At this moment, a car stopped in front of them. Doan Tu Cam looked up and saw it was old Mr. Mook, whom she had saved before. Finally found you. We're leaving the city tomorrow, so we came specially to say goodbye. Mr. Mook, if you just don't smoke or drink, your health will improve greatly. I'll try my best. And this is a small token from old Mr. Mook. Please accept it. A set of gold and silver acupuncture needles and a hospital donation agreement. The gold and silver needles were exactly what Doan Tu Cam needed. But this hospital, as long as you accept, I promise I'll never touch cigarettes or alcohol again. I'll take the needles, but I don't need the hospital. I'm quite lazy. Then I'll have Muktan arrange a special expert clinic clinic for you, so not too many people will bother you. But all the income from this hospital will be transferred directly to your card. Let's decide on that then. Mukten, let's go. Yes, boss. After saying this, old Mr. Muck hurriedly left without waiting for Doan Tu Cam's reaction. I've never seen anyone give money so forcefully before. Fo Van Tham stood beside her, smiling with eyes narrowed. What does Dao Dao want to eat tonight? The next morning, students who arrived early found the classroom full of trash. What happened? Who was on duty yesterday and didn't clean up? The class monitor defended Doan Tu Cam, but no one listened to his explanation. At this moment, Doan Tu Cam entered the classroom and discovered that the previously clean trash can was now stuffed full of garbage. Doan Tu Cam, you were on duty yesterday. What kind of duty was that? Are you trying to make our class lose the rotating flag? Doan Tu Cam immediately used her divine calculation ability and discovered that the culprit was Ung Fi Fi. At this moment, Ung Fi Fi pushed Doan Tu Cam from behind, causing her to lose balance and fall onto a desk. Some people are not only stupid, but also malicious, so there's no need to be polite with her anymore. She pulled Ung Fi Fi out of the crowd in front of the whole class and directly pushed Ung Fi Fi's head into the trash can. She didn't hold back at all. That's what you get for messing with her. At this point, Chung Chi Uyen told some male classmates to pull Doan Tu Cam away. The boys immediately condemned Doan Tu Cam for going too far, not doing her duty and bullying classmates. But Doan Tu Cam only needed to glance at them, and the boys fell silent in fear. Ung Fi Fi wanted to take the opportunity to sneak away, but unexpectedly stepped on some trash, slipped, and fell headfirst into the trash can. Wow, I didn't know Miss Ung had such a special interest in garbage. It's really hard to tell the difference. The boys hurriedly ran over. They pulled Ung Fi Fi out of the trash can, but immediately covered their noses and backed away. Never having been so humiliated before, Ung Fi Fi rushed out of the classroom, intending to tell the teacher. Chung Chi Huan frowned, but didn't chase after her, only instructing everyone to clean up and prepare for morning reading. The other students followed the arrangement, no one wanting to cause more trouble with Doan Tu Cam. Just a few minutes later, the homeroom teacher of the elite class arrived. Doan Tu Cam, come to the office for a moment. Chu Manhwa was at the beauty salon when she received a call from the homeroom teacher. When she learned that Doan Tu Cam had hit a female classmate, she couldn't believe it. She couldn't let others know her daughter was bullying classmates. Now she was truly lucky that she had only adopted Doan Tu Cam years ago. I'm not free now. You all handle it yourselves. The homeroom teacher looked at the phone that had already hung up, feeling helpless. How could there be a mother who cared so little about her child? Ung Fi Fi had changed into different clothes, but was still sobbing. Mrs. Ung demanded that the homeroom teacher give them an explanation. Mrs. Ung, please calm down. The incident hasn't been clearly investigated yet. We need to look into it thoroughly. What else is there to investigate? My daughter is already in this state. What else is there to ask? If you don't expel that student, I'll expose you all on social media. The homeroom teacher was in a difficult position. Doan Tu Cam was introverted. It was already lucky that she wasn't usually bullied. Moreover, her parents' attitude seemed to confirm that this incident was caused by her. Ms. Dang, could you lend me your computer for a moment? Just as she turned around, Doan Tu Cam saw Mrs. Ung taking photos of her with her phone. Since you don't care about face, I'll now post all the good things you've done online. Mrs. Ung, you don't have permission. This is an act of defamation. At this moment, the teacher had given the computer to Doan Tu Cam. What are you planning to do? Nothing. I just want to share some video clips from the surveillance room. Ung Fi Fi, who was pretending to cry, suddenly froze. Surveillance. Could she know something? Mrs. Ung was still shouting, check the surveillance. Aren't you ashamed enough already? Doan Tu Cam quickly operated the computer. Then let's all watch together. Let's see how well-behaved Ung Fi Fi is. The video showed. At 6:15 a.m., Ung Fi Fi entered the school. At 6:20, she went to Doan Tu Cam's seat and tore up all the books and notebooks in the drawer. At 6:40, she carried a trash can to the back of the classroom. At 6:45, she entered the classroom again and put 2 spiders in Doan Tu Cam's drawer. Ung Fi Fi turned pale. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Mrs. Ung was also stunned. The teacher shouted, Ung Fi Fi, look at what you've done. How dare you blame Doan Tu Cam? Ung Fi Fi couldn't deny it and could only cry. It's because she always brings down our class's scores. Teacher, even if our Fifi did that, it's not a reason for Doan Tu Cam to hit someone. She must apologize. You just heard it. The Doan family won't care about her. So what does she have to fear? Teacher, may I ask what the punishment is for intentionally attempting to to murder a classmate, a note in the class book, or expulsion. The teacher's expression changed. What's this about? Teacher, don't you know? Doantu Cam is afraid of spiders, so severe that she could faint. If I hadn't seen the spider that Ung Fifi released, I would have almost forgotten that this body has a severe fear of spiders. After waking up, it won't have any more issues with spiders. Ung Fifi's face turned pale. How was I supposed to know? It was just a prank. Stop, this is no longer a childish prank. Ung Fifi, if anything had happened today, you would have been arrested. All right, nothing happened now, did it? What's there to calculate? Mrs. Ung said, taking out her wallet and pulling out some cash. It's just a few books and notebooks. Is 1,000 yuan enough compensation? After saying this, she arrogantly pulled Ung Fifi, intending to leave. At this moment, someone kicked open the office door and rushed in. Well, just 1,000 yuan, and you dare to be so arrogant. Is there no one else left in Haithan? Is there no one else left in Haithan? The mother looked up in panic. Sorry, teacher, for the trouble. Fo Van Tam walked straight to Doantu Cam's side. I'm the girl's family member. Sorry for being late. I'll take her to class first. No need to waste time. He then casually handed Doantu Cam a chocolate bar. Be good and obedient. The teacher pulled Doantu Cam back. That's right, let's go. Let the adults handle things here. After sending the two children away, Fo Van Tam looked towards the homeroom teacher. I'd like to understand the situation a bit. At this point, Mrs. Ung no longer had the arrogant and smug look from before, and kept saying to Fo Van Tam, it's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Your daughter can't be bullied, but mine can. Fo Van Tam glanced at the banknote on the ground and picked it up. Seeing this, Mrs. Ung and Ung Fifi quickly bent down to pick up the money they had thrown on the ground earlier. Before they could stand up, a stack of money was thrown on their heads. It's just money thrown in the trash. No one's hurt. Here's 10,000 yuan for you. Is that enough? Teacher, handle this matter as you see fit. I trust in the fairness of the law. I say, why did you rush here so early in the morning? Turns out you're playing the hero saving the damsel. You're not actually fond of this little girl, are you? She's just like a little sister. Perhaps it's a case of shared experiences. In the past, I hoped someone would protect me, but no one did. So now, I want to protect her. After learning about Doantu Cam being bullied at school, old Mr. Chung called Chung Manhwa home. Do you know how much Doantu Cam was wronged at school today? What kind of mother are you? I'd rather have a vase than have you. Chung Manhwa was momentarily scolded, speechless. At this moment, Doantu Cam also arrived at the Chung family home. Doantu Cam, come here and eat. Grandfather had them make black-bone chicken soup. Doantu Cam happily sat down at the dining table. Chung Manhwa, feeling hurt, apologized to Doantu Cam, but the girl turned to look at her grandfather instead. Grandfather, I want to change classes. Change if you want. Why not? I don't want to stay there anymore. It's too troublesome. The elite class is the best class in the school. Do you know how much effort the Doan family put in to get you into that class? If you don't want to stay, then don't. If you don't want to study, then quit. Chung Manhwa, can you speak nicely? If you can't speak nicely, then get out. If she behaves like this in front of me, who knows how she bullies Doantu Cam behind my back? This woman is truly inconsiderate. Chung Langhua also got angry. If you want to leave, then leave. Doantu Cam brought water and told her grandfather to drink. Uyen, I've heard about what happened at school today. If you're ever wronged in the future, just call me directly. Thank you, grandfather. But please don't call me that anymore. I don't like names that others have used before. It's my fault for not taking better care of you. If I had known this would happen, I should have brought you to the Chung family and taken care of you myself. Let's not talk about this anymore. Have you not been sleeping well lately, grandfather? I've recently learned to make some herbal remedies. Why don't you try them? Within just one day, news of Ung Fifi's actions had spread throughout the 11th grade. I'm sure everyone knows about yesterday's incident. I've discussed with Doantu Cam's guardian, and we're preparing to transfer her to another class. The principal said quickly. The students all expressed agreement. Changing classes could help keep up with the learning progress, and Doantu Cam wouldn't have to face such great pressure. So I want to transfer Doantu Cam to the international class. I heard from the teacher that her English is very good. The English teacher of the international class, Ha Tuan, spoke up. Can she keep up if she transfers here? I resign. Why is this causing such a commotion? I heard this student only got into the elite class through connections, and she's always causing conflicts with classmates. I absolutely won't accept such a terrible student. The homeroom teacher quickly tried to mediate. Mr. Ha graduated from Norton University. He's young and straightforward. Don't take it personally. Doantu Cam muttered quietly. How can a mental hospital open a world-leading university? Why is everyone telling the principal not to make things difficult for me? I don't even want to join join the international class. I want to go to class 19. Soon, related posts appeared on the school forum. Everyone knew that class 19 was for problem students. The outcome of Doan Tu Cam trying to fit into such a class was predictable. Chung Chi Uyen picked up her phone and started reading the post. She waited to see how Doan Tu Cam would be kicked out of class 19. On Tu Cam's first day in the new class, she discovered the whole class had dyed hair in blue and red. The leader of the dyed hair group was arrogant. If you want to stay in class 19, you'll have to get past me. This was a strange request. Doan Tu Cam said quickly, "Go ahead and make your move." Then the red-haired guy was seen lying flat in the middle of the classroom. Two colorful-haired guys looked on in admiration. They helped their leader up, saying, "It's okay, let's call Sister Vu." The leader immediately chased after them, and the two colorful-haired guys ran. During lunch break, Fo Van Tam had just sent a message to Doan Tu Cam when a woman approached him. "Can I have your phone number? For easier communication. I have a young child to raise. If you want to be a stepmother, that's fine too." "Is this a mental illness?" The woman left. Tu Cam had also arrived. He asked, "How's the new class?" "Quite interesting. A bunch of kids." In the afternoon, the big sister of class 19, Tu Vu, appeared. "I heard someone came to our class 19 to cause trouble." Doan Tu Cam was resting with her eyes closed when her desk was suddenly kicked. "No one welcomes you in class 19. If you're smart, get out quickly. You must be scared now, right? Why aren't you running yet?" Unexpectedly, Doan Tu Cam rested her chin on her hand and looked at her for a few seconds. "Your eyeshadow is really beautiful. Can you teach me?" Tu Vu was about to continue with harsh words when she was filled with question marks. 10 minutes later, seeing Tu Vu and Doan Tu Cam enthusiastically discussing makeup, everyone in the class felt a bit desperate. Is she poisoned or something? Not only did she defeat Nien Ka, but even Sister couldn't resist. Well, what can we do? Sister has always been a sucker for pretty girls. So isn't she our class's big boss now? What should we call her? Sister and Nien Ka are like elders, so we should obviously call her Dad. Let's call her Dad Doan. Dad Doan. Coming to our class without any fanfare wouldn't be right. Let's quickly post about Dad Doan's heroic achievements. Chung Chi Uyen was waiting for a message. When she saw this post, she wanted to smash her phone. "It seems class 19 has gone crazy. Kwang Yin and Tu Vu are useless. Looks like we need to think of another way. Hello, Aunt. I have something to tell you. My little cousin," she beat up Kwang Yin. Meanwhile, Tu Vu was still passionately teaching makeup techniques to Doan Tu Cam. Doan Tu Cam even took out a small notebook to write it down. "I guess you've never dealt with these things before, right?" Receiving an affirmative answer, Tu Vu was filled with maternal love. "It's okay, I'll take care of you from now on. Just mention my name at school and I guarantee no one will dare bully you. Dad Doan, the homeroom teacher is calling you to the office. Don't go to the homeroom teacher anyway. Even the principal can't control class 19. Let's go see to avoid piling up troubles. Then I'll go with you." "Wait, what the hell is Dad doing?" "Sister, you don't understand this. You and Yin Ka have stepped back. Dad Doan is our elder now, so of course we should call him Dad." This really leaves me speechless. Meanwhile, Mrs. Doan had been waiting early. Facing the homeroom teacher's politeness, Chung Manhwa was outwardly cordial, but inwardly cursing Doan Tu Cam tens of thousands of times. Just a few days into the school year, and she's already caused so much trouble. Although the Dedo side tried to cover it up, Kwang Yen uses his mother's surname, and his mother is from the Jiang family in Haithan. What if the Jiang family doesn't accept the apology? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Doan Tu Cam pushed the door open and entered. "Doan, your parent is here and wants to talk to you." But immediately after, Chung Manhwa raised her right hand. Doan Tu Cam instantly pulled Chung Chi-Uyen in front of her, and a slap landed straight on Chung Chi-Uyen's face. "Chi-Uyen, I didn't mean to." "It's okay, Aunt. I'll go first. If I don't leave, I'm about to cry. Is this person really your mother? Not an enemy, not adopted either." "Doan Tu Cam, you dare to hide. If you hide, fine. But why did you pull Chung Chi-Uyen out to take the hit? Listen, lady, you're really ridiculous. Even animals know to protect their young. You come in and start hitting people right away. You're truly worse than an animal. Parents hitting their children is natural. Who do you think you are to interfere in Doan family matters?" A bottle of mineral water flew past Chung Manhwa's face, hitting the wall, water splashing everywhere. "Shut up." Chung Manhwa couldn't believe Doan Tu Cam dared to act against her. "Do you know how much the Doan family will have to pay for you hitting Kwang Yin?" "Oh, so it's about Kwang Yin. Then let's call Kwang Yin's parents and see if he wants Doan Tu Cam to apologize or not." The homeroom teacher answered the phone. The screen showed the call had been connected. The former school bully who was easily defeated by a girl ran home angry, only to be scared by his own mother. "I heard you were beaten up today, and by a girl, no less. Who told you about this embarrassing incident? Jiang lady clapped her hands happily. Well done. I've long wanted someone to teach this unruly son a lesson. Son, when you lose a fight, you must learn to accept it. Come on, let's go thank the girl who helped me discipline you. As soon as they entered the office, Chung Manhwa hurriedly stepped forward. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not raising my child properly. Jiang Huabing looked straight past Chung Manhwa. Are you Doan Tukam? Thank you so much. In the future, please teach Kwang Yin more to help him understand how cruel the world can be. Unexpectedly, the person who arrived was Kwang Yin's mother. Tu Vu stepped forward to greet her. Their familiarity showed they were acquainted. After the greetings, Jiang Huabin finally remembered Chung Manhua. Mrs. Doan, what did you want to tell me? Jiang Huabin, the elder sister of Jiang Makvian, married into a wealthy family in Dado. Because of their wealth, Chung Manhua had no right to be angry. It's nothing, really. I just heard the kids got into a fight at school. Sorry to trouble you to come all this way. How ridiculous. Weren't you just pressuring Miss Doan to apologize to the Jiang family? Why is it suddenly nothing now? Mrs. Doan, don't you know? Today, my son was beaten because he didn't let your daughter into the classroom. This was originally my son's fault, so why did you want your daughter to apologize? At this moment, Chung Manhua felt only embarrassment. She blamed everything on Doan Tu Cam. Doan Tu Cam, why didn't you explain this to me earlier? You started scolding me as soon as you came in. Who could get a word in? Hoa Bin, if there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Mrs. Doan, even if she's not your biological child, you don't need to treat her like an enemy, right? Who should apologize now? Mind your own business. Talking to you is really a waste of time. I wasn't finished talking. Why are we suddenly leaving? The Man family has developed a new medicine. I brought you some. Dado is very chaotic now. You should stay in Hothan. Kwang Yin replied absent-mindedly, his mind wandering to that transfer student. She looked quite pitiful. Maybe he should treat her better in the future. Doan Tu Cam, who didn't feel pitiful at all, went straight to Tionnyan Hospital after school. The hospital Mumuk Lao entrusted to her was a pure traditional Chinese medicine hospital, with a reputation no less than Hospital B. She glanced through the hospital's clinics, already having an answer in mind, then went directly to the office of the head of internal medicine. The head of internal medicine looked up and saw Doan Tu Cam, frowning. He had received a notice that an expert had arrived out of nowhere, but he didn't expect it to be a young girl. He thought she must be trying to gain fame and make money. He irritably tossed a file at her. This is yours. Take it. Doan Tu Cam opened it and examined it carefully. Just then, the door suddenly burst open. Chief, it's bad. The patient in bed 17 has fallen into a deep coma. The head of internal medicine, no longer having time to argue with her, rushed to the patient's room, first informing the family. That this patient had held on until now was already a miracle. If they couldn't save him, it would be understandable. Left behind, Doan Tu Cam followed. He can be saved. The head of internal medicine, surprised that someone was causing more trouble at this time. Saved. Tell me how. Acupuncture meridian stimulation. Acupuncture meridian stimulation is an ancient acupuncture method where the practitioner combines internal energy with acupuncture needles to clear the patient's meridians. Only martial artists can cultivate internal energy, so those who know this ancient acupuncture technique must be martial artists. Do you even know what acupuncture meridian stimulation is? Don't think that reading a few books. Before he could finish, a golden flash appeared before his eyes, revealing a long box filled with acupuncture needles of various sizes. Doan Tu Cam picked up a needle and began sterilizing it with alcohol. Fine, then you treat him. If you cure him, I'll resign immediately. Anyway, this patient is beyond saving, so it's a good opportunity to get rid of this charlatan. The girl was seen taking an acupuncture needle and directly inserting it into the patient's Shen Ting acupoint. The patient remained still as she continued inserting needles until 7 acupuncture needles were inserted into the patient's body. Doan Tu Cam finally stepped back. The hair-thin needles began to quiver slightly. The doctors and nurses couldn't help but widen their eyes. 30 seconds later, Doan Tu Cam removed the needles, sterilized them, and put them back in the box. It's done. This is what we call cured. Nonsense. Have you seen the patient wake up yet? Just then, the patient showed a reaction, emitting a painful dry cough. The head of internal medicine's face turned red. Don't worry, you don't need to resign. Ridiculous. Did you think I really wanted to resign? I'm the pillar of Tionnyan Hospital. Fire me. Who do you think you are? Fire me. Do you think this hospital belongs to your family? As soon as he finished speaking, an urgent voice rang out. Miss Doan, I'm so sorry I'm late. Looking at the person running towards them, the head of internal medicine choked. Director, Doan, Miss Doan, I'm so sorry to trouble you. You've just arrived and already had to solve problems for us. It's fine. I'll send you a list. Deal with everyone on it. After saying this, she turned and left. This doesn't concern you all. Don't just stand there, quickly examine the patient. Director, isn't it funny? That charlatan doctor wanted to fire me, he thinks. Bang. A phone was thrown at his face. Look at what you've done. You even dared to embezzle public funds. 5 million. You're really something. The screen showed a series of bank transactions, evidence of bribery and embezzlement. The bell for biology class in class 19, grade 11 of Thuknium High School rang. 5 minutes passed, and the teacher still hadn't arrived. The underling who went to investigate returned, looking indignant. What's going on? What's that old witch up to now? He said, as long as young Master Doan is in our class, don't expect him to come back to teach. Who's this old witch? It's our biology teacher who scolds people every day, that's what we call him. But you don't even know her. Why is she targeting you? Doan Tukam shook her head, indicating she didn't know. If he won't come to teach, let him get lost. Who wants to listen to his lessons anyway? But Nyenbro, there are still some in our class who want to study properly. Some students from difficult backgrounds with average grades were all put in our class. What should we do? How about I go talk to the principal? Doan Cam stopped the agitated Kwonian. No need, it's just one biology lesson. Let me teach you guys. Just as the whole class was in confusion, Doan Cam slowly walked up to the podium. Let's start with genetic engineering, shall we? After listening for a while, the students were amazed. No way, is Doan Big Bro really teaching? Even I can understand it. Kwong Yin was also unknowingly drawn in. After coming to his senses, his face darkened, angrily covering his head with both hands, lying face down on the desk in self-pity. In the teacher's office, Bak Von Su was waiting for students from class 19 to invite her back. The door was pushed open. Well, have you decided yet? To flatter Hatuan, Bach Van Su decided to help him expel Doan Tu Cam. Nyenbro said, you don't need to come teach us anymore. What did you say? The principal has already agreed to this. Oh, right. Nyenbro also said your lessons are only this much, far inferior to Doan Tu Cam's, yet you dare to scold us every day. I despise you. Bak Von Su was so angry her whole body trembled, her eyebrows standing on end. At the same time, Fo Van Tham's grandfather suddenly took a turn for the worse and was admitted to the ICU. All members of the Fo family were present. A storm was about to break. Fo Van Tam leaned against the wall from afar, chatting with friends. Grandfather's condition is very critical, unless we can find someone from the Tuongkwan family. At this moment, a Fo family member spoke up dissatisfied. Grandfather is in critical condition, and you, that spoiled young master, is still flirting with women. How can you still be involved with the Fo family? If it weren't for you finding me in time back then, could the old man have lasted until now? Let them say what they want. I'm not doing this for them anyway. I know you're filial. That's enough. I've sent you the medicine. Make sure to receive it. Also, your condition hasn't been very stable lately. Adjust it. Relying on hypnotherapy is not a long-term solution. At this moment, the doctor came out. The old man is awake. Where's young Master Fo? The old man wants to see him. Enduring the hostile gazes from the Fo family members, Fo Van Tam slowly entered the hospital room. The old man, having just returned from the brink of death, woke up and immediately looked at his grandson with a big smile. It turned out he had mistakenly thought his grandson had successfully pursued his good friend's granddaughter. This startled Fo Van Tam. Grandfather, that's not true. Besides, Dao Dao is still a minor, not allowed to date now. Are you waiting for her to grow up? I was already pursuing your grandmother in high school, unlike you, with such good looks. Grandfather, your current wish is to see me married before you close your eyes. Don't worry, you'll definitely live to be 100 years old. At Thanchi High School, Doan Tu Cam had learned from her grandfather that Fo Van Tham's grandfather might not have long to live. She could only guess that the old man's condition was very serious, and if treatment was needed, it would likely require many rare medicinal ingredients, which she couldn't afford. Do you know any way to make money? Business. Are you short on money? How much do you need? I have it here. No need. I can earn it myself. All right, let me think. How about you try live streaming? Streamers make a lot of money now. Teaching makeup, playing games, mukbang without showing your face, singing, all work. Okay, I'll look into it. Hatuan, passing by the classroom door, happened to see this scene. Before, when Doan Tu Cam was still in the talented class, he had thought about advising her to study hard. Now he ignored her, letting her and Class 19 degenerate and get into fights. Teacher Ha, please don't mind her. Tu Cam is just like that. She's probably been oppressed for too long, recently acting a bit impulsively. We don't dare say anything either. Doan Tu Cam, being an adopted child of the Doan family, was not a secret. As someone living off others, she should have been aware of her position. But he had no idea that every day, forced to give blood, Doan Tu Cam had died and come back to life once. The small conversation had attracted the girl's attention. Register an account for me first. I'll be out for a moment, she said, then grabbed some blank papers and stood up, walking straight to the back door of the classroom. In front of Hatuan, she covered the glass door with paper. Doan Boss is so cool, not even respecting Norton University's face. Right, Doan Boss, what are you planning to livestream? Makeup. I can be your assistant. Not makeup. Let's do homework together. Doon Boss, are you serious? This weekend at the class reunion? Have another fight with me. Okay. You're so noisy. Then what will make you agree? I'll buy you 10 bubble teas. Okay? Without waiting for Doan Tukam's agreement, he ran off to buy bubble tea. Doan Tukam, when will you understand? Turning around, she saw Jiang Makvien, Lovi's fiancé. Just because I don't like you, you deliberately approach Kwong Yin. I'm warning you, your cat and mouse game is useless with me. Doan Tukam looked at the man in front of her, talking non-stop, feeling it was too noisy. She pulled out the straw from the cup in her hand, and before the man could react, she threw all the water on him. Oh my God, is this woman crazy? What's going on? Why did Doan Boss suddenly get angry? Tukam threw out a card, 400,000, to buy the suit you're wearing. This repays with interest the scholarship money you gave me over the years. Please don't appear in front of me again. What are you saying? You're talking as if I'm clinging to you. Is something wrong with your brain? I forgot to say a few words last time. Though I don't know where Uncle Jiang got the illusion that I have feelings for you, please don't be so self-absorbed in the future. I don't like you, and I don't want to see you. Don't forget, you colluded with the Doan family to deceive me, making me a living blood bank for Doan Lovi if these things were exposed. Think carefully. I advise you, Doan Tukam, to watch your words. Kwong Yin stepped in and said, I also advise you to back off. Tukam replied, I don't even care about Kwong Yin, let alone an old man. This guy dares to act like this in front of Doan Boss. That's our class's Doan Boss. Although I haven't fully acknowledged it, but outsiders have no right to bully her. Young Master Kwong, the third master is doing this for your own good. A bunch of lunatics who gave you permission to assume you're right, using the pretext of being good for me. Let's go. No need to waste words on them. Doan Tukam, don't regret this. I'll return those 3 words to you. Don't regret it. The domineering CEO got ambushed, had cola poured on his head, and got slapped with a bank card. Tukam, you're amazing. Aren't you afraid that Jiang Makvien guy will seek revenge? Then Kwong Yin continued, It's okay. If he comes for revenge, I'll help you. This scene was recorded by someone with ulterior motives and sent to Ung Fifi. Doan Tukam, you got me kicked out of the talented class. You ruined my life. Now it's time for you to pay. Though I don't know who sent me these photos, but this time it's your turn to taste the bitterness of disgrace. Sending the photos to Doan Lovi might be ignored, but sending them to Doan Lovi's fans is different. If they discover that Doan Tukam dared to seduce Jiang Makvien, won't they rush to tear her apart? Doan Tukam, I want to see how you'll get out of this one. Doan Tukam was invited to visit old Mr. Fo at the Fo family's old house. On the way, her phone kept buzzing with messages. Since learning that Doan Tukam knew Fo Van Tham, Kwong Yin had been constantly worried about her, even listing out a series of Fo Van Tham's heinous crimes. This kid is a bit annoying. I'll temporarily put him on the blacklist. Kwong Yin tried hard to persuade her, not expecting Doan Boss to be so disobedient. Dao, I'm glad to see you have new friends. At your age, you should socialize more with peers. It's not socializing, it's just that they helped me, so I'll help them back. As they were talking, they saw the old man's figure. Van Tham, you're here. To fulfill your wish, I've brought the girl for you to see. The old man had prepared red envelopes on the table. Here's the envelope I prepared for you. Please accept it. If Mr. Chung hadn't reminded me beforehand, I wouldn't have known that the girl in front of me is Miss Doan, a true young lady. Just like our Van Tham, both are pitiful children. Doan Tukam obediently accepted the red envelope, and while helping the old man sit down, she checked his pulse. Immediately, she discovered that the old man's condition was much worse than she had imagined. The toxins had invaded his cardiovascular system, and he was completely relying on medication to stay alive. Doan Tukam, what do you think of our Van Tam? He's very good. That's good. Stay for dinner with me tonight, will you? But when she opened social media to check, Fo Van Tam shook his head reluctantly. At the same time, Doan Lovi's fan club posted on social media and tagged the official account of the Doan group. This post immediately shocked all of Doan Lovi's fans. Social media was in an uproar. At this time, Doan Lovi was recuperating in Daedo. Miss Doan, don't worry. All the surveillance cameras around that you requested have been completely erased. Absolutely unrecoverable. Then thank you, sir. You may go now. Lovi, you didn't need to take such a risk. There will be many more opportunities in the future to make that imposter unable to raise her head. She doesn't have that capability. Public opinion can destroy her. If Ung Fifi didn't have a grudge against Doan Tukam, her plan wouldn't have succeeded either. What if, like last time, the other party releases a video? Impossible. Last time it was because Fo Van Tam helped her. and I was careless about the surveillance cameras in public places. But this time, it's different. The surveillance cameras from the 4 surrounding streets have been completely erased. No matter how capable Pho Van Tham is, he can't find a hacker better than Alen. He's Oh Noi Moat, one of the top hackers in the Hacker Alliance. All right, I'll help you. But if we fail, the consequences will be very serious. Yes, I know. I don't know what I'm allergic to, but the more I treat it, the worse it gets. If I'm not happy, someone else has to be unlucky. News appeared online about a girl publicly seducing her uncle in the street. Tukam was not only unconcerned, but seemed pleased because she possessed divine calculation skills, and any small movement in her eyes was like child's play. However, her younger brother was still very worried about her. In response to her brother's concern, Doan Tukam rewarded him with a stack of exam papers. External influences will make the boy's emotions more unstable, worsening his condition. Psychological issues can't be solved just because we want to. Perhaps I really need to use the old trick. Doan Tukam returned to her room, closed her eyes, and used her divine calculation ability, recalling all the situations on that street at that time, calculating the entire event. It was Doan Lovi who sent someone to follow Jiang Mak Vien and take photos, then sent them to Ung Fifi, and conveniently erased the surveillance camera data. Thinking carefully, Doan Lovi's hostility towards her seemed a bit excessive, which was strange. Unfortunately, her ability hadn't fully recovered, so she couldn't calculate things from too far in the past. She tapped her finger lightly on the table, and a few seconds later, opened her computer. At the same time, across the ocean, a hacker looked at his computer screen, suddenly turning black, almost choking on his instant noodles. In this world, there was originally only one person who dared to play tricks on him, and another one was someone he had casually messed with a few days ago. Tukam messaged the hacker, "I need some help. Recover the surveillance camera footage from 4 streets: Hotan, Trungsan, Kattuang, Teo Tri, and Phong Det." "Sure, sis, I'll get right on it." The hacker wanted to cry but couldn't, reluctantly starting to type. He thought about how he was the renowned Onoi Mot, the leader of the Hacker Alliance, yet he was being bossed around by a young girl. In less than a few minutes, the video was sent to Doan Tukam's computer. The young hacker didn't forget to remind Doan Tukam to be careful. "Do you need me to post it online now? No need to rush. This is just the beginning. Public opinion hasn't reached its peak yet. Posting it too early won't achieve the desired effect." Honestly, the person who destroyed the surveillance cameras this time was truly skilled. If it wasn't for you, it really couldn't have been recovered. The phone beside him suddenly rang. The hacker glanced at it and hung up. At that time, Pho Van Tham also asked the hacker for help. The hacker thought that even the order of the streets was exactly the same. These two were truly a match made in heaven. "Clearly, both of your hacking skills are better than mine, yet you like to order me around." Then he replied to Van Tham, "You're late. I just sent the surveillance footage to her. She said she wants to choose the right time to post it. You're acting like a young father, knowing full well the kid can handle it herself." Then he decisively hung up the phone. Jiang Mak Vien had just finished work after a long day when the secretary quietly entered. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Luke V is trending on social media. Someone took photos of you and the second Miss Doan. Miss Luke V's fans think the second Miss Doan is trying to cling to you and are condemning the entertainment company on social media." Jiang Mak Vien glanced at the photo, believing it was Doan Tukam's intentional ploy to create a scandal, and told the secretary not to pay attention to it. "Secretary, this public opinion won't affect Jiang Group. On the contrary, it might help Miss Luke V gain more fans. There's no need to make a public statement." As the secretary was about to close the social media, he noticed another trending topic on the rankings and exclaimed in surprise, "How come the Chung family has made a statement?" Old Mr. Chung didn't expect that his usual pre-sleep social media browsing would lead him to see a trending topic that almost gave him a heart attack from anger. The more old Mr. Chung read, the angrier he became. And just as he was about to post another social media update, he received a phone call. "Doan Tukam, don't look at social media, please. Whatever you do, don't look. Those people are just stirring up trouble intentionally. Don't worry, grandfather will get justice for you." "Thank you, grandfather, but I have my own way of handling this." When Doan Tukam saw the Chung family's social media post, she guessed it was old Mr. Chung who posted it. "Go to bed early, don't get angry, and harm your health. I'll be fine." Old Mr. Chung felt a pang in his heart. Holding the phone, he couldn't help but rub his reddened eyes, trying to hold back tears. After sitting quietly for a long while, he slowly stood up, shuffled to open the safe, and took out a set of documents. He was old now. Perhaps it was time to make some decisions. Cam went to school as usual. Upon reaching the classroom, she checked her phone. After fermenting for a night and half a day, public opinion was about to reach its peak. Cam listlessly looked at the flood of private messages on social media, still not fully understanding this era of big data explosion. Surprisingly, just based on the plate she used for eating, Lovi's fans had found her social media account. Currently, her inbox was full of insults from Lovi's fans, some even sending ghost images and corpse photos. If she were truly a 17-year-old girl facing such a frenzied wave of online violence, her spirit would have likely already collapsed. Doan, you're too kind. How can you still look at this? Can't they see the truth? I'm so angry, I want to reach through the internet and slap them silly. I'll go find Jiang Mak Vien now and demand he makes a statement to clarify things. Cam calmly opened a bag of chips. No need, he won't say anything. So we just let you get insulted like this. We don't even know who took those photos. If I find out, I'll teach them a lesson. Ung Fifi was about to come and see Cam being mocked, but upon hearing this at the door, she shuddered. Her foot, ready to step in, retracted, and she hurriedly fled from class 19, as if escaping. Cam raised an eyebrow slightly. That child's mental state isn't very good, is it? Tuvu, who had been monitoring social media, noticed Lovi had just posted something new and quickly read it. Lovi has spoken out, admitting that Cam seduced Jiang Mak Vien. A minute later, the previously silent Doan family also shared this post. Cam looked at these two posts. The time has come. It seems we can post now. Then, she posted the clarification video she had prepared long ago. As fans clicked to watch, before they could understand what was happening, they saw this Cam throw a Coca-Cola directly at Jiang Mak Vien, then get hit in the face with a bank card. They heard her speak in a cold, decisive tone. I don't know what illusions I've given you, Mr. Jiang, to make you think I have feelings for you. Let me make this clear now, so you won't delude yourself in the future. I don't like you, I don't want to see you, and I hope you tell your fiancé to stop bothering me. Every time I see you, I'll hit you. Before people could recover from the shock, a second social media post was uploaded. Cam had screenshotted all the social media accounts of those spreading false information, those who insulted her, those who sent ghost and corpse images, and announced that she had handed them over to the police. At the same time, the top law firm in the capital also posted on social media, declaring that they had received authorization from Cam and that Taifeng Law Firm would be fully in charge of this matter. What's the background of Taifeng Law Firm? It sounds impressive. Taifeng is a big player in the legal world. They've never lost a case. Lovi's fans are doomed. Although Taifeng Law Firm is very powerful, there are many minors online, so suing them would be useless. Leave this matter to me. While it seems they won't face any consequences now, just having a criminal record in Hoa Bac means neither government agencies nor state-owned enterprises will hire them. They can forget about being civil servants or lawyers. Lovi and the Doan family have spoken out one after another, which will push public opinion to its peak. Then I'll take the opportunity to post the video, maximizing the effect of the clarification. Kwong Yin was a bit scared. You guys play such vicious tricks. Lovi hadn't realized the shift in online public opinion and was still comfortably enjoying the hot springs. When she received a call from her secretary, she was a bit skeptical. Miss Lovi, have you checked social media? It seems the news about Cam seducing Jiang Mak Vien has started to spread. Not yet. I'll check now. After saying this, she didn't pay much attention and hung up when the secretary seemed to want to say more. Let's see. She immediately stood up, wrapped herself in a towel, and changed clothes. Lovi was thinking about how her fanatics had attacked Cam. Even the deleted surveillance camera footage had been sent to her by a kind person. Lovi broke into a cold sweat. She had clearly told the hacker to delete the surveillance footage. So where did this video come from? At the same time, a phone was thrown at Lovi. I told you, once the truth comes out, there will be serious consequences. Look now, even your lead fans have started unfollowing and turning their backs on you. Lovi's hands trembled, causing her to drop the phone on the ground. The entertainment industry is already chaotic enough. Some become stars overnight, while others fall just as quickly. If you want popularity and fans, you need to be more careful in your behavior. And about Cam, why did you have to push her to the edge? How has she ever threatened you? Lovi didn't hear a word, as an unprecedented fear welled up inside her. She picked up the fallen phone. Hello, Mak Vien. Only you can help me now. Having just returned from Europe, after visiting her adopted daughter, Chung Manhwa had just landed at the airport when she heard rumors that her daughter had seduced her stepfather on the street. She was still blaming herself for always wrongly accusing the girl, but now what was exposed online certainly wasn't fake. Chung Manhwa didn't go home, but immediately rushed to the principal's office at Tin Tree School as fast as she could. The principal was discussing work with Ha Tuan and was stunned when Chung Manhwa burst in. "Principal, I'm sorry. I'm here to process Doan Tu Cam's withdrawal from school. We never expected her to cause such a scandal, for the school's reputation and for her own sake." Before she could finish, the office door was kicked open. "Principal, I don't think her student records are under this woman's jurisdiction, are they?" "Indeed, they're not." The principal smiled awkwardly. "Old Master Chung has specifically instructed us." "Doan Tu Cam, say something. Mom is doing this for your own good. I can't stand by and watch you being cursed at. Let's withdraw and transfer schools." The principal had to reluctantly interrupt Chung Hua. "Mrs. Doan, have you checked the latest social media updates?" Chung Manhua was stunned. "What's this about now? Miss Doan is here too. Why don't you take a look?" Seconds later, the video finished playing. Chung Manhua froze as if she'd been punched in the face, unable to look at her daughter. Doan Tu Cam ignored her, placing a pre-printed document on the table. "I'll handle this legally, so I'm here to inform you first, Mother." The principal picked up the document, his face gradually darkening. "Rest assured, student, our school will certainly not tolerate this kind of behavior." Doan Tu Cam said nothing more and turned to leave. Chung Manhua, no longer concerned about her own embarrassment, hurriedly followed. "Although Mrs. Chung was wrong, she's still your mother. As her child, you should be respectful. Who treats their mother like that?" "Principal, what did you show her? If you're curious, see for yourself." Hatuan took a look and couldn't help but laugh. Ung Fifi indirectly led the online violence wave against Doan Tu Cam. Extremely vicious behavior. So how will Ung Fifi be dealt with? What else? Expulsion, of course. Tu Cam called to thank the old man for helping contact the lawyer. The old man replied, "It's what should be done." Then he expressed his wish to marry his grandson to Tu Cam, but the divine doctor refused. Then she asked, "Do you know where I can buy rare medicinal herbs? I really need some precious ingredients." The old foe said, "These herbs are only available in traditional medicine circles. Even the 5 medical realms might not have them." According to his investigation, the toxin the old man was infected with isn't from Hoa Quoc, it's likely related to the alchemy circle in Europe. Scene change. Pho Van Tham and Doan Tu Cam are having dinner at a luxurious hotel. Pho Van Tham is reading news on his phone. After reading, his expression becomes somber. Then he pulls his collar and says to Dao Dao, "Do you want to know what bullying is?" Seeing Pho Van Tham's shirt collar open, Tu Cam looks directly and says she'll fix his collar. Van Tam takes the opportunity to tease her a bit, but Tu Cam doesn't care. Then, as if to show off, he hands his phone to Tu Cam. "Take a look." A kind passerby had posted screenshots of a chat group exposing the news about a girl seducing her stepfather on the street as a plot to attack Doan Tu Cam. 384 marketing accounts simultaneously posted the same content and fabricated story. All turned out to be accounts from Doan Lovi's company. Fans aren't fools. They immediately realized this could be Doan Lovi's self-orchestrated drama, deliberately creating a hot topic to attract attention. The hacker who did all this remained anonymous while taking credit. Not good enough. Next time, we need to pay more. Surrounded by public opinion, Doan Lovi and her manager hurriedly returned to the city. Currently, the only solution the company could think of was to find a C-list singer to take the bullet for her. Don't make any moves these days. Wait until the storm passes before posting on social media. Anyway, that singer isn't famous, so this could be a chance for them to gain attention too. Seeing Doan Lovi still crying, the manager comforted her. "Don't worry, netizens forget quickly. Just focus on your performance during this time. The fans will come back. Then, compensate that singer a bit more. Remember to find a secluded place without surveillance cameras. I don't believe Doan Tu Cam can create surveillance cameras out of thin air. It's just a C-list singer. It should be an honor for her to take the bullet for you." Jiang Mak Vien had been in meetings all day, so he was unaware of the online developments. Midway through, he received a call from Doan Lovi, but due to important work, he didn't answer, only texting back, "What's the matter?" The secretary rushed in panicked. "Director Jiang, it's not good. The company's stock has been continuously dropping since earlier. It's already down 5%. Jiang Mak Vien's expression immediately changed, and he promptly called for the financial advisor. At this moment, Doan Lovi called again, but Jiang Mak Vien decisively hung up. The Jiang Group was his grandfather's lifelong passion, and he had to minimize losses at all costs. 2 days had passed since Don Tukam announced she would file lawsuits against the marketing accounts, but these accounts hadn't received any legal notices yet, so they became even more boisterous and arrogant. Looking at the posts from these marketing accounts, the girl sitting in front of the computer screen sighed in relief. Indeed, Don Tukam was all talk and no action. The girl smugly opened the official fan club social media account of Doan Lovi and began her new daily attack mission. However, at this moment, the Taefong law firm, which had been silent for the past few days, suddenly posted on social media, reminding the marketing accounts to watch out for incoming lawsuits. Shortly after, they posted a second update, announcing that the court hearing would proceed as planned and welcoming everyone to follow the live broadcast online. The girl looked at the two social media posts, her smug expression suddenly frozen. In just a moment, the Taifong law firm's social media account was pushed to the top of the search trends by netizens. She stared blankly at the screen, feeling as if she'd been doused with cold water, her whole body chilled. Just then, there was a knock on the dormitory door. 2 police officers stood at the door. "Miss Dian, you're suspected of defamation and infringing on others' reputation. Please come with us." Is that Doan girl crazy? Did she really sue? At the same time, the quiet school campus suddenly erupted with noise and crying. Those who liked to gossip all rushed to the windows to watch the commotion. "Dad Doan, stop reading and let's go see what's happening." In front of the teaching building, Fifi was crying miserably. He clung tightly to the railing, refusing to leave. It was said he had been accused of slander and insult and was about to be arrested. Seeing Chung Chi-Uyen in the crowd, Fifi quickly begged for help. "Chi-Uyen, save me. I don't want to be arrested." Actually, Chung Chi-Uyen didn't want to get involved in Fifi's affairs, but since he had directly called her name, she couldn't do nothing. She scanned the crowd, quickly finding Doan Tukam's figure. Tukam, Fifi was just momentarily confused and misunderstood. "As people, we should leave each other a way out. Can't you let this go?" However, Don Tukam ignored her and politely asked the 2 police officers, "Officers, what should be done if someone obstructs official duties?" "Of course, take them along too. Sympathy isn't something you can casually offer when it's not happening to you." "Cousin Tukam, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that." 3 big guys from class 19 stepped forward to block her. "Who are you calling cousin? Don't claim false relations here." "That's right. This is our Nian's Dad Doan. Who do you think you are to call him that?" "Dad Doan, I'm sure you've noticed. This Chung Chi-Uyen likes Kwang Yin. Too bad with Kwang Yin's EQ. Even if she ran up to confess her feelings, he'd just think she's gone crazy." Doan Tukam was silent for a moment. She really hadn't noticed. Perhaps she couldn't understand the thoughts of young girls. Seeing that even Chung Chi-Uyen couldn't help, Fifi cried and threw himself at Doan Tukam's feet, begging for forgiveness. "Listen, Fifi, do you really think everyone is your mother? Have you forgotten everything you've done? Do you all know?" She made up stories about Tukam seducing Jiang Mak Vien and even posted online saying Tukam should go die. I haven't even settled the score for the time she put spiders in Tukam's desk drawer. Now she's slandering and insulting again. This is clearly attempted murder. The students who initially sympathized with Fifi were shocked to learn about these events. Their gazes immediately turned to disgust, and even the looks towards Chung Chi-Uyen became scrutinizing. Chung Chi-Uyen and Fifi were both top students, clearly knowing the truth, yet still defending Fifi. Fifi cried until his eyes were swollen, but was eventually escorted away by the 2 police officers. Doan Tukam yawned. "The show's over. Let's go." She then calmly walked past Chung Chi-Uyen. With the sound of whispers and discussions from fellow students in her ears, Chung Chi-Uyen bit her lip, her face pale. She clenched her fist. "Doan Tukam, just you wait and see." In the school's basketball court, Tukam was texting Van Tham, "Will you go buy a pig with me tonight?" Pig had indeed become a top search term, and her social media was being dug up by netizens from top to bottom. Her retirement life was completely exposed. As Doan Tukam was thinking about how to respond, she suddenly heard a loud shout, "Dad Doan, watch out." Doan Tukam looked up and saw a basketball flying towards her. She calmly raised her hand and caught the basketball cleanly. Then she casually threw it, the basketball drawing a perfect arc and swooshing into the basket. Impossible. It actually went in. "Dad Doan, your shooting skills seem even better than yours." "Kwang Yin, you can't hold on to your basketball king title anymore." "Tian Tian, stop talking nonsense. He's been so depressed lately, he doesn't even want to talk." Mrs. Ung received a call from the police station. She couldn't believe her ears. After asking for clarification, she learned it was due to an online online defamation dispute. Officer, is such a small matter worth all this trouble? Just tell the other party to compensate us. I'm not asking for much. 500,000 will do. Our Fifi can't suffer any losses. Please, madam, come to your senses. It's your daughter who violated the law. Whether she goes to jail or not depends on whether the other party agrees to drop the charges. Hearing this, Mrs. Ng's first reaction was disbelief. Our Fifi has always been well-behaved and sensible. There must be some misunderstanding. Telling someone to die, forcing someone to commit suicide, maliciously fabricating stories. How is this a misunderstanding? We didn't call you here for bail, but to inform you of the court hearing on the 17th. The female officer, tired of explaining, took out a lawyer's document and placed it in front of Mrs. Ng. Mrs. Ng was about to get angry, but when she saw the seal on the lawyer's document, Taefong Law Firm, she became frightened. If they were involved, Fifi would certainly go to jail. Mrs. Ng tremblingly took out her phone. Old Ng, quickly prepare gifts and go to the Doan family to beg for mercy, otherwise Fifi's life is ruined. Teo Cam was standing in front of the class, even having to teach the problem students. While playing on his phone, Tuvu suddenly discovered that Doan Lovi had posted on social media again, blaming everything on an unknown singer from the same company. Tuvu read Lovi's words aloud for everyone to hear. After several days of self-reflection, I have seriously examined myself. I failed to manage my fans in a timely manner, disappointing everyone. I've decided to temporarily withdraw from social media to focus on practice, and will bring everyone a better concert in the future. Unbelievable. How can he be so thick-skinned? Perhaps the shameless are invincible. Duantukam said nothing, closing her eyes to observe the future. Currently, she could predict events for the next 10 days, but things beyond that were still vague. However, the karmic connection between her and the Doan family was weakening. Once this karmic link completely disappears, she can fully break free from the Doan family. However, Doan Lovi also had some talent for piano, and many people believed he had the potential to become the next Wheela. Which Wheela? Just because his name also has V in it, he wants to ride on the coattails of my music idol. Wheela Hall was a famous European pianist from the 18th century. Because she always wore a mask during performances, she was called the Masked Queen, so mysterious that she left no portraits for posterity. She only composed 3 piano pieces, but each one is a masterpiece with world-class difficulty. Miss Doan, do you know about my goddess in the music world? She was truly talented. It's a pity I didn't live in her era and couldn't witness her demeanor firsthand. Doan Tukam was silent for a moment, then said, I know. No one noticed that she said, I know, instead of I've heard of her. The former bully tapped on her desk. Last time you agreed to have another match with me. When will it be? Wait until you've eaten well and trained your body properly. I'm afraid you won't have enough strength by then. Don't be so smug. I reckon if you faint while fighting Dad Doan, we'll have to carry you back. Stop underestimating others. I've been training too, you know. Thuvu interrupted Kwong Yin. Kwong Yin immediately fell silent. He had forgotten this wasn't the capital and couldn't casually mention certain things, or it would bring unnecessary trouble to those around them. At this point, Doan Tukam stood up. I'm not free today. Let's do it another time. Kwong Yin was stunned and blurted out, what do you have to do? Going to the pet shop to buy a pig. Kwong Yin was deeply hurt. Was he not even worth as much as a pig? Could a pig be more handsome than him? A girl was maliciously slandered by her classmates, and the Taefong Law Firm had stepped in to help, seeking justice for her. However, the girl's biological grandmother came to the police station requesting to drop the charges. This made all the police officers think that this old lady must be mentally challenged. Her granddaughter was being bullied, yet she was helping outsiders drop the charges. The scene changes to the school, where Tuvu immediately drags Kwong Yin to the rooftop of the teaching building. Luckily, I stopped you in time. Do you want everyone to know you're practicing Kovu? Moreover, the internal energy in your body is still unstable. Using suppressant drugs is not a long-term solution. I advise you to use them less. I know, but don't you find it strange? I'm a Kovu practitioner, yet I can't beat an ordinary person. What's strange about that? Miss Doan is so formidable that you being able to block one of her moves is already impressive. Kwong Yin once again felt dejected. We should mention Kovu less here. Although Hotan is over 1,000 kilometers from the capital, there must be their eyes and ears here. Don't be careless. I know, Kwong Yin replied glumly. The scene changes back back to the police station. The female officer asks the chief, don't they know that two major families from the capital are involved in this case? Even without the capital's involvement, this matter can't be left for them to resolve on their own. Cyberbullying, not even sparing a little girl. Should we find a psychologist to counsel her? I'm afraid she'll be traumatized. Even we adults can't bear to read those words on social media, let alone a young girl. Someone has already been contacted. Go collect evidence and then send it to the Taefong law firm. The female officer left to work. The chief thought for a moment, then called Doan Tu Cam to inform her that old Mrs. Doan had just come to the police station requesting to drop the charges, and also recommended a psychologist from the capital. After the call ended, Doan Tu Cam's gaze focused on the little piglet in front of her. Its small, chubby body, soft, upturned snout, along with eyes as black as two pieces of jet. The salesperson beside her enthusiastically introduced, "This is a mini pig, the best-selling pet in our store. I'll take it." Doan Tu Cam nodded. Fo Van Tham watched her complete the purchase transaction with the staff. At this moment, Doan Tu Cam exuded a lively aura, no longer as cold as usual. It seemed the girl really liked the piglet. Just then, his phone received a new message, asking why he didn't take this opportunity to completely take down the Jiang Corporation, saying that stopping now would be a waste of money. Fo Van Tham didn't reply and put his phone away. Old Mr. Jiang once saved his life, so he couldn't destroy the entire Jiang Corporation. However, removing Jiang Mac Vien from the CEO position could be considered. The Jiang Corporation's stock had been fluctuating for 5 days, with losses reaching 10 billion. Just when the entire leadership was almost in despair, the stock suddenly returned to normal. The Kwong Corporation never knew who their opponent was from beginning to end, which made every shareholder feel an unprecedented sense of confusion. As a result, Jiang Mac Vien's inbox was flooded with messages. Many shareholders doubted whether he was still capable of continuing as CEO. Jiang Mac Vien was extremely frustrated, especially after learning about the recent events on social media. His mood worsened even more. At this moment, the secretary cautiously spoke up. "Mr. Kwong, the eldest miss has arrived." The constant fluctuations in the Jiang Corporation's stock market had kept Jiang Mac Vien busy to the point of exhaustion. Hearing that his half-sister from the same father had come to the company to find him, Jiang Huabin, he had no interaction with this second sister. Jiang Huabin got straight to the point. "I heard you brought the girl Doan Tu Cam from Tan Thuy County to Ho City." "That's right. Is there something wrong, second sister?" "I intend to adopt the girl as my daughter." Jiang Mac Vien was stunned. Jiang Huabin warned him, "If you dare to bully Doan Tu Cam again, don't blame me for not being polite." "Me bullying her? You've only been back in Hotan for a few days. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. The one being bullied and wronged has always been Lo Vi. She went straight to the Doan family as soon as she returned. What could she possibly be wronged about? Although being born blind isn't your fault, let me tell you, think carefully about it." Jiang Mac Vien thought to himself, thankfully they don't share the same mother. Otherwise he would seriously doubt his own intelligence. Thaintree High School acted very quickly, promptly issuing the expulsion notice for Ung Fi Fi. The principal, wanting to set an example for the students, had the notice posted on the school bulletin board and required each class to view it. Tuvu brought the club registration form back to class, asking Doan Tu Cam if she wanted to participate in the upcoming arts festival. Doan Tu Cam yawned and declined. "Not interested. I'd rather catch up on sleep during that time." "All right, if no one signs up later, I'll sell these papers to the old scrap collector and exchange them for candy for you to eat. It's right not to go, for example, this calligraphy competition. Even the first prize is only 100,000 yuan. Isn't this just charity?" Before he could finish speaking, a registration form was snatched from his hand. Tukem opened her eyes wide. "I feel like I could give it a try, don't you think? Miss Doan, are you that short on money? So what are you planning to sign up for? Except for singing and dancing, basically everything else can be tried. The things needed to treat old Mr. Fo are numerous. Just one rare medicinal herb costs over 10 million yuan, and it's something that money can't always buy. Writing one character to earn 100,000 yuan is much easier compared to treating illnesses. It would be a waste not to take it. Don't worry, you can still paint oil paintings. I see everyone likes to learn inkwash painting these days." Duancom casually replied, "I used to study with Kino." Hearing this name, Tuvu was silent for a moment. Haha, Miss Doan, you're so funny. Kino was a master painter from hundreds of years ago. His bones have been rotting for centuries now. At this moment, a message arrived. The psychologist previously scheduled in the capital had arrived in Hotan, setting up an appointment time with her. The two walked away while talking, gradually disappearing from view. In the classroom behind, Chung Chi-yen and her classmate came out. The female student looked at Doan Tu-cam's back with admiring eyes. Doan Tu-cam has changed so much. She used to always walk with her head down, so I never noticed she was this beautiful. Chung Chi-yen calmly said, "Stop looking. Let's go home." The female student reluctantly withdrew her gaze, then gossiped. "I heard Doan Tu-cam also registered for the arts festival." "Oh, really? Then give me a registration form. I want to participate too." "You want to register too? Didn't you dislike these things?" Chung Chi-yen looked at Doan Tu-cam's back, smirking. "It's nothing, just joining for fun." As the trial date approached, Doan Lovi became increasingly panicked. If Doan Tu-cam refused to withdraw the lawsuit and insisted on confronting her fans, this case going to trial would seriously affect the Doan family's reputation. "Don't worry, I won't let this make a fuss in court." After saying this, she turned to look at Chung Manhwa. "Still haven't been able to call that damned girl. Such an ungrateful wretch." Seeing Tu-cam walk out of the school gate, Doan Lovi hurriedly ran up to block her, intentionally questioning her in front of everyone. "Where have you been these days? Why didn't you say anything? Everyone has been so worried about you." "Worried about me? Or worried about losing your mobile blood bank and dying?" Doan Lovi didn't expect Doan Tu-cam to speak so bluntly, especially since it was dismissal time, and quite a few students who heard this comment were looking at her with strange expressions. Doan Lovi put on a hurt expression. "Tu-cam, you can resent me all you want. I don't care. But mother and grandmother are waiting over there. Can you please go meet them for a moment?" Doan Tu-cam looked at her for a second and said, "All right. I also have some debts I want to settle with the Doan family." At this time, the bubble tea shop was quite crowded, mostly with students. "Finally, you've arrived. Acting like a real young lady, aren't you? Even needed Lovi to personally come and invite you. Have you forgotten your place? Isn't that Mrs. Doan? What's going on between her and Doan Tu-cam? I heard Doan Tu-cam had a fight with the Doan family and ran away from home. They couldn't even invite her back. Isn't she adopted? Can she be that willful?" Doan Lovi tried to suppress a smile at the corner of her mouth. This was exactly the effect she wanted. But on her face, she showed discomfort. "Grandmother, what's the matter? Let's go home and talk." Before she could finish speaking, a blood donation record book was thrown in front of the three of them. "If you want to see me, let's settle this matter as well. Golden blood is priceless. I'll charge you 25,000 yuan per 100 milliliters. This past year, without my consent, you forced me to donate blood 13 times, 200 milliliters each time, totaling 650,000 yuan. I'll give you 3 minutes. Transfer the money quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire bubble tea shop fell silent. Everyone around was stunned by what they heard. At first, they thought it was just an adopted daughter arguing with her family, who would have thought they were raising a mobile blood bank. Drawing blood 13 times a year? It's too cruel. Normal people can barely handle donating blood once every 6 months. So that's why they say Doan Tu-cam used to often fall asleep in class. Turns out it was because of blood loss. The bubble tea shop suddenly became chaotic, with people raising their phones to take pictures, the clicking sounds echoing continuously. Doan Lovi's face quickly changed, her lips tightly pressed. "Doan Tu-cam, how dare she? How dare she speak so bluntly? What will others think of her?" Old Mrs. Doan was both shocked and angry, her mind reeling. "What did you say? Say it again. Less nonsense. The account number is there. Hurry up." Doan Lovi tried to suppress the panic in her heart. "Tu-cam, what are you saying? We're family. Why talk about money and ruin our relationship? Besides, I didn't force you. Do you think a normal person would agree to have their blood drawn 13 times a year? Anyway, I didn't agree. Shut up. Who cares if you agreed or not? Once you stepped into the Doan family and enjoyed the wealth and glory, you must contribute." With these words, a storm of controversy erupted. Everyone around was shocked by old Mrs. Doan's brazenness. "Grandmother, please stop talking." Doan Lovi knew that continuing like this would only make them lose more face. She had to take out her phone and quickly transfer 650,000 yuan through online banking. Doan Tu-cam glanced at the notification message, not bothering to look at the Doan family, and turned to leave. They had sworn to make Doan Tu-cam withdraw the lawsuit, but not only did they fail, they also lost hundreds of thousands of yuan and lost face in public. Chung Manhwa, who had been silent all along, stood up. "Mother, let's go home." This time, old Mrs. Doan didn't complain anymore. Supported by Doan Lovi, they quickly left the bubble tea shop. Before getting into the car, Doan Lovi, with an unpleasant expression, signaled to the butler who was following. "You know what to do." The butler understood, turned, and walked into the bubble tea shop, smiling at the customers present. "Regarding today's incident, we hope not to see any images on social media. Since you're in Hotan, please think carefully before deciding whether to confront the Doan family or not." Central Park. Fo Van Tham leaned against a tree, listening to the young man in front of him report. "We've posted a bounty for 6 types of medicinal herbs on note. 3 of them will be received in a month." Seeing Doan Tukam walking towards them, the young man fell silent. Fo Van Tham looked up and asked, later than expected, "Did the Doan family find you again?" "It's okay, don't mind them." Knowing Tukam was fine, he tilted his head, signaling the young man to continue. Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but be startled. What does this mean? No need to avoid her. How can an ordinary girl hear such confidential matters? He hesitantly spoke up. "It's just, I don't quite understand. 4 of these medicinal herbs are extremely poisonous. Can they really be used to save lives?" Fo Van Tham didn't answer, just told the young man to leave first. The young man gave Doan Tukam a meaningful look before turning to leave. "What he just said isn't wrong. Aren't you afraid I'll deceive you? Of the 6 medicinal herbs you mentioned, more than half are indeed poisonous. Even a small touch could kill instantly. Then tell me, what would you gain by deceiving me? Besides money, I only have this life left." After saying this, he suddenly moved closer to Tukam. "Which do you prefer? If you want to take the person, it's best to take both the person and the possessions." What's note? It's a forum where you can post bounty information and trade with other users. There are many talented people, but also quite a few bad ones. I don't recommend you join. Doan Tukam didn't ask further, nodding. "Then I'll wait for you to come back. I'll check it myself." Despite the Doan family's butler's intentional warning, the incident was still exposed on social media by passersby. The content revealed, the wealthy Doan family in Hotan adopted a daughter to use as a mobile blood bag. This social media post caused intense outrage and discussion among netizens. Meanwhile, at the Doan family mansion, Chung Manhwa was bowing her head, humbly trying to please old Mrs. Doan, when old Mr. Chung stormed in with an angry face, then slapped Chung Manhwa across the face. Chung Manhwa covered her face, looking incredulous. At over 40 years old, this was the first time old Mr. Chung had hit her. "What did you tell me? You said Tukam voluntarily donated blood. Only twice. You said you invited nutrition experts to treat her, that her body wouldn't have any issues. So what's this now 13 times? Chung Manhwa, tell me, what do you think Tukam is? Is she cattle to be milked for blood?" Old Mrs. Doan, already angry, exploded further. "In-law, what do you mean? We Doans adopted her. What's wrong with taking some blood? An adopted child with no blood relation. Is that worth getting so angry about? Taking some blood. I'll give you this blessing if you want it." "Old woman, I haven't even started scolding you yet. Your daughter is human, but your granddaughter isn't. Do you know that Tukam is actually your biological granddaughter?" As soon as these words were spoken, old Mrs. Doan's eyes closed, and she fainted. Chung Manhwa panicked, quickly calling the butler to dial 120. After a moment of confusion, old Mrs. Doan was taken to the hospital. Old Mr. Chung still wanted to scold. "I really admire her, not fainting earlier or later, but fainting at this exact moment. Her timing is impeccable." Chung Manhwa was very troubled. How could she mention Doan Tukam's bullying in front of her mother? Fortunately, he didn't hear it. Her mother's health was already poor. What if she had a cerebral hemorrhage from the shock? This was also why they always concealed the truth that Doan Tukam was old Mrs. Doan's biological daughter. Firstly, they couldn't risk old Mrs. Doan falling ill. Secondly, there was no need to tell her anyway, as they had no intention of revealing Doan Tukam's true identity. "Fine, Chung Manhwa, well done. Just don't regret it later." After saying this, old Mr. Chung waved his sleeve and left. Chung Manhwa frowned, not following him. She couldn't quite understand old Mr. Chung's anger. Sure, she might have been somewhat wrong, but there was no need to be so particular about it. As for regret, Chung Manhwa let out a cold laugh. How could that be possible? Doan Lovi learned. Old Mr. Chung found out about Doan Tukam being used as a mobile blood bag and angrily smashed things in the house. I've had people remove the news online, and the hot search has been taken down too. Just focus on your piano practice for now. Don't go on social media anymore. I'll have the studio post photos of you practicing soon. You can concentrate on preparing for the concert. After calming down, Doan Lovi opened the music sheet and began practicing day and night by the famous pianist Vera Hall. The studio quickly posted photos on social media. At the same time, Doan Tukam, while browsing the internet, also saw this post. Looking closely at the intentionally enlarged music sheet, Doan Tukam realized this wasn't the piece she had written. The last time she left Earth was in 1782, and before leaving, she had never published this piece. Someone might have heard it and transcribed it from memory, but relying on ear alone resulted in many errors in the sheet music. This led to no one being able to play day and night perfectly. Unexpectedly, the name she casually chose back then had become something for Doan Lovi to exploit for fame. Unfortunately, without the real sheet music, Doan Lovi would never be able to play this piece perfectly in her lifetime. Never mind her. We should continue to investigate what this so-called note actually is. Looking at the text appearing on the pitch-black screen, a certain hacker choked on instant noodles, cursing silently but still obediently presented the program the girl needed, thoughtfully explaining to her. Note, full name New North is a complex place, but its information network is even more comprehensive and faster than the International Intelligence Agency. Note existed before the internet appeared, traceable as early as the 15th century, but its origins remain unclear. Looking at the icon on the screen, Doan Tukam frowned. It showed a cloaked figure holding a lamp and leaning on a staff. This is card number 9, the Hermit from the tarot deck. The Hermit. So Note was that forum. She understood now. Indeed, times had changed, and many things were no longer the same as before. On March 17th, the Taefong law firm broadcasted the court session live as scheduled. Netizens had been waiting for a long time, expressing their anticipation for the live broadcast of the trial, eager to witness the outcome for Doan Lovi and her fans. However, some speculated that Doan Lovi might not appear. Pho Van Tham, after picking up Deep Seo, drove straight to the courthouse. Deep Seo, carrying a basket of rotten eggs, chattered non-stop. Today I must throw these at those who bullied my sister-in-law. Oh right, wasn't there someone who tried to assassinate me last time? Do you guys know who it was? It was your ex-girlfriend. We clearly broke up peacefully. I even gave her 1 million as a parting gift. Yet she turned around and wanted to kill me. But Pho Van Tham knew well. Deep Seo's ex-girlfriends were all people who wanted to cling to the Diep family, unable to get close, let alone put out a bounty. The so-called ex-girlfriend was just a sacrificial pawn. Pho Van Tham didn't say much, casually asking, which ex-girlfriend? There were too many. I forgot their names. I see online they call people like you a playboy, deserving to be beaten up. Nonsense. I'm still a virgin. With so many people trying to cling to me, I've been desperately protecting myself. Dao, don't worry. I'm definitely not a playboy. Not the same as those types of people. Young Master Pho, how can you say that with a straight face? Have you forgotten your title as Jiang Than's #1 playboy? Playboy can also mean exceptionally handsome. I haven't even held a girl's hand before. Deep Seo fell silent, unable to argue with this young master. But he had truly never seen young Master Pho being intimate with any girl. After a while, Deep Seo came to a conclusion. So this young master doesn't like holding girls' hands. He prefers raising girls. Luke Tree accompanied Doan Lovi to the courthouse, comforting her. I've asked the teacher to contact the Dado family for support. Though they're not top-tier nobility, it's enough to deal with the law firm. Doan Lovi expressed gratitude to Luke Tree, promising to gift him a handbag someday. Lovi's eyes glanced behind. Doan Lovi noticed Doan Tukam standing next to a man. First it was young Master Pho. Now she's entangled with some flashily dressed nouveau riche. She's truly fallen. Doan Lovi approached Tukam with an air of arrogance. Doan Tukam, are you waiting for your lawyer? Unfortunately, I've already asked the Dado family to intervene, so your lawyer probably won't make it. Why make such a big deal out of this? If you'd just apologize to Mother, she wouldn't hold it against you. After all, we're family. Blood is thicker than water. Doan Tukam removed her earphones. Were you talking to me just now? Doan Lovi's face darkened. Wait until the trial. We'll see if you can still be so arrogant. The mask had been torn off, so she didn't need to pretend anymore. Deep Seo, holding the basket of rotten eggs, gestured towards Doan Lovi's back. Tell me, which direction should I throw the eggs later? This person is really hateful. By the way, why is young Master Pho taking so long to park the car? Pho Van Tham just happened to hear this. What's wrong? I'll tell you, big brother. That pale-faced guy has arrived, and he's saying he's found a family in Do to pressure the law firm. It's laughable. Right behind them, a Bugatti Veyron slowly approached, its license plate starting with the character Kin. As the trial time drew near, netizens noticed that the lawyer from Taifong Law Firm was still nowhere to be seen and began buzzing in the chat box. Sitting in the defendant's seat, Ung Fi Fi and the girl in charge of Doan Lovi's official fan management both secretly sighed in relief. As long as the trial couldn't proceed smoothly, they wouldn't have to worry about it being recorded on their records. Doan Lovi nodded slightly to the defense lawyer. The defense lawyer understood and stood up. Your Honor, I believe we need to remind the plaintiff that if their defense lawyer hasn't arrived yet, we have the right to request that the plaintiff withdraw the lawsuit. As soon as he finished speaking, people below started whispering and discussing. Doan Lovi glanced at her watch. Only 2 minutes left before it was too late. Feeling there was no need to wait any longer, she stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, the courtroom door suddenly opened. I apologize, there was a car accident on the way. I'm 10 minutes late. A young lawyer carrying a stack of documents appeared. Before we begin, allow me to introduce Doan Tukam's representative, Mr. Deep Ditch, he said, making way for the man behind him. As soon as Deepsho saw the newcomer, he fearfully rushed to cover his face. Doan Lovi turned to look at the plaintiff, her face in disbelief. Is it someone from the Depp family in Dado? The live chat box, after a moment of silence, suddenly exploded. Just watching one trial, and they got to witness a legendary, top-tier, noble family. Doan Tukam looked at the man in the chair. So this is Deppsio's brother. This intense aura of bloodshed isn't something an ordinary rich young master would possess. This big brother's gaze is truly frightening. His brother's identity has always been kept secret from the outside. No one knows his exact background. Ahem, big brother, you're teasing me again. Doan Tukam coughed twice. If you're tired, take a nap. With Deep Ditch here, the trial won't have any problems. The young lawyer was endlessly surprised. He didn't expect the Deep family's nephew to personally come and replace the appointed lawyer. Usually, the appointed lawyer must be a guardian or relative, but no one in her family was any good. On their way here, they encountered many obstacles. First, their plane was delayed, forcing them to be stuck at the airport for 2 hours. After much difficulty reaching Ho City, they encountered a car accident midway. If the Deep family hadn't received the news in time and come to pick them up directly, today's trial might not have proceeded normally. The law firm's undefeated reputation was almost shattered. The trial began. Dip Dick sat down in the plaintiff's seat. Deepsio trembled, tugging at Fo Vantham's clothes, his face gloomy. Young Master Fo, during future Qingming festivals, remember to burn lots of paper money for me. I've caused so much trouble in Ho City. My brother will surely beat me black and blue. Fo Vantham calmly shook off his hand. Don't touch me. I'm not acquainted with cheaters like you. Oh, wow. Unexpectedly fed a bunch of dog food. The trial quickly came to an end. The defendant's lawyer hadn't even had a chance to defend before being completely overwhelmed by Taefong law firm. When Ung Fi Fi heard her sentence of 1 year in prison, her face immediately turned pale, and she collapsed onto her chair. The girl in charge of Doan Lovi's official fan club, in her role as an instigator of online violence, was sentenced to 3 years in prison and also faced the risk of expulsion and revocation of her degree. Her future was essentially over. In her panic, the girl was also filled with confusion. Was it worth sacrificing her future for a stranger? The trial results made Doan Lovi lose face completely. She immediately took out her phone, wanting to clarify what exactly had happened with the Ngo family. Meanwhile, at the Ngo family home in Dado, the head of the Ngo family was entertaining important guests when the phone on the table suddenly rang. He glanced at it, saw it was an unknown number, and didn't pay much attention, pressing reject and saying, "If there's anything, call back in 3 hours. As long as we can secure the new energy development project today, the Ngo family will prosper even more." However, the news from the other end of the line left him stunned. The Ngo family was suspected of bribery and corruption, and in an hour, all their assets would be sealed and handed over to the Y Special Task Force for supervision. Deep Ditch also received a phone call at the same time, learning that the plane delay and car accident were all arranged by the Ngo family, and moreover, the Ngo family had been subdued. Doan Lovi hung up the phone. News of the Ngo family's troubles had spread throughout Dado. Initially, she thought Doan Tukam had connections with the Deep family, but now it seemed to be just a coincidence. Doan Lovi stood up, striding towards Doan Kam. Doan Tukam, it seems you're quite lucky, getting a helping hand from the Deep family in Dado. But who knows if you'll have such luck in the future. Fo Vantam is just a rich playboy. His situation in the Fo family isn't much better than yours in the Doan family. Before her venomous words could finish, Doan Tukam interrupted. 3, 2. Doan Lovi was stunned. As she was about to say something, she saw Deep Seo waiting nearby, holding an egg, which he threw straight at Doan Lovi. Caught off guard, Doan Lovi let out a shrill scream. The sudden attack with a rotten egg caused her to panic and dodge, accidentally dropping her mask, revealing a face full of red pimples. This commotion caused quite a stir, attracting the attention of those who hadn't left yet. People turned to look, shocked to discover that the woman under attack was the famous, beautiful pianist Doan Lovi. Doan Lovi was nearly collapsing, hurriedly covering her face with her hands and frantically running to hide behind Luke Tree. The two didn't dare to linger, lowering their heads and quickly leaving the scene. Depsio turned to Tukam, boasting proudly, "Big sis, I did well, right? That's the Depsio way." That's indeed the Depsio way, even using rotten eggs. Now go clean up the mess. However, right after that, Doan Tukam was surprised to discover that her grandfather had posted on social media organizing a mini-game, promising to give 100 people 10,000 yuan each in cash, totaling 1 million yuan. Oh my, Grandpa's such a spendthrift. If I'd known, I wouldn't have given him money anymore. The old man happily opened a bottle of red wine to celebrate because the trial results were as desired, with both rumor-mongers and slanderers receiving appropriate punishments. Seeing netizens unanimously criticizing Doan Lovi's crazy fans, the old man was overjoyed and organized a mini-game on social media to celebrate. "Dad, what are you laughing about? You called me home today and I don't know what's going on. Tukam's birthday is in a few days. Last year, when you two brought her home, you didn't even throw a party. This year, we must organize it properly." Manhwa immediately refused. "I don't have time. Trandin and I have already discussed it. We're going to Europe for Doan Lovi's birthday, leaving the day after tomorrow. Moreover, the Doan family has always told others that Doan Tukam is adopted. Throwing a lavish party for her would just be inviting trouble, wouldn't it? Manhwa, you're really something. Do you want your adopted daughter to overshadow your biological daughter?" "Dad, if it weren't for Lovi, I would have been in a mental hospital years ago. Besides, haven't I already brought her home? I don't treat her badly in terms of food, accommodation, or daily life. She's your biological daughter. How can you mistreat her? If you and your husband hadn't been careless back then, Tukam wouldn't have been taken away when she was just over a year old. Let me tell you, I can't allow an adopted child to outshine my own granddaughter, no matter what. If you two don't want to organize it, I'll do it myself. Go away. Every time I see you, I get a headache." Manhwa said nothing and stood up to leave, but in her heart, she still felt that her adopted daughter was more important than her biological daughter. How could Doan Tukam compare to her Doan Lovi? After the trial, Fovan Tham and Diepdich finally had a chance to talk privately. Diepdich revealed that the people behind the bounty on his brother were actually the Kan family in Dado, and their target wasn't Diepsio himself. The purpose of all this was to force Diepdich to return to the Diep family, causing internal chaos in the clan. That wanted order has already expired. Do you know who took action? Diepsio's phone was once hacked. I had people investigate, but without success. According to Diepsio, a mysterious person warned him about the direction of the bullet. Although the authenticity of this story still needs further investigation, if such a figure exists, we need to investigate thoroughly. All right, I'll report to IBIT. Fovan Tom suddenly changed the subject. "It seems you have a young girlfriend, don't you?" The unexpected question made Diepdich's heart skip a beat. He quickly denied, "There's no such thing. Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to ask, what do 17 or 18-year-old girls usually like?" This question, Diepdich himself also wanted to know the answer. At the youth hospital, Doan Tukam was listening to the director's report on recent developments. When mentioning that the patient surnamed Tan, whom she had saved, wanted to meet her, Doan Tukam remembered this was the first patient she had operated on. She nodded slightly. "Then, let's do it at the end of the month. I'm quite busy recently." After the conversation, the director personally escorted her out of the office. Doan Tukam had nothing to do, so she decided to go to the supermarket to buy some groceries and make medicinal soup for her foster father on Feng Mian. Just as she turned the corner, she happened to meet Jiang Mak Vien stepping out of his car. The man looked at her with a cold smile. "Are you following me? Last time you acted so tough, turns out you just wanted my attention." Unexpectedly, Doan Tukam didn't stop, continuing to walk forward as if she hadn't seen him. The two stood there in silence for a moment. Just then, Jiang Mak Vien caught sight of someone coming from the street corner. Diepdich, has the eldest grandson of the Diep family really come to Hothan? Whatever the reason, this was a good opportunity to make connections. Jiang Mak Vien stepped forward, taking the initiative to greet the man. His attitude slightly lowered. "Young Master Deep." However, Diepdich didn't even look at him, his eyes fixed intently on Doan Tukam's back ahead, his voice slightly urgent. "Miss Doan, please stop. The wealthiest prefect of Hotan actively showed goodwill to the man in front of him, but he not only ignored it, but also chased after the girl ahead. So that man was the heir of the wealthy family in Daedo, and the girl he was addressing was Doan Tukam, the one known as the walking blood bank. Hearing the call, Doan Tukam stopped, slightly pulling down her hat, recognizing the arrival of Deep Ditch, Deepsu's brother. Miss Doan, thank you for saving my brother. Mr. Deep, you're too kind. I only gave a couple of reminders. It doesn't count as saving someone. Moreover, you helped me today as well. Although people with rare blood types are few, they're not non-existent. I didn't expect Deep Ditch to be able to find her so quickly. One thing is one thing. When I'm free, I'll treat you both to a meal. No problem. If Mr. Niep has nothing else, I'll take my leave. There's one more thing. Deep Ditch asked the question that Fo Van Tam had asked him. What does Miss Doan like? The conversation between the two made Jang Mak Vien's face darken. As the direct grandson of the Depp family, he ignored the enthusiasm of Hotan's wealthiest prefect, instead showing interest in an adopted child. Wasn't this like slapping them in the face? He signaled his assistant to cancel today's schedule. Even the wealthiest family in Hotan couldn't connect with him. Yet Doan Tukam made Deep Ditch so respectful. Had she already kicked away the spoiled young master of the Fo family? At the same time, hot news appeared on social media, claiming that the beautiful female pianist, who was hospitalized late at night, wasn't pregnant, but had her face disfigured. Then, a photo of her being pelted with rotten eggs at the court was also released. However, after just 3 short hours, this content had disappeared from social media. The Doan family plays dirty, huh? Earlier they slandered Miss Doan loudly, now it's Doan Lovi's turn. As soon as an unflattering photo was leaked, they immediately had it removed. It would be better if Miss Doan's grandfather's social media account won a lottery instead. The back door suddenly burst open. Lam Mao came in, carrying a bag of grilled food. Dad Doan, eat some grilled food to keep your strength up. You've been tutoring us every day lately. It must be tiring. Doan Tukam put down her pen. You all eat first. I'm not hungry yet. It's okay. We can buy more later if you're hungry. Oh, right. Where's Sister Vu? She took the pig for a walk. The group of subordinates fell silent, feeling it was unfair. They wanted to walk the pig too. No, they couldn't let Sister Vu monopolize this. Hello, Sister Vu. Where are you? Near East Lake. All right, we're coming right away. Doan Tukam suddenly had a strange feeling, and in a moment of haziness, she saw the pink pig being thrown into the lake. She immediately stood up. I'll go with you all. 2 female students were chatting while walking along East Lake when they suddenly saw a pink piglet lying on the grass. It seemed to be Doan Tukam's pet, which the students from class 19 were always showing off, and almost the whole school knew about it. How rural. Keeping a pig as a pet, it's so uncivilized. Chung Chi-Uyen glanced at the lake's surface. The school doesn't allow pets. Go throw that pig away. The other student was very surprised, thinking that throwing the pig into the lake was too cruel. Wouldn't it be better to return the pig to class 19 or hand it over to the homeroom teacher? However, Chung Chi-Uyen thought that returning the pig wouldn't teach them a lesson. Seeing the other student hesitate, she decided to take matters into her own hands. The pink pig was suddenly lifted up, frantically waving its short legs, trying to struggle. But Chung Chi-Uyen didn't care. She walked to the lake's edge and threw the pink pig in. The pig's body was so small that it didn't even create a ripple before disappearing under the lake's surface. Chung Chi-Uyen wiped her hands with a wet wipe, making sure there was no dirty trace left on her hands before preparing to leave. But before she could turn around, a strong force suddenly came from behind. The school's goddess was kicked into the lake. People around not only didn't help, but also praised how beautiful that kick was. It turned out she had thrown Doan Tukam's pet into the lake, and now such a cruel person had to face a similar fate. The action was so quick that the student with her didn't have time to react. The group of subordinates ran over and witnessed the entire incident. Chung Chi-Uyen, you're too cruel. This action is no different from murder. Chung Chi-Uyen panicked. She couldn't swim and could only call for help towards the shore. The other girl came to her senses. Chi-Uyen, I can't swim. Survival instinct made her beg Doan Tukam for help. However, Doan Tukam didn't even glance at her, bowing her head to care for the pink pig in her arms. It wasn't until she saw Kwang Yin appear that Chung Chi-Uyen had a glimmer of hope. Kwang Yin naturally heard the cries for help, but he only gave her a cold glance. Only when Doan Tucham confirmed that the pink pig was fine did he tell his subordinates to pull Chung Chi-Uyen out. 2 subordinates stepped forward, pulling the struggling Chung Chi-Uyen out of the water, showing no gentleness as they threw her straight to the ground. One subordinate even mocked, still called the school goddess, more like a female assassin. At this point, the other girl ran to help Chung Chi-Uyen up, preparing to take her to the hospital. Chung Chi-Uyen panted, trembling as she looked at the indifferent Kwon Yin, but he paid no attention. Tuvu felt guilty, apologizing to Doan Tu-Cam, thinking she hadn't taken good care of the pink pig, letting it run around. Doan Tu-Cam didn't blame her, because no one could have anticipated this happening. After saying this, she fed the pink pig a pill, then handed it to Tuvu, telling them to go back to class first, while she prepared to go to the psychological counseling room. On the way to the hospital, the other girl said to Chung Chi-Uyen, "You shouldn't have angered Doan Tu-Cam. Have you forgotten how she threw Fi into the trash can before?" Chung Chi-Uyen was so angry that her whole body trembled. She never expected someone would witness everything, and even less that Doan Tu-Cam would treat her so cruelly. And Kwon Yin too. His coldness made Chung Chi-Uyen feel a chill in her heart. Just as they were leaving the school gate, they happened to meet Ha Tuan returning. Seeing Chung Chi-Uyen soaking wet from head to toe, Ha Tuan quickly asked what had happened. Chung Chi-Uyen forced a smile, saying she was fine, just needed to go to the hospital. The other girl angrily recounted the incident to Ha Tuan. "Teacher, you don't know. Ever since Doan Tu-Cam left the elite class, she's been getting more and more outrageous. Just now, she threw Chi-Uyen into East Lake." Ha Tuan immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He knew East Lake was very deep, and there had been drowning incidents before, which the school always took very seriously. Doan Tu-Cam's behavior constituted attempted murder. Ha Tuan quickly called a taxi for Chung Chi-Uyen, telling her to go to the hospital first, while informing her that he would report this incident to the principal. Chung Chi-Uyen lowered her head, appearing aggrieved. "I don't want to cause more trouble for you, Teacher Ha. After all, she and I are cousins." She was angry. "I should be more tolerant." Hearing this, Ha Tuan's impression of Doan Tu-Cam worsened. He told Chung Chi-Uyen not to worry about this anymore. He would handle it. The taxi carrying the two headed towards the hospital, but Chung Chi-Uyen revealed a sinister smile. "Doan Tu-Cam, just you wait." Ha Tuan had been manipulated by her. In the principal's office, Ha Tuan summarized the incident briefly and suggested that Doan Tu-Cam should be disciplined. However, the principal had received a phone call earlier, and his attitude was somewhat cautious towards Ha Tuan's account, pointing out that he might have only heard one side of the story. Although Chung Chi-Uyen was at fault first, Doan Tu-Cam's behavior didn't warrant disciplinary action. Ha Tuan felt that the principal seemed to be favoring Doan Tu-Cam. How could the life of a pet pig be compared to a human's? The principal reminded Ha Tuan that Class 19 was a special class, suggesting that he shouldn't be too concerned about Doan Tu-Cam, and just focus on managing the international class students well. Hearing this, Ha Tuan stiffened, finally saying he understood. Doan Tu-Cam walked out of the psychological counseling room, clutching a diagnosis paper tightly. It clearly stated bipolar affective disorder. No wonder she often felt unable to control her emotions. It turned out to be a psychological condition. Her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Fo Van Tam asking about her situation. After she replied, the other party went silent. Doan Tu-Cam didn't mind, carefully tucking away the diagnosis paper. Currently for her, making money was still the most important thing. Ha Tuan entered the office to find a young boy sprawled across his computer desk, watching something with the volume quite loud. Seeing this, Teacher Lee quickly picked up the child, apologizing repeatedly. After Ha Tuan sat down, intending to close the live stream, he accidentally clicked on another one. On the screen, a white paper appeared with the live streamer explaining academic content. Surprisingly, it was about the Riemann hypothesis, one of the 7 hardest problems of the century. Ha Tuan thought for a moment, then typed a question in the chat box. "Can you prove the Navier-Stokes equation?" Doan Tu-Cam, who was live streaming, initially didn't notice the question in the chat until she saw the user gift her 100 rocket emojis. She wrote yes on a piece of paper, then took out another sheet and began explaining the Navier-Stokes equation. Just as Ha Tuan was listening intently, his phone rang. The incoming call showed no number in numbers. Ha Tuan quickly left the office to answer. It turned out to be Ha Tuan's supervising professor reminding him that his exam was in 3 months. Norton Academy had a strict ranking system from SSS, highest, to D, lowest. Students ranked B and below must take 3 exams, or their degree would be revoked. Ha Tuan's academy was ranked D, and this was his last chance. In the Chung family's ancient villa, Mrs. Chung was angrily complaining to Mr. Chung. "Chi-Uyen can't swim. What if something had happened? This matter can't be ignored." However, Mr. Chung only instructed the maid to prepare ginger soup for Chung Chi-Uyen. Other matters would be discussed when Doan Tu-Cam returned. When Tu-Cam entered, the whole family turned to look at her. Doan Tu-Cam calmly glanced around, noticing Chung Chi-Uyen's slightly upturned lips, as if challenging her. She paid no attention, only calmly nodding to greet Mr. Chung. "Grandfather, you were looking for me." Before she finished speaking, Mrs. Chung slammed the table and stood up abruptly. "You ungrateful child! How dare you call him grandfather? You pushed Chung Chi-Uyen into the lake. How could you be so cruel?" Before she could finish her sentence, Mr. Chung interrupted her with a loud shout. He patted the seat next to him, gesturing for Tukam to sit down. After Doan Tukam sat down, Mr. Chung coldly said, "Chung Chi-Uyen, apologize to your cousin right now." Chung Chi-Uyen looked up in disbelief. "You want me to apologize to her? Shouldn't Doan Tukam be the one apologizing? She pushed me into the lake, yet you're asking the victim to apologize to the perpetrator. Grandfather, clearly Doan Tukam is the victim here. It's not right for you to side with her like this." Before Chung Chi-Uyen could finish, Mr. Chung interrupted her with a loud shout. He demanded Chung Chi-Uyen to tell the truth herself, asking why she threw Doan Tukam's pet into the lake. Chung Chi-Uyen's expression changed slightly, surprised that Mr. Chung knew about the incident at school. She bit her lip, tears welling up, and explained chokingly, "The school doesn't allow pets. If pets aren't allowed, does that give you the right to handle it yourself? Was it your pet or the principal's?" Questioned like this, Chung Chi-Uyen was too ashamed to face anyone, lowering her head. She tried to justify herself. Mr. Chung didn't want to hear her explanations, demanding she apologize immediately. Chung Chi-Uyen had to stand up, bow her head, and apologize to Doan Tukam, admitting she was wrong to throw her pet. However, Doan Tukam ignored her, put down a box of pastries, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Mr. Chung quickly stood up to see her out. Chung Chi-Uyen felt even more upset for not receiving a response. Mrs. Chung looked at Chung Manhwa with displeasure. "What's wrong with your father? Why is he favoring that adopted girl so much? We can't guess what's on father's mind." Chung Manhwa looked at her watch. "Third sister, I have to fly to Europe to find Doan Lo Vi. Let's not talk anymore." Chung Manhwa's mind went back to that chaotic time. She had been mentally broken due to losing her child, living in pain for 3 years. It was Doan Chandin who brought Lovi back, giving her new hope. When she first got Doan Tukam back, she wasn't unhappy, but eventually couldn't bear the disappointment time after time. Fortunately, she still had Lovi. The third floor of Thantri School's activity center still had lights on. It was the psychological counseling room. Psychologist Ngok Tet Sin from the capital placed a stack of papers in front of the man. "This is Tukam's medical report and test results. Compared to the beginning, it's not really that serious. Moreover, strangely, she has somewhat recovered on her own in the past month. Logically speaking, someone with severe depression, if not treated with medication, couldn't possibly be like this. Given her previous condition, not committing suicide was already very fortunate." Ngok Tuyet Sin then said somewhat embarrassedly, "You don't know. My hypnosis method failed with Tukam. I even almost got hypnotized back." Pho Van Tham curved his lips into a smile, as expected of the second-ranked hypnotist, yet still lost to my darling. Ngok Tuyet Sin wasn't angry. Tukam's ability to control micro-expressions is indeed superior to mine. She even asked me to treat her brother's illness, which I've agreed to. "By the way, do you need hypnosis today? I'll give you a 9% discount." Pho Van Tham slowly stood up. "No need. I feel that being beside my darling will make me happier and save money too. By the way, Doan Tukam is very similar to a patient I've encountered before." The next day, Doan Tukam asked for her brother to take a day off school, ignoring the boy's protests, and took him to the counseling room. "You don't need to talk to him, just sleep for a while. If you feel uncomfortable, you can beat up the doctor." Finally, Doan Tukam agreed to let the boy eat an extra piece of cake every day, and Onlan reluctantly let go and went in. Pho Van Tham sat outside waiting with Doan Tukam. She brought up Onla's story. Tiolan's mother left shortly after he was born. She took the older daughter and left. Until Doan Tukam was 5 years old, she came back once, and after that, Tiolan stopped talking. It's a pity that it happened so long ago, beyond my current calculation abilities, so I can't determine that woman's identity. I only know that she probably couldn't bear the poor life in the small town, so she left. Pho Van Tham interrupted her thoughts. "Don't worry, it's not too late for treatment now. Everything will be fine. I used to have this condition too, and I overcame it, didn't I? Your brother will definitely be okay." This was the first time Doan Tukam heard him talk about his past. She couldn't help but frown and ask, "What happened?" Pho Van Tham always smiled. His expressions were very well controlled, to the point that she never realized he had also suffered from autism. "It's nothing. Although you're gradually recovering, it's best not to hear negative stories. When you're fully recovered, I'll tell you about it. Doan Tukam looked at him, then took out her phone. All right, I'll set an alarm to remind you when the time comes. Remembering the time when Teokam saved an old man whom the hospital had declared critical. Yet Teokam managed to save him using just a few needles. To show gratitude for saving his life, the old man invited Tukam to visit his home. Little did they know, this old man's identity was not simple at all. It turned out he was a renowned master of calligraphy and painting in the industry, Thin Thun Duong, whose works were worth millions of yuan. But he was very kind to his lifesaver. As soon as he saw Doan Tukam, he immediately stood up to welcome her. Miss Doan, are you feeling better? Let me check your pulse. Thank you very much, Miss Doan. My blood pressure has improved a lot over the years. Doan Tukam took out a pill. You can try this one. The old man accepted the pill, his eyes wide open. Isn't this the immortality pill they talk about in TV dramas? Mr. Thin has been poisoned by TV dramas. It's not that exaggerated. It just has a slight life-extending effect. The old man's personality was truly unexpected. No wonder at 70 years old, he could still climb trees and end up in the hospital. Hearing this, the old man was a bit disappointed. Indeed, immortality is just a dream after all. Just as he was about to put the pill in his mouth, a hand reached out, knocking the pill to the ground. The newcomer turned to look at the girl, his eyes full of disgust, and questioned, "What are you giving my father to drink? Should I call the police to arrest you?" Doan Tukam was bewildered. She hadn't done anything. The man didn't bother looking at her anymore, frowning as he said to Mr. Thing, "Dad, can you stop inviting just anyone into the house?" The old man didn't answer, just staring at the pill on the ground, before finally reacting, angrily slapping the middle-aged man on the head. "You fool! Do you know this is the immortality pill that Miss Doan gave me? You're probably afraid I'll live longer than you because I don't stay up late and eat more vegetables, living more regularly than you, so you want to send me off first, right? What immortality pill? Dad, I've told you, stop watching so many TV dramas." The old man slapped him again. "This is Dr. Doan. Without her, I would have already met the king of hell." The middle-aged man looked at the girl in bewilderment. "Such a young girl is already Dr. Doan. I'm not lying to you. Quickly pick up the medicine for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the man fell to his knees before Doan Tukam with a thud, crying and saying, "Dr. Doan, you are my reborn parents. My father is always being tricked by fake medicine sellers, and the more he's tricked, the more enthusiastic he becomes. I thought you were the same. I'm really sorry. I apologize to you." Doan Tukam couldn't bear this sudden enthusiasm and quickly helped him up. The old man had picked up the pill but was still angry. "Ignore him. Just let him kneel there." The middle-aged man was extremely embarrassed and suggested Tukam stay for dinner to apologize. Doan Tukam picked up her bag and stood up, refusing. "No need. I have to return to school." The man hurriedly stood up. "Then let me see Miss Doan off." Mr. Thin suddenly noticed a corner of a scroll peeking out from her bag and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wait, I smell ink. May I ask, Miss Doan, what treasure do you have in your hand? Can I take a look?" Doan Tukam casually handed over what was in her hand. "This is just something I wrote for fun." Mr. Thin slowly unrolled the scroll, then fell into a long silence. The middle-aged man was surprised and also came closer to examine it, exclaiming in amazement, "Oh my goodness." Mr. Thin's expression became serious. "Would you consider selling this piece for 1 million yuan?" Before Doan Tukam could answer, Mr. Thin continued to raise the price. 2 million yuan is fine too. The middle-aged man said frankly, "Dad, you're getting stingier as you age. Your scribbles sold for 8 million yuan years ago. Look at Miss Doan's calligraphy. It's like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. Even someone with over a decade of experience might not be able to write like this." Doan Tukam thought for a moment and then said frankly, "This piece is for participating in the school's art exhibition. If you really want it, I can write another one for you." Mr. Thin was stunned. $1 million calligraphy piece used for a school art exhibition. What a waste of heaven's gift. "In that case, we can only trouble Miss Doan to write another piece." The middle-aged man continued to request, "Then can you take a photo with this painting?" Finally, when Doan Tukam left with a 10 million yuan check in hand, she felt something was not quite right. Wasn't she supposed to come for a follow-up checkup? How did it suddenly turn into this situation? And if she could earn so much money just by writing a few characters, what else did she need to do? Tukam was about to celebrate her 18th birthday, but her mother had flown abroad to celebrate the birthday of her adopted daughter. Her grandfather worried that his granddaughter would be sad, so he suggested throwing throwing a birthday party for her. This suggestion made Tukam suddenly realize her birthday was approaching. Every year, it was her foster father who organized her birthday, but over a year ago, she was brought back to the Doan family, so she hadn't celebrated her birthday for a while. The girl thought it wasn't necessary to have a grand celebration and suggested that her grandfather come to her foster father's house for a simple meal. The old man agreed upon hearing this. After hanging up the phone, Doan Tukam wondered if she should invite friends to celebrate her birthday. March 24th quickly approached. Just after 7 o'clock, it was already dark. On top of a tall building not far away, someone was secretly hiding. A black gun barrel slowly raised, aiming at the tall figure of a man below. At this distance and weather conditions, for a marksman like him, it was a rare opportunity. However, the man decided to continue waiting for an opportunity, because next to the man was an old gentleman. It wasn't that he was afraid of injuring an innocent person, but he wanted to minimize the commotion as much as possible. He had struggled to find the person on the bounty list, $10 billion. He must have it. Meanwhile, the people in the apartment were still unaware of the approaching danger. The dishes had just been served on the table. The meal at home is simple. I hope you don't mind. Fong Mian took off his apron, feeling a bit awkward. He had never interacted with people from the 4 big families before, so he couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. Mr. Chung quickly stood up, smiling and saying it was his honor to come here for a meal. Mr. Fo also smiled and said, I think it's very nice. In the past, old Chung and I used to squeeze into one room. Tukam, don't think your grandfather is old now. He used to be quite timid back then. Mr. Fo, I advise you to be a bit kinder. Don't speak ill of me in front of my granddaughter. You should count yourself. How many of my snacks have you secretly eaten? The 2 old men started to banter with each other. The atmosphere in the room gradually became relaxed and cheerful. Because they were all family, although the birthday wasn't grand, it was very warm and joyful. Mr. Fo's health wasn't good, so he had to go home to rest after dinner. Fo Van Tam stood up. Let me take you home. I'll be back later. Doan Tukam had started clearing the dishes. Seeing that the cake was all eaten, she couldn't help but ask curiously, what are you coming back for? Fo Van Tam smiled helplessly. A birthday can't just end like this. The sniper was still observing from the top of the opposite building. Suddenly, a small sound rang out nearby. Instinctively, he reached out to grab the gun beside him, but missed. Looking up, he saw a girl pointing a gun at him. The gun was the Desert Eagle he had left in his backpack. The man was terrified and wanted to speak. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Doan Tukam calmly pulled the trigger, her wrist steady. Without any recoil, she effortlessly dealt with the sniper. Her expression was cold as she wiped the Desert Eagle and put it away. Tukam's ears twitched slightly, catching the sound of footsteps. She quickly put the F-50 that the sniper had used into a box, then easily braced her hand on the stairs and slid down. Her long black hair danced in the air. The internal energy surging in her body exploded, and she jumped directly from the 18th floor. By the time the people behind caught up, there was no one left on the rooftop. Looking at the dead sniper lying in a pool of blood, Bartender was rarely stunned. He's dead. Who did this? Although through divine calculation, Tukam knew his target was Fo Van Tham. He was one of the important figures in her life, and Fo Van Tham had long been placed on her protection list. No way. He's dead. Judging from the scene, this unfortunate fellow was killed by a single shot from a Desert Eagle. Confirmed it's a Desert Eagle. This gun has very strong recoil. A 70 kilograms man firing one shot could break his arm. But here there's no trace of backward movement due to recoil. Faced with the scene, Fo Van Tam sank into deep thought. His information had been encrypted in multiple layers. Even the IBI would find it difficult to trace. This time they were luring the snake out of its hole, intentionally leaking information. Bartender suspected? Could it be your sweetheart coming to the rescue? Wrong. If I had a sweetheart, you'd know. Maybe it's someone who has a crush on you. Fo Van Tam raised his flirtatious eyes. Many people have crushes on me. Which one are you talking about? Come on, you narcissist. Bartender couldn't understand. You have so many enemies. Who would help you? Not killing you is lucky enough. I don't know who's helping me, but I can confirm this is a warning. Warning other predators not to act recklessly, or this will be the consequence. But besides them, who would know there was a sniper hidden here? Fo Van Tham didn't say anything more, just told Bartender to clean up the scene, while he had to go give a gift to that little girl. Doan Tukam, who had secretly done a good deed, was now sitting in front of the TV, but on her phone was the Note Forum interface. Within just 3 minutes, rumors about the death of the 7th-ranked sniper on the leaderboard began to spread. At first, everyone was skeptical until the administrator officially announced, confirming the 7th-ranked sniper had died, and the 8th-ranked member would replace this person's position. The forum was silent for a moment, then exploded. People started guessing whether a new top-level expert had appeared in Hoa Quoc or not. After confirming the information, Doan Tukam calmly tucked her phone under the pillow. When Pho Van Tham returned, he saw the little girl intently watching TV. He glanced at the movie playing on TV and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "No way, kiddo. Is this guy even more handsome than me?" Doan Tukam gave him a side glance. "He is indeed more handsome than you. Complex plots, melodrama, who wouldn't like to watch?" Pho Van Tham lightly flicked her forehead. "You heartless thing." Then he patted her head. "Tomorrow at lunch, I'm inviting your classmates for a meal. A very famous chef from Europe is coming. His cooking is delicious." Tukam was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "If you want to invite me for a meal, just say it directly. We've known each other for so long, I won't laugh at you." Meanwhile, at 4 p.m. local time in Europe, Chung Manhwa entered a famous Michelin restaurant, presenting her passport to prove she had booked a month in advance, but was informed by the receptionist that the chef team had flown to Hoa Quoc to organize a birthday party for some young lady. Chung Manhwa was extremely surprised. This chef was famous for being difficult. She had to put in so much effort, booking 2 months in advance to get an appointment. Who on earth could make this head chef personally serve on site? Students from class 19 were invited to attend Doan Tukam's birthday party. The venue was a private garden. In the middle of the garden were 2 long, spacious tables, enough for 50 students. The tables were filled with exquisite dishes. Even the experienced Kwong Yin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The students took turns taking photos with their phones. Whether it was the 3-star Michelin chef's dishes or the scenery of this multi-billion-dollar garden, everything was enough for them to show off for a while. Pho Van Tham noticed that the little girl didn't seem very happy. Doan Tukam rested her chin on her hand, watching the kids laughing. "Who said I'm not interested? Compared to eating, I'm more curious about why you would spend such a large amount of money to organize a birthday party for me. Your big brother here is naturally kind-hearted, well-mannered, and wealthy, capable of taking care of a little one like you." Kwong Yin saw the man gradually approaching Tukam and couldn't help but feel furious. He tried to squeeze between the two. Doan Tukam, look, our school is about to hold an arts festival. How about I sign you up? Why participate in the arts festival? There's no money in it. The first prize is 50,000 yuan, you know. Help me sign up then. Great. With a big shot backing you, you're sure to win. Saying this, he immediately submitted the registration form. But right after that, he couldn't help but curse. Chung Chi Uyen, that damn girl. What's wrong? She just saw me register you and immediately signed up too. Tukam had some impression of this name. Isn't it that cousin of hers? It seems this cousin is very interested in her. Well, that's good then. It's an opportunity to meet her. As the arts festival approached, all classes submitted their entries, which the student council would then compile and hand over to the organizing committee. After greeting the student council president, Chung Chi Uyen went to view the calligraphy works. The student council president pointed in that direction. "Feel free to look." Chung Chi Uyen stepped forward, casually flipping through, shaking her head as she looked. "What is this writing? It's so mediocre. Just showing off. It's really not worth getting excited just because Doan Tukam is participating and lowering oneself to join the arts festival. It's truly devaluing oneself." Until she saw an unrolled scroll with a very simple poem on it, but the handwriting was free and powerful, like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, deeply penetrating every fiber of the paper. Chung Chi Uyen was stunned, her eyes unconsciously looking down at the name in the right corner. The signatory was none other than her adopted cousin. Chung Chi Uyen's first reaction was disbelief. Without a famous teacher's guidance and without decades of grueling calligraphy practice, it's impossible to write such strokes. It must be cheating. "President, does our school have any regulations about students cheating in the arts festival? I heard from senior students that a few years ago, a student who wanted to win a prize used a famous calligrapher's work to participate and was exposed on the spot. The incident was so big that the student was eventually expelled. Since then, no one in the school has dared to cheat anymore." That's true. The prize for the arts festival is only 50,000 yuan. Who would risk expulsion for 50,000 yuan? So it must be genuine then. That country bumpkin Doan Tukam is really greedy. She must be crazy poor. Chung Chi Uyen saw the attention her grandfather gave to the adopted daughter, and her dissatisfaction grew increasingly intense. Seeing the love that once belonged to her being gradually taken by that adopted daughter, her psychology became increasingly distorted. She was also participating in the arts festival, yet her grandfather only cared about Doan Tukam. Thinking this, an idea formed in her mind. After greeting her grandfather, she went outside. If it were before, old Master Chung would certainly have given her plenty of instructions, but this time he just nodded once. Chung Chi-Uyen hailed a taxi and went straight to a villa, holding the scroll she had taken from the school. Doan Tukam, you want to steal all my glory, so don't blame me for being cruel. Lam He was Chung Chi-Uyen's senior. Both had studied under a great calligraphy master. Seeing his junior coming to visit, he warmly welcomed her. Chung Chi-Uyen took out the scroll. Senior, please help me evaluate this piece. The man unrolled the scroll to look. Lam He's eyes showed surprise. Did you write this? Chung Chi-Uyen didn't answer directly, but asked him to evaluate the calligraphy first. Lam He thought that, although the strokes in this calligraphy seemed casual, they revealed the writer's profound calligraphy skills. Both the structure of the characters and the composition had reached an extremely high level. That being said, a high school student certainly couldn't write this. Chung Chi-Uyen laughed coldly. This kind of writing, high school students absolutely cannot produce. Even their teachers might not be able to do it. Chung Chi-Uyen asked further, could he tell which school of calligraphy this piece came from? This is semi-cursive script, with profound skill, but the style isn't very clear. It might be a work of Master Wei Hao. Then he took another scroll from the bookshelf in the study. Look, this is a work by Master Wei Hao. I received it from our teacher. Chung Chi-Uyen tried to suppress a smile at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, they're very similar. But in her opinion, Doan Tukam's fraudulent calligraphy was even more beautiful than Wei Hao's. And Wei Hao is a member of the Chinese Calligraphy Association. If he acknowledges this piece of calligraphy, it would be enough to bring down Doan Tukam. Thinking this, an idea formed in Chung Chi-Uyen's mind, and she suggested that they should go and visit Master Wei Hao right away. Although not clear about Chung Chi-Uyen's intentions, Lam He agreed. After confirming Wei Hao was at home, Lam He drove Chung Chi-Uyen to his residence. Wei Hao squinted his eyes, looking dignified, and asked about the purpose of their visit. Lam He stepped forward, handing the scroll to him. We came here today to ask if this is your work. At first, Wei Hao didn't pay much attention, until he saw the writing on the scroll. His eyes immediately lit up. Not bad. This is indeed my casual practice writing. He smiled at Lam He. How did this piece come into your possession? Lam He also smiled. Chi-Uyen brought it. Then he began to flatter. It's been years since we last met. Your skills have improved even more. That's natural. Then, as if he remembered something else, I have some matters to attend to. If you have no other business, I won't see you out. Chung Chi-Uyen suddenly spoke up. Senior, I have something to say privately to Master Wei Hao. Lam He didn't ask further, nodded and left the room, leaving Chung Chi-Uyen and Wei Hao alone. Chung Chi-Uyen went straight to the point. Master Wei Hao, I know this calligraphy wasn't written by you. Caught off guard, Wei Hao was a bit flustered, about to open his mouth to refute when Chung Chi-Uyen continued. But this calligraphy could be written by you. Master Wei Hao, you have your own personal seal, right? Tukam's casually written calligraphy homework for the competition was mistaken for a masterpiece by a calligraphy master. Chung Chi-Uyen had set a trap for Doan Tukam, deliberately seeking to stamp the personal seal of a master on the scroll, just to get Doan Tukam expelled for this matter. Meanwhile, Miss Doan was completely unaware, promising her classmates that once she received the prize money, she would treat everyone to a meal. But suddenly she remembered something. There's a small issue. To receive the prize money, we'll have to wait until at least this afternoon. Under the puzzled gaze of everyone, Doan Tukam raised her hand. The surprise will come right away. Indeed, the president of the Arts Association and Chung Chi-Uyen were seen stepping onto the stage together, preparing for the opening ceremony. However, Chung Chi-Uyen suddenly let out a startled cry, her face turning grim as she handed her phone to the president of the Arts Association. After viewing the content on the phone, the president's face also became equally grim. It turned out that Lam He was live streaming, publicly questioning the award-winning calligraphy piece by Doan Tukam, declaring it to be the work of Master Wei Hao, while also raising questions about how this calligraphy piece ended up in Doan Tukam's hands and was used by her to enter the competition. At this moment, Chung Manhwa, who had just returned to the country, received a call from the old man, telling her to go to the school to support Doan Tukam in the arts festival. She didn't think much of it, wondering how cheering would make her any more talented. What a waste of time, creating trouble out of boredom, participating in some arts festival or whatever. If she personally went to the school, wouldn't it just expose her daughter's lack of knowledge in the four arts? She decided to turn on the TV, to watch the arts festival through the school's live broadcast. However, as soon as she turned on the TV, she saw Lam Hee live streaming. Manhwa was so shocked that she spilled the glass of water in her hand, her face turning pale. This damned girl, embarrassing us to the point of being on live stream. How did I give birth to such a daughter? She waved her hand, signaling the butler to turn off the live stream. She didn't want to see any more news about Doan Tukam. In the live stream, Lam Hee was pointing to a corner of the painting, showing everyone the personal seal of Master Wei Hao. The arts department head recovered from the shock and signaled the cameraman to turn off the camera. Lam Hee's face was extremely serious. He demanded an explanation from the school. After all, just yesterday he had shown this calligraphy to Wei Hao, and today it appeared in the exhibition as a competition entry. At this point, the arts department head didn't try to cover up, only saying that they would announce a criticism during the opening ceremony and issue an expulsion disciplinary action. Lam Hai was very satisfied with the punishment given. In his view, this was an indirect way of defending Master Wei Hao. He lost all interest in the tour. Just as he stepped out of the exhibition room, he unexpectedly met Chung-Chi Uyen. "I was about to look for you. Do you know a student named Doan Tu-Kam?" Chung-Chi Uyen showed a surprised expression. "She's my cousin. What's the matter?" "That explains it. She must have borrowed the scroll before to practice writing, saw it, and secretly took it to participate in the arts festival." Chung-Chi Uyen looked surprised. "Although my cousin is from the countryside, she couldn't possibly." Before she could finish, Lam Hee interrupted. "I've met many people like this. They don't genuinely love calligraphy. It's just for the money. That's why Senior Lam discovered her cheating." Lam Hai raised his hand and patted her shoulder. "Don't plead for her in this matter. The school will soon announce her criticism and expulsion." Chung-Chi Uyen tried to suppress a smile at the corner of her mouth, replying, "I understand. Thank you, Senior Lam." The arts festival officially began. Doan Tu-Kam, who had been dozing off, finally opened her eyes, knowing that the good show was about to start. Many prominent figures in the art world had gathered in the stands. Tu Vu was staring at Lam Hee in the audience with an infatuated look. At this moment, Lam Hai suddenly stood up and walked onto the stage before the host could speak. "Everyone, before the arts festival begins, I have a few words to say." Seeing this, the principal sitting in the front row called the arts department head over to ask what was happening. The arts department head hurriedly explained that there was an unexpected issue. Before he could finish, Lam Hai spoke. "I came here today to appreciate the outstanding works of the younger generation and to show my support. But unexpectedly, such a terrible thing has happened. A student dared to use Master Wei Hao's work for the competition. If Master Wei Hao hadn't personally told me that this calligraphy was written by him, I might have been deceived by this student as well." As soon as he finished speaking, not only the students below, but also the netizens watching the live stream were shocked. Tu Vu showed a gossipy expression. "Using Wei Hao's calligraphy for the competition, Doan, tell me who's that cool." Doan Tu-Kam smiled and said, "It's me." Tu Vu was so frightened that he became flustered. "Doan, stop joking. You're going to give me a heart attack these days. No worries. I can help you take out your heart and replace it with a machine." At this point, Lam Hee on the stage had stepped aside, and the arts department head said sternly, "Regarding the cheating incident that just occurred, the school will absolutely not tolerate it. After discussion, we have decided to revoke student Doan Tu-Kam's eligibility to participate in the competition and discipline her with expulsion." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire auditorium was in an uproar. Doan Tu-Kam was a recent celebrity at the school, and all eyes turned towards her. Some speculated that her actions were merely an attempt to compete with the school goddess, Chung-Chi Uyen. Kwang Yin, hearing the whispers and discussions around him, angrily stood up and kicked the back of the chair in front of him. The loud noise immediately silenced the surrounding students. "What kind of punishment is this? Do you have any evidence? What kind of teacher are you?" Lam Hai said of course there was evidence. He immediately took out the scroll, unrolled it, and pointed to the seal on it. "Look closely. This is Master Wei Hao's seal. Ask her if she wrote this." Doan Tu-Kam glanced calmly and spoke without concern. "Indeed, I didn't write it." Kwang Yin was about to say something more when Tu Vu pulled him back to his seat. "Dad's talking. Don't interrupt." Chung-Chi Uyen showed a slightly surprised expression. She didn't expect Doan Tu-Kam to admit to cheating so easily. Could it be that she thought admitting fault would lessen the punishment? In everyone's eyes, Tu-Kam was accused of cheating, but not only did she not panic, she instead appeared very arrogant, declaring that she couldn't write such garbage characters. This scene was being broadcast live, causing netizens to be extremely dissatisfied and angry. Lam Hai didn't expect that when faced with accusations of cheating, the girl not only showed no remorse but instead displayed such an arrogant attitude. He coldly ordered, "Set up a table, bring brush, ink, paper, and inkstone here for her to write on the spot." The writing materials were quickly arranged on a table in front of the stage. "If you say so, then I'll give you a chance. Do you dare to come up here?" Doan Tu Cam stood up without hesitation and walked onto the stage. Kwon Yin tried to suppress the surging energy in his body, gritting his teeth. "Her hand that hits people so hard, how can it write anything? A hand for writing should be carefully protected." Tu Vu had an inexplicable faith in his big brother. "I've never seen it either, but Doan surely knows everything." Kwon Yin felt he couldn't argue with this statement. On the other side, Chung Chiu-yin frowned, completely unable to understand why Doan Tu Cam dared to go on stage after admitting to cheating. At this moment, Doan Tu Cam had stepped onto the stage, pointed at the scroll, and spoke. "How much is this calligraphy worth?" Lam He suppressed his anger. "At least 5 million. Don't ask so much, just write. Remember what you said." After speaking, she went to the table, casually choosing a wolf hairbrush. In a hidden corner, the principal asked the arts department head, "When was the expulsion disciplinary measure discussed?" "How come I, the principal, didn't know about it?" The arts department head smiled. "Such a small matter doesn't need to trouble the principal. Cheating, moreover, involving Master Wei Hao, how can we not expel her?" At this moment, everyone saw Tu Cam raise her left hand and pick up another wolf hairbrush. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, both brushes simultaneously descended onto the Xuancheng paper. Within just 1 minute, Doan Tu Cam put down the brushes. Lam Hai was so angry he didn't know what to say, his fury mixed with a hint of cold mockery. "Writing requires concentration. How can you produce anything good like that?" After speaking, he stepped forward and reached for the Xuancheng paper. However, when he looked down, his expression immediately froze. The camera lens focused on Lam He, clearly capturing every expression on his face, even catching the trembling of each muscle fiber. Lam Hai stared at the characters on the Xuancheng paper, his pupils contracting violently, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Under the urging of everyone, Lam He slowly unfolded the Xuancheng paper. 2 completely different calligraphy styles appeared clearly on the big screen, fully exposed before everyone's eyes. Chung Chiu-yen only felt a buzzing in her head, the color in her lips gradually disappearing, her face turning pale. The principal stepped onto the stage to mediate fairly. "I don't know why you thought this student had taken Master Wei Hao's work, but now the truth is clear." He suggested that Lam He should apologize to this student. Lam He's body stiffened, extremely embarrassed, but he didn't apologize. He still insisted that no matter how beautiful Doan Tu Cam's writing was, it couldn't prove that she didn't steal. At this moment, Thin Tan Duong, wearing a straw hat and sandals, approached the guest area. Initially, his purpose was to retrieve the calligraphy piece that the little divine doctor had submitted for the competition, but now he had heard some unexpected news. Although he no longer held the position of chairman of the Hoa Kwok Calligraphy Association, his influence in the art world was still significant. Lam He was startled and hurriedly bowed in greeting. However, Thin Tan Duong ignored him and pointed at Doan Tu Cam. "You said this calligraphy is written by Wei Hao." The girl just casually wrote a few strokes on paper, yet it attracted prominent figures in the calligraphy world to compete for it. And now someone publicly claims this treasure is from Master Wei Hao's hand. Before Tu Cam could explain, an old man rushed out to question. "You say this calligraphy was written by Wei Hao?" Lam Hai felt confused by Thin Tan Duong's question, but he still answered according to the facts. "Last Saturday, I just showed this calligraphy to Master Wei Hao, and he said it was his practice work." Hearing this, the old man laughed. "Wei Hao, his sloppy handwriting, and he dares to claim this is his practice work. He's not worthy." He called the current chairman of the Ho City Art Association, demanding to immediately summon that fool Wei Hao here to appease his anger. The chairman hurriedly advised, "You've just been discharged from the hospital. You shouldn't get angry." The old man was about to retort when he saw Tu Cam glancing at him from not far away. Thin Tan Duong immediately softened his tone, almost forgetting that the divine doctor was still here. Thin Tan Duong felt a bit uneasy, waved his hand, and said sternly, "Hurry up." At this moment, another wave of comments erupted, all asking who this prominent old gentleman was. Someone began to explain in detail. Thin Tan Duong, former chairman of the Hoa Kwok Calligraphy Association, is a renowned calligraphy master whose works are worth millions. He's also well-versed in painting, woodblock printing and sculpture. He once represented the country and won the championship in an intercontinental sculpture competition. Chung Chi-Uyen clenched her fists, her eyes red with anger. Thin Thanh Duong clearly knew that the calligraphy wasn't by Wei Hao. But why did Thin Thanh Duong lower himself to come here? Could it be that this calligraphy was actually written by Thin Thanh Duong? However, as long as Wei Hao didn't admit it, Thin Thanh Duong would have no evidence. Thus, whatever happened wouldn't implicate her. After all, Wei Hao would have to face the consequences of his own actions. Less than 10 minutes later, the chairman of the Ho City Art Association returned, followed by Wei Hao with a staggering gait. Seeing this, Lam He immediately stepped forward and bowed. However, Wei Hao walked towards Thin Thanh Duong, respectfully calling out, "Chairman Thing, I don't dare accept. I didn't know you were gracing us with your presence. I, Wei Hao, have been late in welcoming you. Please forgive me." Thin Thanh Duong's eyes were cold and sarcastic. "If you came to welcome me, then I would truly be unfortunate." Wei Hao's face darkened, not understanding why Thin Thanh Duong was humiliating him like this. Thin Thanh Duong let out a cold snort, taking the scroll. "Someone said this calligraphy was written by you. What do you say?" Seeing the scroll, Wei Hao's eyelids twitched, realizing his act of impersonation might have been discovered. But he couldn't admit it, so he didn't deny. "Indeed, it's my practice work. What does Chairman Thin want to say?" "Then you also know that a student has used your writing to cheat in the competition. I lent my writing to students for practice. How could someone steal it?" Lam Hai was about to explain, but was stopped by Thin Thanh Duong's gaze. Adults are talking. Children shouldn't interrupt. Being scolded in front of everyone, Lam He's face turned red, but he dared not say anything. Thin Thanh Duong turned to Wei Hao, asking him when he wrote it. "This calligraphy, I was inspired just 4 days ago." Wei Hao began to show impatience. "If Chairman Thin is only asking me about these trivial matters, then I, Wei Hao, cannot continue this conversation." Thin Thanh Duong angrily slammed the table, boastful. "You wrote this 4 days ago. Why did I see it 7 days ago? Did you time travel to the past to write it?" The country's famous calligraphy master was outsmarted by a high school student, voluntarily claiming a calligraphy piece of dubious origin as his own practice work. It wasn't until the former chairman of the Calligraphy Association spoke up that he realized he had fallen into big trouble. But to save face, he had to stubbornly stick to his words. Until Thin Thanh Duong took out a photo taken 7 days ago. "You say this is what you wrote 4 days ago, but I saw it a week ago and even took a photo. Did you time travel to the past to write it?" The photo was held close to the camera, allowing everyone to see that the calligraphy in the photo perfectly matched the one Lam Hai had presented earlier. No one expected such a plot twist, and the entire scene was plunged into astonishment. Chung Chi-Uyen's face turned pale. She didn't expect the opponent to actually have evidence. Thin Thanh Duong pressed closer step by step, coldly questioning, "Is this calligraphy really your practice work? You dare to deceive me and falsely accuse a student of cheating." Thin Thanh Duong suddenly turned his head, looking towards the chairman of the Ho City Art Association. "Now call the Hua Kwak Calligraphy Association. I want to punish Wei Hao immediately." The chairman of the Ho City Art Association nervously wiped his sweat, hurriedly taking out his phone. Wei Hao's face instantly turned horrified. If he had known earlier that Thin Thanh Duong had a photo, he certainly wouldn't have dared to falsely claim authorship. Thin Thanh Duong let out a cold snort. "If I hadn't come today, wouldn't you all have forced this student to admit to cheating?" Then he raised his hand, pointing at Lam He. "Publicly expelling a student without a thorough investigation. I also want to ask your teacher, is this how he usually teaches you?" Lam Hai pressed his lips tightly. How could he doubt Wei Hao's words? Lam He suddenly turned his head to look at the victim, Doan Tu Cam, who was still standing silently in place, with an indifferent expression as if the matter didn't concern him. Lam He seemed to realize something. His eyes swept towards Chung Chi-Uyen, who was under the stands. He began to recall every word Chung Chi-Uyen had said earlier, realizing that her words seemed to be intentionally leading. If not for that, how could he, as a student, have assumed from the beginning that Doan Tu Cam was cheating? Chung Chi-Uyen bit her lower lip hard, her eyes looking towards the stage. Thin Thanh Duong held a very high position in the art world. Even Chung's grandfather had to show some respect. Unexpectedly, Doan Tu Cam could make Thin Thanh Duong personally stand up for him. On the stage, the old man was still interrogating. "This calligraphy was shown to me not long ago by that student, saying he wanted to take it to participate in an art competition. Wei Hao, I ask you, why is your seal on it?" He was about to die of anger. Such a good piece of calligraphy ruined by Wei Hao's seal. At this point, Wei Hao just wanted to distance himself from the matter. This is not something I stole. It was given to me by someone else. Thin Then Duong didn't want to hear Wei Hao's further explanations, signaling the staff to drag him out. You all continue. Thin Then Duong was still angry. I'm going to eat watermelon to cool down. As a result, he had only taken a few steps when he angrily turned back. I'm taking this calligraphy. No one dare touch it. Duan Tukam yawned while turning to walk down from the stage, returning to his seat. He had just sat down and looked up to see Tu Vu and his followers with respectful expressions, keeping a slight distance from her. Tu Vu even pulled her uniform jacket tight. Father Doan, you're so cool, so powerful that I'm a bit scared. Kwang Yin turned his head. So that calligraphy was yours too. How did it end up in Wei Hao's hands? Duan Tukam continued to yawn, casually replying, who knows? Kwang Yin let out a cold laugh, determined to investigate. I want to see who dares to touch our Father Doan's stuff. God damn our Father Doan, talking as if he's part of the family or something. The scheming girl who instigated the calligraphy master to falsely claim an unidentified treasure, while the true owner was falsely accused of theft and faced expulsion. When the truth was revealed, she quietly retreated, cleanly distancing herself from the situation. Before the Not Trung School's art competition had even ended, the punishment for Wei Hao was announced on the official website of the Huaqua Calligraphy Association. As expected, he was expelled from the association, completely ruining his reputation. Angered, he called Chung Chiuyan. You dare to set me up. Let me tell you, if I can't live in peace, don't expect to be left alone either. Chung Chiuyan, from her initial panic, gradually calmed down and calmly shifted all responsibility. It's clearly because of your greed. How can you blame me? Don't forget, you yourself stamped that calligraphy, claiming it as your own. You told me to do it. I only followed your instructions. Are you framing me like this, prepared to offend the Chung family? Wei Hao's expression immediately changed, because he knew well the influence of the Chung family, one of the 4 great families in Khotan with a prestigious status. Master Wei Hao, don't forget that the calligraphy you falsely claimed belongs to my cousin. My grandfather dotes on my cousin. Think about it. When he meets you, will he listen to your explanation? If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have feared the Chung family. On the contrary, the Chung family would have had to show him some respect. But now, he had been expelled from the Huaqua Calligraphy Association. Wei Hao angrily smashed his phone. Chung Chi-Uyen remained calm, added Wei Hao's number to her blacklist, and left the school. However, at this moment, the crowd in front of the notice board suddenly became agitated. It turned out that the list of students who won prizes in the art competition had been announced. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Doan Tukam won first place in both calligraphy and painting categories. Some even compared him to the goddess Chung Chi-Uyen. In terms of award achievements, one could only say that Chung Chi-Uyen was no match for Doan Tukam. Luke Fong, as a loyal admirer of Chung Chi-Uyen, immediately rebutted, painting is just a hobby after all. Look at Doan Tukam's total score. Is there any subject higher than our Chi-Uyen? Comparing him to Chi-Uyen is really lowering Chi-Uyen's class. He even loudly declared, if Doan Tukam can score over 400 in total in next month's final exam, I'll shave my head and plant a banana tree. Hearing this, Chung Chi-Uyen felt a bit better. After all, she didn't need to compare herself with a poor student. So what if he's good at painting and writing? In the end, it all comes down to the college entrance exam results. On Saturday, Doan Tukam went to the Pho family villa again to check on the toxin levels in old Mr. Pho's body. Pho Van Tam stood waiting outside, and when he saw her, his almond-shaped eyes curved slightly. Doan Tukam asked again about the timing of the medicine delivery. Without medicine, we can only suppress, not cure. Pho Van Tam replied without hiding anything. The medicine is on its way. It will arrive by the end of the month. Tukam reminded Pho Van Tam. During this time, be careful not to let old Mr. Pho's mood fluctuate too much. Otherwise, the toxins entering the heart will be very difficult to handle. Pho Van Tam gently patted Tukam's head, signaling he understood. Then he changed the subject, suggesting they go to the mall to buy Doan Tukam some clothes as a birthday gift from this big brother. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Century Mall in the city center. Pho Van Tam turned off the engine and discovered that Tukam had fallen asleep. When asleep, she looked extremely docile. Pho Van Tam's eyelashes quivered slightly. His Adam's apple moved. He couldn't resist reaching out his hand towards her face, then poked her cheek. Soft, very elastic, truly adorable. Pho Van Tam paused, intending to withdraw his hand, but couldn't resist poking a few more times. Doan Tukam suddenly stirred and opened her eyes. She seemed to sense something and looked up. Pho Van Tam's hand froze in midair, caught in a dilemma. He hurriedly explained, "There was a mosquito on your face just now. I was helping you shoo it away." Doan-tu Cam put down her makeup mirror, noticing a few poke marks on her face. But she didn't expose him. Her mood was good today, so she reluctantly allowed him to pinch her cheeks a few more times. Fo Van Tham clenched his fist, pursed his lips, and repeatedly refused. "Let's not do this. I'm afraid I'll turn into a beast later." "You won't. You can't turn into one." Doan-tu Cam swore solemnly. "You won't hit me. It hurts a lot." The shopping mall was bustling with people coming and going. Fo Van Tham glanced around and said lazily, "I'll take you upstairs." Then, they took the elevator straight to the top floor. Fo Van Tham explained, "The 17th floor of this mall is only for platinum members. There are fewer people and no need to queue." The sales staff, of course, recognized young Master Fo and hurriedly came forward to warmly welcome the two. Fo Van Tham took out a jet black card and handed it over. "Let her see if she likes anything. Feel free to choose." The sales staff took the card and was momentarily stunned. In their mall, one had to spend 100 million yuan to own a platinum card. But this black card she had never seen before. Doan-tu Cam walked around, picked up an outfit, and returned, thought for a moment before saying, "I think this one is fine." Fo Van Tham looked up and saw a dark, long robe embroidered with bright red flowers. How to describe this outfit? It would probably look old even on his deceased grandmother. This girl's aesthetic taste was truly unique. It seems the young lady doesn't know how to dress very well. The staff member hurriedly stepped forward and continued, "This outfit doesn't suit you very well. You should wear something more youthful and lively. We've just imported some high-end designs from Europe. Why don't you come and take a look?" Before the staff could finish speaking, Fo Van Tham stood up and interrupted. "No need. Take all the styles in her size, and later send them all to the address I'll provide." The female sales assistant was delighted and hurriedly said she would go pack everything right away. Although this wealthy customer was exceptionally talented and seemed to know almost everything, his eye for choosing clothes was hard to describe. Young Master Fo waved his hand, telling the sales assistant to pack all the styles and send them to his home, leaving Doan-tu Cam stunned for a long moment before she asked bewilderedly, "Are you mocking me for not knowing how to choose clothes?" Fo Van Tham raised his almond-shaped eyes and said very seriously, "No." Then he openly reached out and pinched her small face. "Come on, you're still a young lady in your prime. Don't be shy about having lots of clothes. Anyway, whether you like them or they suit you, just buy them all." Doan-tu Cam removed his hand, rubbed her small face, and said, "3 times is enough." Fo Van Tham cheerfully turned to pay. "Let's go. Don't we have dinner at your grandfather's house tonight?" After completing the payment, the female sales assistant smiled as she saw off the 2 money gods. This order had helped her meet her annual target. She'd probably be smiling even in her dreams tonight. At this moment, the manager in charge of the 17th floor happened to walk by and asked after a glance, "Was that young Master Fo just now?" The female sales assistant admiringly said, "Yes, he bought over 10 million yuan worth of clothes. Indeed, he's from one of the top 4 wealthy families." The manager scoffed disdainfully. "His status is useless. All his money comes from old Master Fo. He's just a wastrel playboy who doesn't work properly. Don't you know, his former fiancée would rather crawl into his brother's bed than marry him." The female sales assistant immediately perked up her ears to listen. What happened? The manager recounted. 2 years ago, old Master Fo personally arranged a marriage for him, waiting for him to return from Europe for the wedding. Who knew that after learning about it, the other party immediately turned to the eldest young master? So you don't need to be so respectful to him. People say that when old Master Fo passes away one day, this young Master Fo will lose his status. After saying this, the manager hurriedly went to inspect the next store. The female sales assistant hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. The black card that young Master Fo gave her seemed to be the only one in the entire Century Mall. Even his brothers didn't have one. After dinner, Madame Chung saw the old man taking a walk on the balcony and took the opportunity to stop Doan-tu Cam at the top of the stairs, speaking in an unfriendly tone. "I'm not sure how to treat you, but I must make my position clear. What you shouldn't dream of, it's best not to dream of. You don't have that blessing, understand? That's all I have to say. I hope you're smart enough to know what you should and shouldn't do." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up to see the old man humming a cheerful tune coming down from upstairs. Old Master Chung frowned. "Why aren't you with Doan-tu Cam? What are you doing standing here?" Madame Chung immediately changed her expression and said gently, "Doan-tu Cam seemed upset, but didn't tell me, so I wanted to ask her if something happened at school. I was going up to check on her. Father, please take care of your health too." Just as she was about to go upstairs, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Before teaching others, please take care of your own daughter first." Madame Chung stopped in her tracks, turned around coldly and asked, "What do you mean?" She thought to herself, how dare an adopted child compare herself to Miss Chung? Indeed, she's been spoiled by the old man to the point of not knowing her place. Doan Cam held up her phone, pressed a button, and in the quiet stairwell, a clear voice rang out. It was a recording of the conversation between Chung Chi-uyen and Wei Hao. First came Wei Hao's angry shout. "This painting was clearly stolen by her and given to me, and she told me to stamp it." Next was Chung Chi-uyen's arrogant voice. "How dare you falsely accuse me like that? Do you want to go against the entire Chung family? We'll see who my grandfather believes, you or me." At that moment, Chung Chi-uyen came out of the room. As she reached the corner of the staircase and heard the recording, her face immediately turned pale. Seeing that her grandfather was about to uncover the truth, a feeling of shame and humiliation welled up, almost making her cry out loud. The mother of that fake daughter had once warned her grandfather not to dream about the Chung family's assets. Who knew that not only was her grandfather not threatened by her, but it also ignited anger in her daughter. Chung Chi-uyen also didn't expect that Doan Cam had a recording of her conversation with old Ngui. Everyone was stunned. After a moment, Mrs. Chung came to her senses, both shocked and angry. She rushed towards Cam. "What are you trying to do? Give me that phone right now." Doan Cam nimbly dodged and put the phone in her pocket. "Out of respect for my grandfather, I haven't made this recording public, but that doesn't mean you can provoke me as you please." Mr. Chung angrily glared at his granddaughter. "So it was you who stole Cam's work and gave it to that old man?" Chung Chi-uyen, with tears in her eyes, tremblingly explained, "I was just a little jealous. I had no other ill intentions." Mr. Chung was clearly very angry. "I don't want to hear your excuses. Go to the attic right now and reflect on your actions. You can only come out when you've realized your mistake." Chung Chi-uyen wanted to plead with her grandfather, but was coldly escorted away by the butler. Mr. Chung then turned to his daughter-in-law, looking at her angrily. "And you too. Don't think I don't know about the tricks you've been playing behind my back. If you have such thoughts, you should raise your children better. Look at what Van has become now." Mrs. Chung, both ashamed and humiliated, no longer had the arrogant demeanor from before. She lowered her head and said, "It's all my fault. I've truly neglected Van's upbringing lately." Mr. Chung impatiently waved his hand. "I don't want to hear those meaningless pleasantries. Not raising your children properly is your fault. Now apologize to Cam." Mrs. Chung's face turned red. She had been married into the Chung family for so many years, and today she was forced to apologize to a stepdaughter of low status. She clenched her fists, held back her emotions, and finally mumbled an apology. After that, unable to save face any longer, she hurriedly picked up her skirt and went upstairs. Mr. Chung said regretfully, "I never expected Chi-uyen to do such a thing. It's my fault for not raising her well." Doan Cam calmly replied, "It's not your fault. Don't worry about it." She reached out to pat her grandfather's back and said, "It's getting late. I'll go back to my father's house first. I'll visit you again another day." Unexpectedly, thanks to Chung Chi-uyen this time, grandfather's outburst of anger had actually helped release the pent-up frustration inside him. Mr. Chung smiled and reminded her, "Be careful on your way." Watching his granddaughter leave, he rubbed his chest, feeling a strange sensation. Why did he feel so much more comfortable after venting his anger? He scratched his head, pondering for a long time, but still couldn't understand the reason, so he cheerfully went to water the flowers. In the attic, Chung Chi-uyen was being punished by kneeling, feeling extremely resentful. An hour later, Mrs. Chung came in and slapped her daughter, coldly asking, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Chung Chi-uyen held her face, crying even more intensely. "I shouldn't have been possessed by evil spirits." Before she could finish her words, she received another slap on her face. Mrs. Chung shook her head and said disappointedly, "Wrong. Your mistake was not being discreet enough, not erasing all traces, and leaving evidence for others to find. An even bigger mistake was being jealous of a stepdaughter, lowering yourself to fight with her." Then, she squatted down and consoled her daughter. "You're the young lady I've carefully raised. How can you let a stepdaughter overshadow you? However, your grandfather is right. You really should reflect on yourself. Your rivals should be the prestigious young ladies in the capital, not that stepdaughter who has nothing to her name. Do you understand my thoughts?" Chung Chi-uyen resentfully replied, "Yes." Mrs. Chung reminded her again, "Now you should focus your energy on something else. The eldest son of the Muk family will be staying at our house for a few days next month. You know what the Muk family represents in the capital. I don't need to say more." Chung Chi-uyen wiped her tears and said, "I understand." Mrs. Chung left with a final remark, "Don't disappoint me again." A gloomy expression gradually appeared on Chung Chi-uyen's face. The humiliation she suffered today she would surely return to Doan Tukam 100,000 times over. Who could have guessed that Pho Van Tom, who appeared carefree on the surface, harbored a hidden fear in his heart? In the quiet of the late night, Pho Van Tom lay on the bed, cold sweat breaking out, his hands clutching the bedsheet tightly. He had that terrifying nightmare again. On a stormy night, his mother frantically hid him in the wardrobe, repeatedly instructing him not to come out no matter what happened. The innocent boy at that time could only watch helplessly as his mother fell into a pool of blood, trying hard to stifle his cries. Before taking her last breath, his mother looked at him through the wardrobe crack, her eyes full of lingering affection, urging him to live a happy life. The sounds of gunshots and screams echoed in his ears for a long time. Finally, in that bloody scene, he saw the backs of 3 men dressed in black. Behind them was a terrifying skull drawing, which has been deeply imprinted in his mind ever since. Pho Van Tom woke up with a start, panting. Despite 3 years of deep hypnotherapy, he still couldn't escape the nightmare from 20 years ago. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID as Deep Ditch, he frowned but still sat up to answer. Deep Ditch's voice was low. "I'm back in the capital. The matter isn't resolved yet, so I'll have to trouble you to look after Deep Seo for a while longer." Pho Van Tam replied somewhat reluctantly, "Is such a trivial matter worth calling me in the middle of the night?" Deep Ditch was silent for a moment before speaking. "That's not it. Tuyet Sin told me he noticed your emotions fluctuating greatly and was worried you might do something rash." After a pause, he asked, "Are you all right?" Pho Van Tam looked at the city lights outside the window and chuckled softly. "I'm fine. I'm used to it. It's just that sometimes living feels so tiring." The other end of the line fell silent, not knowing how to respond. Pho Van Tam quickly returned to his usual carefree manner. "Don't worry, I'm fine." After saying that, he hung up without waiting for a reply. After pondering for a few seconds, he texted Doan Tukam, asking what she wanted for breakfast, saying he could bring it over on his way. He was about to put down the phone after sending it, thinking that normal people would be asleep at this hour. Unexpectedly, he received a reply, "I'm not picky about food. Did you have a nightmare?" Pho Van Tham was stunned, and after a while, he lazily replied, "Little friend, you're truly a mind reader. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Although you're naturally beautiful and gently radiant, you still shouldn't stay up this late." Just as he sent the message, a video call came in. Pho Van Tham's hand paused, and after a moment, he pressed the answer button. He saw Doan Tukam wearing a nightgown, rubbing her sleepy eyes, clearly having just woken up. "You look like you didn't sleep well. Tomorrow I'll bring you some medicine. Take it before 3 meals, 7 days for 1 course." After thinking for a bit, she added, "When you have nightmares, it's best not to be alone." Pho Van Tam blinked slightly. He really didn't expect the little friend to video call him just to say this. So he smiled and said, "I understand. It's 11 o'clock already. Go to sleep quickly. If you don't sleep now, I'll have to come over and tuck you in myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the video call was cut off, giving him no time to react. Indeed, the little friend was still so heartless. After this commotion, Pho Van Tham's mood unconsciously relaxed. He yawned, suddenly feeling a bit sleepy, and decided to get some more sleep. At lunchtime after class, the 3 close friends went to the cafeteria together. Tuvu asked Doan Tukam, "Are you just going to let Chung Chi-Uyen off like that? You should make that recording public so everyone can see her true face. How can she call herself a goddess? Those boys must all be blind." Doan Tukam, while bowing her head to work on a bounty mission, said, "No need. I just received a notification from the forum that his level has been upgraded to level C." Tuvu turned to Kwang Yen with a mischievous smile. "Why don't you go and scold that Bachlian Hoa? Crush her fragile little heart." Kwang Yen's face darkened. "Are you out of your mind?" At this time, Chung Chi-Uyen was also having lunch with her classmates. The female students sitting opposite were surprised to see Kwang Yen appear. How strange. It's rare to see young Master Kwang at the cafeteria, but with Doan Tukam here, it's not that surprising. Chung Chi-Uyen stirred her ramen bowl, smirking. She just likes to cling to men. The other girl was stunned, immediately perking up her ears to listen. "No way, that's disgusting." Chung Chi-Uyen stopped her chopsticks and said, "First, she seduced Doan Lovi's fiancé, then clung to young Master Pho, and now even Kwang Yin isn't spared." She looked up towards Doan Tukam, then continued to fabricate. "It's even more disgusting." However, before she could finish her sentence, Doan Tukam gently twisted her slender finger, and the chopstick in her hand flew out, embedding itself with a thud into the table in front of Chung Chi-Uyen. The previously noisy cafeteria suddenly fell silent. All the students who witnessed this scene were stunned. Chung Chi-Uyen looked at Doan Tukam with disbelief, her lips trembling in fear. After a long moment, the students finally snapped out of it, whispering among themselves, "Oh my God, what kind of kung fu is that? How can she embed a chopstick into the table? Tuvu, who witnessed the entire incident, struggled to ask, Big Brother Doan, what exactly happened? Doan Tukam calmly said, just a slip of the hand, used a bit too much force. Looks like I need to adjust it. Tuvu and Kwang Yen looked at each other, their hearts full of fear. If a slip of the hand could embed a chopstick into the table, crushing an iron ball would probably be as easy as child's play if she used her full strength. Tuvu suddenly felt a bit scared. To be able to use internal energy to this level, she must have been training. Big Brother Doan is indeed a mysterious person. In the afternoon, at the principal's office, the principal flipped through the calendar and said to Hatuan, the first interview for Norton University is at the end of May. I think this way you have 3 interview slots, 2 for your international class students, and the remaining one for the top student in the grade. What do you think? Hatuan nodded, showing no objection. However, Norton University doesn't just look at grades. Actually, as a regional lecturer myself, I'm not very clear about it. I once heard my supervising professor say that only S-level students are considered true students of Norton University. The conditions for upgrading to S-level are secret, and I'm not qualified to know. The principal thought for a moment and said, I remember you know someone at the Royal European Art Academy, right? Hatuan understood. You mean you want me to take the opportunity while I'm at Norton University to bring along some top final year art students as well? The principal laughed heartily. That's right, but you might need to bring one more person. Student Doan Tukam performed exceptionally well in this art exam. I feel she could give it a try. Hatuan rejected the idea without hesitation. I'm sorry, Principal, but I don't think that's necessary. The Royal European Art Academy also values academic performance. With Doan Tukam's bottom-ranking grades, what's the point of her going there? The principal, surprised by his strong aversion to Doan Tukam, was about to say a few more words when the phone on the desk suddenly rang. As soon as he answered the call, his expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly stood up. All right, I'll be right there. After adjusting his attire, he rushed out, saying to Hatuan, an important guest from Europe has arrived. I need to go greet them. Hatuan was also curious about what kind of distinguished guest could make the principal so nervous. A world-renowned oil painter, personally coming to the school to seek out a poor student as an apprentice. This astonished the principal, who had seen many things in life. The head of the art department received a phone call, directing them to the exhibition room. The teacher lowered his voice and said, that person is Mr. Borg Brian, who just arrived from the Royal European Art Academy. The principal looked in the direction indicated, his head full of question marks. I've heard of him, but what is he doing? They saw a blond man pressing himself against the wall, arms spread wide, with an enraptured expression. The head of the art department struggled to explain, he's not hugging the wall, but the oil painting by student Doan Tukam submitted for the art festival. The principal was stunned, and before he could react, he heard the man exclaim excitedly, my God, what a magnificent painting is this. It's as if it were painted by the hand of God himself. This somewhat eccentric blonde, blue-eyed man was the contemporary romantic painter, Borg Brian. The principal and the head of the art department looked at each other, speechless. The head of the art department cleared his throat twice, interrupting Borg's rapture. Mr. Borg, our principal has arrived. If you have any requests, please speak directly to him. Borg quickly turned around. Hurry. I want to meet the person who painted this. The principal finally understood why he had come and asked how he had found his way here. Borg looked around with a disdainful expression. Isn't your school hosting an art festival? I happened to see this painting online. Otherwise, who would bother coming all this way? This place doesn't even have good ice cream. The head of the art department wiped his sweat and nervously said, Principal, artists are quite flighty. Don't let it affect you. The principal felt his CPU was about to overload, but since the artist had come from afar, he politely said, the student is still in class. Please wait a moment. This time Borg agreed quickly. All right, I'll wait. Hatuan happened to pass by at that moment and was a bit surprised to see Borg. Then he proactively approached to greet him. Borg didn't even bother to look at him, waving his hand dismissively. Who are you? Not free. Which class is that student in? Take me to meet them quickly. The principal saw how impatient he was, as if rushing to be reborn, and had to lead him up to the 12th grade floor. Hatuan couldn't get a word in edgewise, and frowned as he turned to ask the head of the art department, why did Mr. Borg come here? The head of the art department, relieved to have finally seen off this Buddha, sighed with relief and said proudly, don't you know, he came here for Doan Tukam. I reckon he wants to take her as his student. Hatuan froze on the spot. Who was Borg? How could he personally come all this way for Doan Tukam? The head of the art department didn't notice Hatuan's changed expression and wiped his sweat as he walked out. I misunderstood Doan Tukam at the art festival earlier. I must go apologize to her. At this moment, the end of class bell rang. Class 19 was as noisy and lively as usual. Doan Tukam was grinding through tasks on the forum when she suddenly received a message from Thin Than Duong. Little divine doctor, are you interested in the International Calligraphy Association? Come be the vice president. Doan Tukam casually replied with 3 words, I'm not going. On the other side, Thin Than Duong immediately became anxious. Don't be like that. It's such a waste of your talent. Doan Tukam maintained her indifferent expression, because it will affect my retirement plans. The other party sent a crying face emoji. Doan Tukam directly replied, send another emoji and I'll block you. The young old man immediately shifted all responsibility to his bald son, saying that the paperwork was ready, and welcoming her to change her mind and sign anytime. Doan Tukam yawned, not bothering to argue with him anymore, and continued with her tasks. If her friends on the forum knew that this mysterious, multi-talented, enigmatic great deity had lived for over 1,000 years, they would probably faint from shock on the spot. During break time, a junior with flashy blue and red hair poked his head in through the back door of the classroom, shouting, Boss, the principal's looking for you. He wants to see you. Are you going? There's also a foreigner. Seems like he wants to meet you too. His attitude seems very good. He even asked if you really like Chimera. Doan Tukam raised her beautiful phoenix eyes and said coldly, don't like it. Hearing this, the junior immediately rolled up his sleeves, flattering. Where is he now? We'll go bag him right away. Nearby, Tu Vu, while watching the amusing scene, calmly spoke up. He's been buried underground for several hundred years. You'd better hurry, or he might fly away on a broomstick. The junior was dumbfounded, realizing he was being teased. Right after, Tu Vu's famous biography class began, educating the junior. Chi Nuofeng was a world-renowned oil painter in the 17th century, leaving behind hundreds of works in his lifetime. Tu Vu walked over, putting his arm around Doan Tukam's shoulder. You're really joking around. You've never even met him. How would you know he's talkative? Doan Tukam's face remained as cold as ever, because that old man used to recite the Bible while painting, and in Latin at that, giving me a headache. Tu Vu gave her a thumbs up. You're amazing. Even your made-up stories stick so close to history. When I traveled, I visited Chi Nuofeng's house, and his study was indeed full of Bible versions. Tukam lowered her eyes slightly, her memories returning to 300 years ago in Hao Chao. She had studied oil painting under Chi Nuo for 3 years, spending most of the time listening to him ramble on about the Bible. His paintings were indeed beautiful, but he was also truly annoying. As long as he wasn't talking, he was a lovable old man. Chi Nuo was just one of her many teachers over the years, but unfortunately, he was only human, and she had no way to extend his lifespan. Pulling back from her thoughts, her eyes returned to the phone screen. She needed just 1,000 more maturity points to access the hidden section. It contained the true nature of this world. This forum was just an organization responsible for protecting these secrets. The junior with flashy blue and red hair waved his hand in front of her. That foreigner said he's waiting for you, Boss Doan. You can go whenever you're free. Doan Tukam thought for a moment, then stood up. I'll go see him now. Consider it a moment of nostalgia for an old acquaintance. On the other side, Chung Manhwa and Doan Lovi rushed to the school. Chung Manhwa asked uncertainly, did Borg really come in person? Doan Lovi nodded. Yes, Mom. Tukam knows nothing about art. I don't know why Borg came looking for her. I'm worried something might happen, so I came to check on her. The anger in Chung Manhwa's heart flared up. What good could her daughter possibly do? She must have cheated again, this time embarrassing them internationally. She had to quickly go there and apologize before the situation got out of hand. It was break time, and many students recognized Doan Lovi, greeting her one after another. Chung Manhwa anxiously took out a mask from her bag and put it on. After waiting for about 5 minutes, they finally saw a familiar figure coming out of the teaching building and immediately approached her. Intentionally lowering her voice, she said to Tukam, Mom has something to tell you. Pack your things and follow me out of school. However, Doan Tukam didn't even bother to glance at her. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from behind. Excuse me, please make way. A blonde, blue-eyed foreigner unexpectedly rushed forward, bumping into Chung Manhwa. She was caught off guard, and with a crack, her ankle and high heels nearly broke. Fortunately, Doan Lovi caught her in time, asking worriedly, Mom, are you okay? Should we go to the infirmary? We've already seen Tukam. We can come back later. Chung Manhwa, grimacing in pain, didn't refuse. Doan Lovi pretended to casually look back, and of course recognized Borg Brian. How could she let her mother go as a peacemaker? If her reputation was ruined, Doan Tukam wouldn't be able to live peacefully either. However, as soon as Lovi turned her head back, she saw Borg Borg suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. What was happening? Wasn't Borg here to cause trouble for Doan Tukam? Moreover, as a top figure in the art world, why was he showing such reverence to Doan Tukam? Seeing Lovi's strange expression, Chung Manhwa asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Doan Lovi quickly averted her gaze, saying, "Nothing. Let's hurry to the infirmary." The world's top master of painting, wanting to take a high school girl as his teacher, who wouldn't be stunned by this sight. Borg was seen clasping his hands, respectfully performing the ceremony to become her disciple. The principal standing behind him widened his eyes in disbelief, truly doubting if he had gone deaf or something. Clearly, Doan Tukam was also startled by Borg's kneeling, hurriedly reaching out to help him up. "Please don't do this. It's troublesome. Can you stand up first?" But Borg remained kneeling. "Master Doan, I've seen your painting The Guest in the Church. Please accept me as your student." Doan Tukam massaged her temples, saying with a headache, "I don't take students. I still have to go to school." The junior with flashy blue and red hair, hiding behind to watch the commotion, covered his mouth and giggled. "She's really something else. Our boss, Doan, has fooled another idiot." Borg became anxious. "Master Doan, you don't need to go to school. I can directly introduce you to any prestigious university in the world, except for Norton University." Doan Tukam smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, but I will go to Norton University in the future." But Borg didn't notice that she said go to not enroll in. Borg worried to the point of pulling his hair. "Then what will make you agree to teach me painting? If I didn't know Chi Nuofeng had died hundreds of years ago, I would have thought you were his reincarnation." Doan Tukam was a bit helpless, pondered for a few seconds and said, "We can discuss this together. Mr. Borg, you're already recognized as a top master painter in the world. I've seen your paintings before, and they truly have the style of a young Chi Nuofeng." Unexpectedly, Borg immediately became angry upon hearing this. "Nonsense. I know my own worth." The principal felt his head buzzing, almost fainting. Borg also understood that he had no hope of becoming her disciple, so he clasped his hands and pleaded, "Then, could you please paint a few pieces for me? I want to take them back to copy and learn from." Doan Tukam unhesitatingly held out her hand. "Sure, but you'll have to pay." Borg waved his hand generously. "No problem. My paintings have been sold for $7 million US. I'll pay you double that price." Doan Tukam smiled at this big spender. "I can give you one more for free." Borg was overjoyed, his mouth grinning like a flower, repeatedly praising her as a good person. Before leaving, he seemed to remember something. "Master Doan, your English pronunciation is even more accurate than mine. I thought you were a native European." Watching Borg's figure leave, Doan Tukam felt both amused and annoyed. Who knows, maybe I really did meet his ancestor before. In the evening, Pho Van Tham parked his luxury car at the school gate, waiting for the girl to finish school. His handsome appearance, outstanding demeanor, and tall figure attracted quite a few glances from the students. Under everyone's gaze, Pho Van Tham attentively opened the car door for the girl, then started the car, asking, "Are you going to the private hospital again today?" Doan Tukam rested her chin on her hand and nodded. "Today I have to interview new people. I need to go there and check." Pho Van Tham handed her a pack of chestnuts. "Why aren't you sleepy today? What are you thinking about so seriously?" Doan Tukam peeled a chestnut, muttering, "I watched a TV series a month ago. I haven't finished it yet, but I've forgotten the name." Pho Van Tham calmly asked, "What's the story about?" Doan Tukam thought for a moment and briefly recounted. "It's about a high school boy who uses a mirror to time travel to ancient times and meets a very handsome prince. The next day, he time travels back through the mirror, only to find that 10 years have passed. Then he keeps time traveling back and forth." Pho Van Tham's mouth twitched. Indeed, it was a particularly melodramatic show. However, he still took out his phone, saying, "Let me ask for you." After saying this, he sent a message. In less than 20 seconds, the other party replied. Looking at the title, Pho Van Tham rarely showed a complex expression, turning his head to tell the girl, "Found it. The show you watched is called The Domineering CEO and the Ice Prince Compete for My Love Every Day." Doan Tukam looked up. The handsome face, trying to suppress a smile, suddenly went silent. That somewhat embarrassing movie title sounded so strange coming from his mouth. Doan Tukam arrived at Tianyan Private Hospital, going directly to the HR department. The department head handed her the list of candidates, saying, "Today there are a total of 150 candidates. More than half have been interviewed. 30 people are still waiting." Doan Tukam didn't look at the documents, just nodded. "Everyone has worked hard." The department head, being praised, waved his hands repeatedly. "You're too kind. Without you, the hospital wouldn't be what it is today." His words were not an exaggeration at all. Doan Tu Cam had cured Thin Thun Duong and was now the hospital's living treasure. The doctors who had quit before were probably regretting their decision now. Doan Tu Cam checked the time on her phone, saying, "The interview starts at 7. I'll go out for dinner first and come back later." On her phone was a message from Pho Van Tam, inviting her to have hot pot. The department head respectfully saw her out. "It's really great that you can personally come to be an interview judge. The remaining candidates have been here for a while. They're all in the waiting room." Luke Tree sat anxiously in her heart, looking around, until she saw the familiar figure of a girl. At first, she was stunned. "Why are you here?" She and Doan Lo Vi were originally good friends, so she always had a bad impression of Doan Tu Cam, especially after being framed by her, causing her father to cut her finances for a long time. More importantly, because of that lawsuit, the No family was investigated, and her job in the capital also vanished into thin air. Therefore, the two had become enemies. Thinking this, she arrogantly blocked. "Don't you think knowing a few people means you can come to the hospital to be a nurse? Have you ever taken any formal Chinese medicine training courses? Do you know how to identify toxic herbs? Do you understand what look, listen, ask, and feel means in diagnosis? I heard from Lovi that your academic performance was always at the bottom of the class, especially in math and English, where you could count your scores on one hand. How can you even think of studying medicine with this level?" Her sarcastic tone was not low, attracting the attention of other candidates. Doan Tu Cam coldly glanced at her, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce through one's heart. While Luke Tree was still dazed, the girl had already left, not bothering to pay her any attention. Luke Tree angrily clenched her fists, but could do nothing. The other candidates just found her incomprehensible, whispering among themselves, "Is that girl crazy? No one provoked her, yet she speaks so rudely. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. My grades weren't good either back then, but I still managed to study medicine, didn't I? I really hope she doesn't get hired. I don't want to work with someone like that." Being talked about like this, Luke Tree felt both embarrassed and angry, her face alternating between red and white. Pho Van Tham took the girl to an old hot pot restaurant. It was peak hour and the restaurant was quite crowded. They chose a table in a secluded corner and sat down. The waiter quickly brought their food. Doan Tu Cam said, "We need to finish eating before 7 o'clock. I still have to go back to the hospital to interview candidates." Pho Van Tam curved his phoenix eyes. "Mr. Moot should be thanking you. He threw this mess at you. I don't know if he's sincere or not." Doan Tu Cam didn't mind much. "As long as I can make money, it's fine." Pho Van Tam was silent for a moment. "You're not even of legal age yet. You really don't need to worry about money now. If you need money, just tell me. Just those few bottles of medicine you gave me are worth millions of yuan, yet you refused my bank card." Doan Tu Cam took a sip of soda and said, "I don't need it. Earning money myself gives me a sense of achievement. Money from others has no meaning." The divine food-picking skills of the great master reappeared in the world, serving heavenly justice. Every day, for some reason, there were always nameless pawns who voluntarily offered themselves to be slapped in the face. Pho Van Tom was having dinner with the girl at an old hot pot restaurant. A person passing by the shop saw the scene inside, adjusted his collar, and slowly walked in. Pho Van Tom had just peeled a shrimp and handed it to the girl, when a sarcastic, mocking voice rang out. "Oh, look who I've found. Isn't this young Master Pho, the most famous playboy in the city? What's wrong? Did your grandfather stop giving you pocket money? Now you have to resort to eating hot pot like this." Pho Van Tham remained silent. Doan Tu Cam put down her chopsticks and slowly looked up. With just one glance, she had grasped all the information about this person. This sloppily dressed man was named Pho Dat Tan, the second young master of the Pho family. His father was Pho Min Tan. He was 27 years old, unmarried, currently holding the position of CEO of a branch of the Pho group, but in reality had no real power, typically a useless freeloader. Doan Tu Cam calmly pressed down on her chopsticks, and in an instant, the bowl in front of her was gone. The dipping sauce bowl was flung up, flying straight towards the man's face. Pho Dat Tan was completely caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. The sauce splashed all over his face and clothes. The guests dining at nearby tables all showed disgusted expressions. Pho Van Tham smiled and handed the girl a tissue. "In the future, when you encounter this type of person, stay away. Don't dirty your hands." Doan Tu Cam nodded, taking another bowl of dipping sauce. Indeed too ugly. Pho Dat Tan was so angry his face turned pale. He loudly called for a waiter. "Look at your customers. What's going on here?" The waiter hurriedly ran over, also confused about what had happened, but quickly regained composure and said, "We apologize, sir. Everyone is dining. Please don't disturb them with loud voices. If you're here to dine, we welcome you." But looking at his troublemaking demeanor, the waiter didn't say the words causing trouble out loud. What a lunatic. A handsome couple was on a date, and he suddenly caused a scene and got what he deserved. Yet he still had the thick skin to stay and complain. Mocking laughter could be heard around. Fodat Than, both humiliated and ashamed, was so angry he could die. He only left with a parting shot. "You all just wait," then stormed off furiously. After this small interruption, the waiter reassured the customers to continue their meal. Fo Van Tham looked at the girl who was eating hot pot meat, his eyes gentle, taking a candy from his pocket and placing it in her palm. "Thank you for standing up for me." The girl waved it off, not paying much attention. At 7 p.m., the interview at Tiannan Hospital continued. Luke Tree drew the first interview number. The HR manager politely said, "One more female judge hasn't arrived yet. Please wait a few more minutes." Luke Tree was puzzled and asked, "Is the remaining judge the hospital director?" The manager smiled, not hiding anything. "No, it's the medical genius who saved our Tiannan hospital. I wonder if you've heard of her." Luke Tree was startled and asked again, "Is it the medical genius who saved even the patient that Dr. Jiang Day gave up on?" The manager nodded, his face full of pride. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the interview room door. Luke Tree straightened her back, turned to look at the door, wondering if the medical genius was male or female, thinking that if she could be taught by this person, she would surely learn a lot of medical knowledge. Lost in thought, she saw Doan Tukam enter wearing a school uniform. The smile on Luke Tree's face vanished. Could this girl be here to ruin her interview? A high school student who couldn't even pass exams, yet she was the medical genius revered by the medical community. And so, the familiar face-slapping scene unfolded once again. When Luke Tree saw Doan Tukam enter the interview room, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. "I was wondering why you were so quiet earlier. Turns out you were waiting for me here. Do you think coming here can ruin my interview?" After saying this, she turned irritably to look at the two judges. "Aren't we waiting for that medical genius? What is this girl doing here? If Tiannan Hospital hires even unqualified people like this, then it's really not worthy of hiring me." The HR manager didn't even bother to pay attention to her, standing up to respectfully pull out a chair. "Miss Doan, you've arrived just in time. Your seat is here." Then he frowned at Luke Tree. "This is our Tiannan Hospital's medical genius. Have you two met before?" This statement was like a thunderclap in clear sky, causing Luke Tree to look in shock at the girl sitting in the central position. The person who saved patients, that even the top hospital had given up on, the one praised and admired by her own teacher, that medical genius, was actually Doan Tukam. It was ridiculous. This girl was only 17 years old, a problem student at the bottom of her class. How could she be a medical genius? Seeing Luke Tree standing there dumbfounded, the HR manager spoke up to remind her. Luck Tree. Luck Tree finally came to her senses, shakily holding out her resume. However, the manager didn't take it, but looked at the girl beside him with clear meaning. "Tonight's interview will be decided by our medical genius." Doan Tukam didn't even bother to glance at the resume, calmly uttering 3 words. "We won't hire her." The manager and the 2 experts were surprised. They knew Luke Tree graduated from the Chinese University of Traditional Medicine, and this degree alone was already quite impressive. Luke Tree was both embarrassed and angry. "You haven't even looked at my resume. On what basis do you dare say you won't hire me? Even if you want personal revenge, you shouldn't do this." Doan Tukam smiled slightly. "You're overthinking it. You're not important enough for me to do that." This statement made Luke Tree tremble with humiliation. She was so angry with Tukam that she stuttered, unable to speak. Doan Tukam coldly continued, "In 2012, you were admitted to the Chinese University of Traditional Medicine, graduated in 2017, and started your master's degree that same year. In 2020, your thesis defense was found to have serious plagiarism, and you weren't awarded a degree. During this time, you interned at the 3rd Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, mistaking poisonous mushrooms for non-poisonous ones and mixing them into medicinal herbs. Additionally, at least 6 cases of medical accidents were caused by you." Luke Tree's face changed color, stuttering. "How do you know this? None of this is written on my resume." Doan Tukam didn't answer, directly crossed her name off the list of candidates, and calmly said, "Call in the next person." Luke Tree panicked, quickly begging, "Please, I can't lose this job. I can start from the most menial tasks. I don't need a probation salary. Just give me a chance. I didn't intentionally target you before, and I didn't really mean to mock you. Please be generous and forgive me." Doan Tukam didn't look at her anymore, coldly saying, "Get out." The feeling of extreme shame almost drove Luke Tree mad. She grabbed her resume and ran out crying. The manager felt a chill down his spine, feeling that this medical genius was not only skilled in medicine, but also had a mysterious ability to see through people. In wealthy families, the surface always appears harmonious and loving, but hidden beneath are undercurrents of conflict. As one of the four most powerful families in the city, the Faux family was no exception. The 15th day of each month was the Faux family gathering day. Faux Van Tam helped his grandfather into the dining room. After Old Master Faux sat in the main seat, he gestured to his children and grandchildren. "Everyone, please be seated." Faux Van Tam also sat down next to his grandfather. Seeing this, Faux Dat Tan scoffed coldly. "He's just good at flattering grandfather. He has no real ability." Hearing this, Madame Faux sitting nearby quickly reminded her son to be quiet. After eating for a while, the old master suddenly put down his chopsticks. "Today, since everyone is present, I have a few words to say directly. My body is getting weaker, and there are some matters that need to be arranged properly." Hearing this, the faces of some people in the Faux family couldn't hide their joy. The eldest son, Faux Min Ten, frowned and calmly said, "Father, you're still so healthy. Why say such unlucky words?" The old master beckoned to someone behind him. A professional manager who had been waiting stepped forward immediately, handing him a stack of documents. Whether it's unlucky or not, everyone knows in their hearts. "Today I want to announce something." After saying this, he put on his reading glasses and flipped through the documents. "I plan to distribute some assets." The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly became tense. Everyone looked towards the old master. Faux Dat Tan's eyes gleamed with triumph, thinking that if grandfather wanted to distribute assets, he would surely start with his father, the eldest son. However, the old man's next sentence made everyone's face turn sour. "The estate and the incense factory will be handed over to Van Tam." Even Faux Min Tan, who was about to speak up in protest, couldn't hide his disbelief. Faux Dat Tan jumped up, blurting out a curse. "Grandfather, have you lost your mind? The incense factory is the Faux family's long-standing brand. You're handing it over to a wastrel? Aren't you afraid he'll run it into the ground?" Faux Van Tam remained calm, casually playing with his knife and fork, not saying a word from beginning to end. The old man glanced at his playboy grandson, his eyes gentle but concealing authority. Madame Faux quickly pulled Faux Dat Tan, who was as fierce as a hungry tiger, back to his seat, scolding, "Watch your language. Don't be disrespectful." Faux Van Tam maintained his mocking smile, saying to the old man, "I don't need this incense factory. You can give it to someone else." Contrary to everyone's expectations, the old man had no intention of giving the incense factory to anyone else. He took off his reading glasses and said, "If that's the case, and you don't want it, then we'll put it on hold for now. Let's eat first. We'll discuss this matter later." Faux Min Tan and his wife exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. After dinner, back in the study, Faux Min Tan couldn't hold back anymore, angrily throwing the documents on the table. The old man is truly muddled. Dat Tan and the others are young and don't understand, but how can the old man not understand? Yet he wants to hand over the entire incense factory to him. Whenever it comes to that boy's matters, the old man shows inexplicable favoritism. I really don't know what he's thinking. Madame Faux, while massaging her husband's shoulders, advised, "Come on, calm down." In the end, he didn't dare to accept it, right? But it's strange. I feel like there's something off about the old man. 3 years ago, the hospital issued a critical condition notice. Yet now the old man seems healthier. Faux Min Tan's eyes turned cold. Who do you think the old man is struggling to stay alive for? Isn't it for that boy Van Tam? But his body has been weakened for too long. I'm afraid he won't last much longer. We must take advantage while the old man is still lucid and find a way to shift his attention to our daughter Jia Han. At this moment, Van Tam was preparing to return to his luxury apartment in the city center from his grandfather's house. Just as he started the car, the old phone in the drawer suddenly rang. As soon as he picked up, he heard a hesitant voice. "Brother, something's happened." Faux Van Tam's hand gripping the steering wheel suddenly tightened. The other person was silent for a long time before speaking with difficulty. "All the medicinal ingredients listed with bounties on the note have been gathered. The brothers were going to send them to you, but they were robbed when passing through customs." Hearing this, Faux Van Tam's eyes froze for a moment, but his voice remained as calm as ever. "I understand." The next afternoon, as usual, Van Tam came to Thantri High School, leaning against a tree, quietly waiting for Tukam to finish school. After a rustling of footsteps, Faux Van Tam turned around, looking at the girl who was smiling brightly. "I just saw on your school's bulletin board that there's an announcement about a celebrity coming to give a speech, right?" Duan Tukam nodded. "Yes, I heard it's at the end of the month, and it seems to be a film emperor too." Faux Van Tam raised an eyebrow. "You like watching movies so much, yet you don't fangirl over idols." Duan Tukam thought for a few seconds. "Being a fan is tiring, and besides, I prefer beautiful female celebrities." Faux Van Tam tilted his head, unconsciously smiling. Must it be female celebrities? Doan Tukam answered frankly. That's right, who doesn't like beautiful girls? Fo Van Tham was momentarily speechless, as if the girl's words made perfect sense. He reached out to brush off a fallen leaf from her hair, bending down, his eyes level with the girl's. All right, let's talk about the main thing. I have some business to attend to abroad. I'll be gone for about 4 or 5 days. Take good care of yourself during this time, and don't just eat cherry tomatoes for lunch when I'm not around, okay? Doan Tukam slightly furrowed her brow. Her prophetic abilities hadn't fully recovered, and if Fo Van Tham went abroad, she wouldn't be able to predict his safety. Last time at his house, someone wanted to kill him, and now going abroad, who knows how many people might be lying in wait. Seemingly noticing the girl's concern, Fo Van Tham patted her head. It's nothing serious. I'll be back soon. And before that, one more thing. Try to study hard for this midterm exam. If you get an average score in just one subject, I'll take you to see your favorite female celebrity in person. After saying this, he turned towards the school gate. Before you go to class, let me treat you to a meal. Returning to class in the afternoon, Doan Tukam was still pondering whether to study diligently or not. Thinking it over, this reward seemed quite worthwhile, so she decided to study. Having made up her mind, Tukam propped one hand on the desk, the other fumbling in her desk drawer, opening her phone, wanting to find the TV series she had watched before. What was that female celebrity's name again? Tuvu, sitting next to her, had his head down on the desk, dozing off and mumbling, "This is so boring. Why do we have to attend this public lecture? It'd be better to skip class and go racing. I really don't understand. We're high school students. Why do we have to listen to university lecturers? We don't even understand anything." Just then, a piece of chalk flew straight towards Tuvu. Tuvu woke up with a start, only to see the chalk land right next to Doan Tukam's books. The professor sternly said, "That girl over there, come up here and solve this problem for me." Doan Tukam put away her phone and looked up bewildered. "Are you calling me, sir?" Besides dozing off, the favorite pastime of top students and poor performers alike might be enjoying the embarrassment of show-offs. During the joint class session, the professor's chalk had flown past the sleeping students and hit Doan Tukam, one of the few who was secretly watching a movie. The entire class turned their heads to look at her. The students from the talented class laughed mockingly. Now even the poor students dare to go to the board. She used to sleep all day in our class. No wonder she got kicked out. I think class 19 suits her well. It's truly a garbage dump. Kwong Yin couldn't hold back anymore after hearing this. He grabbed the chemistry book on his desk and threw it straight at the student who had just spoken, growling, "Shut up right now." The other students fell silent in fear. Angering the school's big brother was tantamount to seeking death. Chung Chi-Uyen watched Kwong Yin defend Doan Tukam, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She couldn't understand what was so great about Doan Tukam that everyone surrounded her like this. At this moment, Doan Tukam was holding a pen, looking at the problem on the blackboard, her hand hesitating, not making any movement for a while. Luke Fong from below sneered, "If you can't do it, just come down quickly. Don't embarrass yourself up there, wasting everyone's time. You're so thick-skinned." Doan Tukam ignored him, raised her hand and wrote a string of numbers on the blackboard, then went straight back to her seat. Seeing this answer, the mocking laughter in the class grew louder. "What the hell is this? If you're going to make something up, at least make it a whole number." She must have copied it. She wrote the answer without even calculating the formula. How fake can you get? The professor pushed up his glasses, showing a satisfied expression. "This student wrote the correct answer, but next time it's best to show your work, otherwise the other students won't understand." Everyone immediately fell silent. Luke Fong was especially stunned, his face showing disbelief. She really wrote the correct answer. How is that possible? Chung Chi-Uyen was also shocked, clutching her scratch paper tightly. This problem was very complex and involved university-level chemistry knowledge. It would take her at least 5 minutes to solve it, yet Doan Tukam wrote the answer in just 5 seconds. The professor tapped his ruler on the desk. "I invite those who are sleeping to wake up. Let's continue with the lesson. You should learn from Tukam. Don't hesitate when solving problems." This comment made the male students who had mocked Doan Tukam earlier bow their heads in shame, but they still felt unconvinced. "Anyway, it's not like we couldn't solve this problem. She just got lucky and guessed correctly." The open class for the advanced class finally ended. The group of juniors followed Doan Tukam back to class. Tuvu patted the pink pig's tail. "Let's go, pink pig, back to class to feed you some premium corn." At this moment, Luke Fong came running. panting, and blocked their way. Doan-tu Cam, don't go. I have something to say. The midterm exams are at the end of April. Do you dare to make a bet with me? You take the 7 natural science subject tests from the talented class. If you can get an average score in just one subject, I'll eat shit in front of the whole school. What do you say? Everyone looked at him as if he was insane. A blonde guy hesitated for a moment and asked, "What? Is there something wrong with your brain?" He thought to himself, he looks like a decent person. How can he be this stupid? Duan's father often gives us lessons. Are you out of your mind to challenge her? Luke Fong angrily said, "What's it to you? Duan-tu Cam, do you dare to accept or not? If you don't dare, stop bullying Chiu Yen from now on." Luke Fong had thought he would continue to be ignored, but unexpectedly, this time Doan-tu Cam stopped, turned her head and looked at him. "All right, then remember to trim." Luke Fong was stunned. This was the first time he had heard such a strange request, but he had to go along with it. Back in the classroom, Tuvu asked in confusion, "Boss Doan, why did you agree with him? You usually don't care about this kind of thing." Doan-tu Cam picked up a Coca-Cola bottle and said calmly, "Because I like to watch melodramatic scenes, like a bad student turning over a new leaf, slapping faces, and so on. What do you think? If we send a video of him eating shit to my channel, wouldn't the viewership skyrocket? Besides, it's good, I won't have to spend money buying more views." Doan-tu Cam's piggy bank widened its eyes. Tuvu shuddered and said, "Boss Doan, whoever offends you is really asking for death in any way possible." Ever since her face broke out in red pimples, nearly ruining her appearance, and after inciting fans to slander Doan-tu Cam, getting sued to the point of having to apologize online, Bach Lianhua Chung Chi Uyen had been keeping a low profile. Today, her mother, who was always causing trouble, heard the news and angered her, so she hurriedly took her to People's Hospital number 1. Doan Lovi looked at her beautiful face that had returned to normal in the mirror, still amazed. She didn't know why her face had been covered in red pimples before, and then mysteriously disappeared. Even dermatologists couldn't find the cause. Lost in thought, the emergency room door suddenly opened. The doctor walked out with a tired expression. Doan Lovi quickly stood up, anxiously inquiring about her mother's condition. The doctor reluctantly sighed. "The old lady's condition isn't very promising. I've used silver needles to block several acupoints to temporarily relieve her pain, but this isn't a long-term solution. We need to quickly find the cause of her headaches. I'm sorry, but my medical skills are limited, and I'm at my wit's end." Upon hearing this, Doan Lovi staggered, almost falling. Her manager quickly supported her. She trembled as she asked the doctor, "What should we do now?" The doctor thought for a moment and said, "Unless you can invite someone from the Man family, or a divine doctor with medical skills on par with the Man family, we won't be able to save the old lady." After saying this, he turned and went into the restroom. Doan Lovi stood rooted to the spot, feeling conflicted. The Man family in the capital wasn't easy to invite. Has that divine doctor who cured the person from Tinthan Duong been found yet? The manager shook his head. Still no news. At this moment, the phone in Doan Lovi's purse suddenly rang. She took it out to see it was Luke Tree's number, someone she hadn't been in contact with for a long time. As soon as the call connected, the other party sobbed. "Please help me with something. Can you put in a good word with your cousin to let me work for her? I really need this job at Tiannan Hospital." Doan Lovi frowned, interrupting him. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Luke Tree continued, saying, "Doan-tu Cam is the divine doctor everyone is looking for." Doan Lovi felt like she had heard a joke and replied, "You've been under too much stress lately. What nonsense are you talking about? I know exactly how capable that girl is. I'm her aunt after all. All right, I have to practice my instrument now. If you have anything else to say, wait until after my performance." Without waiting for Luke Tree to say anything more, she hung up. She turned to look at her manager and said with a laugh, "Luke Tree must have gone crazy from job hunting, telling me that Doan-tu Cam is a divine doctor. What divine doctor? She's probably just a quack who tells sick people to go to temples and eat holy dirt." The manager helplessly shook his head. "Don't worry about these things anymore. Just focus on taking good care of the old lady and practice the pieces for your upcoming performance. Believe that your previously damaged reputation will quickly recover." Doan Lovi remembered the music that could drive people crazy and said irritably, "I know." Suddenly, a post appeared on the Tanche High School forum. Doan-tu Cam from class 19 and some guy named Luke from the talented class have made a bet. Guess who will win? Soon after, this post was pushed to the top of the homepage. Students eagerly took sides regardless of the outcome. There would be something interesting to watch. In the gymnasium, an angry young follower cursed. "Who posted that? It's so unethical. If I catch them, Ranbro will smash their head." Kwang Yin walked over and slapped the back of his head. "Whose head do you want to smash?" The young follower yelped in pain and said pitifully, "Nien bro." Tuvu calmly looked at his freshly painted nails. Look how flustered you are. Anyway, when the time comes, Luke Fong will definitely be the one to trim. What are you worried about? Then he pointed at Kwong Yin. Boss Doan, you don't know, but this guy is going to some taekwondo competition tomorrow. I don't know who's so free to think everyone is like you. At this moment, a follower ran over from afar, excitedly holding up a shoebox. Nien bro, your new shoes are here. Nien bro took them and complained. They're so ugly, and they cost me tens of thousands. Despite his complaints, he still intended to change into them. Doan Tukam was looking at Kwong Yin's shoes when her eyes suddenly stopped. She turned her head and shouted, "Don't wear them." But these two words came too late. Kwong Yin had already put his right foot in and placed it on the ground. His expression immediately changed, frowning in pain. Tuvu quickly noticed something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" While speaking, he quickly bent down to grab the other shoe. The cause was obvious at first glance. The toe of the shoe was full of pins. If not looked at carefully, it was basically impossible to detect. Kwong Yin endured the pain that pierced to his bones and forcefully took off the shoe. His white socks were covered in blood stains. Fortunately, there was a first aid kit in the locker room. He gritted his teeth and bandaged the wound himself. The follower standing nearby winced at the sight. Kwong Yin irritably said, "Damn it, shut up! I'm the one who's hurt. What are you whimpering about?" The follower fearfully said, "It looks so painful." Tuvu coldly asked, "Which bastard did this?" The errand-running follower frantically waved his hands. "It wasn't me, Sister Vu. I swear I would never harm Brother Nian." Tuvu frowned and said, "I know you couldn't do such a thing. So where did you get these shoes from?" The follower was so flustered that tears welled up from the school's express delivery point. But what should Brother Nian do now? Can he still participate in the competition with his foot like this? Kwong Yin took a deep breath and said with a cold smile, "It's fine. I only need one foot to deal with all of them." At this moment, Doan Tukam finished a phone call, turned back, and calmly said, "Go to the hospital." Half an hour later, a female doctor held a syringe with an impatient expression. "What are you hiding for? Come here quickly." Kwong Yin, no longer showing his usual arrogance, huddled in the corner of the wall, clutching his arm tightly. "I told you I'm fine. I won't get an injection." The female doctor said irritably, "With so many deep wounds, if you don't get a tetanus shot, you'll be meeting the king of hell tonight." Tuvu shouted loudly as if scolding a son. "At a time like this, you're still being stubborn. Do you want to die?" Kwong Yin still frowned, muttering, "It's not that easy to die. I won't get the injection." Doan Tukam suddenly patted his shoulder affectionately. "I think you should get the injection. Don't you agree?" Kwong Yin hesitated, then changed his tone under pressure. "Fine, I'll get the injection. Okay." After much difficulty, the injection was finally done. Trin Tuvu directly put him in a wheelchair. Kwong Yin's face darkened, too angry to speak. Two followers kept flattering him. "Brother Nien, don't participate in that competition anymore." The doctor said no strenuous exercise. "We'll stay at the hospital to take care of you for the next few days." Doan Tukam took out her phone, fiddled with it for a while, then handed it to Tuvu. "An hour ago, someone sent an express delivery to the school. Pay attention to this person." Tuvu looked closer and found it was a surveillance video. The person delivering the shoes wasn't a delivery worker, but someone dressed in black from head to toe, making it impossible to tell if it was a man or woman. Tuvu said in a low voice, "Clearly there's a plot. Tukam, send me this video. I'll find someone to investigate." The next day, Kwong Yin was still in the hospital, looking at his leg wrapped like a mummy, feeling both irritated and anxious. He turned to the follower playing a game and said, "I'm hungry. I don't want hospital food. Go to our usual place and buy some food for me." The follower quickly put away his phone and stood up. "All right, Brother Nien. You be good and rest. Don't run around. I'll be back soon." Hearing the door close with a click, a barely noticeable cold smile appeared on Kwong Yin's lips. He endured the pain, supported himself with the crutch beside him, and hopped out of the hospital room. Yesterday, he didn't dare tell Tuvu, but he wasn't actually going to a taekwondo competition. Instead, he had an appointment for an underground boxing match. Only the strength of those underground boxers could temporarily suppress the violent urges within him. The situation in Dado was still chaotic. He couldn't rely on his family's influence, nor did he want to involve those around him, so he had no choice but to go there. Otherwise, those people would absolutely not let him off. To rescue a misguided youth, the long inactive big brother had to make his move. In a fast food restaurant, Doan Tukam received another caring inquiry from someone. This person, in terms of age, was her brother. In terms of mindset, occasionally wanted to be her father, but in daily life often played the role of her mother, Fo Van Tam. Fo Van Tam raised his phoenix eyes and asked the little girl, "Did you eat speak properly today. Doan Cam guiltily pushed aside her bubble tea and plate of French fries, obediently nodded, then changed the subject and asked him, "You've arrived in Europe." Fovan Tam said, "Just arrived a moment ago. Everything is going smoothly. You don't need to worry." At this moment, Tukam glimpsed through the window a young man on crutches, hopping into the boxing club across the street. It was Kwang Yin, who had sneaked out of the hospital. Doan Tukam quickly said to Fo Van Tham, "The person I wanted to meet has arrived. Let's talk again next time." Fo Van Tham asked, puzzled, "What's happening?" Doan Tukam smiled mischievously. "I have to go rescue a misguided youth." Kwang Yin went straight to the underground black market boxing ring. Several tall and strong young men were already waiting. The person in charge looked at his leg wrapped up like a rice cake and sneered, "You're late." Kwang Yin showed no fear. "I just came to say one thing. I'm not fighting today. As you can all see, my leg is injured. I can't fight. Return my registration fee 10 times, 100 times, whatever, any amount is fine." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the young men changed. The person in charge crossed his arms and looked down at him. "Your injury has nothing to do with us. You think we care that much about money? We made it clear before. If you don't fight, it's considered forfeiting, giving up your rights, which means admitting defeat. If you lose, you have to cut off a hand." He then waved to the people behind him. "Hold him down for me." Kwang Yin gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Don't touch me. I'll fight you." At most, he could use his internal energy. The person in charge sneered, "You're quite sensible, kid. Then throw away that crutch. Why are you still standing there? Get in the ring quickly." Kwang Yin clenched his fist and put the crutch in the corner. Standing on one leg, his body was unsteady, swaying. Someone mockingly laughed. "Kid, don't force yourself. You'd better cut off your own hand instead. If you get in the ring and fight for real, you might lose more than just a hand, but your life." Kwang Yin shouted, "Shut your dog mouth." Just then, the door suddenly echoed with very light footsteps. A girl holding a bubble tea cup slowly walked in and calmly said, "Get down." Kwang Yin turned his head to see who had arrived and was stunned. "Why are you here?" The person in charge said to Kwang Yin that he had promised not to tell anyone. Doan Tukam didn't answer, just repeated once more, telling him to get down. Kwang Yin's face darkened as he picked up his crutch, hesitated for a moment, and still spoke up to warn her. "They're not ordinary boxers. They're all very powerful. You'd better not go up." Doan Tukam ignored him and walked straight towards the ring. "Now that you're down, stop nagging." The person in charge stood watching the show, seeming to understand what was happening, and teased, "Young master, you really are useless, aren't you? It's just a fight. Why did you bring your girlfriend?" Kwang Yin glanced at him, not only not angry, but laughing as he said, "When speaking, it's best to think twice, or you won't have the chance later. Girlfriend, he doesn't have the guts. This is the great-grandmother that our whole class has to serve." The person in charge laughed loudly, waving his hand. "Even now you're still talking big. If you want a substitute, that's fine, but the price for a substitute is 6 times the normal price." "Well, out of respect for your girlfriend, I can allow her to fight one person." Kwang Yin immediately got angry, about to rush up and argue with him, but was pulled back by Doan Tukam and tossed aside. Then she calmly stepped into the ring. "No need. Let them all come at once. I'm in a hurry." This statement silenced the entire arena. The person in charge picked his ear, doubting he had heard correctly. After a moment of stunned silence, he spoke to the group behind him, laughing coldly. "Big guts you've got. Fine then. All of you go up at once. Don't cry when the time comes." Kwang Yin stared at the ring, his heart filled with worry. Those were 18 experts. "Grandma, can you really do this?" In the black market boxing ring, a petite girl was surrounded by 18 tall, muscular men, looking as if she could be blown away by the wind at any moment. A tattooed man whistled, smiling at the injured Kwang Yin. "Young master, you're really heartless. Is your hand more precious than your girlfriend's life?" But his words suddenly choked in his throat, because the girl in the boxing ring had made her move. She was seen jumping up lightning fast, her knee suddenly bending forward. With a crack, the chest bone of the man in front of her instantly broke, and he fell flat. Giving the others no time to react, she raised her arm, bent her elbow, and with a direct elbow strike, knocked down the person on her right. Then her leg exerted force, easily breaking the arm of another boxer. The girl didn't use much strength, but each movement was fast, precise, and powerful. This was truly a one-sided, brutal fight. The mocking smile of the tattooed man from earlier froze on his face. Watching the boxers fall one by one, he couldn't believe it, completely stunned. Finally, unable to bear the fear in his heart, he rolled and crawled out, grabbing a phone and dialing, shouting in a trembling voice, "There's trouble." Kuang Yin was also completely dumbfounded. What kind of fighting style was this? It looked like the initial techniques of Kovu martial arts described in books. Then, he knocked his own head, denying his thoughts. Was he going crazy? How could he associate his class's great-grandmother with Kovu martial arts? Looking up at the ring again, he saw all 18 boxers lying scattered on the ground, groaning in pain, with several even passing out from the pain. Meanwhile, Doan Tukam calmly jumped down, picked up the bubble tea cup she had placed on the ground earlier and took a sip. Great, it's still hot. No need to spend money on another cup. Kuang Yin's jaw dropped, about to say thanks, but Tukam didn't even look at him, casually walking out while drinking her bubble tea. Kuang Yin, supporting himself with the crutch, hopped after her. Great-grandma, wait for me. Doan Tukam stopped, turned her head and glanced at him. Go back the same way you came. After saying this, she walked straight out of the boxing club, cold and indifferent, not at all like someone who had just rescued her grandson. Kuang Yin helplessly watched Tukam's back, thinking that although great-grandma was a bit harsh, it was okay. Not long after Doan Tukam left, she received a call from the hospital director, saying that a patient with a special status had come to the hospital, specifically requesting to see the divine doctor, and asking if she had free time. Doan Tukam said she was free now and would come right away. After saying this, she raised her hand to hail a taxi. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at Nanai Hospital. Just as she reached the door of the director's office, she heard him excitedly saying, I never expected to meet you here. My daughter is a big fan of yours. Could you sign an autograph for her? A young man coughed a few times, not refusing, and asked in a hoarse voice, What's your daughter's name? I'll write something for her. Doan Tukam gently pushed the door open and entered. The director immediately greeted her respectfully, pointing to the handsome but sickly-looking man opposite him and said, This is Tuong Duok Chi, a famous movie star. Then, he proudly introduced Doan Tukam. The divine doctor you're looking for is this young lady here. The man's face was pale, and he kept coughing. The director asked worriedly, Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Thuong Duok Chi looked at the young woman, somewhat surprised that the legendary divine doctor was so young. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a low voice, Miss, if possible, I'd like to ask for your help. Before he could finish, Doan Tukam directly interrupted. There's a problem with your vocal cords. Initially, you couldn't sing, then it became so severe that you couldn't speak, so you had to cancel all activities and choose to rest. The director listened in bewilderment. Even if an Eastern medicine doctor could look, listen, ask, and take the pulse, they shouldn't be able to know everything just by glancing, like a fortune teller. The divine doctor's ability to make wild guesses was once again demonstrated. Just by looking at the movie star once, she knew he had a vocal cord problem. Thuong Duok Chi was stunned for a moment, then sighed. This young lady is indeed a divine doctor. Everything is as you said. A month ago, my vocal cords suddenly malfunctioned. I went to many large hospitals, but doctors couldn't find the cause. They only prescribed common sore throat medication. But after I went home and took the medicine, the condition became increasingly serious. Then, by chance, Doan Tukam took a piece of paper from the desk drawer and said, It's not a major issue, but you shouldn't take those medications. Thuong Duok Chi coughed dryly a few times, then said with a bitter smile, I never expected it to be like this. Can you cure my condition? Doan Tukam nodded and quickly wrote a prescription. Take this to the pharmacy to get the medicine, brew it at home, and come back for a follow-up in 7 days. The director peeked at the prescription and noticed that the prescribed herbs were all very common, nothing special. Indeed, the divine doctor's prescription was not something everyone could understand. Thuong Duok Chi received it with both hands, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He had no doubt about the divine doctor who could diagnose his condition in an instant. After quietly leaving the hospital, he got into his manager's car parked on the street. The manager handed him a glass of water and asked caringly, How did the examination go? Thuong Duok Chi, no longer frowning as before, said, Very well. I should be cured after another month of rest. The manager asked skeptically, Is it really that miraculous? We've been to so many hospitals for treatment, and none of them could cure you. Thuong Duok Chi took a sip of water and smiled without saying anything. Seeing him like this, the manager understood. It seems that this divine doctor at Nanai Hospital is indeed formidable. We must thank them properly in the future. After a pause, he asked again, Do you really not remember what you ate a month ago? Thuong Duokchi thought for a moment, then shook his head. A month ago was exactly when we had the wrap party for the film crew. I ate many things, and moreover, no one else was affected, so it's really difficult to investigate. The manager sighed worriedly and advised him to be careful recently and to avoid contact with people in the industry for now. In the middle of the night, in the outskirts of the city, Fo Van Tom carried a black canvas bag holding his bleeding abdomen, taking a shallow breath. Perhaps it had been a long time since he was injured, and people become weak. It did hurt a bit. Unexpectedly, this time when he came to retrieve the items, besides the mercenary team, there was also the 7th-ranked sniper on the God of Guns list in the hunter world. To protect the medicinal herbs and avoid revealing his identity, he chose to grit his teeth and endure this gunshot. Blood from the wound kept flowing out, his vision slightly blurry. Looking at the canvas bag in his hand, at least the herbs were all brought back safely. But in this condition, he probably wouldn't be able to meet that little girl for a while. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, intending to rest for a moment. Looking up, he suddenly froze. A small, pretty figure appeared before him. Fo Van Tom took a breath, muttering, "Is this a hallucination from losing too much blood? Why am I seeing our little girl?" Just as he was about to lose consciousness, someone poked his brow. A familiar voice came from above. "Get up. I'll take you to the hospital." Fo Van Tham tried to open his eyelids, and the girl's figure appeared in his vision. She was bending down, looking at him. He wasn't mistaken. He smiled helplessly. "It really is our little girl." Then he shook his head and said, "I can't go to the hospital. Let me rest for a while. My self-healing ability is very strong." Duantukam squatted down, forcefully pulled him into her lap, and said, "Don't move." Then she gently removed the blood-soaked bandage from his abdomen. The playboy young master in others' eyes, young Master Fo, was actually shot. Just as he was about to faint from excessive blood loss, the great Doantukam appeared before him like a descending angel. Doantukam tossed aside the bandage she had just removed, took out silver needles, and quickly moved them over several acupoints on his body. It was as if the person she was holding wasn't a person at all, but a piece of embroidery. Fo Van Tom raised an eyebrow and said, "Darling, could this be considered as you taking advantage of me in public?" As soon as he finished speaking, another silver needle pierced down, but the force was clearly much stronger than before. Fo Van Tham painfully drew in a cold breath, not daring to joke anymore, afraid that his little girl might send him to meet his maker with just one needle. Gradually, the bleeding stopped, and the pain slowly disappeared. Fo Van Tham tilted his head to look at the cold-faced girl in front of him. He had suffered similar wounds many times before, always hastily bandaged, at most passing out for a few hours before waking up. This was the first time someone had appeared in a remote wilderness area in the middle of the night to treat him. He couldn't help but reach out his hand, tucking the fallen strands of hair behind his ear. Dao Dao was truly a gentle and kind-hearted little girl. After the bleeding had completely stopped, Dao Dao took out clean bandages and wrapped them around him. She could sense Fo Van Tom's immense strength and could calculate some information about him. But whenever she tried to calculate deeper, the results were always vague and unclear. This was what she couldn't understand. After finishing the bandaging, Tukam helped Fo Van Tom slowly stand up. Fo Van Tom hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Don't you have anything to say?" Tukam looked at him in surprise, then suddenly understood and said an unexpected sentence. "The feeling of your hand is not bad." Fo Van Tom helplessly raised his hand to cover his forehead. He had really made the conversation awkward. His little girl was indeed not ordinary. Van Tam affectionately patted her head. "Anyway, thank you for today. Let's go. I'll take you home." Duan Tukam was worried about his wound, so she didn't let him return to his own apartment, and instead let him stay at her home once again. At this time, her foster father and younger brother had gone to sleep, so she reminded him to move quietly. The two held their breath, just about to enter the living room when they accidentally encountered Onlan, who was up in the middle of the night. Before Fo Van Tom could explain anything, he saw the teenage girl rubbing her eyes, turning to go into the bathroom, mumbling as she went, dreaming again, dreaming of that old man who wants to be my brother-in-law. Doan Tukam sat on the sofa and yawned. Yesterday, Onlan underwent hypnotherapy again. Recently, she has been recovering quite well. Fo Van Tham said, "Tuyet Singh's hypnosis method, you can rest assured." As soon as he finished speaking, he received no response. He tilted his head to look and found that the girl had fallen asleep, silent, both obedient and soft. He bent down to pick her up, placed her on the bed in the bedroom, then stood watching her for a long time. He softly said good night before closing the door and leaving. On the other hand, the news of Kwon Nyen's injury quickly spread throughout Thantri High School. This caused the girls who secretly liked him to worry endlessly. After finding out which hospital he was in, as soon as school ended, they rushed to bring fruits, fresh flowers, and sweets to visit him. Kwon Nyen in the hospital room covered his head with a blanket, irritably saying, "Tell them all to go away. I don't want to see anyone. If these girls see my leg in a cast, where would I put my handsome face?" His mother, Jiang Hua Bin, who had rushed from the capital, lightly tapped his head, still able to be cheerful. "Don't be so fierce with girls. I didn't expect my son to be so admired, truly having the charm I had when I was young. All right then, I'll go out and help you entertain the guests." After saying this, she smiled and went to welcome the female students who wanted to become her daughters-in-law. Kwon Yin just pulled back the blanket and sat up, asking Tuvu, "Have you found the person who impersonated a delivery man to send the shoes?" Tuvu bit into a freshly peeled apple. "We've got a lead. Should find out in a few days." Kwon Yen made an O sound, then said disapprovingly, "Not right. Isn't this apple supposed to be peeled for me, the patient?" Tuvu glanced at him strangely. "You're really something. Your arms aren't broken. Why should I peel it for you? It's just because you're thick-skinned." Kwon Yin turned his back, speechless. He let out a cold snort, turned around and grabbed an apple himself, taking an angry big bite. He asked, "Why don't I see Doan's father today?" Tuvu thought for a moment and said, "Seems like something's up with the Chung family. The old master wants to live peacefully, drinking milk tea and walking the dog every day. Who knew there would always be fearless rats coming to provoke him? So he had to reluctantly teach them a lesson." Early in the morning, Chung Tianvan, the grandson cherished and cared for by the Chung family's old master since childhood, led several shareholders and bodyguards, noisily barging into the Chung family's old villa, seemingly wanting to force a coup. Chung Tianvan sat on the sofa, acting like he owned the place. He adjusted his tie and with a fake smile asked, "How has the old master's health been lately?" The Chung family's old master glanced at the group of shareholders, then coldly looked at this ungrateful fellow. "Just say what you want to say. This old man hates your roundabout way of talking." A sharp glint flashed in Chung Tianvan's eyes. "If that's the case, I'll speak frankly. The jade shop has always been personally managed by you, uncle, yet you've allowed the family heirloom to go missing. Now the Chung Corporation's stocks are plummeting. Do you think you still have the qualifications to be the chairman of the board?" After saying this, he signaled to the bodyguards behind him, "Take the old man away." Chung Tianvan's eyes were now filled with undisguised greed. He had originally planned to wait until the old man died, then find a way to take over the Chung Corporation. Who knew that in recent years, the old man's health had been getting better and better? Finally, he got this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. This time he must overthrow the old man. A shareholder frowned and couldn't help but speak up. "Tianvan, what you're doing is not right. Isn't finding the family heirloom the urgent matter now?" Chung Tianvan remained unfazed. "Finding the Tachfeng Yoi is indeed extremely important, but Mr. Eugene from the European DK Group has already arrived. The transaction contract has been signed early on. We must first give them an explanation." Speaking of the Tachfeng Yoi, the family heirloom of the jade shop, it was a masterpiece by a master sculptor 50 years ago. He spent 3 months using a solid jade block as tall as half a person to carve 88 Buddhas, naming it Tachfeng Joi. The Tachfeng Joi was carved with extreme intricacy, valued at up to 500 million yuan in the market. Seeing the loyal butler standing alone in front of the old man, struggling with the bodyguards, Chung Tianvan sneered. "The person with the most say in the Chung Corporation is naturally the old man with the most shares. Now that his sons are all out of the country, today, no matter what, he must come with us." Chung Chi-Uyen had never encountered a situation like this before. She called out in panic, "Grandfather." The Chung madam held her daughter back, saying in a low voice, "Don't act rashly. Your grandfather is still the chairman of the board of the Chung Corporation. They won't dare to do anything reckless." Chung Tianvan basically ignored the mother and daughter, impatiently ordering, "Arrest everyone who obstructs official duties." The weak old butler was overpowered by 2 bodyguards. Just as another was about to grab the Chung family elder, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. "I'd like to see who dares." A girl wearing a hoodie and a baseball cap walked in against the light. The Chung family elder's face finally relaxed. He hurriedly shouted, "Tukam, why are you here now? There's a bit of trouble here. You should leave quickly. Come back another day." However, Doan Tukam didn't leave. She smiled slightly. "It's all right." Chung Tianvan frowned in annoyance. "Who are you? Since when did the Chung family have someone like this?" The Chung madam said through gritted teeth, "She's not from the Chung family. She's an illegitimate daughter adopted by the Doan family." Hearing this, Chung Tianvan sneered. "So it's that unwelcome illegitimate daughter? I thought it was someone important." "Uncle, you're really getting more muddled with age." The Chung family elder hated it most when others spoke ill of his adopted granddaughter. He raised his fist and roared, "Shut your filthy mouth." Chung Chi-Uyen saw that even at this point, her grandfather was still defending Doan Tu-Kam, and she suddenly felt very uncomfortable. She stepped forward and said, "Cousin, I know you're worried about grandfather, but you can't help now. Can you please stop causing more trouble?" Chung Tianvan let out a cold snort, his face showing clear enjoyment of the drama unfolding. "Old man, your granddaughter is quite interesting too. Even an adopted child knows to stand up and stop me, while your own granddaughter stands silently, even mocking her sister." Exposed on the spot, Chung Chi-Uyen's face turned red, her whole body trembling, tears welling up in her eyes. Doan Tu-Kam said nothing, just calmly rolled up her sleeves. Chung Tianvan shook his head, his face full of contempt. "What do you want to do? Don't tell me you think you alone can." However, his next words were cut off by the agonizing screams of the bodyguards. A high school girl who seemed like nothing in the eyes of others was able to subdue the bodyguard team known as Invincible in the elite circles. How many more secrets did this girl hide? Doan Kam coldly looked at her grandfather's unfilial grandson who dared to bring people to cause trouble. Without a word, the girl rolled up her sleeves and charged into the crowd. A bodyguard, caught off guard, was kicked away by her. In less than a minute, the rest were all clutching their heads and screaming, sprawled on the ground. Doan Tu-Kam calmly walked over, stepping on a bodyguard's backside. She tilted her head and looked at Chung Tianvan with cold eyes. "What did you just call me?" The Chung family elder's eyes widened in shock, speechless with amazement. Good heavens, my weak, helpless granddaughter, how can she be this formidable? He wondered if his old eyes were deceiving him. After his initial shock, Chung Tianvan angrily stood up. "Well done. No wonder you dare to be so bold. Turns out you have some martial art skills. But do you think this is enough to stop me?" Doan Tu-Kam ignored him, kicking the bodyguard lying at her feet aside, then turned towards the door and coldly said, "Breaking into someone's house, illegally detaining people, take him away immediately." Right after that, two young men in uniform with red armbands, a very familiar symbol, strode in. They quickly restrained Chung Tianvan. Only then did he truly panic, starting to struggle. "What are you doing? Let me go immediately. Do you know this is a violation of the law?" The two young men ignored him and turned to look at Doan Tu-Kam, clearly waiting for her instructions. Doan Tu-Kam glanced at the panicking Chung Tianvan and calmly said, "Thank you for your trouble. Please take him away." The two young men acknowledged the order, dragging Chung Tianvan out of the Chung family house. He still hadn't given up, continuously shouting, "Let me go. Who are you people? I'll sue you all." The shareholders, fearing involvement, quickly slipped away. After the troublemakers were driven out, the butler approached Doan Tu-Kam, kneeling down with a choked voice. "Thank you, young mistress. Without you, I daren't imagine what they would have done to the master. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Even if it costs me my life, I won't refuse." Doan Tu-Kam quickly helped him up. "That won't be necessary. Protecting grandfather is what I should do." Chung Chi-Uyen, standing nearby witnessing this scene, felt jealousy rising again. The butler had always been loyal only to her grandfather, never saying such words even to her father. Doan Tu-Kam was just an adopted child. What right did she have? The Chung family elder looked at the mother and daughter, shaking his head in disappointment. "You two go out first." Chung Chi-Uyen and her mother felt a chill in their hearts. Grandfather was clearly intending to side with Doan Tu-Kam. The Chung madam didn't dare say anything more, helplessly leading her daughter away. Seeing this, the butler also understood the situation, scratching his head and saying, "Master, you and the young mistress talk first. I'll go make some tea." Only then did the Chung family elder cautiously ask Doan Tu-Kam, "Tu-Kam, which organization are those two young men you brought from?" He noticed that the two young men were very handsome and quick in their movements, wondering if, but never mind, compared to that rich playboy, these two were far superior. Doan Tu-Kam, unaware of her grandfather's silent matchmaking plans, calmly replied, "They're from the not-too-doi grandfather." Hearing this, the Chung family elder exclaimed in surprise, "The mysterious not-too-doi from the capital." Rumor has it that many years ago, several large families, to prevent their descendants descendants from going astray and avoid the wealth doesn't last 3 generations scenario, worked with the government to establish the Not-Tu-Doi. After years of development and growth, the Not-Tu-Doi now oversees all wealthy families in the capital and many other major cities. Their mission is to investigate and strictly handle all law violations. Moreover, the Not-Tu-Doi has an extremely close relationship with the International Investigation Bureau, serving as a sharp sword hanging over the heads of wealthy families. The Chung family elder pinched his thigh hard, gritting his teeth in pain. Ensuring he wasn't dreaming, he seriously asked, "Why do they follow your orders?" Doan-Tu-Kam, eating grapes, casually replied, "Probably because they accepted defeat." This statement nearly made the Chung family elder explode. In fact, the situation wasn't as complicated as he thought. 2 elite members of the Not-Tu-Doi had heard through the grapevine that Doan-Tu-Kam possessed exceptional martial arts skills. While on a nearby mission with several team leaders, they wanted to challenge Doan-Tu-Kam to see who was better. She was busy making money with countless jobs. No time to argue with those 2 guards. In less than a minute, she had taken down both, leaving them flat on the ground. Task completed, she calmly dusted off her hands and went to drink bubble tea. The Chung family elder pondered for a moment, then seriously advised Doan-Tu-Kam, "Don't tell the Doan family about this. In their eyes, only benefits matter. Blood ties mean nothing. If they learn about your connection with the Not-Tu-Doi, it could be disadvantageous for you." Doan-Tu-Kam nodded. "Don't worry, grandfather. I know what to do." The family heirloom worth $5 billion was suddenly stolen, plunging the Chung Corporation into an unprecedented crisis. What was the real story behind this? The Chung family elder frowned worriedly and said to Doan-Tu-Kam, "The loss of the Takfuang-Gyo is indeed very difficult to resolve. If we hadn't signed the contract, we might have been able to manage. But the problem is, we've already signed with that multinational company, and tomorrow is the delivery deadline." Doan-Tu-Kam suddenly asked, "Isn't there a shareholders meeting this afternoon?" The Chung family elder nodded. "That's right. Chung Tianvan causing trouble today was just one of them. He was impatient and couldn't hold back. Actually, there are many others like him in the Chung Corporation." Doan-Tu-Kam felt the situation wasn't simple at all and smiled, saying, "As it happens, I'm not going out today. Would you mind if I accompany you?" At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the Chung Corporation's meeting room, all shareholders had arrived. Those who didn't know about the loss of the Tashfuang-Gyo were shocked after hearing the news. What? The Tashfuang-Gyo was protected by the most advanced vault system. How could it be lost? Moreover, Mr. Eugene is coming to inspect the goods tomorrow. What are we going to give him? The Chung family elder slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Silence!" The noise immediately ceased. The Chung family elder calmly said, "I called everyone here today to discuss our strategy for tomorrow. In such a short time, we may not be able to find the Tashfuang-Gyo, so we need to think of ways to delay the transaction while ensuring we don't shake the foundation of the Chung Corporation." The shareholders looked at each other in silence. After a while, someone suggested, "Why don't we ask for help from the other 3 wealthy families?" Immediately, someone objected, "Ridiculous. They're only hoping for our downfall. How could they possibly help us?" At this moment, a middle-aged shareholder looked at the girl standing next to the Chung family elder and frowned, asking, "Uncle Chung, don't blame me for being blunt, but how can we allow an outsider to participate in such a high-level meeting? Even Miss Chung Chi-Uyen doesn't have the right to participate, let alone a girl with an unclear background. Right now, the most important thing is to find the Tashfuang-Gyo or invite another master sculptor." The Chung family elder snorted coldly and began to boast, "Coincidentally, my granddaughter can do both things you just mentioned." In his eyes, his granddaughter was omnipotent, and he wouldn't accept any objections. Doan-Tu-Kam looked at her grandfather with pride, remaining silent for a moment. It seemed she had never told her grandfather that she knew how to sculpt. Hearing this, the other shareholders showed contempt. However, the middle-aged shareholder began to assess this beautiful girl. Although the Chung family elder was sometimes a bit eccentric, he would never joke about Chung Corporation matters. Thinking carefully, such a big incident had happened in the Chung family. Yet the Chung family elder's daughter, who was also Mrs. Chung, the current head of the family, had no reaction, not even as thoughtful as this young girl. With this in mind, he said seriously, "If the Chung family elder says so, I withdraw my previous statement. May I ask what solution you have?" The Chung family elder looked around coldly and said, "The management of Camthash has been poor. From today, the corporation will directly take over, and the entire management team of Camthash will be dismissed." The fact that the thief could bypass the strict defense system, steal the Thakfeng-Joy without anyone noticing, proves they are not only cunning, but also have an extraordinary background. They're not just targeting Camthash, but the entire Chung Corporation. Currently, what we can do is buy time. Tomorrow, let's meet with DK Group first, and then plan our next move. Doan-tu Cam kept her eyes lowered, deep in thought about something. The middle-aged shareholder immediately stood up, volunteering, "Leave this to me. I'll contact Mr. Eugene right away." Meanwhile, at the Doan family villa, after receiving a phone call, the butler approached Doan Lo-vi, who was applying a face mask on the sofa, and said in a low voice, "Something has happened to the Chung family." Doan Lo-vi opened her eyes, paused for a moment, and asked, "What's wrong with the Chung family?" The butler shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure. I heard they've offended a multinational company in Europe, which could potentially affect the foundation of the Chung Corporation. Today, their stock prices have been continuously dropping." Doan Lo-vi sat up, glanced at the second floor, and asked in a lowered voice, "Was that phone call from the Chung family?" The butler nodded, but it wasn't from someone high-ranking. It seems to be someone from lower levels, asking for our family's help. Doan Lo-vi removed her face mask, smirking. The Chung family is in such big trouble and still wants to drag the Doan family into it. How could there be such a good thing in this world? We don't need to care about this, and there's no need to tell sister-in-law. She's been quite tired lately, and there's no need to trouble her with this. The butler retreated, saying he would go and decline the Chung family's request. Doan Lo-vi picked up her teacup and took a sip. The Chung family had no connection to her, and moreover, there was that detestable old man who always favored Doan-tu Cam. However, the Chung family was still a wealthy clan with 100 years of history. Although she didn't expect this incident to bring them down completely, if it could provide an opportunity for a change in leadership within the Chung family, she would be very pleased to witness it. In the middle of the night, Fo Van Tam was drinking coffee when he received a call on a rarely used phone. From across the ocean came an agonized cry. "Big brother, have you gone mad? Why are we buying Chung Corporation stocks? That's real money, you know." Fo Van Tam raised an eyebrow and lazily replied, "Probably because we have too much money with nowhere to spend it." The next day, the Chung family elder was worried and decided to meet the partner himself to negotiate. The middle-aged shareholder followed behind, leaning close to his ear, excitedly whispering, "It's strange. After just one night, our stocks have risen again, even higher than before." The Chung family elder was very pleased inwardly, but outwardly he just coldly snorted. "Of course, I saw your ugly face early this morning. I told you, my granddaughter is a lucky star. What do you understand?" The middle-aged shareholder, being scolded, nearly fainted. He had only said a few words about that girl during the meeting earlier because he didn't understand the situation, but this old man was holding such a grudge. The Chung family elder led him and several other important shareholders to the reception room. At this time, a blond foreign man wearing glasses was already seated in the room. It was Eugene, the buyer of the Thakfuang Joy from DK Group. The middle-aged shareholder introduced both parties to each other. Eugene stood up, extended his hand, and said politely, "I've long heard of Chairman Chung's reputation, but only today do I have the pleasure of meeting you." The Chung family elder didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. "I'm sure you're aware of the current situation. We hope your company can grant us a few more days. We will definitely deliver the Thakfuang Joy." Hearing this, Eugene smiled. "Before coming here, our boss predicted you would say that. But this is your mistake, and our DK Group has no reason to bear the losses for you. The purchase of Thakfuang Joy was originally for the CEO's personal collection, and we've already paid a $200 million deposit." Chung family elder's eyes darkened, understanding that the other party was about to propose conditions. "Just say it straight." "Very well." Eugene took out a stack of documents. "Chairman Chung is indeed straightforward. We can extend the delivery time for you, but if within 5 days you still can't find Thakfuang Joy, then you must use Kamtash Trai as collateral." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of all the shareholders changed. The Chung family elder didn't even need to think and immediately refused. "Impossible. Kamtash Trai is the root of our entire group. I didn't expect DK's ambition to be so great." Eugene shook his head regretfully. "That's a pity then. If you don't show sincerity, don't blame us for being ruthless. We won't even need the $200 million deposit. After all, the Chung Corporation will soon go bankrupt anyway." Eugene's words were full of threat. The Chung family elder was so angry he wanted to rush up and punch him. Just as both sides were at a standoff, and Eugene thought he had secured victory, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the meeting room door. "Fine, we'll sign." This statement wiped the smile off Eugene's face. He frowned and looked towards the meeting room door. It was a girl with fair skin, her cold eyes staring directly at him. exuding an imposing aura. Eugene suddenly felt an ominous premonition, but immediately found it amusing. She was just a young girl. He almost let her scare him. He ignored the girl, picked up the documents on the table, and said politely but distantly, "If Chairman Chung is unwilling, then we have nothing more to discuss." However, before he could leave the meeting room, Doan Tukam repeated once more, "Bring the contract here. We'll sign it." The middle-aged shareholder immediately stood up, loudly protesting, "We absolutely cannot sign. Kamthak Tri is the heart and soul of the Chung Corporation. It cannot be used as collateral under any circumstances." By now, even a fool could see that this was clearly a trap set by DK Group. Their goal was to take over the entire Chung Corporation. Unfortunately, they had no proof. The middle-aged shareholder coldly looked at Eugene. "Honest people don't speak in riddles. Even if we don't sign this contract, you can't actually make the Chung Corporation go bankrupt." Eugene paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "If you're that confident, suit yourselves." Duan Tukam directly took the documents from his hand, calmly saying, "No need, we'll sign the contract, but we have different conditions." Originally, DK Group had successfully set the trap, intending to seize the Chung Corporation's treasured asset, but unexpectedly, a young girl suddenly appeared and ruined their plan. Duan Tukam calmly said, "We can sign the bet contract, but we must add one condition." Eugene, the representative of DK Group, looked Doan Tukam up and down, asking contemptuously, "Do you have the authority to decide?" Hearing this, the other shareholders became anxious and simultaneously voiced their objections to the Chung family elder. "This contract absolutely cannot be signed. We can't lose Kamthak Tri. How can you let a young girl cause such chaos in such an important matter?" The Chung family elder remained silent. The middle-aged shareholder, seeing the elder's expression wavering, quickly spoke up to intervene. "I know you love your granddaughter very much, but we must consider the situation. This contract is clearly unfair. How can we sign it?" The Chung family elder paid no attention to anyone. He just looked up and asked Doan Tukam, "Are you sure?" Tukam nodded confidently. The Chung family elder immediately ordered his assistant, "Bring me a pen." Then he turned to Eugene and said, "We'll sign this bet contract." However, after receiving the pen, he didn't sign it himself, but handed it to Doan Tukam. "Grandfather will listen to you. This time you sign." The grandfather and granddaughter looked at each other. Doan Tukam hesitated for a moment before resolutely taking the pen. The Chung family elder cleared his throat and said authoritatively, "Kamthak Tri is the most important asset of the Chung Corporation. If we lose this bet, I, as the chairman of the board, naturally cannot avoid responsibility. At that time, I will resign myself." After these words, the other shareholders couldn't say much more. After all, the corporation was currently in a dilemma. The middle-aged shareholder's face changed color, hurriedly trying to advise the Chung family elder. But the Chung family elder waved his hand, stopping what he was about to say. "Forget it, I'm old anyway. Early retirement means I can enjoy my old age, instead of having to deal with your mess every day, interrupting my social media browsing. It's really annoying." Eugene was also a bit surprised. The Chung family elder's attitude changed so quickly that he asked suspiciously, "You mean this Miss Doan can represent the entire Chung Corporation?" The Chung family elder snorted coldly. "Isn't it obvious?" Then he turned to Doan Tukam. "Today, you have full authority to decide." Doan Tukam gently patted his back to comfort him, then looked at Eugene and calmly said, "If we can deliver Tach Fuangjoy within 5 days, DK Group has another $300 million order. The Chung Corporation wants it." Before she finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The middle-aged shareholder leaned close to the Chung family elder's ear, whispering, "What $300 million order?" The Chung family elder shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Eugene's face darkened. "Your words are quite bold. Moreover, how does a young girl like you know about this order of ours?" Doan Tukam remained calm as before. "Add this condition, and we'll sign the contract immediately. You can think about it for a moment." The other shareholders looked at each other, confused. The other party was hesitating over such an unreasonable condition. Eugene's expression changed repeatedly, and after a while, he said with a cold smile, "Fine, I agree with you. If within 5 days you can find Tach Fuangjoy, DK Group will hand over that order." Doan Tukam took the pen and signed her name confidently, saying, "Tach Fuangjoy won't be lost, and Kamthak Tri won't lose either." Eugene shook his head, signing his name on the contract. "Young people should be a bit more modest. Don't speak such pretty words." The contract was made in duplicate. He put one copy in his briefcase, finally glancing at everyone, smiling meaningfully. "It seems there's no one smart in the Chung Corporation. To actually choose to sign this bet contract for a $300 million order that can't possibly be obtained, truly a bunch of fools." The DK Group representative signed a bet contract with the Chung Corporation about buying Thak Fuang Jioi, but this was just part of a scheme orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. After the other party left, the middle-aged shareholder jumped up. We still don't have any clues about Tashfong Joy now. What should we do? Doan-tu Cam handed the contract to her grandfather's assistant to keep it safe, then turned and said, "There will be a way. Don't worry about Takfong Yoy." After thinking for a moment, she said to her grandfather, "These days, just stay at home and rest. Browse social media. I found some interesting videos for you. If you post them, they'll surely get a lot of shares." Hearing this, the Chung family elder immediately brightened up. "Then send them to my phone right away." The middle-aged shareholder was speechless. "Can you two be a little more serious? The most important thing now is to quickly find Tachfong Joy." After that, Doan-tu Cam told her grandfather that she had some business to attend to and had to leave. The Chung family elder didn't ask much, letting her focus on her work. Although he unconditionally believed his granddaughter was the best, he couldn't put such a big matter on a child's shoulders. After thinking for a moment, he instructed the other shareholders, "We must prepare for both scenarios. Now, immediately contact all the most talented sculptors." In the afternoon, the assistant rushed into the Chung family elder's office with a stack of documents, saying with a worried expression, "Chairman, the situation is a bit unstable. The news about Tachfong Joy being lost has already reached the top of the search trends." The Chung family elder pushed up his reading glasses, and his first reaction was, "Is our little company even worthy of being in the top search trends?" The assistant was speechless, but had to admit that his words seemed quite logical. After checking his phone, the Chung family elder remained very calm. "I expected this would happen. At this point, the loss of Topfeng Joy must be related to the DK group. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to set this trap? It's not like they're bored and looking for trouble." The hottest topic on the search trends was Chung Corporation, DK Group, bet contract. The hottest social media post below was from the DK Group's representative office in China, which included a photo of the bet contract that both parties had just signed this afternoon. Public opinion was buzzing with discussion, some saying the Chung Corporation was past its prime, while others speculated this was a strategy to hide a secret. The Chung family elder put down the phone and asked his assistant, "What about the stock price? Has it plummeted?" The assistant scratched his head in confusion. "No, sir. Our stock price hasn't dropped. It's actually rising. We've just received several large orders from Europe, and they've even offered to pay in advance and receive the goods later." Hearing this, the Chung family elder could hardly believe his ears. Is the capital market so generous now? The situation continued to heat up. Eugene looked over the comments, then pushed open the CEO's office door. Eugene bowed to the man sitting on the sofa, respectfully saying, "Boss, everything has been arranged smoothly. The Chung Corporation has no chance of backing out now." The one called boss was a foreign man with a surprisingly youthful appearance. He nodded, a smile appearing on his face. "Well done. Just 5 more days, and Kamthok Tri will be ours." Eugene flattered him. "Your plan is perfect, sir. First, you had me sign a contract with an unimportant senior leader of the Chung Corporation, then hired experts to bypass Kamthok Tri's security system to steal Thok Phuong Joy. This way, the blame for poor management falls on them. Finally, we just need to spread rumors and guide public opinion. Once we have Kamthok Tri, taking over the entire Chung Corporation is just a matter of time." The man picked up the document folder and praised, "You've done very well this time." But when he saw the signature at the bottom of the bet contract, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Who is this Doan-tu Cam?" Eugene sneered, "You don't need to worry about her, sir. She's not from the Chung Corporation, just the granddaughter of the Chung Corporation's owner, from a wealthy family. But the Chung family elder said she could represent the Chung Corporation. So let them taste the consequences of their youthful inexperience." The man drained his champagne glass. "Very well. I'll be waiting for your good news." For a master who has lived for over 1,000 years, hacking such a simple system was child's play. Late at night, Doan-tu Cam completed the final bounty mission on the forum, and her experience points were now sufficient to join the hidden guild, Kwai Min. She moved the mouse and clicked the accept button. As soon as she pressed it, the forum's homepage interface immediately changed, becoming simpler and more mundane. She scrolled through it once and then started posting a bounty. "Urgently need a Thuy Tin Vuong Trung Vuong type jade. Bounty price 80 million yuan. Delivery before 5 p.m. tomorrow at Villano in Huabak district." Although Thuy Tin type jade is rare in the market, it's not impossible to find. For the masters in the hidden guild, this small task wasn't very attractive. To prevent the post from syncing, Doan-tu Cam casually typed a few keystrokes, pushing her own post to the top and thoughtfully marked it in red with a large exclamation mark, just like an admin would do. Almost immediately, hidden masters browsing the network noticed this post. Some were dissatisfied, others annoyed, and they all tagged the admin demanding an explanation. Under the user's relentless attack, admin004 finally appeared sluggishly. Everything is normal. Everyone just go about your business. After saying this, he quickly disappeared again. What a joke. Even the superiors of the master who could hack the system didn't care. He was just a lowly employee who didn't want to invite trouble. At this moment, in an ancient castle in Florence, Italy, a young man was sitting in front of a computer, browsing the forum. He noticed an account with a very fancy name, Only Love Money, but this wasn't the castle's owner, but the butler of the castle. On the phone, he briefly recounted the situation. "I'm very sorry, master. I couldn't trace who was using that account. However, based on the delivery location in the post, I preliminarily judged that a mysterious person is secretly helping the Chung Corporation, which has lost Tahuang Joy." This elegant blonde young man was the butler of Laurent Castle, Jobert. After hearing his master's words, he was startled. "What? You want to accept this bounty mission?" The man on the phone coughed a few times, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Yes, this person is not simple, deliberately concealing their identity. You won't be able to investigate it. Tomorrow, just bring the item there on time. Consider it as selling them a favor. We don't need to take the reward money. I'm not short of that small change, because I want to confirm if it's someone I know or not." Upon hearing this, Jobert's expression became serious, and he immediately went to make arrangements. While the Chung Corporation was mobilizing a large number of people to search for Tahuang Joy, a hacker who lived on instant noodles in a dark basement, commissioned by the Beast Man, was also tracking Tahuang Joy. After a sleepless night, he excitedly called a heartless man. "I found it. It's exactly as you guessed. It was done by that mysterious theft group. No wonder the trail was lost when traced overseas. I hate dealing with those bastards the most. They come and go without a trace, really hard to deal with." Fo Van Tham had obviously anticipated this, smiling as he said, "You don't need to get involved in what happens next. I'll send someone to find Doan Tu Cam." The dark-circled hacker, sounding a bit dissatisfied, said, "I'm going to sleep. Don't forget to send me boxes of the newly released instant noodles in all flavors. Oh, and by the way, say hi to that little girl of yours for me." "All right." Fo Van Tham raised an eyebrow, turning to look at the little girl eating a lollipop. "The computer prodigy wants to say hi to you." Doan Tu Cam looked up with her phoenix eyes. "I heard everything. You don't need to go looking for me. It's troublesome. I have another way." Fo Van Tham patted the little girl's head, his tone a bit indulgent. "Really? Are you being formal with me now?" Doan Tu Cam brushed his hand away, shaking her head. "It's not about being formal. It's just too time-consuming." The little girl looked at the sky, lowering her hat brim to shield her eyes from the glaring sunlight. Finding Tahuang Joy and transporting it back would cost a lot of manpower and resources. It's better to recreate a new one. By her calculations, her package should be arriving soon. The fact that the world's wealthiest Laurent family was giving Doan Tu Cam a precious gift worth 80 million yuan shocked everyone. At the Chung family home, the old master was frowning over the company's financial report when he suddenly heard a commotion at the door. "Be careful, just bring it into the main hall." Looking up, he saw the butler directing two servants carrying a person-sized wooden crate into the room. Old Master Chung put down his documents, asking in confusion, "What's this big toy? Who sent it?" The butler wiped his sweat, equally puzzled. "I don't know either, sir. It looks very heavy." Old Master Chung put on his reading glasses and slowly stood up to approach. "Let me see what good thing this is." He squatted down. Looking closer, he was shocked to see the 5 words respectfully presented by Laurent family. This was a name enough to make all other wealthy families wary. The master and servant looked at each other in silence. After a while, Old Master Chung pointed at the emblem on the wooden crate, breaking the silence. "Is this the Laurent family we've heard about?" The butler, still seemingly in a daze, said bewilderedly, "Impossible. What a joke. That's the wealthiest family in the world. How could they send something to our small Chung family?" Old Master Chung silently took out his phone and typed the 4 words Laurent family into the search bar. The Laurent family began to rise in the 15th century, becoming one of the most prestigious and powerful families in Europe, ruling the vast city of Florence for 3 centuries. During those hundreds of years, they sponsored many talented artists, such as the painting genius Zeno. However, for unknown reasons, at the end of the 18th century, the Laurent family suddenly declined overnight, almost disappearing completely. It wasn't until nearly 100 years later that this ancient family rose again, expanding the Laurent Bank everywhere with great momentum. quickly gaining control of the global economic lifeline. The symbol of the throne and crown is the sacred and inviolable emblem of the Laurent family. The rise and fall of this family over the past few centuries remains an unsolved mystery. After reading, Old Master Chung muttered, "Was it really sent by them?" He stared at the emblem symbolizing power, pondering for a long time, still unable to understand. But why send something to the Chung family? A family that has never had dealings with them. It's strange. Just then, the sharp-eyed butler discovered a card on the side of the wooden crate, immediately taking it out and handing it to the master. "Master, there's an invitation card." Old Master Chung doubtfully took the card and opened it. Inside was beautiful handwriting. "To dear friend Coca, milk tea, French fries, the water crystal King of Kings jade you requested has been sent to your home. The owner hopes to become friends with you and wishes that someday you can visit Florence." Signed, the butler of the Laurent family. After reading, Old Master Chung's expression became serious. Not to mention who coca, milk tea, and French fries were that could be eaten, was the thing inside really a high-quality jade? The butler was stunned. "I think the young miss mentioned there would be an express delivery today. Could it be for her?" Just then, the doorbell rang. Doan Tu Cam entered, greeting the two, and glanced at the elaborately packaged wooden crate on the floor. "Grandfather, could you help me sign for the package?" Old Master Chung, both curious and gossipy, asked. "Tu Cam, are you acquainted with the Laurent family's leader? Why did they send you such high-quality jade?" Doan Tu Cam paused for a moment. "Aren't they in business? As long as you have money, you can buy it." Old Master Chung thought carefully. Indeed, there were rumors that the Laurent family's leader was very money-hungry, needing to sleep on gold every night. He hesitantly asked again, "What do you need this high-quality jade for?" Doan Tu Cam effortlessly lifted the 100-pound wooden crate, calmly saying, "I want to recreate one. I've taken a week off from school and will be staying here for a few days." Old Master Chung sighed inwardly, thinking his granddaughter was teasing him again. But then he saw the girl heading straight upstairs. "Don't worry, grandfather. Thatch Feng Jioi will be ready in 4 days." Old Master Chung was bewildered, wondering if he had misheard. The butler was astonished. It took 2 strong men to lift the crate, yet the young miss carried it away so easily. Could she have innate superhuman strength? The sculpting skills of the all-powerful expert were about to be unearthed. Under the astonished gaze of her grandfather and the butler, Doan Tu Cam easily carried the 100-pound wooden crate up to her workroom on the 2nd floor. She opened the wooden crate and placed the high-quality jade block inside on the table. The jade block, as tall as half a person and without any impurities, was even more precious than the material of Thap Fong Joy. She took out the sculpting tools she had prepared in her backpack, rolled up her sleeves, and began working. The reason Thap Fong Joy could become a family heirloom, besides the value of the material itself, was more importantly that on this not-so-large jade block, a master sculptor had carved 88 lifelike Buddha figures. It was said that 50 years ago, that great master took 3 months to complete Thap Fong Joy with the help of several apprentices. No wonder the DK group, after hiring a mysterious theft gang to steal it, was so worried about not being able to deliver it. Unfortunately, they were unlucky to encounter the all-capable Doan God. For a whole day and night, Doan Tu Cam locked herself in the room, not coming down for meals. Old Master Chung paced back and forth anxiously. He went up there several times but couldn't get in, and didn't know what his granddaughter was doing inside, as she wouldn't let him see. Just as Old Master Chung was worried about his granddaughter's exhaustion, the doorbell rang. The butler hurriedly went to open the door, saw Fo Van Tham and was stunned, then politely invited him in, calling inside. "Master, the young master has arrived." Old Master Chung heard this and said irritably, "What are you doing here? Get out quickly. Are you here to help your grandfather steal my pastries again?" Fo Van Tham's face darkened, not knowing what his grandfather had done to give people such a psychological trauma about stealing snacks. Wasn't this just causing more trouble for his already bumpy road to marriage? So he had to clear his throat and respectfully said, "I'm here to visit Tu Cam." Surprisingly, Old Master Chung agreed without hesitation. "All right, go up. 2nd floor, 4th room on the right." Watching the pig wanting to knock down his cabbage go upstairs, Old Master Chung snorted coldly. "My granddaughter won't let her grandfather see. How could she let this boy in?" He waited to see him being kicked out, embarrassed and running away. The butler helplessly smiled and reminded, "Mind the dignity of an elder. Don't be petty with children." Fo Van Tom went to the door, knocked, but there was no answer. He tilted his ear slightly, hearing steady breathing inside. It seemed the girl was already asleep. He put his hand on the doorknob, applied a little force, and the lock clicked open. Pushing the door open, Fo Van Tam saw Doan Tu Kam sleeping with her head on the table, next to a half-carved jade statue. He didn't expect the girl to be so stubborn. Well, it's his own upbringing. He can't scold or hit her. What else can he do but spoil her? Thinking this, he stepped forward, bent down to carry the girl to the adjacent bedroom, and placed her on the bed. Then he returned to the workroom, picked up the carving tools on the table, carefully observed the unfinished carving technique of the statue, and began working skillfully. It was hard enough to raise the girl to this age. If she got too tired, he'd have to start all over again. Thak Phuong Joy, the priceless treasure stolen by an international theft gang, would unexpectedly appear, shocking the opponent who thought they had secured victory. In the blink of an eye, it was the day for the two groups to fulfill their betting agreement. Looking at the dejected shareholders on the other side, Eugene, the representative of the DK group, stood up, smiling. The 5-day delivery extension has expired. It seems the Chung Group has still failed our trust. The betting agreement takes effect from today. The Kam Tash Tray pawn shop will be taken over by the DK Group. Old Master Chung, the chairman of the board, sat in the presiding chair with a heavy gaze, saying nothing. At this moment, a shareholder sent by the grandson who wanted to seize power stood up and said gleefully, "Just now, Old Master Chung said that if he lost the bet, he would voluntarily resign. Please sign the stock transfer form later." A middle-aged shareholder, who always followed Old Master Chung, angrily said, "If Uncle Chung resigns, do you have the ability to shoulder the entire group?" Another shareholder said contemptuously, "That's not for you to worry about. Old Master Chung, don't blame us. Who told you to entrust the fate of the Kam Tak Tri pawn shop and your own life to an adopted granddaughter who doesn't understand anything?" Hearing this, Eugene pretended to glance around. "Ah, that's right. I remember this agreement was signed by Old Master Chung's granddaughter herself. Why isn't she here today? What a pity." Before he could finish, the meeting room door was kicked open. The loud noise interrupted Eugene's words. This familiar feeling, why is it happening again? The boss next to Eugene, who had been silent until now, also turned to look at the door. They saw a young girl dressed simply, walking in against the light. She seemed to have just woken up, lazily yawning. The blond man stepped forward, smiling and extending his hand. "You must be Miss Doan. I want to thank you for helping the DK group acquire the Kam Thach Tri debt." This was clearly an attempt to sow discord. Old Master Chung, who had been silent until now, coldly spoke up. "I know my granddaughter is beautiful and good in every way, but you don't need to use such old and hollow conversation starters. She's not even 18 yet. An old man nearly 30 like you isn't worthy." The smile on the DK group boss's face disappeared, and he said somewhat awkwardly, "Old Master Chung, you misunderstand. I just wanted to thank Miss Doan." Then he looked at Doan Tukam and sneered. "Sorry, I heard Miss Doan is from a poor county, so she probably doesn't understand English, right? Unfortunately, besides my mother tongue, I only speak English." This time, Old Master Chung couldn't hold back anymore. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a hand gently placed on his shoulder. Doan Tukam tilted her head and calmly spoke to the blond man in Latin. The DK group boss was stunned, clearly not understanding. Doan Tukam smiled faintly, then switched to fluent English. "I thought you were from Europe and would know a bit more." The blond man's face turned sour, and he laughed coldly. Old Master Chung has indeed raised a sharp granddaughter. Then he returned to his seat, trying to stay calm. "Let's not beat around the bush. Now, please, Old Master Chung, bring out the land documents and transfer papers for the Kam Thak Tri pawn shop." As soon as he finished speaking, two young men carried a large chest from outside and placed it in the middle of the meeting room. Doan Tukam looked at the blond man. "Open it." The DK group boss's face grew cold. "You dare to order me around." Doan Tukam threw the paper cutter from the table directly at him. "I said open it." Eugene glanced at his boss, who was about to explode, wiped his cold sweat, and stood up saying, "Let me do it, sir. Don't get angry." Eugene took the paper cutter and began opening the chest. Just now, his subordinates had reported that the Thak Phuong Joy was still within their sight, but why did he have such a bad feeling? When he opened the lid, Eugene saw what was inside. His face froze in disbelief. How is this possible? The middle-aged shareholder stepped forward and pushed him aside. "Why are you just standing there? Let everyone see." After saying this, he took the paper cutter himself and quickly cut all four sides of the chest. Now, the brightly shining object inside the chest was fully revealed to everyone. It was a jade statue carved with 88 Buddhas, with an intricately carved base underneath. If not the Thakfuang Joy, what else could it be? This young lady had actually created a new Thakfuang Joy within 5 days, shocking both large groups who had signed the betting agreement. Old Master Chung suddenly stood up, staring at the jade statue in disbelief. This wasn't the one stolen earlier, but it was clearly more exquisite, with superior carving techniques. So for the past few days, his multi-talented granddaughter had locked herself in her room to carve a real Thakfuang Joy. Old Master Chung clutched his pounding chest, feeling as if his whole body might explode. The most shocked person was the DK Group boss. He completely lost his composure and blurted out, "This is absolutely impossible. The Thakfuang Joy is clearly still in the warehouse in Europe, under strict guard. How could it appear here?" He couldn't help but roar, "It's fake. It must be fake." The middle-aged shareholder finally had his chance, loudly mocking, "Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. This is the Thakfuang Joy. Now, isn't it your turn to hand over the 300 million USD order?" He declared that from this moment on, Old Master Chung's granddaughter was his idol. Hearing this, the DK Group boss became extremely angry. "Since the Thakfuang Joy has been found intact, we will naturally transfer the remaining money to the Chung Group's account. But as for that 300 million USD, don't even dream about it." After saying this, he laughed coldly and was about to leave. At this moment, Doan Tu Cam raised her head and calmly glanced at him. "Answer the phone." The blonde boss showed impatience. "What phone call? Don't play games." But just as he took a step, the phone in his vest pocket suddenly rang. He stopped, took out his phone, and saw an unknown number calling from abroad. Although somewhat suspicious, he still answered. As soon as he heard the first sentence, his face immediately changed. Eugene, the special assistant standing beside him, seeing his boss's unsettled expression, asked in a low voice, "What's happened?" The blonde boss broke out in a cold sweat, no longer showing his previous arrogance. His face turned pale as he stammered, "It's IBA calling." As soon as he finished speaking, Eugene's face changed in fear. This time, it was the Chung Group's turn to watch the show. IBA stands for International Bureau of Investigation, specializing in handling international terrorist attacks, cross-border kidnappings, espionage, and other serious crimes. Theft rings operating worldwide are one of their primary targets. The Thakfuang Joy, hidden in a small country, had been found, and several thieves had been arrested. The DK Group, having dealt with them, naturally couldn't escape punishment. The blonde boss was sinking into endless fear. The middle-aged shareholder finally had a chance to mock. "What did IBA say? Why did it scare you like this? Don't tell me they want to seal the company. You're really something, even alarming the IBA." Then he gave a thumbs up, offering him a word of praise. Doan Tu Cam, standing nearby, yawned and said to her grandfather, who was still recovering from the series of twists, "The matter is resolved. I'll go first. You've been worried a lot these past few days. Remember to rest well." Old Master Chung remained silent. Regaining his composure, he said, "Let grandfather have someone take you home." Doan Tu Cam politely declined her grandfather's kind offer. "No need. Someone's coming to pick me up. You stay and finish up the work." As she reached the meeting room door, she suddenly stopped, turned her head towards the trembling blonde man, and coldly said, "I forgot to tell you, the Latin phrase earlier means no enemy can breach this place." The betting agreement between the two large groups had been trending on search engines all day, with many netizens curious to know who won and who lost. Just as people were angry and criticizing Doan Tu Cam, a new social media post appeared. "We have busted an international theft case at a location somewhere in Europe." Upon investigation, the stolen item was the Thakfuang Joy of the Chung Group. Additionally, the DK Group involved in the case is also under investigation. As soon as this news was released, the online community exploded. They didn't expect the legendary IBA organization to actually exist. Some hacker who had been manipulated by the two big companies was also a bit annoyed. Pho Van Tham looked at the brief social media post. After deleting a message on his phone, he then looked at the girl sitting in the passenger seat, his flirtatious eyes curving. What does Teo Cam want to eat? To carve the Thakfuang Joy, Doan Tu Cam had stayed awake for 4 consecutive days. Her eyelids were heavy, almost unable to open. She mumbled, "Eel rice." Pho Van Tam reached out, helping her cover with a thin blanket. "Sleep for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive. Although he had helped these past few days, the workload of carving the Tashfuang Joy was too large, and Duan Tukam's body had just recovered a bit after multiple blood drawings. In the future, he couldn't let her continue working day and night like this. In this bet, the Chung Group not only received 200 million USDs in contract violation fees, but also snatched the 300 million USD order from the DK Group. The company's stock also skyrocketed overnight, making a fortune. While lost in thought, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. As soon as he connected, the surprised voice of some instant noodle-addicted hacker rang out. "Buddy, you're amazing. The IBA's social media post was your doing, right?" Fo Van Tam calmly said, "No." The hacker didn't believe it, excitedly saying, "Come on, it must be you. Though I don't know all your hidden identities, I know you're the final boss. Tell me, is there anything you can't solve?" Hearing this, Fo Van Tham glanced at the sleeping girl and said lazily, "I guess. I still don't know how to soothe children." There was a moment of silence. After being stunned, the hacker immediately exploded. "You're so mean. Stop feeding me dog food. Hey buddy, can you help me get a position in the IBA? I'm not asking for much, even being the secretary to the director would do. That way I could access their behind-the-scenes news anytime." Fo Van Tham coldly refused. "No, hanging up now. Teo Cam is sleeping." The hacker looked at the disconnected phone, so angry he didn't even want to eat instant noodles anymore. Indeed, he values beauty over friendship. He grumpily looked at the computer screen, preparing to take on a new task, when suddenly a light bulb went off. Noticing something unusual, he remembered that the IBA had previously investigated that bastard's identity. What exactly was going on? In the office of the Chung Group's chairman, after resolving the troubles and incidentally making a large sum of money, old Master Chung was leisurely drinking tea when he unexpectedly received a call from his unfilial daughter, always a few beats slower than others. "Dad, what mess did you make? Why did you let Tukam sign that betting agreement? What if she loses and the entire Chung Group gets mortgaged?" Old Master Chung's good mood was immediately ruined by this call. "Are you mentally deficient? You dare to teach me how to do business?" Chung Manhwa massaged her temples, trying to suppress her emotions. "That's not what I meant. Tell me where Tukam is now. Tell her to come home quickly. This time I must discipline her properly. A daughter that her mother can't find. It's so embarrassing if word gets out." The more old Master Chung listened, the angrier he became. "Shut up. Every time I talk to you, I feel like I lose a year of my life." Not waiting for his foolish daughter to say anything more, he directly hung up, then coldly looked at the middle-aged shareholder opposite him. "Tell the PR department to post on social media immediately." "Yes, sir." The middle-aged shareholder heard this and was a bit confused. Old Master Chung glared at him. "What are you waiting for? Go quickly." The shareholder suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly ran out. Yes, don't be angry, Old Master Chung. I'll arrange it right away." A minute later, the official social media account of the Chung Group posted a new message. "This time, the group was able to overcome difficulties thanks to my granddaughter's help. People say my granddaughter doesn't do anything. Sorry, but the Thatchfuang Joy was actually carved by her." "What?" "The Thatchfuang Joy was carved by a high school girl, and it only took 4 days. Out of 10 people who saw this news, 9 were skeptical." The middle-aged shareholder secretly followed Old Master Chung's instructions, posted on social media, then returned bewildered. "Do we have any evidence to prove that the Thatchfuang Joy was carved by your granddaughter? Many people online don't believe it." Old Master Chung put down his teacup and glanced at him unhappily. "Of course we do. You think it just appeared out of thin air." He then angrily took out his phone. "Let's see who dares to doubt me. I'll open their eyes." But before he could open social media, his obedient granddaughter's phone call came through. Duan Tukam rubbed her forehead and said gently, "Grandfather, please stop posting on social media. Let me have some peace." Old Master Chung was so angry he could spit blood. "Not everyone wants to be as leisurely as you. I'm over 70 years old and haven't even thought about retiring. On the contrary, I'm working more enthusiastically. But my granddaughter, at just 17, already wants to enjoy a peaceful life." Duan Tukam chuckled softly. "I know you're a good person, grandfather. I can see that." Hearing this, Old Master Chung felt a strange feeling rise in his heart. "What about those people online?" "I don't care about them," Duan Tukam said calmly. "Besides, they're all irrelevant people." After hanging up, Old Master Chung thought for a moment, then turned to ask the middle-aged shareholder, "What do you think of my granddaughter?" The middle-aged shareholder said seriously, "Very good. Putting aside your personal thoughts, your granddaughter has great leadership qualities, both decisive and skilled in business." Old Master Chung nodded, his decision becoming even more certain in his mind. In the car, Duan Tukam expressionlessly watched Borg continuously sending her messages, restraining herself repeatedly from blocking this troublesome person. Borg, like an enthusiastic fanboy, kept babbling, Silver Master, you're truly amazing. Is there anything you don't know? Please teach me how to paint like Kino. Doan Tu Cam reluctantly turned on Do Not Disturb mode, and the world instantly became quiet again. She muttered with some disgust. Do all art students talk this much? Kino before and Borg now? Is this some kind of fine tradition in European art circles? Fo Van Tham, who was driving, smiled lazily and said, I don't think so. If our little sister said a few more sentences, he'd probably lose his life. He then reached out to stroke her hair. But I'm very happy. It's rare to see you talk so much in front of me. For people with depression, the scariest thing is shutting themselves off. Fortunately, Doan Tu Cam was no longer like that. Doan Tu Cam looked at him, about to say something when the phone rang again. It was Thin Hung Duong, the former chairman of the Calligraphy Association, calling. As soon as she connected, she heard his excited voice. Little miracle, doctor. I knew you had many extraordinary abilities, but I didn't expect you to be so skilled at sculpting. Do you have time recently? I've prepared your membership certificate for the Fine Arts Association. Just come by to sign it. You don't need to do anything else. Just register. Doan Tu Cam's mouth twitched, and she put on a professional smile, using the most polite tone to deliver the bluntest refusal. I'm sorry, this person is dead. If you have any business, please burn some paper money to let me know. Old Master Thin, hearing this, was so angry he almost fainted, and then the phone call that nearly connected to the underworld was also hung up. After dinner, Fo Van Tam drove Doan Tu Cam back to her foster father's apartment complex. Looking at the child curled up asleep in the blanket, he said softly, We're home. Doan Tu Cam turned over, burying her head in the blanket, clearly not wanting to pay attention to him. Fo Van Tam reluctantly opened the door and got out of the car, walking around to the passenger side. As if knowing what he was about to do, Doan Tu Cam deliberately turned away again. Fo Van Tam, amused, gently patted her. Come on, get out of the car. You can't sleep here. Doan Tu Cam, wrapped in the blanket, finally showed some reaction, mumbling, I want to sleep here. Fo Van Tam leaned down, looking at her with a mix of frustration and amusement. Or do you want me to carry you in? At first, Doan Tu Cam still had no reaction. After a while, she opened her eyes slightly, as if seriously considering the success rate of this suggestion. Feeling that this way she could continue sleeping without having to walk, she reluctantly raised her arms, speaking in a nonchalant, commanding tone like an empress. Then carry me. Fo Van Tam was slightly stunned. This answer was beyond his expectations. Perhaps this little girl didn't see him as a man at all. With no other choice, having spoiled her himself, he could only bear the consequences. The tragic part was, at that moment, the elevator was temporarily out of service for maintenance, so he had to carry the little girl on his back, climbing the stairs step by step. Fortunately, due to her foster father's poor health, Doan Tu Cam had bought an apartment on a not-too-high floor. In the quiet hallway, one could almost hear the steady heartbeat. He wondered where all the meat from the delicious food this little girl ate had gone, as she was still so light. Doan Tu Cam's chin rested on his shoulder, her head occasionally rubbing against his neck. It was the characteristic softness of a girl. To avoid turning into a beast, Fo Van Tam had to avert his eyes, adjusting her head position, then quickened his pace up the stairs. He felt deeply that these few floors were indeed far, even more arduous than his experiences in the line of fire. Mrs. Chung, Doan Tu Cam's mother living in the online world, after seeing the Chung group's post confirming that Thak Phuong Joy was sculpted by Doan Tu Cam, couldn't help but wonder if her father-in-law had become senile. At this moment, she unexpectedly received a call from the Chinese Calligraphy Association. At first, she was stunned, then suspiciously asked, Have you dialed the wrong number? The staff on the other end carefully checked the phone number again. No mistake. Aren't you the mother of Master Doan? Chung Manhwa's face turned cold. Our family doesn't have any master. If you want to scam people, at least be more professional about it. In the end, she even advised the other party to download the National Anti-Fraud Center app and stop trying to deceive people everywhere. Chung Chi Uyen, sitting nearby, suddenly realized something and asked, Second aunt, why are you so angry? Chung Manhwa hung up the phone, added the number to the blacklist, and sneered. These days, there are all kinds of scammers. They dare to claim they're from the Calligraphy Association, wanting to invite some so-called Master Doan to their scam. They don't even bother to investigate before opening their mouths and spewing nonsense. Chung Chi-Uyen didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Trying to suppress a smile, she said, What if it's real? Chung Man-hoa picked up her glass of water with a look of contempt. Absolutely impossible. Your father and siblings don't have any artistic talent. They're incapable of doing art. As for that girl, even less so. Just mentioning the daughter who didn't study properly and always caused trouble, she got a headache. If Doan-tu Cam could become a master, she'd rather believe pigs could climb trees. She wondered what sins she had committed in her past life to give birth to such a troublesome daughter in this one. Taking advantage of the Thapfuangjoy theft incident, Old Master Chung had taken iron-fisted action, purging those with wolfish ambitions within the group who wanted to seize power. The smart blood nephew, harmed by his own intelligence, experienced firsthand the feeling that if you don't seek death, you won't die. After he arrived at the prison, Old Master Chung personally visited the cell where Chung Tianvan was held. Not even 10 days in, Chung Tianvan no longer had his former high and mighty appearance. His face was pale, his eyes lifeless. Seeing his outcome like this, Old Master Chung's face showed clear pain. I really didn't expect you to collude with DK Group. How could you do such a foolish thing? What's done is done. Chung Tianvan knew he couldn't escape, so he gave up and laughed coldly. Uncle, there are many things you don't expect. Like back then, did you ever think you'd cause my father's death? If my father hadn't died early, this Chung group should have been ours now. Old Master Chung's face remained calm. Your mother told you that. Then did she tell you that in the final moment, it was she who killed your father? At that time, I was also severely injured, unconscious, unable to stop her from saving your younger brother. This was truly my mistake. Chung Tianvan's face changed, angrily accusing him of talking nonsense, but he was held back by 2 agents. Old Master Chung seemed tired, gently waving his hand. It doesn't matter what we say now. Anyway, you must pay for what you've done. Besides the Thapfuangjoy incident, there are charges of embezzlement, money laundering, enough to keep you here for life. Finally, he left with one last sentence. Take care of yourself from now on. Then he turned and left. The more Doan-tu Cam wanted to enjoy her old age, the more people seemed to dance in front of her. Isn't that so? The homeroom teacher was causing trouble with him for no reason again. Tuvu was applying makeup with her newly bought eyeshadow palette while talking to Doan-tu Cam, who was twirling a pen beside her. We found the person who gave shoes to Kwang Yin. It's a big sister from Dedo. She's gone back to handle it, told me to let you know. Doan-tu Cam nodded with an seemingly completely uninterested. Tuvu was very curious. What are you thinking about with your head down? You've been thinking for half a self-study period. Doan-tu Cam, usually lazy, was now rarely serious. I'm thinking about which subject would be less effort to take in the midterm exam. Tuvu truly had a small head with big questions. Does this issue need thinking? Isn't taking exams as easy as turning your hand for a student like you? Don't tell me you're planning to take all subjects. Doan-tu Cam pondered for a few seconds. It seems there's no difference anyway. The school rules don't prohibit sleeping during exams, so taking one subject or 7 is the same. Tuvu suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Have you heard of Norton University? Our school actually got an internal interview slot for that top world university. In June, teachers will lead students to Europe. Hearing this, Doan-tu Cam immediately showed interest and asked, how are the interview slots allocated? Tuvu said, 1 slot for the 12th grade, the rest are for the international class. Doan-tu Cam thought, since her younger brother transferred to the school, he had topped every exam, big or small, with a significant margin. That Norton University interview slot would surely be his. It seemed she would have to go to Europe in June as well. While thinking about how to avoid running into a certain obsessive cultivator, a kid with spiky hair rushed in from outside the door, shouting loudly, "Big trouble." Tuvu's hand shook from this thunderous shout near her ear, causing her to draw eyeshadow straight onto her eyebrow. She looked up, wishing she could give him a beating, and said through gritted teeth, "You'd better have something really important, or you'll face the consequences." The troublemaking kid was so scared he didn't dare to make a sound. Doan-tu Cam signaled for him to speak calmly. The kid took a deep breath before saying, "I just passed by the office and saw the Bach witch talking to the head of academic affairs. She said she wants to arrange a separate exam room for you during midterms to prevent you from cheating." Tuvu angrily closed her eyeshadow palette. Is the Bach witch crazy? Doan-tu Cam put her headphones back on and calmly said, "It's fine. Things won't go as she wants." In the head of academic affairs office, the head immediately rejected Ms. Bach's request without thinking. "What you're saying is absolutely impossible. If taking the talented class exam, one must take it in the same room as the talented class students. Test according to ability. No need to say more. Go back and prepare your lesson plans." Miss Bach persisted. "I'm seriously warning you. Doan-tu Cam was previously a problem student. To pass the exam, she will certainly cheat. We should arrange a separate exam room for her." The head of academic affairs couldn't bear to listen anymore. "Who's the head here, you or me? If you have such opinions, go talk to the principal. I'll gladly give up this position to you." Hearing this, Ms. Bach's face turned sour. "That's not what I meant." The head of academic affairs didn't bother with her anymore. Remember this, you're just a biology teacher. You have no right to meddle with the school's exam regulations. After that, Miss Bach was rudely shown out of the office. A few days later, the midterm exams arrived. The head of academic affairs deliberately arranged Doan Cam's seat right in the middle of the talented class. He wanted everyone to see whether this Cam would cheat during the exam or not. Doan Cam calmly nodded and walked to her seat. The talented class students were unhappy about this, and they reminded those sitting around her to guard their exam papers carefully, making sure she had no chance to copy. Sitting in the front row, Chung Chi-Uyen heard the whispers of her classmates, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Miss Bach, who was in charge of proctoring, entered with a gloomy face, tapped on the desk, and asked everyone to be quiet and put away all unrelated items. Then the bell rang, and the exam began. Others studied to achieve good results, to bring glory to their family. But Tukam came here to sleep. She worked for half an hour, then slept for 2 hours. Finally, the exam ended, and it was time to submit the papers. She yawned repeatedly as she walked out of the exam room. The talented class students all showed mocking expressions. Initially, they were worried she would cheat, but in the end, she didn't even bother to do the exam. It seemed she had completely neglected her studies. Chung Chi-Uyen heard the chatter of her classmates and sneered. Let's see how many points that adopted child can score this time. Fo Van Tam knew his little friend had been working hard on exams these days, so he drove to pick her up. He asked, "How was the exam today? Are you confident about passing?" Duan Tukam said while fastening her seatbelt, literature was okay. In fact, she only did the first few questions and hadn't written a single word for the essay. During the math exam, out of habit, she used advanced math methods, so she had to redo it from the start. Tomorrow is physics. Looks like I'll have to hold back a bit. Fo Van Tam handed her a cup of milk tea. It seems our Dao Dao is very capable when she takes something seriously. Don't worry about that bet. Even if you don't do well, I'm still here. Duan Tukam glanced at him. I agreed with you before, so it was convenient to play a bit. Fo Van Tam affectionately patted her head. Is my charm that great? Duan Tukam slowly inserted the straw into the milk tea, shaking her head. I want to see beautiful female celebrities. Fo Van Tam was momentarily speechless. His little friend was always so blunt. Then he calmly said, if you get an average score in just one subject, I'll reward you with a beautiful female celebrity. Duan Tukam seemed interested. Then what if I get a perfect score? Fo Van Tam waved his hand generously. If you can get a perfect score, I'll directly gift you an entertainment company. The next day, because of Fo Van Tam's promise, Duan Tukam arrived in class 10 minutes early. Luke Fong looked at her with contempt, secretly laughing coldly in his heart. Soon, he would make this poor student apologize to his goddess in front of the whole school. For each exam, invigilators were randomly selected from 2 classes. Hatuan entered and immediately saw the girl sitting in the middle of the class, frowning. He thought, she wants to compete with the talented class students. Doesn't she know her own capabilities? Then, he and another invigilator began distributing the exam papers. The physics exam was only 2.5 hours long, and the questions were very difficult, so all students were focused on their work. Doan Tukam opened the exam paper, glanced through it once, and then picked up her pen. Hatuan was patrolling, and when he passed by her, he initially intended to walk straight past, but then saw her just glance at the questions and start filling in the answer sheet without even calculating, completely based on guesswork. He couldn't help but say, if you're going to do it so carelessly, you might as well not take the exam. He had thought this girl really wanted to improve, but who knew? After speaking, he intended to snatch the exam paper from her hand, but as Hatuan's hand reached out, before he could touch the edge of the desk, the exam paper was forcefully flicked, hitting his thigh. Boom! Hatuan staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, there was a desk behind him, otherwise he would have surely fallen to the ground. The intense pain made him double over. The surrounding students all looked in this direction, both shocked and confused, not understanding what had just happened. The other invigilator was also startled and hurriedly asked, what happened? At this moment, Doan Tukam finally looked up, her eyes cold. If you're not using your brain anymore, I can help you get rid of it. This statement plunged the entire exam room into silence. Hatuan had always been respected by everyone. Never before had any student disrespected him like this. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses flashed with barely suppressed anger. Doan Tukam didn't bother to look at him again. She picked up her exam paper and answer sheet and calmly walked out of the exam room. She moved so quickly that the other invigilator didn't even have time to stop her. The remaining invigilator could only turn to look at Hatuan, asking with both worry and anger. Why did you create a conflict with a student in the exam room like that? If you have any grudges, couldn't you resolve them privately? Hatuan leaned on the desk, slowly stood up, and coldly asked back, "Do you think I have any grudges against her?" The other invigilator put on a face that said, "I'm not stupid," and said, "Do you think someone would deliberately provoke you while peacefully taking an exam?" Hatuan pressed his lips together, not explaining further. He simply couldn't stand Doan Tukam's casual, lazy attitude. Chung Chi-Uyen withdrew her gaze, unable to hide the smile in her eyes. She had predicted early on that with Doan Tukam's attitude towards exams, a conflict with the strict teacher was bound to happen sooner or later. This subject was as good as done. But less than 3 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Then the head of academic affairs, with an angry face, pushed the door open and entered. "Teacher Ha, what do you mean by this?" Ha Tuan was stunned when he saw who had arrived and frowned, asking, "What's the matter?" Doan Tukam calmly stood behind, watching the drama unfold. The head of academic affairs put his hands on his hips and said, "You arbitrarily took a student's exam paper, and you're asking me what's the matter. Just now, you didn't want to let Doan Tukam continue her exam, right?" Hatuan didn't deny it. She was doing the exam carelessly, writing recklessly, wasting exam paper, so I took her paper. The head of academic affairs felt he was truly unreasonable. Even if she drew a turtle on the answer sheet, so what? Did you pay for the exam papers? Or has Doan Tukam not paid her tuition fees that she's not allowed to do that? I've been the head of academic affairs for 20 years, and I've never met a teacher with such poor reasoning. Or perhaps all graduates from Norton University think they're superior to others. Thinking this, he sarcastically said, "You don't need to invigilate the next exam. I'm afraid that when you see a student thinking, you might assume they're daydreaming and confiscate their exam paper." Hatuan was speechless, especially in front of so many students. For the first time, he felt so humiliated that he wanted to sink into the ground. The head of academic affairs didn't care how unpleasant Hatuan's expression was, and sternly said, "Now, please leave the exam room immediately." At this moment, all the students in the class were shocked. Hatuan's arrogant temperament also flared up. He pushed up his glasses and turned to walk towards the door. But the pain in his leg made it difficult for him to even stand straight, and he could only lean against the wall, limping as he walked. Many female students showed disappointment. Today's incident had completely destroyed the image of the handsome young teacher in their hearts. Doan Tukam politely thanked the head of academic affairs. It must be said that although this head of affairs looked like Dio Tuyet Su Tai on the outside, his values were very upright, and moreover, his fighting ability was also very strong. The head of academic affairs reassured the students to continue with their exam, saying that the delayed time would be compensated later. Chung Chi-Uyen watched Doan Tukam's back as she left, a gloomy look appearing in her eyes. She didn't expect that even the usually impartial head of academic affairs would show favoritism towards that adopted child. Doan Tukam, who usually disliked causing drama, had a very simple reason for wanting to make such a fuss. No one could stop her from meeting the beautiful celebrity, not even the heavens. After the exam, it was just lunchtime. Doan Tukam sat in her private luxury car and casually asked, "Where shall we eat?" Fo Van Tom, who was driving, calmly said, "We're not eating in the city today. I'm taking you to the film set. Didn't you always want to meet the beautiful actress?" Doan Tukam was stunned. "But I've just finished the exam. I don't even have my grades yet." Fo Van Tom raised an eyebrow and smiled. "That's why I'm letting you see it first. What if seeing some celebrity gives you more motivation to study?" Doan Tukam pouted. Sometimes she really didn't want to talk to this fool. What's all this about the domineering young master Fo doting on his sister? He's clearly just an idiot. To reward the kid for doing well in the exam, Fo Van Tom specially took Doan Tukam to the film set to see the beautiful actress. At a red light, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, that award-winning actor you mentioned wanting to invite for a school lecture last time. I think he's filming there too. I might as well go see if there are any male celebrities more handsome than me." As soon as Doan Tukam heard this, her eyes lit up like stars. "Have you finally decided to swing that way?" The corner of Fon Thum's mouth twitched. "When you look at actresses, it's called being a fan. How come when I look at actors, it's called swinging that way?" Doan Tukam held her phone, seriously educating him. "The internet says, when girls hold hands, they're best friends. When boys hold hands, they're lovers." Hearing such a novel saying for the first time, Fo Van Tham reached out to take away the kid's phone. I'm confiscating your phone for now. Stop looking at that nonsense in the future. It's a waste to have such a smart brain contaminated by that stuff. Duantukam pouted, looking out the window. She initially thought the drive would be boring and planned to do some live stream tutoring to earn some pocket money, but it seems that'll have to wait for next time. However, she had no idea that, a few hours earlier, the invigilator who wanted to confiscate her exam paper was now eagerly waiting for her to go live and beg her for tutoring. Hatuan limped back to the office, his foot bandaged but still slightly painful. He habitually opened the chocolate mousse account he followed, but the avatar was still gray. This streamer, who specialized in live tutoring, hadn't broadcast for over 10 days. The hundreds of thousands of yuan he had donated and his private messages seemed to have sunk to the bottom of the sea. After some thought, Hatuan still couldn't let it go, so he took a photo of his Norton University graduation certificate and sent it in a private message. However, by the time he finished work, he still hadn't received a reply from the streamer and could only sigh in resignation, considering the money lost. Just then, a new notification from the school network appeared in the top right corner of his computer screen. Clicking to view, it turned out to be a disciplinary notice about his conflict with a student in the exam room. Mr. Kok is prohibited from invigilating exams, suspended from work for 1 week, and must apologize to the student in front of the entire school during the flag-raising ceremony. Seeing this notice, Hatuan's face grew even more unpleasant. He admitted that his actions were due to a momentary anger, but he didn't think such a severe punishment was necessary. Moreover, posting the notice on the school network, how were the students supposed to look at him now? Just as he was about to angrily go argue with the principal, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Taking it out to look, the screen didn't display the incoming number. Only one place would deliberately hide their number when calling him, and that was Norton University. Ha Tuan immediately answered, respectfully saying, "Professor." The other end of the line first sighed. Normally, you wouldn't receive this call. You should know that the school has been monitoring and recording your work progress to evaluate whether you qualify to graduate without taking the exam. But your actions today have greatly disappointed the school, and you've been disciplined. Therefore, the difficulty of your graduation test will be increased. At least 2 students you teach must pass the school's interview and entrance exam for you to be considered successful. Hatuan's face immediately changed, filled with disbelief, because for him, this requirement was nothing short of impossible. The professor regretfully said, "Well then, good luck." The phone hung up, and Hatuan still sat stunned in his chair, not yet recovered. It seems he could forget about ever graduating from Norton University in this lifetime. Doanlo-V was in the piano practice room, but after playing just a few notes, she became irritated and angrily slammed the piano lid shut. At this moment, her agent called to inquire about her practice progress. Doanlo-V couldn't help but complain. What kind of damned music is this difficult to play? Novella Hall has been dead for hundreds of years. Why couldn't she leave a complete score? The agent frowned. Don't let anyone with a conscience hear you say that. Madame Novella is a legendary figure in the music world. You can't compare yourself to her. If you don't want to be criticized, you should be more careful with your words. Doanlo-V, tortured by the incomplete score to the point where her head was about to explode, said, "I'm at home. No one else can hear me. The problem is, what am I going to do about my concert?" The agent thought for a moment and said, "Your current situation is all because of that fake daughter. I'll give you a suggestion. Why don't you invite her to your concert and have her play a piece on stage?" Doanlo-V was stunned. "Let her play. She doesn't know anything." The agent smirked. "It's precisely because she doesn't know that we'll let her play." Doanlo-V suddenly understood his intention. "You mean to embarrass Doantukam in front of everyone, to help me regain my reputation?" The agent nodded. "But you need to figure out how to get her to agree to come first." Doanlo-V stroked her hair. "I know what to do. Reserve a few front row seats for me. I'll give them to my sister-in-law and the others." To fulfill the kid's wish to meet a beautiful female celebrity, Fovan Tam specially took Doantukam to a famous film set. The place was full of ancient architectural structures, with countless extras passing by, creating a very lively atmosphere. Fovan Tam parked the car by the road and casually pinched the kid's cheek. There's a very good barbecue restaurant nearby, but it's almost April 30th, so it'll probably be crowded with visitors. I'll go queue up for a number first. Deep Seo will be here later too. Doantukam obediently nodded, got out of the car intending to walk around and see if she could accidentally bump into any female celebrities. Just a few minutes later, Deep Seo, wearing a flashy pink suit, came from the other side, with an undeniable head-turning rate on the road. Seeing Doan Tukam, he excitedly flattered, "Big sis, I've missed you to death." Seeing his appearance, Doan Tukam really wanted to pretend not to know him. Deep Seo sighed regretfully. "It's a pity that young Master Fo hides you too well. I couldn't meet you even if I wanted to." Doan Tukam mercilessly exposed him. "I'm at school every day." Deep Seo was momentarily embarrassed. Why were both these big shots so uncooperative? So he scratched his head, changing the subject. "My company has invested in a palace drama that's being filmed over there. Do you want to go take a look? Handsome guys and beautiful girls. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Hearing this, Doan Tukam decided to give him a little face. "All right, let's go then." Deep Seo attentively led the way, introducing as they walked. "This is the Imperial Garden. I think there's a scene later where the concubines fight each other. I've already prepared seats and snacks. You just need to sit and watch the show." Such thoughtful service made Big Sis Doan very pleased. She decided to reward him a little. "I can read your love fortune for you." As soon as Deep the Fool heard this, he was so happy he couldn't close his mouth and hurriedly ran to a tree, bringing over a glittering gold-plated armchair that was no less flashy than his own suit. But just as he lifted it, a man rushed over and snatched the chair away. Indeed, someone who could like such a flashy pink suit must have a unique aesthetic taste. Even the chair exuded an air of wealth and luxury. At this moment, Doan Tukam really wanted to pretend not to know Deep Seo, yet someone knowledgeable came to snatch his chair. Deep Seo asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "This is my chair." The assistant looked at him with contempt. "Your chair? What do you mean your chair? It clearly belongs to the film crew." Deep Seo's young master temperament flared up. "Doesn't the film crew's property belong to me? Quickly return the chair to me." The assistant, who had been running errands until he was dizzy and now blocked by a rich young master, was looking for a place to vent his anger. "Forget it. I'm tired of arguing with you. Miss Locke wants to sit in a soft armchair to rest. If anything goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? Get out of the way. If you delay me, are you going to compensate me for my time?" Deep Seo held back again and finally didn't kick the man. "Pay you. Even if I deduct all your salary, it wouldn't be enough. This is the luxurious chair I specially ordered for the big sis. It costs tens of thousands of yuan. What kind of trash is she to deserve sitting on it?" Fortunately, he had learned judo before, and with just a bit of technique, he managed to snatch the chair back. The staff member stomped his foot. "You're done for. You dare to touch Miss Lack's chair. Don't you want to work on this film set anymore?" He thought to himself, this extra is really bold. Deep Seo didn't bother arguing with him, hugging the chair and walkingwards to Cam. "Today's just been unlucky. I'll invite you to watch the show again tomorrow. Young Master Fo should be done with arrangements soon. Let's go eat. Even if I have to carry this chair with me, I absolutely won't let that so-called Miss Lack sit on it." The two left one after another, leaving the staff member shaking with anger, cursing fiercely. Just you wait. Deep the Fool carried the luxurious, glittering golden chair all the way to the barbecue restaurant, panting as he said to Fo Van Tham, "That long-faced guy was too much. He dared to try and snatch my chair. I almost lost my temper and hit him on the head." Fo Van Tham placed a fragrant skewer of grilled meat in front of the kid, calmly saying, "Then I'd have to go to the police station to bail you out, and your brother would have to pay an additional bail fee." Hearing this, Deep Seo immediately deflated, grumbling with a huff. Fo Van Tham turned to ask Doan Tukam, "Are you okay?" Doan Tukam shook her head, signaling that she hadn't been involved at all from start to finish, then took out a small bottle from her pocket and handed it to young Master Deep. Deep Seo took it and looked, his eyes brightening. "What's this? Could it be an elixir to boost my love luck?" Before Doan Tukam could speak, Fo Van Tam lazily raised an eyebrow, teasing, "It's a kidney tonic." Deep the Fool innocently asked, "I'm in the prime of my youth. Why do I need a kidney tonic?" Fo Van Tam chuckled, giving a flirtatious glance. "Am I right?" Doan Tukam nodded slightly. "Kidney tonic is just one of its functions, so it's not wrong to say that." Deep Seo dejectedly grabbed a beer can and chugged it, thinking it was too much. These two were ganging up to bully him, a single dog rejected by women. Fo Van Tham ignored him and turned to ask the kid, "How was your exam today?" Doan Tukam spoke while eating. "It was fine." Fo Van Tam asked with a smile, "Are you sure you got 100 points in theory?" The girl calmly replied, 300 points. Deep Seo, who had just taken a big swig of beer, spat it out upon hearing this. "Hey, big shot, you might be good at fighting, but in studies, you're probably like me, a poor student." Although he didn't study much, he at least knew that the maximum score for theory was 100. Moreover, he had heard about Doan Tukam's academic performance, which was struggling to reach even average scores. Fo Van Tham, wearing thick glasses, glanced at him. You two are not the same. You're not as obedient as my little one. Deepsue looked at the girl, who was focused on eating barbecue, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Indeed, she was both obedient and pretty, except for that nation-toppling smile and fists that could knock out Lu Tri Tham. After eating, Deepsue showed off his precious chair again. I have a penthouse nearby. It's already been cleaned up, specially reserved for you two. Fo Van Tam looked at his watch. It's late. Dao Dao should go home to sleep. The girl, eating ice cream, shook her head. I still want to watch a movie. Can you take me to see real actors filming tomorrow? That's not possible either. Deepsue eavesdropped eagerly, his eyes brightening. Fo Van Tam reluctantly said, all right, but only one episode. The man in the flashy pink suit turned out to be an investor in the film crew. The clueless starlet of the 18th line was Lak Tung-gui, who had bought her debut with her foster father's money. Today, after filming all day, she was exhausted. After work, she was about to return to the hotel to rest when her sharp-eyed assistant spotted a man in a pink suit strutting around arrogantly. The assistant grumbled, that oddly dressed guy carrying a chair is the one I found for you. Lak Tung-yet took off her sunglasses and looked in the direction she pointed, but the first thing that caught her eye wasn't the mask, but the beautiful girl standing next to him. Isn't that the crazy fan who followed me at the bubble tea shop the other day? She stubbornly denied it, making me lose face. I can't believe she dared to follow me to the film set. Thinking this, she coldly said, come over there with me. With backup, the assistant also gained more confidence. Lak Tung-wet strode up to Doan Tu-kam, smiling coldly. Wasn't I clear enough last time? You're just a crazy fan, yet you dare to come here again. Fo Van Tam stepped forward to shield Doan Tu-kam, asking coldly, what are you talking about? Lak Tung-wet was stunned, taking a long moment to regain her composure. At this moment, the director's voice came from behind. Your scene starts at 7 o'clock tomorrow. You must not be late. Lak Tung-wet looked annoyed, but had to nod. Thank you for informing me. Then, she looked contemptuously at Doan Tu-kam and Deepsue. I don't want to see these two on the set anymore. If not, I won't film. She didn't believe she couldn't handle two nameless extras. Unexpectedly, the director followed her gaze, his face immediately tensing up. So scared he almost knelt down. Boss, why did you come here in person? I swear, this script isn't as trashy as the last one. Recalling the last time when this boss suddenly showed up at the office and declared he'd break their legs if they kept making such trashy dramas, he couldn't help but feel scared. The boss who visits the set once every 800 years surely wasn't here for fun. As soon as the director spoke, Lak Tung-guet's arrogant expression froze. The assistant following behind trembled even more. This weirdo in a pink suit and slippers was actually the boss. They had just fought over a chair with him and even threatened him loudly. This time, they were really done for. The director wiped his cold sweat and introduced to Lak Tung-wet. This is our film crew's investor, Mr. Deepsue. Deepsue said sarcastically, No, I'm not some idle rich guy looking for trouble. I'm just an extra who's been banned from the set. Lak Tung-wet's face turned pale. I've offended you earlier. I'm truly sorry. Who would have thought such a big investor would dress so casually? Deepsue clearly didn't accept this apology. What did you say about young Master Fo's sister just now? Say it again for me to hear. Who do you think you are to deserve him coming here for you? These words made Lak Tung-wet so embarrassed she could barely stand. She had to grit her teeth and apologize to Doan Tu-kam. I misunderstood. I thought you were a crazy fan, so I said those disrespectful things. Doan Tu-kam ate her ice cream while coldly looking at Lak Tung-wet, not even glancing at her once from start to finish. This made Lak Tung-wet feel even more humiliated, so she turned to beg Deepsue. Deepsue crossed his arms and said, Sorry, I'm petty like that. He directly ordered the director, fire her from the crew immediately. And that dog-eyed assistant too. Get rid of them. Handle the rest yourself. What bad luck. Let's go. The director immediately said decisively to Lak Tung-wet, You don't need to come tomorrow. Your pay for these days will be transferred in full. Then he looked at the assistant who only added fuel to the fire. As for you, come to the finance office tomorrow to get your salary and then get out. After this commotion, the two who lost their jobs regretted it to their core. Deepsue hugged his precious chair and asked Doan Tu-kam with a grin, Young Master Fo, wasn't I cool just now? Fo Van Tham glanced at him sideways. Wait until you improve your fashion sense before talking. Deepsue looked up and down at his pink suit. Isn't this outfit awesome? You guys don't understand anything about fashion. Tu-kam had a hobby of watching melodramatic movies, and the more melodramatic, the better. Deepsue looked at Doan Tu-kam sitting on the luxurious, golden glittering chair he had specially ordered and clapped his hands saying, That's easy. I'll tell the scriptwriter to add 2 amnesia scenes right away. 3 lake jumps plus 4 miscarriages. The director, who had just promised not to make melodramatic films anymore, twitched his mouth. Teofi was leisurely eating sunflower seeds. The director said, "Everyone, stop chatting and quickly show your top-notch acting skills for these big shots to see." While everyone was busy preparing, a man and a woman were walking together in the distance. The man casually glanced over, saw the girl intently reading the script, and suddenly stopped. The meticulously made-up woman beside him frowned and asked, "What are you looking at?" The man didn't answer, but directly walked towards the girl. A hint of gloom flashed in the woman's eyes. Thuong Duok-chi approached Doan Tu Cam and smiled. "I didn't expect to meet Miss Doan here." Doan Tu Cam looked up and said calmly, "What a coincidence." Thuong Duok-chi seemed a bit apologetic. "I've been too busy with work lately and haven't found time to visit, and thank you. Thank you for your prescription. It was very effective. My vocal cords have almost fully recovered." Doan Tu Cam glanced at him again and said, "No need for formalities." Then she turned and tapped Pho Van Tham, who was tying her hair, on the shoulder. "No, look." Pho Van Tham looked up with a puzzled expression. Doan Tu Cam pointed at Thuong Duok-chi. "Isn't this the handsome male celebrity you wanted to meet?" The two men looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly went silent. Thuong Duok-chi was the first to break the silence, explaining, "I'm just Miss Doan's patient. I came here to thank her." Pho Van Tham leaned back and suddenly smiled. "Mr. Thuong, no need to be so formal. The little friend is right. I did come to see the handsome male celebrity." Thuong Duok-chi humbly said, "It's an honor to be praised by you. I'm filming on the set next door. If you're interested, you can come and watch." After saying this, he hurriedly left, probably afraid that staying longer might turn him gay. In the evening, the film set was brightly lit, with people coming and going. Doan Tu Cam took a stroll around backstage, found nothing interesting, and decided to go back to sleep. Pho Van Tham, of course, wasn't comfortable letting her wander alone, so he stood outside scrolling through his phone while waiting. Seeing her come out so early, he asked, "The show hasn't even started yet. I heard from Dip Seo that they've invited some popular young heartthrobs to perform tonight." Doan Tu Cam spread her hands in boredom, not interested. They had just taken a few steps when suddenly there was a commotion behind them. A staff member shouted, "Who took the box with the performance costumes? The actors are about to go on stage. How can they perform without costumes?" The team leader rushed over, angrily saying, "Quickly check the surveillance cameras." The box couldn't have grown legs, and walked away. Pho Van Tham turned his head to take a quick look. "It's not Deep Show's company. We don't need to get involved." Doan Tu Cam's eyes flickered. She stopped and said mysteriously, "We can't leave yet." As Pho Van Tham was confused, he heard a staff member running over with a computer, saying, "We've found the surveillance footage." He looked around, as if searching for someone in the crowd. The team leader pressed, "Have you found who took the costumes?" The staff member's eyes lit up, pointing at a girl in a baseball cap who was about to leave. "It's her." That girl was the last to leave backstage, and after she left, the costume box disappeared. Moreover, she's not part of our team. Everyone looked at the beautiful girl in the baseball cap with scrutinizing eyes. The team leader quickly stepped forward, blocking the girl's path. "Please come back to the backstage with us." As he finished speaking, he was about to grab the girl's arm. However, just as his hand reached out, it was intercepted by another strong hand. Pho Van Tham's gaze was sharp and cold. "Go check the surveillance footage carefully again." The team leader withdrew his hand, stunned. These two were wearing high-end designer clothes. How could they possibly steal those flashy costumes? Could there really be a misunderstanding? Thinking this, he took out his walkie-talkie and called a technician to check if there was any problem with the camera. Doan Tu Cam looked up. "Actually, I can cooperate with them." Pho Van Tham pulled her cap down lower. "It's not related to you. Why waste time?" He had heard from Deep Seo about the dirty tricks in the entertainment industry, but he didn't expect them to target even outsiders. The technician hurriedly ran over, checking and rechecking the interrupted camera footage. A few minutes later, he said, "This had been edited by someone. A section in the middle is missing." The team leader's expression changed, and he asked, "How long will it take to recover?" The technician replied awkwardly, "It's a bit complicated, at least an hour." The lead female dancer said anxiously, "We have to be on stage in 10 minutes. At this moment, a burly staff member came running with a large sack, saying, "We've found the costumes. Some bastard threw them into the crevice of the stone bridge." Hearing this, Doan Tu Cam put away her phone and said to Pho Van Tham, "Let's go." Seeing the two of them leave just like that, a dissatisfied staff member asked the team leader, "Are we just letting them go like this?" The team leader shook his head. "Anyway, we've found the costumes, and there's no evidence proving they took them. Moreover, we don't know whose young master he is. We're lucky they're not making a fuss about us. Do you want to make this a bigger issue? Let the technician continue to recover the camera footage. Someone must have deliberately targeted this performance. We must investigate thoroughly. When faced with a rich person who can't distinguish between big and small matters coming to provoke, they'll get a taste of being slapped in the face in an instant. In an elegant, quiet tea house, Depsio, like a scorned wife banished to the cold palace, complained to Tukam. Foe is really too much. He gives you all sorts of instructions when leaving in the morning, but doesn't bother to say a word to me. I can see he holds you in the palm of his hand, afraid you might fall. Doan Tukam leisurely poured herself a cup of tea, deliberately teasing him. Your brother holds you like that too. Hearing this, Deepshio was so scared he almost lost his soul. If his brother held him like that, he'd probably be trying to throw him into the sky. As the two were verbally sparring, they suddenly heard the sound of hurried high heels coming from the tea house entrance. A black-haired, red-lipped woman, dressed smartly, clearly a powerful businesswoman. Her appearance attracted quite a few glances from the customers. The receptionist hurried to greet her. The woman ignored the receptionist and went straight to the table by the window, tapping on the table and looking down with a superior air. Is this the young lady? May I ask why you came backstage to steal our performers' costumes? Deep Seo, who had been too high at the bar last night, had no idea what had happened and was momentarily stunned. Doan Tukam looked at her phone, not even bothering to raise her eyelids. The woman frowned, her tone somewhat warning. I don't know why you did this, but the film set is not a place where you can throw your weight around as you please. After saying this, she signaled to the receptionist, please escort these two out. The receptionist was a bit uncomfortable, but still stepped forward. Miss Lai was an important guest of the tea house, and she had invested quite a bit of money. She wasn't someone he could afford to offend. He could only blame this beautiful girl for her bad luck. But before he could open his mouth, Doan Tukam put down her phone and said coldly, I'm sorry, but 10 seconds ago I just bought this place. The entire tea house suddenly fell silent, with customers looking over in astonishment. The arrogant woman, as if hearing a joke, sneered contemptuously. You say you bought this place. Young lady, having a fiery spirit is good, but you must also consider the circumstances. Then, she implied, there are people you can't afford to offend. In the future, be more careful with your words and actions. Doan Tukam ignored her and turned to the receptionist. You can answer the phone now. The receptionist, half believing, took out her phone and indeed saw the owner calling at that moment. She excitedly reported the situation. The receptionist nodded blankly, repeatedly responding, yes, new owner. Understood, I got it. After hanging up, she received a photo from the owner, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed the beautiful girl sitting in front of her. The receptionist was stunned for a long moment, then respectfully bowed to the new owner. I'll go get the transfer documents. Doan Tukam slowly stood up, saying, no need to rush. She walked up to the woman and calmly said, please escort this person out first. The mocking smile on the woman's face froze on her lips. The young girl, after all, was just an employee and looked uneasily at Miss Lai. Miss Lai, I'm so sorry, but the new owner has spoken. Please leave. The boss's way of thinking was indeed different from ordinary people, dealing with a troublemaking woman by directly buying the tea house. After walking around the film set without seeing any beautiful actresses, on the way back, Fovantam lazily asked, did you buy a tea house at the film set? Doan Tukam, scrolling through her phone, said, just bought it for fun and to give that arrogant woman a slap in the face. Fovantam was confused. What woman? Doan Tukam calmly said, don't know which mental hospital she escaped from. No need to know. Right after that, she received an apology message from Thuong Duok-chi, a famous actor she had treated before. He said that woman was the chairperson of his management company, had some mental issues, and misunderstood their relationship. Doan Tukam wasn't surprised. The missing performance costumes and erased camera footage were certainly that woman's doing, just with rather poor tactics. However, this Thuong Duok-chi didn't have a star's attitude and wasn't a bad person. Thinking this, she kindly advised him, if you don't want to die too miserably, you should change management companies as soon as possible. Sitting in the car, Thuong Duok-chi looked at the message, pondering for a moment, then turned to ask his manager, how long is left on the contract with Tin Vu? The manager was stunned. Half a year. Thuong Duok-chi was silent for a moment. When the half year is up, we won't renew. The manager sighed in relief, very sympathetic. The company used a newcomer contract to bind you for 10 years, riding on your best actor fame to push a small production company into the nation's top 3. That chairperson seems normal on the outside, but is actually insane. Leaving early is good for you. Thuong Duat Chi said nothing, only fearing that when the time came, that woman wouldn't let him go easily. Under Doan Tu Cam's treatment, her foster father's asthma had completely healed, and his spirits were much better than before. Seeing her return, he asked, "Did you have fun playing with Tiofo these past few days?" Doan Tu Cam smiled and said, "Very fun, Dad. This medicine box. Remember to remind On Land to take 1 pill every day. It's good for the boy's psychological recovery." As if sensing something, Doan Tu Cam suddenly remembered Pho Van Tham's phone call. Her expression immediately became serious, and she hurriedly drove away. She thought he must have made a mistake. The situation with the Pho family's elder doesn't seem good. With this in mind, she asked her foster father to request 2 days off from her teachers, then rushed out. At this moment, in the VIP ward of Hospital Number 1, doctors and nurses were in a frenzy. Even the hospital director had been alerted. Pho Min Tan, the eldest son, and his family were anxiously waiting outside. Mrs. Pho pulled Pho Dat Tan, the troublemaking son, into a corner and sternly asked, "What exactly did you say to your grandfather in the study?" Pho Dat Tan lowered his head, looking guilty. "I didn't say much, just cursed that vagrant Pho Van Tham a few times." Who knew grandfather would suddenly faint? Mrs. Pho angrily said, "If you want to curse him, do it at home behind closed doors. Why did you have to do it in front of your grandfather? Is your brain waterlogged? Now pray that your grandfather survives this, otherwise you'll be a murderer, and even your brother will be implicated." Pho Min Tan stood at the door, his expression unreadable. The old man had been tormented by illness for so many years. Perhaps it was time for him to rest. Just as each member of the Pho family was lost in their own thoughts, a nurse opened the ward door and came out, holding up a paper, anxiously asking, "Where are the patient's family members? Please sign this critical condition notice." Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Pho Min Tan stepped forward, reaching out his hand. "Give it to me." He had just written the character Pho when suddenly, at the end of the corridor, the sound of hurried yet orderly footsteps rang out. Looking up, he couldn't help but be stunned. The person leading was Pho Van Tam, followed by several bodyguards and a group of doctors. Pho Van Tam didn't even look at him. He directly ordered those behind him, "Transfer him now." The doctors immediately rushed into the emergency room, and soon after wheeled the old man out, quickly leaving. Pho Min Tan was both shocked and angry. "Who are you? Who sent you? By what right are you taking my father away?" Pho Van Tam turned his head and smiled coldly. "Because you're useless. Because you can't save the old man. Of course, you can try to stop me." After speaking, he glanced around, finally stopping on Pho Dat Tan. "Bring him along too." Pho Dat Tan was still in shock when 2 bodyguards grabbed him by the arms and dragged him away. Mrs. Pho, pale-faced, chased after them. "Where are you taking my son?" Pho Van Tham smiled slightly. "As long as the old man is fine, I guarantee I'll return the second young master unharmed. But if anything happens to the old man," he made a throat-slitting gesture, "you'd better prepare the incense and candles." Mrs. Pho's eyes darkened, and she fainted on the spot. Pho Van Tham calmly left. After many days, the traditional medicine expert appeared again. The Pho family elder had been angered by his unfilial grandson, causing the toxins to flare up, endangering his life. Young Master Pho directly sent people to take his grandfather to a highly secure private hospital. The subordinate frowned and said to the young master, "The situation doesn't look good. As soon as those Western medicines come into contact with the old man, the toxins in his body become extremely active. Perhaps the poisoner has discovered this, but we've already sought out the third best poison maker, and even he couldn't concoct an antidote." Hearing this, Pho Van Tham's expression didn't change, but the atmosphere around him became extremely cold. "What percentage of certainty?" The young man was silent for a moment, then said with difficulty, 0.01%. After a long while, Pho Van Tham smiled slightly. "That's as good as nothing." But when he raised his head, his eyes were cold. "Prepare to take me into the operating room." The young man was shocked. "Young master, do you want to transfer the toxins into your own body?" But he had neither reason nor ability to stop the young master. He could only pace anxiously outside the operating room. At this moment, a beautiful figure ran from the end of the corridor. Hearing the sound, the young man turned his head and was stunned. He seemed to have met this girl somewhere before. Doan Tu Cam pointed at the operating room and asked anxiously, "Is he in there?" The young man instinctively nodded. Doan Tu Cam took a deep breath, about to open the operating room door when the young man came to his senses and hurriedly tried to stop her. "You can't go in." Doan Tu Cam ignored him, raising her hand to strike lightly. With a loud thud, the young man was directly sent flying. He clutched his chest, eyes wide in disbelief. With such powerful internal energy, this girl was actually a martial artist. At this time, the operating room was divided into two areas by a curtain. The faux elder's body had weakened and couldn't withstand more toxins, while a young, healthy body was more suitable. Just as the doctors were preparing the instruments to transfer the toxins into Faux Vantam's body, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Stop!" A young girl in sterilized clothing, holding a box of acupuncture needles, appeared at the door. Faux Vantam immediately sat up, saying hoarsely, "Doan Tu Cam, please go out first." Doan Tu Cam walked in anyway. "The toxins have fully flared up. Do you think transferring them to your body will solve everything? There's clearly a better solution, yet you want to sacrifice yourself. How foolish." Faux Vantam remained silent. Sometimes emotions truly couldn't be controlled. Initially, he didn't want to ask for her help, not wanting her to get involved, but unexpectedly, she still came at the last moment. At this time, the young man also chased into the operating room, intending to intervene, but was stunned to see the girl helping the boss up from the hospital bed. "I've told you before, you help me, and I'll help you too. If I'm really in trouble, you wouldn't stand by and do nothing, right?" Faux Vantam smiled bitterly. "Doan Tu Cam, sometimes you're even more stubborn than I am, but you're right. How could I just watch if something happened to you? Due to the strange toxin in grandfather's body, I couldn't corner that mysterious poison maker. This time, if the culprit really comes after us, I'll make sure they die without a burial place." Thinking this, he stood up and signaled the other doctors to leave. One doctor hesitantly asked, "Don't you need our assistance?" Doan Tu Cam took out a set of gold and silver acupuncture needles from the box, calmly saying beside the operating table, "No need, you can't help with this." Hearing this, several internationally renowned doctors silently stepped aside, watching attentively, afraid to miss anything. The young Master Fo was ready to risk his life to save his grandfather, but at the crucial moment, the expert had arrived in time to intervene, incidentally giving these foreign medical experts a chance to broaden their horizons about traditional Chinese medicine. Doan Tu Cam laid out the gold and silver acupuncture needles on the operating table, then lifted the curtain and began the acupuncture. This time, her needle insertion was very slow, successively piercing several acupoints on the old man's head and chest. Soon after, the needles began to vibrate slightly. The manager was once again astonished and asked, "Young master, is this traditional medicine?" Faux Vantam nodded without taking his eyes off the scene. "Moreover, it's not ordinary acupuncture." The manager gaped again. "Who exactly is this girl? She's both a cultivator and knows acupuncture. It's truly miraculous." As the medicine vials contained the essence of extremely toxic herbs, and the old man's body had been ravaged by toxins for many years, significantly weakening him, Doan Tu Cam was very careful with the acupuncture. Fortunately, she had encountered this type of poison once before. It seemed she would soon have to meet an old acquaintance again. While Doan Tu Cam was putting all her effort into treating the old man in the hospital, she was completely unaware that she had once again become a famous figure at Tan Chi's school. A group of close friends were chatting as they walked towards the notice board. "Luke Fong is such an idiot, betting with Doan Tu Cam on exam results. Now he has to eat that thing. I saw Doan Tu Cam was very excited. She'll definitely prepare a huge basket for him to make him eat it all at once." Tu Vu stepped aside, his face disgusted. "You guys shut up. It's gross." Kwang Yin suddenly looked up and asked, "Why haven't we seen Doan Tu Cam today? Did she take a day off?" Tu Vu shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Maybe she had some urgent family business. At the same time, the lapdog Luke Fong was walking with the school beauty Cheng Chi Uyen, constantly flattering her. "You'll definitely be first again this time. I've already written an apology letter and self-criticism for Doan Tu Cam. After we see the results, we'll make her apologize to you in front of the whole school." Cheng Chi Uyen snorted smugly. This time she wanted to crush that Western girl under her feet. As they reached the notice board, they ran into Tu Vu's group. They're about to be dealt with, yet they're still so happy. Who knows what these Class 19 kids are thinking? The homeroom teacher posted the score sheet and left. Students immediately crowded around. Cheng Chi Uyen also looked up. She didn't look at the names, but directly at the top scorers' points. Except for the literature subject, all other subjects had perfect scores, with a total of 690 points. Why was it so low? After the exam, she had calculated her own score to be around 610 points, and considering the difficulty coefficient of 1.2 for the talented class exams, the score should have been over 720 points to be correct. Cheng Chi Uyen frowned, feeling a bit irritated, and didn't want to look anymore, intending to leave. Just Just then, the students nearby suddenly gasped in surprise. Damn, am I seeing things wrong? Doan Tukam is first again this time. Hearing this, Chung-Chi Uyen was stunned, then abruptly turned to look, her face immediately freezing. The name before the top score was indeed her despised cousin, Doan Tukam. Doan Tukam, the poor student who was always at the bottom, had suddenly jumped to the #1 position. Moreover, except for the literature subject which she didn't attempt, all other subjects had perfect scores, directly surpassing her White Lotus cousin, Chung Chi-Uyen, by a large margin. Chung Chi-Uyen, who had always been first, couldn't believe that this time she didn't even make it to the top 10. Just as students were buzzing about the score sheet, the school's loudspeaker announced, due to this exam, some students using the talented class exam paper achieved very high scores. The ranking hasn't been adjusted for coefficients yet. This is a very special case. We hope the talented class students won't be discouraged. Chung Chi-Uyen tremblingly opened her phone, logging into the academic system to check her score. Seeing the rank 1001, she felt dizzy, almost fainting on the spot. This ranking was no different from being at the very bottom. Luke Fong, who had bet with Doan Tukam, turned pale, showing disbelief but even more fear. Seeming to think of something, he turned to sneak away. But just as he took one step, he was blocked by two tough guys. Kwon Yin squeezed the water bottle in his hand, smiling coldly. Watch him carefully. Prepare a full basket of food for him. Wait for Doan Tukam to return, then make him eat while live streaming. I'll reward you with 100 rockets then. Let the whole network see how much he enjoys eating that stuff. Luke Fong trembled, but still spoke defiantly. Doan Tukam must have cheated. With his ability, how could he get perfect scores? Kwon Yin ignored his cries, directly ordering two underlings to drag him away. Chung Chi-Uyen also wore an unpleasant expression. Even if she studied for 10 more years, she couldn't achieve scores like Doan Tukam's on such a difficult exam. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. She took out her phone and drafted a complaint letter to the principal, academic affairs office, and all subject departments, accusing Doan Tukam of cheating, hoping the school would investigate thoroughly and inform all students. At this time, Doan Tukam, who was unaware of everything, was lying on a hospital bed in a private clinic. Performing acupuncture to detoxify the old man had drained too much of her energy. It wasn't until the afternoon that she weakly opened her eyes and woke up. Fo Van Tham's furrowed brow finally relaxed. He helped her sit up, supporting her with one hand while holding a bowl of porridge with the other. Now that you're awake, drink some porridge. Doan Tukam was dazed for a few seconds, then took the bowl, scooping a spoonful of porridge to drink. The medicinal porridge, cooked by Fo Van Tham, had a slight fishy smell of blood. Although many ingredients were used to mask it, her sensitive taste buds still detected it. Some people's blood can be used as medicine, but this type of blood is very rare, and using it is very harmful to the body. Fo Van Tham calmly asked, "Is it not tasty, or has my cooking gotten worse?" Doan Tukam sighed softly, scooped another spoonful of porridge, and said, "It's very good." Then she asked, "How's grandfather?" Fo Van Tam's eyes showed both gratitude and concern. "Grandfather's condition has stabilized. Don't be so reckless in the future, fainting like that." Doan Tukam finished the porridge, handed the bowl to him. "I'm full." Fo Van Tam couldn't help but pat her head. "Rest well these days. Nourish your body. Don't rush back to school." After she fell into a deep sleep, he closed the door and went out. There was still blood on the bandage on his wrist. He calmly pulled down his sleeve to cover it and coldly asked his subordinate, "Where's that guy?" The young man tremblingly took the bowl and said, "He's tied up in the basement." They had been worried about the old man's condition all night, and Pho Dat Than, the mastermind, was also tied up in the warehouse. When his stomach was growling with hunger and his spirit was about to collapse, he was finally released. With a thud, he fell to the ground, trembling as he looked up. Seeing the person in front of him, his eyes widened. "Why is it you?" Pho Van Tham didn't bother to look at his pathetic state, just waved his hand slightly and said coldly, "Beat him." Two bodyguards with clubs immediately rushed forward, beating him mercilessly. Pho Dat then let out miserable cries, but still cursed non-stop. Still arrogant. "You dare to hit me. If my parents find out, you. Don't think you're so great just because grandfather dotes on you. Without grandfather, you're nothing. You're just a bastard with no mother to raise you." Pho Van Tham lightly patted his face, smiling coldly. "If you're still alive to go back, tell your father to stop messing with me. Grandfather is my last limit. It's because of him that I haven't dealt with you yet." Pho Dat Than, who had been pampered since childhood, fainted in extreme fear. Pho Vam stood up and said nonchalantly, "Imprison him for 7 days, then release him." The top student class monitor, who always fell asleep in class, class got the lowest score in the grade, and the White Lotus girls, dissatisfied, took turns accusing her of cheating. Her cousin even took the opportunity to write a letter accusing Doan Tukam. As expected, Chung Chi-Uyen was quickly called to the principal's office. The principal's face was stern. "Why are you so certain that Doan Tukam cheated?" Chung Chi-Uyen confidently said, "This time, the talented class exam was harder than previous years. If it wasn't cheating, how could Doan Tukam, with her bottom-ranking ability, achieve a perfect score?" Hearing this, the principal frowned. "You mean you're just making baseless assumptions?" Chung Chi-Uyen became a bit anxious. How can that be? Everyone knows. The head of academic affairs couldn't stand it anymore and angrily slammed the table. The exam was set by Imperial University, sealed and transported to the school by special vehicle. Even teachers didn't know the content before the exam. Tell me, how could Doan Tukam have cheated? As her cousin, how could you push your younger cousin to such a dire situation? Moreover, the consequence of cheating is expulsion. Do you know that falsely accusing a classmate is punishable? Chung Chi-Uyen's face turned pale. As a rich young lady and top student in her grade, she had never been scolded like this by a teacher before. The principal's tone softened. "I can help you resolve this matter this time, but if you falsely accuse a classmate again, the school will deal with it directly. All right, go back to class." Chung Chi-Uyen suddenly stood up, knocking over her chair, her eyes red, covering her face as she ran out. The head of academic affairs was still angry. "This is outrageous." The principal shook his head. "Surely many people still think Doan Tukam cheated. Those wealthy families have complex relationships, but we still need to inform Doan Tukam about this." In the private hospital, Doan Tukam was holding a cup of hot tea made by Pho Van Tham when she unexpectedly received a call from the principal. The principal summarized what had happened, saying, "The teachers' discussion resulted in a decision to issue a correction notice, because currently your classmates are very suspicious of you." Doan Tukam wasn't surprised at all and calmly said, "That's not necessary, just deal with it directly." The principal was stunned. "What do you mean?" Doan Tukam smiled. "Then let's do as they wish. Set questions on the spot, and I'll answer all questions directly." The principal thought about it, realizing there was no better option, and agreed. After hanging up, Doan Tukam remembered that there might be a scholarship at the end of the school year, which wasn't bad. Pho Van Tam looked at Tukam's scores and almost choked. Indeed, she had said earlier that she was sure to get an average score in literature, and it was exactly that. Not a point more, not a point less. But it wasn't because she couldn't do it, rather because she was too lazy to write and fell asleep. Doan Tukam finally noticed someone's gentle gaze and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Pho Van Tham withdrew his intense gaze. "I just suddenly realized that our darling is truly a girl full of surprises." In the afternoon after school, as the talented class students were packing up to go home, suddenly an unexpected guest arrived. A classmate pulled the hand of the dejected Chung Chi-Uyen, excitedly saying, "Hurry up, it's someone from Imperial University." Chung Chi-Uyen looked up, her heart pounding. The young man at the door wore a badge from Imperial University on his chest, looking into the classroom. Her excited classmate said, "It must be for you." In previous years, some 11th graders were also chosen by Imperial University. Chung Chi-Uyen was overjoyed inside, but pretended to be calm. "How could they be looking for me?" Her classmate pushed her towards the door without hesitation. "Stop being modest. In this talented class, who else but you deserves someone to come all the way here?" Chung Chi-Uyen said nothing, tacitly agreeing. She stood before the young man, nervously introducing herself. "Hello, I'm Chung Chi-Uyen. May I know why you're looking for me?" The young man asked directly. "Who is Doan Tukam?" "I'm a professor from Imperial University, and I have some business with her." Chung Chi-Uyen's smile froze on her face, her mind buzzing. A professor from Imperial University came here personally for Doan Tukam. This must be a joke. At this moment, the physics group leader rushed over, hurriedly saying, "Mistake, mistake. Doan Tukam isn't in the talented class. She's on sick leave and didn't come to school today. Please, Professor, let's talk in the principal's office." The professor looked disappointed but followed along. Completely ignored, Chung Chi-Uyen felt deeply humiliated, tears streaming down her face. That night, the school forum nearly exploded with posts questioning Doan Tukam's scores. However, the next morning, an announcement on the school's official website stated that teachers from various subjects would be randomly selected to test Doan Tukam, after which the school would handle the matter according to regulations. In the afternoon, the auditorium was packed with students coming to watch the spectacle. This was the first time the school had used this method to seriously investigate cheating behavior. The young professor pointed to the middle row of seats, saying, What's wrong with your school's teachers? This girl's test answers are even more concise than my standard answers. Who could she have copied from? The physics group leader was speechless. I've explained many times, but they don't believe it. Some biology teachers, the old ladies busy with their makeup, laughed and said, "Why hasn't Doan Tukam arrived yet? Is she too scared to come to such a big event?" Ha Tuan, who always had prejudice against Doan Tukam, coldly said, "Not showing up will result in expulsion. Whether she comes or not, the result will be the same." Just as everyone was whispering and suspecting that Doan Tukam had run away, the main door was suddenly pushed open. Under everyone's gaze, the girl walked in leisurely, glanced around the auditorium, and sat down in the prepared seat. Facing her were Ha Tuan and 7 other teachers. Doan Tukam went straight to the point. "If anyone has questions, just ask. Who dares to suspect the big shot of cheating in the exam? The big shot will let them experience how painful it is to be slapped in the face right here." Ha Tuan, who had always disliked Doan Tukam, spoke up sarcastically, asking, "In the last question of the physics test, you used knowledge from special relativity. Do you know what relativity theory is? What's the method to solve this problem?" The girl's voice was steady. "To be precise, I used the Lorentz transformation in special relativity, which also relates to quantum mechanics. This problem isn't actually difficult, just requires calculating a few variables." Ha Tuan was speechless. Other teachers also looked at her in amazement, silently passing the microphone to the biology teacher next to them. The old lady, seeing Ha Tuan stumped and his face darkening, immediately spoke up to save face. "In the supplementary question, you wrote about recombinant enzymes. Where does their effective function come from?" Doan Cam calmly opened a bottle of mineral water and said, "Recently, a domestic university has successfully researched and developed a recombinant enzyme system with low toxicity and strong tissue penetration ability. Next time, please research thoroughly before asking." The old lady was so angry she nearly fainted. Several other teachers weren't much better off. The English teacher said spitefully, "In your essay, there are some vocabulary words that aren't standard English." Doan Tukam took a sip of water before replying. "In English grammar, many vocabulary words still use Latin roots. Not having encountered them doesn't mean they don't exist." The English teacher's face turned pale with anger. "What if the examiner doesn't understand?" Doan Tukam smiled. "The words I used are all very common root words. If you don't understand, it's because your level isn't sufficient. Our class teacher has never said he doesn't understand." The class teacher sitting below nodded. "That's right. They're all very common words. Native speakers use them often." Finally, the literature teacher reluctantly spoke up. "Why didn't you write anything in the essay? From the comprehension section, we can see your literary foundation is very solid. The essay shouldn't be difficult for you." Doan Tukam was silent for a few seconds. Too many words, troublesome. This time, all the teachers were speechless. Doan Tukam adjusted to a more comfortable sitting position and asked, "Are you done asking? Now it's my turn to ask." This statement plunged the entire auditorium into silence. The academic affairs director lowered his voice and asked the principal, "Could it be what I'm thinking?" The principal, as if in a trance, slowly said, "I'm afraid so." The young professor from Imperial University had been restless for a while. This student was both excellent and unique, truly perfect for the physics department of their school. The surrounding teachers held him back. "Professor, please calm down. Rushing up now will disturb her." The young professor reluctantly agreed. On the judge's seat, the old lady, already embarrassed and angry from losing face, now hearing Doan Tukam wanting to ask questions in return, sneered. "This public Q&A session is because your scores were abnormally high." Before she could finish, the students below became excited. "Let her ask. Let her ask. We want to hear what a battle of wits is like. Today is an eye-opening experience." Chengchi Uyen, who had repeatedly accused Doan Tukam of cheating, turned pale. She never expected Doan Tukam to answer so fluently. If this continued, wouldn't she be the one disciplined according to school regulations? Thinking this, Chengchi Uyen lowered her head and sneaked out through the back door. Doan Tukam looked at Ha Tuan, who had always targeted her. "Mr. Ha just mentioned quantum mechanics. I have some points I don't fully understand and would like to invite Mr. Ha to explain a bit. How can one measure the collapse of the quantum wave function?" The students keenly noticed that she called him Mr. Ha instead of Teacher Ha. Kuang Yin was silent for a moment, then turned to Tuvu with difficulty and asked, "What the hell is she talking about?" Tuvu poked the pink pig. "Isn't she just mocking him? If you understand it, you're my father. Right, Pink Pig. The little pig immediately cooperated, letting out a few mocking grunts. Hearing this question, Hatuan's face immediately turned cold. What he had learned at Norton University was just superficial knowledge. With no other option, Hatuan had to answer firmly. Currently, this is still an unsolved problem in the field of physics. Duan Cam nodded slightly, smiling. Well said. Let's exchange with courtesy. After all, the question Mr. Ha asked me earlier was also an unsolved problem in the field of mathematics. Hatuan suddenly looked at the girl, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. So she was that academic streamer. The other students all had expressions that, although they didn't understand what the two were talking about, they felt it was very impressive. As for the last statement, they all understood it and immediately erupted. It was said that the Academic Affairs Office had notified teachers in advance to prepare questions, but these questions were beyond imagination. Hatuan's position in the students' hearts once again plummeted uncontrollably. Duan Cam stood up, her face bearing a mocking expression. What a pity. It seems even Norton University graduates aren't much. This statement was like a slap in the face for Hatuan, stinging sharply. This unprecedented public Q&A session ended unexpectedly, with the big shot winning completely. This battle of wits made the big shot famous in one go, elevating her directly from a poor student to an admired academic god. Duan Cam walked out of the auditorium, taking a white pill from her pocket and swallowing it. She had overestimated this weak body. In just a moment, her strength was depleted before it could recover. Anyway, now that this cheating drama was resolved, she planned to take 2 more days off to rest at home. Throwing the empty mineral water bottle into the trash, Duan Cam turned around, only to be suddenly blocked by a figure. The young professor, eyes shining brightly, extended his hand. Student Doan, hello. I'm Professor Tale from Imperial University. I came here to meet you. Do you have time for a brief chat? Duan Cam directly shook her head in refusal. I'm a bit tired today, and besides, I'm only in 11th grade. It's too early to talk about university now. Unwilling to miss such a good opportunity, he persuaded. With your level of knowledge, not only could you be directly admitted to university, but you're fully qualified to apply for an associate professor position at Imperial University. Duan Cam thought for a moment and asked, does an associate professor need to teach? Of course. Then, do they need to write dissertations? That's right. Then forget it. I'm a very lazy person. Tala choked, almost suffocating on the spot. Still not giving up, he took a step back and said, the scholarship at Imperial University is very generous. Even if you don't want to come now, I can arrange for you to enter the physics department in advance. Whenever you're ready, you can come at any time. After speaking, Tale took out a folder from his bag. This is internal information about our department's annual bonuses. You can take a look first. Whether she had realized something or not, Doan Cam slightly narrowed her phoenix eyes, suddenly raising her hand to interrupt him, then looked in a certain direction. Tale was stunned and also looked in that direction. The sky was blue with white clouds, the sunlight brilliant, not even a single bird in sight. Just as he was confused, he saw Cam pick up a small stone from the ground, casually tossing it up and down a few times, then with extreme speed threw it straight up into the air. Next was a very faint sizzling sound, as if something had shattered. Tale stared at the sky for about half a minute before coming to his senses. What was that sound just now? Duan Cam withdrew her gaze, rubbing her hands. Nothing at all. At the same time, in some laboratory somewhere in the world, the door was suddenly flung open from the inside. An old man with disheveled hair and beard, looking excited, rushed out, shouting, "Where are the admissions people? Hurry up, it's urgent. My stealth drone has discovered a genius. Quickly prepare an admission letter for me." On the old man's white lab coat, the Norton University logo stood out even more prominently. The admission staff checked the computer carefully several times, asking suspiciously, "Professor, are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no video footage on the USB." The old man couldn't believe it. He moved closer to look, and when he saw the blank computer screen, he nearly exploded. "Where's my reconnaissance file? Which hacker deleted my video footage?" Once again at the Han Gay restaurant, Doan Cam glanced at the incense burner beside her. She could smell the faint fragrance from inside. Compared to the first time, this scent not only had a calming effect, but also improved blood circulation. Then she looked at the smiling Fu Van Tam across from her. Indeed, it was specially prepared by someone. Fu Van Tam pushed the phone towards her. "Last time I promised you, if you got a perfect score, I'd give you an entertainment company. Today, I'm fulfilling that promise." Doan Cam took the phone, raising her eyebrows slightly, seeming a bit surprised. Fu Van Tam raised his charming eyes. "Darling, don't make that expression. Did you think I was tricking a child?" Doan Cam rested her chin on her hand, replying mercilessly, Fu Van Tam clutched his chest. pretending to be heartbroken. You're so heartless. The phone screen displayed information about a company named Sokwang Media, with the legal representative changed to Doantu Cam. Seeing this, she couldn't help but pause. This was the country's leading entertainment company, having produced numerous award-winning actors, actresses, and international stars. Someone had just casually given it to her. Fu Van Tham poured a cup of tea, saying with a composed expression, "I've thought it through. This company is better. It has many beautiful celebrities inside, but I'm not too interested in them. If you don't like it, you can choose something else." Doan Tukam returned the phone to him, paused for a moment, then said, "How about I write you a prescription? This time it's not kidney tonic. I guarantee longevity." Fu Vantham laughed. "All right, kidney tonic is fine too. If I don't use it, I can give it to that guy, but he'll probably be furious." Doan Tukam smiled, taking a sip of tea. "You really are a thoughtful brother." After the public Q&A session about the unprecedented cheating incident, the school began to handle the matter. On Monday morning, the principal invited Ha Tuan to his office, took out a folder and handed it to him, still speaking in a mild tone. "As we said before, if you accuse a student of cheating without evidence, you'll be dealt with according to school regulations. This is the disciplinary decision for you after discussion by the school board." Ha Tuan anxiously accepted the folder. Just glancing at it, his expression immediately changed. He asked, somewhat disbelievingly, "Principal, isn't this punishment too severe?" The principal tried to use a gentle tone. "I know you graduated from Norton University and your knowledge is very extensive. Our school always prioritizes students, but you constantly pressure those with poor academic performance. Have you ever thought about what unforeseeable consequences might occur if one day these students can't handle the pressure?" Hatuan tried to argue, but Doan Tukam answered everything correctly. She not only suffered no harm, but became famous throughout the school. The principal shook his head disappointedly. "That's precisely your flaw, always using grades and scores to discriminate against students. The school doesn't need a teacher like you." Hearing this, Hatuan knew there was no turning back, so he lowered his voice. "I can accept being fired, but regarding the interview at Norton University, please let me continue to pursue it. Consider it as my way of making amends to the students." Actually, he still had some ulterior motives. He couldn't just leave like that, otherwise his test wouldn't be completed, and he could forget about ever graduating from Norton University. The principal was still somewhat reasonable, telling him to leave quickly after finishing the interview. Class 19. Li Kuangyin, due to internal inflammation, recently started a new flare-up. Losing control, was covering his head with his uniform jacket and dozing off on the desk. But the noise around his ears kept ringing, irritating him to kick the desk hard, suppressing his annoyance to ask, "What's all this noise about? Is it a market?" Looking up, Li Kuangyin saw the front and back doors of the classroom packed with people, a crowd gathering around. A few scruffy-haired underclassmen were blocking the doors, not letting those students in, loudly threatening to call Nien Bro to beat them if they kept pushing. Tu Vu was applying newly bought lipstick while looking in a small mirror. "Don't you understand? They've all come to pay respects to Tu Cam." Li Kuangyin immediately calmed down, turning to the girl, coughing lightly. Boss Doan, can I borrow a pair of earplugs?" Doan Tukam glanced at him, took out an unused pair of earplugs from her bag, and tossed them over. Li Kuangyin caught them steadily, with a smug expression. "What a bunch of ignorant people. What's the use of paying respects to Boss Doan? I'm using earplugs personally, blessed by Boss Doan. The effect must be doubled." Just as he put in the earplugs, closed his eyes, and prepared to continue sleeping, an underclassman carrying several boxes ran over excitedly. "Boss, these are all gifts for Boss Doan." Kuangyin asked curiously, "What are they?" The underclassman grinned widely, opening the box lid. "Love letters, boss. To avoid them disturbing boss's sleep, we told them to leave the letters outside the door." Tuvu gave a thumbs up, sincerely praising. "Boss Doan, you're really amazing. I've received at most a few dozen letters at once, but this must be at least a few hundred." Doan Tukam put down the Classic of Mountains and Seas book in her hand, seeming thoughtful. "They're sending love letters because of my good test results." Tuvu pondered for a moment and said, "It seems so." Doan Tukam made an O sound, then picked up the book again. "Then they really have no eye for people." Tuvu choked and coughed a few times. "Boss Doan, this is a good thing. It shows they're not just looking at appearances, but valuing inner qualities." Doan Tukam waved her hand. "Then it's even more impossible. I only like beautiful people." This reason for rejection was truly irrefutable. The underclassman scratched his head, laboriously carrying away the boxes of love letters. Because the second young master Fu angered the old master to the point of nearly fainting, Fu Van Tham directly ordered to tie up this rebellious kid, give him a beating, and lock him in a dark room for 7 days and 7 nights. before throwing him out in front of the Fu family's door. Mrs. Fu, seeing her son covered in injuries, was both shocked and heartbroken, quickly calling servants to carry him inside to treat his wounds. Fu Tan, beaten to a pulp, said, "Mom and Dad must get justice for me. Fu Van Tam is too much. I saw with my own eyes. The people who took grandfather from the hospital were his subordinates, and he locked me up for so many days with only water to drink. I almost went to meet the king of hell." Mrs. Fu was startled. "They didn't even give you food. You rest first. Let me tell the kitchen to make some easily digestible food for you." Fu Tan saw that his mother seemed not to believe him and cried out in frustration. It was really Fu Van Tam who did it. He must be plotting revenge against us. Mrs. Fu suppressed her anger and scolded her son. "Enough, be quiet. If I hear these words again, you'll immediately kneel in the ancestral hall and repent for me." After saying this, she slammed the door shut and went downstairs. Fu Tan gritted his teeth through the pain, seething. Not avenging this grudge would be ungentlemanly. I must make Fu Van Tam die without a burial place. Doan Lovi's concert was approaching. Doan Lovi was practicing piano while racking her brains for ways to humiliate Doan Tukam at her concert. Just then, her agent rushed in excitedly. "Good news? Great news. Chao Kuang Media and Huan Kao Film Company are planning to co-produce a movie about the history of European music development in the 17th, 18th centuries. They've invited you to play the role of the legendary pianist, Vera Hall." Doan Lovi asked joyfully, "Really? If I can participate in this film, I'll have the chance to step into the international music scene and interact with real top pianists." As the two were immersed in imagining a bright future, the agent's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, even more excited. "It's Chao Kuang calling. Must be about the movie." The agent happily answered, but after hearing just one sentence, the smile on his face vanished. "Didn't we finalize everything last week? We haven't signed the contract yet." Before he could finish speaking, the other party hung up mercilessly. Doan Lovi noticed his changed expression and asked worriedly, "What happened?" The agent came to his senses, his face serious. Chao Kuang said their newly appointed CEO has taken over the project and doesn't allow anyone else to play Vera Hall. In fact, there was another sentence the agent didn't dare to say, which was that the other side said Vera always appears wearing a mask so they could easily use AI to replace her, or just find anyone from a music academy to play the role. In simple terms, Doan Lovi wasn't worthy. Doan Lovi, unaware of what was happening, angrily slammed the keyboard. "Why can't I play the role? Could this newly appointed CEO really interfere with Huan Cao's decision?" The agent sighed. "Although Huan Chao is leading the film, this particular role is entirely decided by Chao Kuang." Doan Lovi, both angry and confused, asked, "But why? Vera Hall is European, isn't she?" The agent lowered his voice. "I just found this out too. According to inside sources, that mysterious pianist is actually from Huaquac." Doan Lovi was utterly shocked. How is that possible? A 17-year-old girl appointed as CEO of the country's largest entertainment company, her first order was to cancel Lovi's film invitation. The female secretary respectfully and cautiously asked, "Are you sure we don't need Doan Lovi anymore?" Doan Tukam, sitting in her office chair, looked up at her for a moment. "AI technology is very advanced now. It can fully meet the requirements. I think your height is suitable too. Just wear a mask and you can play the legendary pianist Vera." The female secretary was surprised by this favor. "I feel the role of Goddess Vera is very difficult to cast. Doan Lovi is the top pianist in Ho City. She can act, and her image fits the character very well." Doan Tukam, flipping through photos of the company's actresses, replied without looking up, "She has body odor." Then, Doan Tukam selected a few photos of actresses she liked and pushed them over. "Notify these people to come for auditions." The secretary received them, unable to hold back her praise. "CEO, your eye is so discerning. These are all key faces of the company." This new CEO, though young, was very decisive in her work. The list of candidates even included international award-winning actress, clearly having much more appeal than Doan Lovi. Doan Tukam gathered some documents, stood up and said, "The rest can be reported to the general manager." She realized she was really lazy about managing the company. It's still more comfortable to watch movies for entertainment every day. The female secretary hurriedly followed, respectfully seeing her out. At this time, Fu's young master's private driver was waiting in the Maserati. Doan Tukam got in the car, fastened her seatbelt, and let out a sigh. Fu Van Tham lazily asked, Is the little one tired? How does it feel to be appointed CEO? Duan Cam pondered for 2 seconds before speaking. Being a student is still more comfortable. After saying this, she looked at the scenery outside, her expression thoughtful. Huan Cao's partner, backed by the Laurent family from Europe, those who value money as life. Why did they suddenly approach Chao Kuang, wanting to co-produce such a film? Could it be that my identity has been discovered? Fu Vantham tapped his finger lightly on the steering wheel. You're still a minor. You need to go to school. I'll arrange someone to help you manage the company. You just need to sit in one place, watch your favorite stars, and conveniently collect money. He planned to take the little girl home, then visit grandfather in the hospital. Doan Tu Cam was about to close her eyes to rest when she suddenly looked up. Fu Vantam also squinted, looking ahead. The Maserati suddenly made a 180-degree turn, producing a screeching sound of friction. Fu Vantam's eyes no longer held any hint of a smile, only a cold glint remained. Hold on tight, sit firmly. Immediately after, he stepped hard on the gas pedal, speeding away. Doan Tu Cam looked through the rearview mirror and saw several modified cars following behind, clearly with ill intentions. Fu Vantam drove the car swiftly into the mountains, but the cars behind still pursued relentlessly. They weren't racing. They clearly wanted to take someone's life. If that's the case, there's no need to be polite with them. Seeing one car had caught up, running parallel to the Maserati, Fu Vantam made a turn, ramming the car on the left off the road. Seeing this, the remaining cars simultaneously accelerated towards the Maserati, clearly intending to go down together. Fu Vantam's eyes turned ice cold as he stepped hard on the gas, swerved past the car beside him, and quickly made a sharp turn. The tires of the other cars couldn't withstand such high speeds and continuously burst with loud bangs, rendering them powerless to chase. Fu Vantam drove down the mountain via a different road, returning to the city area, took the little girl home, and said he had to go handle some business. Doan Tu Cam nodded, not asking much. It seemed he knew exactly who had sent these killers. Young Master Fu had just experienced a breathtaking chase, escaping the pursuit of assassins, while the mastermind behind it still didn't know how dearly they would pay for angering him. A black car dumped 10 men with broken arms and legs in front of the Fu family gate. People passing by the villa area were shocked at this sight. Who would be so bold as to openly provoke the Fu family, the leading clan among the city's 4 great families? Fu Minthan's face darkened as he ordered people to carry these 10 men into the house. Fu Dat-tan followed, his eyes wide. Didn't I tell them to deal with Fu Vantam? How did it come to this? The men tried to speak up to explain, but could only make muffled sounds. Clearly their throats had been beaten into silence. Fu Mintan finally understood what was happening and raised his hand to deliver a thunderous slap to his son's face. Look at the stupid thing you've done. Do you know how difficult it is to secretly cultivate such highly skilled servants? Losing so many of them makes me want to beat you to death. Fu Dat-tan's wounds hadn't fully healed yet, and being hit like that, he fell to the ground with a thud. Madame Fu was heartbroken. We can talk about this calmly. Why hit the child? Dat-tan, confess honestly. What exactly did you order those servants to do? Fu Dat-tan fearfully shrank back. I just told them to teach Fu Vantam a lesson. He locked me up for 7 days and 7 nights, didn't give me food. I almost starved to death in that dark room. Of course, I couldn't let him live in peace. Fu Minten grew even angrier, ignoring his wife's attempts to stop him, and slapped his unfilial son again. You dare to talk back. Did you cause trouble outside again? Madame Fu anxiously advised. Quickly tell the truth. Do you want your father to beat you to death? Fu Dat-tan burst into tears, feeling wronged. Why won't you believe me? I was injured like this because of Fu Vantam. It's true. Fu Minthan didn't want to look at this incorrigible son anymore. Take your obedient son down and confine him for me. Freeze all his cards. Don't allow him to step foot outside the house for the next few days. Immediately, 2 servants came forward and dragged the second young master away. No matter how much he screamed, it was useless. The Fu couple still didn't believe these 2 incidents were related to Fu Vantam, who was known as the city's guardian Luke Lu Huan. After locking their son in the bedroom, Madame Fu worriedly said, could Dat-tan be mentally ill? Even if he's jealous of Vantam, he wouldn't talk such nonsense. Fu Mintan was still angry. I think he's just causing trouble out of idleness. This time, we must teach him an unforgettable lesson. Don't spoil him anymore in the future. However, as he was still their biological son, he calmed down a bit and said, the day after tomorrow, take him to the hospital for a mental checkup. Madame Fu nodded, not daring to contradict her husband anymore. At the high school, Luke Fong had been hiding for days. Just as he climbed over the wall to get out, he was intercepted by Kuang Yin and his people. Didn't he say before that if he lost the bet, he'd eat shit? Have you prepared it for him? If he doesn't eat it, we'll bury him alive. Before Lo Fong could react, a blonde guy kicked him into a dung bucket, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Kuang Yin covered his nose, his face disgusted as he stepped back a few paces. A subordinate ran up and asked, "Why don't we see Doan's father and Vu's sister?" Kuang Yin had just learned today that their big brother also had a younger sister in 12th grade. He didn't know whether to call her studious or stupid. The three siblings passed by the music room and suddenly heard the sound of a piano. Vu, who was playing on his phone, glanced over and pouted. "Hey, your little White Lotus flower is playing piano for the 10th graders. Looks like she's trying to attract another bunch of brainless fanatics. What do you think of her piano skills? Can she compare to Goddess Vera? She should at least have some talent, right?" Duan Tukam calmly said, "Garbage." At this moment, a piano piece had just ended, and all the students heard these two words. The smile on Doan Lovi's face froze. A male student sitting in the front row stood up indignantly and said with a cold laugh, "You got first place in the whole grade, so you think you're an expert on piano. If you're not convinced, come up here and play a piece yourself." Doan Lovi always cared about her image, of course. She wouldn't miss this good opportunity, smiling as she introduced to everyone. "Tiu Cam is my older sister, and also your senior. I taught her how to play the piano. If you want to hear her play in the future, you can find her." The male student became even more indignant on her behalf. What right does a student have to call a teacher garbage? It's ridiculous. Doan Lovi didn't get angry. Tiokam has good learning abilities. She can get first place in the whole grade, so of course her piano skills can be born from blue, but surpass blue. But before she could finish, she was interrupted. Tuvu leaned against the doorframe and sneered. "Auntie, stop pretending to be so friendly. We all know how you treated Doan Tukam before." Tuvu looked at the curious 10th graders and deliberately spoke loudly. "Don't you know what Doan Lovi did? She had an illness but didn't seek treatment, instead conspiring with her fiancé to find a living blood donor. And then, at this point, she turned to look at Doan Lovi and mocked. That year, Doan Tukam was forced to donate blood to her, almost losing her life and even lost her spirit for studying. She claims she taught the girl piano. Deceiving the devil, are we? Calling her garbage doesn't just mean her piano skills are garbage, but her entire being from head to toe is garbage." All the students were shocked. Under everyone's gaze, Doan Lovi turned pale, enduring the humiliation while continuing to act. "Tukam, I've already apologized to you for this. Can we not bring it up again? My performance is in a few days, and I've specially reserved a front row seat for you." It seemed as if Doan Tukam had been waiting for these words. She slightly tilted her head. "All right, I'll go." Doan Lovi was surprised that she agreed so easily and was momentarily stunned, but inwardly pleased. Doan Tukam paid no more attention to her, having waited for a long time, finally waiting for her to get to the main topic. The stage for the big play had been set up. How could she refuse? Moreover, Goddess Vera herself was very annoyed at being constantly used by this type of person for fame. Looking at the girl's back, Doan Lovi suddenly felt uneasy, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. As Lo Tri was pulling her suitcase, preparing to leave the house, she unexpectedly received a call from Doan Lovi, her plastic sister. "Why did you suddenly decide to go abroad? Did your father cut off your card again? If you don't have money, you can come to me." Lo Tri let out a cold laugh. "Stop pretending. I've seen through your true nature. You've been using me as a tool all day. Having fun, aren't you? And you keep talking about Doan Tukam, saying her fiancé is a hidden business tycoon, that Jiang Mok Vien isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Don't look for me anymore. I'll tell you the truth. Your Doan family will collapse sooner or later." After saying this, she hung up and blocked Doan Lovi's number. Luke Fong, after taking a shower, came out and asked his sister, who was packing her luggage, what she was doing. Lo Tri dejectedly said, "I can't find a job here anymore. I'm planning to go abroad to study for a while, if any school will accept me. Listen to my advice. Whatever you do in the future, don't mess with Doan Tukam. She's really not someone you can afford to offend." After saying this, she pulled her suitcase and left without looking back. Luke Fong, who often confronted Doan Tukam, didn't argue this time. Remembering the time he lost a bet and had to jump into a dung bucket thrown by Kuang Yin's subordinates, he had already tasted the consequences of angering Doan Tukam. Doan Tukam sat in the private office, prepared prepared for her by the director of Tianyan Hospital, opened her phone to check, and saw that Doan Lovi had posted on social media implying about her. 1 week later, the first performance of this year will be held at the City Auditorium. To apologize to Teo Cam, she is specially invited to attend. Doan Lovi's fanatics immediately cheered, starting to attack Doan Tu Cam. Old Man Chung, Doan Tu Cam's grandfather, saw this social media post and sent a scolding message. What a fake white lotus flower. Will you die if you don't go out dancing for 1 day? Doan Tu Cam advised her grandfather to drink more water and be less angry, as she already had a plan in mind. Then she put down her phone and looked at the tarot deck on the table. This was a deck she had searched for a long time before buying at an antique market. Although not an orthodox tarot deck, it was at least genuine. Thanks to this tarot deck, she could occasionally divine some major events without using her divine calculation ability. Just as she finished laying out all the cards, the internal phone suddenly rang. Mr. Thuong is here for a follow-up. Let him come up directly. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the office door. The male celebrity Thuong Duok Chi, wearing sunglasses and a hat, walked in. Miss Doan, thank you so much. After taking the medicine you prescribed, my voice has improved significantly. Doan Tu Cam was not overly polite with him. Just pay on time and that's fine. Seeing him staring at the tarot deck on the table, Doan Tu Cam raised an eyebrow and said, how about drawing 3 cards? Thuong Duok Chi hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, I didn't expect Miss Doan to be like my granddaughter, also enjoying this game. Doan Tu Cam said nothing, gesturing for him to sit down and choose cards. Thuong Duok Chi raised his hand, about to choose randomly when a strange scene occurred. As his hand passed over the tarot deck, his palm suddenly automatically attracted a card. He was stunned and asked, is there static electricity? Doan Tu Cam calmly said, it's not static electricity. This is the card that belongs to you. However, what confused the male celebrity more was that the next 2 cards also behaved like the first one, automatically sticking to his palm. Before he could ask what he wanted to divine, Doan Tu Cam directly flipped the cards, causing Thuong Duok Chi to curiously ask, don't you need to arrange the cards or pay attention to the order of flipping them? Doan Tu Cam shook her head. I don't need to. The first 2 cards were very normal, nothing special. But when she flipped the last card, her expression suddenly became serious. Seeing her like this, Thuong Duok Chi suddenly had an ominous premonition. Doan Tu Cam looked at the reversed tower card in the tarot deck and fell into silence. After a while, she looked up at the man. What were you thinking when you drew the cards just now? Previously, Thuong Duok Chi had been dragged into playing tarot many times, knowing that when divining, one must think about the question they want to ask. I wanted to know what my future would be like. How powerful is the divine calculation ability of the Omnipotent Master? A single tarot card can directly determine your life and death. The male celebrity Thuong Duok Chi looked at the 3 tarot cards on the table, and the expression of the divine doctor hesitated for a few seconds and then expressed his wish. Just now, I didn't think of anything specific. I just wanted to know what my future would be like. Doan Tu Cam was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. The Fool is the first card of the tarot deck. This card represents wandering. It's upright. The meaning is not bad. At 16, while helping your mother sell street food at the Shanghai dock, you were discovered by a Star Scout. At 28, you will win 3 major Best Actor awards in the country, achieving great success. At 29, a film you participate in will be sent to Europe for evaluation. After winning the award, you will become the first in Huok cinema. Congratulations in advance. Thuong Duok Chi was a bit surprised. Could tarot reading be this accurate? Doan Tu Cam continued to analyze for him. The second card, the Moon Reversed, shows that 6 months later, you will terminate your contract with the management company, escaping from the tyrannical contract and gaining freedom. But before that, you will face obstacles from your superiors, a total of 13 times, of which 9 times they will use your family members to threaten you. Thuong Duok Chi's eyes gradually became serious as he realized this was definitely not an ordinary fortune-telling session. The superior didn't need to be guessed. It was Dong Vu, that chairman of the board. That woman had been treating him like a money tree for years, and her possessiveness towards him had reached a pathological level. Regarding the third card, Doan Tu Cam paused for a moment. Instead of explaining, she looked up at the man opposite her. Your contract with Tin Vu has only half a year left. Do you want to terminate it early? Thuong Duok Chi was slightly stunned, then shook his head with a bitter smile. If I could terminate the contract early, that would be great, but how is that possible? Doan Tu Cam said nothing, pulled open a drawer, took out a small pouch shaped like a sachet, and tossed it over. This helps with sleep. You'd better keep it with you these days. Thuong Duok Chi caught it steadily, though doubtful. He didn't ask much, hesitantly asked what the meaning of the third card was. The girl didn't answer him, but put away the tarot deck. Seeing this, Thuong Duok Chi didn't feel it was appropriate to ask further. He stood up and put on his hat and mask. "Thank you very much today. I'll transfer the fee later." Doan Tu Cam put the cards away, casually said, "No need to hurry. We'll talk about it in a few days." Thuong Duok Chi expressed his thanks and turned to leave. The third card, which this divine doctor didn't explain, seemed to have no important information. However, after he closed the door and left, Doan Kim took out the last card again. The upright tower is the 17th card of the tarot deck, representing a fatal blow. But if there's a benefactor to help overcome it, it can turn defeat into victory. Back in the car, Thuong Duok Chi was still pensively looking at the small pouch. The agent beside him kept grumbling, "I really can't understand what the company is thinking anymore. You're already a best actor, yet they're arranging for you to participate in a risky variety show. Are they bringing aliens here or what?" Thuong Duok Chi put the small pouch in his pocket, consoling him. "Let it go. Just endure for another half year and we can be free. You know the boss's unpredictable temper. For the safety of my family, we can't openly confront her yet." The agent sighed. Who would have thought that a best actor with such a glamorous exterior would be living a life worse than an 18th-rate actor behind the scenes? Seeing him take out his phone to log into social media, he curiously asked what he wanted to post. Thuong Duok Chi pondered for a moment and said, "Miss Doan has helped me a lot. I have nothing to repay her with. I can only do my best to promote her family's business. I bought some jade pendants from her hometown. I'll randomly choose 3 fans to send them to." Below was a photo, an advertisement for jade pendants from the Ngoc Thuy Trai store. The influence of a celebrity is no joke, and the purchasing power of fans can't be underestimated. This social media post had only been up for a short while when the assistant rushed in to inform the chairman of the board. "Chairman, Thuong Duok Chi has posted free advertising for our store on social media." Lao Chung was eating a banana. Hearing this, he angrily threw the banana away and turned to scold. "What advertising? Are you trying to bomb my house?" The assistant was hit with a cold shower, dared to be angry, but didn't dare to speak. After a while, he explained that Thuong Duok Chi had only posted one social media post, advertising for free for the Ngoc Thuy Trai store, saving tens of millions in advertising costs. The old man, who loved browsing the internet, heard the whole story and immediately went on social media. "This guy has a good eye. I must give him a strong like." Friday, Tu Vu, a diehard fan, arrived at school very early as usual to stream views for her idol Thuong Duok Chi. But today, as soon as she entered the super chat, she was stunned. It was early morning, but inside was already chaotic like porridge. She clearly sensed something was wrong and immediately exited the super chat, opening the hot search rankings. It was morning. Not many people were browsing social media, but the first line had a hot news icon. Thuong Duok Chi faints during the show, Road to Glory. Scrolling down, there was another hot search term rapidly rising. Thuong Duok Chi's sudden death due to heart disease. Tu Vu's mind went blank in an instant. Without hesitation, she rushed out of the classroom, running straight to the hospital where the incident occurred. Kwon Yin didn't know what was happening. Looking at the 2 empty seats beside him, he was a bit annoyed. "Why aren't these 2 in class?" The green-haired junior said. "Brother Yin, stop being sarcastic. That best actor that Sister Vu is pursuing, something happened to him during a risky variety show. They say it's sudden death due to heart disease. The internet is in chaos." After saying this, he immediately opened social media to show Kwon Yin. Kwon Yin finally understood what was happening and asked, "Is Father Doan also pursuing Thuong Duok Chi?" The blonde junior scratched his head, saying he didn't know, but Sister Vu often tempted Father Doan, and since Dio Chi was a face con, he might be pursuing him too. Kwon Yin thought for a moment, stood up and kicked him. "Ask for leave on my behalf." After saying that, he threw his uniform jacket over his shoulder and hurried out. The junior chased after him, asking where he was going. Kwon Yin didn't turn back, just said 2 words, Hong Kong. The divine tarot prediction of the Hong Kong master had come true. The news of best actor Thuong Duok Chi's sudden death during a risky variety show had shocked the entire internet. Fans couldn't believe it and rushed to the hospital to seek the truth. In the hospital room, after emergency medical staff's urgent efforts, the doctor shook his head with a regretful expression, covered the celebrity's body with a white cloth, then walked out of the emergency room with a heavy demeanor. and spoke tactfully to the manager. He was brought in too late. The patient's physical condition was very good. He could have been saved. Please quickly inform the family to arrange the funeral. The manager, who had accompanied Tuong Duok-chi for many years, hearing this was like being struck by lightning, completely unable to accept this result. He stood stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered something, immediately took out his mobile phone. Wait a moment, we know a miracle doctor. Let her come and see if there's any hope. The doctor understood his temporary inability to accept and said nothing. The phone call was quickly connected. The manager spoke in a panicked, jumbled manner. Miss Doan, I'm very sorry to bother you, but something big has happened to Dio-chi here. Could you please come to Tankang Hospital? He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted. I'm already here, right behind you. The manager was stunned, turned around, and saw a travel-worn, tired girl coming from the stairway. The manager hurriedly ran over. Miss Doan, please go check on Dio-chi quickly. Doan Tukam nodded, signaling she understood, watching as the manager pushed open the hospital room door, leading the girl in. The doctor couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. How foolish. How can a young girl be any kind of miracle doctor? Don't joke around. A few days before the fortune-telling, the reason Doan Tukam didn't explain the third tarot card to Tuong Duok-chi was because that card represented the time of his death. Matters of life and death she couldn't directly interfere with. She could only change a little, leaving him a glimmer of hope for survival. Whether he could grasp it or not depended on his own fate. Looking at the body covered with a white cloth, the manager choked up and asked, "Can he still be saved?" Doan Tukam was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke. "The sachet I gave him, did he have it with him?" Although the manager didn't understand why she asked this, he hurriedly said, "Yes, he did. It's in Duok-chi's shirt pocket. He even had it during the show filming. I think he didn't change his shirt during the physical activities." Doan Tukam slightly relaxed her brow, took out a small silk pouch from her pocket. "Take out that sachet, replace it with this one. Check for heartbeat recovery after 10 minutes. The manager, though confused, followed her instructions. Quickly exchanging the sachet in Tuong Duok-chi's pocket, his mind reeling, he finally came to. "Miss Doan, do you mean? He can still be saved." Doan Tukam didn't explain much, only saying briefly, "He's lucky, he's pulled through." The manager hurriedly checked Tuong Duok-chi's body temperature, his heart wild with joy. He shouted, "There's really warmth." Doan Tukam yawned tiredly. "I'm staying at the hotel next door. Call me if anything unusual happens. He needs more time to wake up. To be on the safe side, don't reveal the news for now. Don't let those behind-the-scenes troublemakers feel smug so soon. There's still more to come." Sure enough, after the show announced that Tuong Duok-chi had died due to unsuccessful emergency treatment, Tinthan Entertainment also released a hypocritical statement, expressing they would comfort and care for his parents. Fans couldn't believe it. Social media, forums, and other major online media platforms were directly paralyzed. Due to the massive fan base, both official social media accounts had to enable comment moderation. In the CEO's office of Tinthan Entertainment, the director trembled as he looked at the woman behind the desk. "CEO Dong, it's such a big issue now. How should we handle it?" Dongvan coldly applied lipstick in front of a mirror. "I entrusted him to you because it was an acquaintance's show, and now my money tree is just dead like that. Are you all useless?" The director bowed his head, not daring to answer. This, we really can't be blamed. When he fell, everyone thought he was joking. Who knew he wouldn't wake up again? Dongvan slammed the table, angrily saying, "Even if you thought it was a joke, where was the medical team? Are you all worthless? Just sitting around doing nothing?" The director shrank back, not daring to speak. He didn't dare say that professional medical teams were too expensive and might not be needed. So to save costs, they had hired temporary nurses from a private clinic. When Tuong Duok-chi fainted, those nurses were standing by the lake eating watermelon and chatting. It was only after more than 10 minutes that they realized something was wrong and rushed him to the hospital, but it was too late. Who could have expected such an unlucky incident to happen? Dongvan, seeing the director's fearful demeanor, grew more suspicious. "Fine, the obituary has been posted. Tell the others who participated in the show to keep their mouths shut. If they don't want to offend Tinthan, they shouldn't say a word." Hearing this, the director finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tens of thousands of people die from heart disease every year. They just needed to insist it was an unexpected accident. Dongvan paused, tapping her fingers on the desk. Next, console his family properly, and while at it, pin everything on Thing Quang Media. The person is dead, so let's squeeze out his last bit of value, maximize the benefits. Just one sachet of medicine from the great medical sage brought the film emperor back from the dead, and behind that was a grand conspiracy. In the evening, Fo Van Tom sat warily on the sofa. On the computer screen, a young man was angrily denouncing Tin Tan Entertainment for being so shameless, daring to blame Truong Deo-chi's sudden death on them. Fo Van Tam calmly poured himself a cup of tea. You're the executive director of Thin Quang Media. If you can't even handle this small matter, why am I keeping useless people like you? Also, stop bothering your new boss with these trivial matters. Her health isn't good. She needs rest. Handle it the same way you've done before. The young man hesitated, but Tin Tan Entertainment has backing. Fo Van Tom narrowed his eyes. I'm here. These 3 words were like a sedative. The director, as if injected with chicken blood, beamed. With you backing us, Mr. Fo, I'll go deal with them right away. Fo Van Tam sat on the sofa for a while longer. Noticing it was getting late, he then slowly stood up. He knocked on the door of the adjacent room with a warm glass of milk. Half a minute later, a girl with sleepy eyes and a nightgown, barefoot, opened the door. Seeing her nightgown strap had slipped down, Fo Van Tom froze for a moment, then quickly averted his eyes, offering the glass of milk. Drink some milk. We'll go out to eat later. Duan Tu Cam took the glass and turned to go back into the room. Fo Van Tam was about to leave, but couldn't help reminding her. Girl, remember to change clothes when you meet others outside. It's not good to dress like this. Duan Tu Cam looked at him, seeming to find his words unnecessary. Who else would come knocking besides you? Fo Van Tam didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. That's still not okay. I'm a normal man, too. The girl calmly said, it's fine with you. Fo Van Tam was at a loss for words. All right, just change your clothes first. Hearing Duan Tu Cam's casual response, Fo Van Tam closed the door for her. Leaning one hand against the wall, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking about the scene just now, a hint of blush appeared on his face. Although still just a young girl, her figure isn't bad. News about Tuong Duok Chi remained at the top of search trends, with many fans and media braving the rain to gather in front of Tin Tan Entertainment's building to demand justice. Since the incident, the show's team, facing a mess, had long been in complete disarray. The person in charge shouted at the fans, it's just a damn actor who died. What's all this crying about? After all, he's just a clown. Whether he's a Kim Hoa film emperor or a Daimon Kwan film emperor, he's still just a street performer. You brainless lot won't shut up unless you're scolded, huh? No power, no influence, no money, and you still want to go up against Tin Tan Entertainment and the powerful family behind it. Know your place. After saying this, he ordered the security guards to drive out all the troublemakers and lock the main door. As he turned to go back to the office, a strong force suddenly grabbed his collar, pulling him down from the steps. With a loud thud, the person in charge fell into a rain puddle. Looking up, he saw a girl wearing a face mask and a cap, holding an umbrella, staring at him. The person in charge crawled up, enduring the pain, and cursed loudly, "You crazy people want to rebel. How dare you lay hands on someone from this company? Serves your idol right to die." Hearing these words, the fans couldn't hold back anymore and rushed forward to kick him. The person in charge covered his head and screamed, "Security, quick, drive them out." However, the security guards didn't dare to step forward because a group of tall, strong men in black clothes were blocking between them and the fans. Moreover, these men looked like they weren't to be messed with, and the guards were just ordinary employees who valued their lives more. The person in charge was beaten until his whole body was injured, curling up and trembling on the ground. After venting their anger, the fans thanked the girl for her righteous intervention. Duan Tu Cam calmly said, "Leave first. I guarantee I'll bring justice to everyone soon." The news of the film Emperor Thuong Duok Chi participating in the reality TV show Extreme and suddenly dying due to an accident had shocked the entire entertainment industry. The management company, skilled at manipulating public opinion, decided to hold a press conference to blame Thing Quang Media. Sure enough, a reporter set a trap by asking, "How do you view the rumor that Thing Quang Media sabotaged Thuong Duok Chi?" Chairman Dong Van of Tin Vu put on a victim's demeanor. "Everyone knows that Thing Quang has always suppressed Tin Vu, but we never expected they would know Diochi's schedule in advance, deliberately arranging for him to participate in physically demanding games, leading to his passing at such a young age. This time, we will definitely seek justice from Thing Quang on behalf behalf of Dochi. Before she could finish speaking, the reporters below suddenly became agitated. The program director sitting beside her trembled, as if seeing a ghost, and handed her the phone. Dongvan impatiently snatched the phone. On the phone screen was a live broadcast of Thuong Duok Chi, whom the entire internet believed to be dead. He was lying on a hospital bed, looking pale. "Thanks to the miracle doctor who saved my life, I just woke up and came here to let everyone know I'm safe. In the future, I will entrust my lawyer to terminate the contract with Tinthan Entertainment, and I also hope the show's production team will receive a lawyer's letter." Dongvan's ears buzzed. Her mind went blank. The news of the film emperor coming back to life instantly topped the search trends. Reporters scrambled to ask what had actually happened. The Taefong law firm in the capital immediately released surveillance video footage from before and after Thuong Duok Chi's incident. A series of questions and exposing news continuously broke out, causing Dongvan's nerves to completely collapse. She screamed with a ferocious expression, demanding all media and reporters to get out. The company entrance became chaotic in an instant. Escorted by bodyguards, she fled desperately from the press conference. In the hospital room, Thuong Duok Chi had just finished watching the news when his phone was snatched away. Tu Vu caringly scooped a spoonful of porridge to feed him. "You've just woken up after a difficult time? Rest a bit more. Have some porridge first." Thuong Duok Chi looked at the girl in front of him, probably still in high school, yet with a worried face like an old mother, and suddenly felt a bit of a headache. Kwang Yin leaned against the door, witnessing this scene, and pouted. "When I hurt my leg before, someone didn't even bother to peel an apple for me. What a fair-weather friend." No manager dared to let Miss Tu do things herself, quickly rushing over to tell her to rest. Unexpectedly, Tu Vu cautiously raised the porridge bowl. "You step back. Don't disturb Mom feeding her child." The three men in the hospital room simultaneously fell silent. Kwang Yin immediately flared up. "Is this kid crazy? How can she be this obsessed?" He cursed angrily while pushing the door open to leave, looking around, not seeing the boss anywhere. Chung Lao Jia suddenly approached. "Are you looking for Tu Cam? Don't bother. That girl has run off with a man." Kwang Yin was both confused and angry. How can all these little flowers of our nation be seduced by good looks? Elsewhere, in Fofo Thio's apartment, Doan Tu Cam, wearing home clothes, lazily leaned against the chair browsing news online and suddenly spoke up. "How about signing a contract with Thuong Duok Chi?" Fo Von Tam was drinking coffee, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Go ahead and sign. In this world there are too many people who can't live as they wish, so help someone if you can. It'll also conveniently earn you some pocket money." Doan Tu Cam rested her chin on her hand, humming in agreement. Not a bad idea, killing two birds with one stone. She then instructed her secretary to prepare a contract for Thuong Duok Chi. This was the highest treatment reserved for international film emperors and empresses. The female secretary immediately went wild, excitedly exclaiming, "The boy is saved this time. Boss is truly a good person." Doan Tu Cam finally understood why Tu Vu said all of Thuong Duok Chi's fans were like old mothers. It was indeed true. As a fangirl, the secretary acted with unprecedented speed. At the same time, the public relations department also began to take action, issuing a statement that they would help Thuong Duok Chi pay the contract breach fee and fight to the end with Tinthan Entertainment. The fangirls finally held their heads high, moved to tears. 2 days later, Dongvan, who had been cursed by the entire internet, received a notice that Sokwang Media wanted to acquire Tinthan Entertainment. This time, she had to personally visit Sokwang Media. Tinthan was her years of hard work, and she couldn't afford to lose it no matter what. In the entertainment industry, after all, it's just a matter of interests. As long as she showed enough sincerity, Sokwang wouldn't confront Tinthan to death over one Thuong Duok Chi. Thinking of this, Dongvan felt a bit calmer. She knocked on the CEO's office door and entered. The person sitting in the chair had their back to her. Hearing the knock, the person slowly turned around, wearing a faint smile on their face. Immediately, Dongvan saw a familiar young face and was instantly thunderstruck. "Why are you here?" She crossed her arms and looked down, asking, "Where's your boss?" "I'm here to talk to him," Doan Tu Cam calmly said. "Then you'll have to wait." Dongvan sneered. "Who do you think you are? An artist of Sokwang doesn't have the right to speak on behalf of the boss. Small-time celebrities like you, with only looks and no real talent, just good at seducing sponsors to climb up? I've seen plenty." Just as she was rambling on with her sarcasm, there was a knock on the office door. Doan Tu Cam looked up and said, "Come in." The female secretary, holding a stack of documents, respectfully said, "CEO, the contract to acquire Tinthan is printed. We invite Mrs. Dong to sign now." Doan Tu Cam sat up straight and hummed in acknowledgement. Dong Dongvan showed a look of disbelief. How can this little brat be the boss of Sokwang? The female secretary impatiently handed over the documents, urging her to sign quickly. Dongvan glanced over the terms in the contract, her face gradually turning pale, grinding her teeth and roaring. 1 million to buy out Tinthan. Are you giving alms to beggars? Don't you dare dream. The secretary's tone was full of sarcasm. Don't pretend to forget what you've done. The court is waiting to seal your assets. If you delay a bit longer, I'm afraid even this 1 million won't be available. Moreover, our boss's time is extremely valuable. She can earn 100,000 in a second. You're not worthy of her wasting time here with you. Duan Tukam slowly raised her head. This secretary must have some kind of filter for her. Finally, Dongvan had to grit her teeth, tremblingly pick up the pen to sign her name, then leave in a daze. The female secretary watched her staggering figure, showing disgust on her face. For Tinthan to grow from a small production workshop into a big company, their methods were truly despicable. Investigation documents show that in just 3 years, 8 artists under Tinthan committed suicide due to depression. Duan Tukam was silent for a moment. The modern entertainment industry was even more chaotic than in her time in ancient Western Europe. She then said, "Respect their wishes. Whether they want to terminate their contracts or stay, make sure to arrange everything properly for everyone. Leave the rest to you all to handle. I need to return to school after this is done." During the break, Class 19 was as noisy and lively as usual. Duan Tukam was boredly scrolling through the forum doing tasks when her phone suddenly showed 2 messages. It was from Thin Than Duong, the chairman of the National Art Association. "Little divine doctor, I heard you want to go to a concert. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll bring people from the Art Association to support you." Duan Tukam was torn between laughter and tears. This old man really liked to watch the excitement. At the same time, the blonde guy at the front desk also gave Kwang Yin a concert ticket. "That Duan Lovi will surely cause trouble again. We must go to protect him." Kwang Yin looked at the ticket, couldn't help but mock. Duan Lovi's trashy concert dares to charge 999 yuan. Why doesn't she just rob a bank? The subordinate complained. "Don't mention it. The online tickets were discounted to 666 yuan, and those crazy fans were still fighting to buy them like mad." Duan Tukam understood. Duan Lovi, after being smeared for so long, was now trying to make a big profit from this opportunity. She calmly said, "Return the ticket. No need to waste money." The purple-haired guy quickly covered the ticket in Kwang Yin's hand. "Brother Nien, don't worry. This little money is nothing, but our Class 19's big brother absolutely cannot be bullied by outsiders." Duan Tukam looked at the 2 hands clasped together, along with the purple-haired guy's fujoshi expression. Kwang Yin awkwardly patted the junior's hand, put the ticket in his pocket, then changed the subject. "You have to perform tomorrow. Don't you need to practice? There's a practice room in the art department. I've booked it for you. You can use it anytime." Duan Tukam massaged her temples, resigned, and went to the practice room after class. As soon as she pushed the door open, she saw an uninvited guest. Fovan Tom was bathed in the sunset light, his slender fingers gliding over the piano keys as if waiting for her. "Why are you at school?" Fovan Tom curved his phoenix eyes, smiling. "To bring you something." He then took out a pre-prepared folder and handed it to her. "You might need this for the performance." Duan Tukam took it, opened it to look, and was momentarily stunned. Inside was the sheet music for Day and Night, but not the widely circulated incomplete version, but the full version. This was the music she had written herself. Of course, she wouldn't forget. Fo Van Tam leaned against the piano, chuckling softly. "I tried to add a few notes. There might be some inaccuracies, but a quick glance should be fine. When the time comes, you won't even need to play. Just showing this sheet music will be enough to crush Doan Lovi." Duan Tukam quickly scanned through it, finding no errors. It was identical to the original, not a single note out of place. Fo Van Tam affectionately patted her head. "I've delivered the item. I have other matters to attend to. You stay here and practice." After saying this, he turned around, waved at her, and left the practice room. Duan Tukam sat in front of the piano, closed her eyes to recall the music in her head, then placed her hands on the keys. The melodious, gentle sound of the piano gradually filled the air. Fo Van Tom had just stepped out of the door when he paused. This little girl was indeed hiding her skills. As he was immersed in the music, his phone suddenly rang. A concise voice came through. "We've uncovered the truth about Miss Doan's disappearance years ago." Fo Van Tom's eyes darkened, hand, his instinct telling him that this matter was certainly not simple. The truth behind the Doan family finding their biological daughter years ago was finally revealed. The young Master Fo had people investigate for a long time, only to discover that 16 years ago, a group of suspicious individuals had abandoned a newborn baby by a river in a small town thousands of kilometers away from City A. After receiving a large sum of money, they fled abroad. After much effort, they finally found those thugs, and with some persuasion, they confessed everything. What was unbelievable was that the person who maliciously abandoned Doan Tukam years ago was none other than the White Lotus Doan Lo Vi, who was only 8 years old at the time. Fovan Tham looked at the investigation report in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The subordinate tentatively asked, "Now that we have sufficient evidence, we can make an arrest at any time." Fovan Tham slowly closed the file, a cold smile curling at his lips that sent chills down one's spine. "Not yet. Wait until the little girl is done playing with them. As for those people, take good care of them. Just don't let them die. Also, make sure the surprise gift I prepared for the little girl is arranged properly. Absolutely don't let it leak out." In the afternoon, a high-end hair salon that only served rich young ladies was fully booked for the first time. Doan Tu Cam was seated in front of a mirror by her grandfather, and her best friend Tu Vu, looking bewildered, she asked in confusion, "Is it really necessary to go this far?" Old Man Chung, as domineering as ever, shouted, "You're performing on stage tonight. Don't even think about wearing a sack and getting it over with." Tu Vu chimed in, "That's right. Today, you must be dressed to the nines. You have to crush that vicious Doan Lo Vi." The makeup artist, beautician, and hairdresser approached with their tools, asking, "Miss, what style of makeup would you like? Do you have a preferred hairstyle?" Doan Tu Cam looked at the enthusiastic team of stylists, wanting to bang her head against the wall. "Please just give me an emo haircut." Old Man Chung nearly had a heart attack and fell to the ground. Doan Tu Cam saw her grandfather clutching his chest with an expression of unbearable pain in the mirror. So she had to correct herself, I mean a Baroque style. After saying this, she put on a face mask, leaving the Tony Masters free to create on her jet black hair. Half an hour later, Tu Vu pulled a clothes rack in from outside. "Darling, these are all the formal dresses I prepared for you. Take a look and choose one." There was a blue princess dress, a classic little black dress, and even a qipao, each custom-made and worth over $1 million. Doan Tu Cam sighed. "Is there anything that doesn't show arms or legs, preferably covering the neck too?" The assistant scratched his head, looking confused. "In that case, we only have an Arab robe left." Tu Vu held back, then held back again, but finally couldn't resist, tapping the assistant's head twice. "What are you playing at?" Just then, a store employee rushed in with a gift box. "Miss Doan, someone just sent this for you." Doan Tu Cam was still wearing her face mask, so Tu Vu curiously opened the gift box for her, exclaiming in surprise, "Which big spender sent this? This diamond-encrusted dress must cost at least $1 billion. But it really suits your taste. I'll help you put it on later." Doan Tu Cam gently hummed in agreement, letting the makeup artist work on her face. 7 p.m., City A's Grand Hall Doan Lo Vi. The piano recital that Doan Lo Vi had meticulously prepared finally began. The performance was being live-streamed, attracting mixed opinions online. In the audience, the internationally renowned pianists she had paid to attend could barely stand the performance. After just a short segment, they couldn't help but criticize. How dare she hold a solo concert with this level of skill? First graders at our school play better than this. Doan Lo Vi still tried to endure the pressure, using that 3 million yuan piano to play 3 pieces in a row. Most of her fans were amateurs, who seemed very excited after listening, applauding and cheering nonstop. Doan Lo Vi waited for a while until the applause subsided before standing up, smiling and saying, "Thank you all, and the teachers for coming. Today, I want to introduce someone to you. She studied piano with me for a year. Although it wasn't a long time, I hope you, like me, will give her a chance to express herself. Please welcome my sister, Doan Tu Cam, to the stage." As soon as she finished speaking, the fans below burst into mocking laughter. That country girl really doesn't know her own limits. Fovan Tam, wearing a neat suit, had a mysterious smile on his lips. He wondered if the little girl liked the gown he had sent. He was a bit expectant, but the commotion didn't last long, as the hall suddenly fell silent. Doan Tu Cam appeared wearing a classic court gown, as if she had stepped out of a painting, slowly walking onto the stage. The moment she raised her head, Doan Lovi seemed to fade into the background. The fans were overwhelmed by her beauty, collectively bowing down. The mocking comments online also vanished without a trace. She had transformed once again. Doan Lovi had originally planned to use this opportunity to embarrass Doan Tukam on stage, thereby highlighting her own piano skills. Who would have thought that Doan Tukam would appear in a high-end diamond-encrusted dress, instantly crushing her to dust? Doan Lovi was both jealous and resentful, wondering where that cheap girl got such a dazzling outfit. But then again, she thought, looking good is one thing. What really matters is piano skills. Thinking this, she pretended to care and asked, "I suppose you haven't prepared a piano, have you?" Seeing Doan Tukam turn her head away, ignoring her, Doan Lovi feigned reluctance and said, "If I had known, I would have prepared one for you. But I'm sorry, this piano is very valuable to me and can't be used by others. Why don't you use the backup electric piano here instead?" The fans watching the live stream finally found a point to attack. "My goddess is so pitiful. She worked so hard to invite the country's top pianist, only to have it ruined by some country girl. Can't you all see the angry look on Madame Truck's face?" From the moment Doan Tukam stepped on stage, Fo Van Tam's eyes never left her. What surprised him was that such a modest gown didn't seem to be very effective at concealing. He raised his hand to his Bluetooth earpiece and softly instructed, "Bring it up." The fans in the hall were once again stirred when they saw several black-suited attendants carrying a piano from behind the curtain onto the stage. It was a golden triangular piano in Rococo style, exuding elegance, nobility, both discreet and luxurious. In comparison, Doan Lovi's piano suddenly looked like an ugly pile of wood scraps. An attendant politely said, "Please step aside, miss. This piano is very expensive. You couldn't afford to replace it if damaged." Under everyone's gaze, Doan Lovi embarrassedly stepped aside. At this moment, comments on the live stream exploded. "Isn't this the $2 million antique Louis XV piano that can only be seen in museums? The piano that Doan Lovi treasured is only worth 3 million yuan. It's really not worth mentioning." Old Mr. Chung suspiciously looked at the gleaming golden piano. This wasn't what he had prepared for his granddaughter. Fo Van Tam sat beside him, still calm, his eyes lazily watching the girl as she sat down on the accompanying piano stool. After all, this gown and the golden piano matched very well. It seems his eye for aesthetics wasn't bad. Finally, Doan Lovi regained her composure from the shock. "So what if its piano is better than mine? Her playing skill is only at an elementary school level. Compared to me, it'll only make her look more pathetic." Doan Lovi casually smoothed her hair, smiling meaningfully. "Well then, I'll leave the next part to Tukam." After speaking, she picked up her skirt, signaling her manager to follow her backstage to touch up her makeup, planning to return later to watch the show. Doan Tukam lightly glided her fingers over the keys, as if reuniting with an old, familiar friend. Her eyes were determined, slowly pressing the first key. The feeling was wonderful, just like before. The anti-fans below the stage started to lower their heads and fiddle with their phones. At this moment, a slow, deep piano sound echoed through the hall, like a babbling brook flowing through mountains and forests, quiet and peaceful. Just this short prelude made the eyes of Teacher Truck in the VIP seats light up. This was the first movement of Day and Night, the part where the moon goddess appears. Day and Night was inspired by Greek mythology, telling the story of the sun god and moon goddess siblings, one passionate, one mysterious, two completely opposite styles skillfully combined. Indeed, as soon as the prelude ended, the piano sound immediately soared, like thousands of horses galloping, thunder roaring, the sun god riding his chariot from afar, illuminating the whole world. Doan Tukam's fingers moved swiftly, the sound rising higher and higher, with powerful expressiveness, drawing all the audience in the hall into the story depicted by the sonata. As the last note faded, while everyone was still in a daze, the piano goddess continued. The prelude of the second piece brought a sense of sacredness and nobility. On the live stream, after a moment of silence, two comments finally appeared. "Isn't this the rare Holy War piece? This is truly divine piano playing." No one could refute that Doan Lovi was just temporary. Several pianists in the VIP seats were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, almost fainting from excitement. Such frightening talent. Doan Lovi finished her makeup, still unaware of anything, smiling smugly as she went to watch her cousin's embarrassment. Unexpectedly, as soon as she left the wings, she heard thunderous applause. She stopped in confusion, looking at Tukam engrossed in playing, unable to believe it. How could this be? Since when did that lowly girl's piano skills become so formidable? As if sensing her gaze, Doan Tukam looked up, calmly glancing over. The final piece, Song of the Giant, I'd like to dedicate to my sister. Thank you for her invitation. The international pianist in the VIP seats was so excited he almost went crazy. She could even play such an incomplete score. Doan Lovi's face turned pale, only now reacting. This was her concert. She absolutely couldn't let that country girl step on her to become famous. She had to stop it immediately. Thinking this, she pushed aside her bewildered manager and staggered towards the sound control room. With a bang, she pushed open the door and rushed in, screaming, "Quickly cut off the live stream for me. Turn off all the sound." Doan Lovi had originally planned to use this opportunity to embarrass Doan Tukam on stage, thereby highlighting her own piano skills. Who would have thought the piano goddess would directly give her a public execution? Doan Lovi was almost going mad, rushing into the sound control room, demanding the staff to cut off all sound, but no one paid any attention to her. The chance to hear Villa Lobos' Holy War, it was truly a blessing from the ancestors. How could they miss it? Doan Lovi's whole body trembled as she pulled out scissors from the toolbox, aiming at the red and green wires to cut them. The staff reacted in time, immediately rushing to stop her. At this moment, Doan Lovi's mask of gentleness and elegance had been torn off. She raised her hand and slapped the staff member's face. Just then, a few crisp clicking sounds came from behind. It was the sound of photos being taken and videos being recorded. Doan Lovi turned pale and looked back, only to see Kwang Yin holding a phone, smiling coldly. "Old hag, what are you trying to do? Still want to sabotage my father Doan's performance? Dream on." After speaking, he waved to his two subordinates behind him. "Hold her down for me. Even if she doesn't want to listen, make her kneel and listen to the end." On the stage, Doan Tukam wore a high-end diamond-studded gown, paired with a golden Louis XV piano, truly a perfect match. As the chamber performance ended, the applause was thunderous and unending. Pianist teacher Truck, who was invited to watch the performance, was so excited that he exclaimed, "Marvelous. I never thought I'd live to hear Villa Lobos's 3 world-famous pieces performed so perfectly with my own ears." Doan Tukam slowly stood up, slightly bowing her head to the audience. Teacher Track looked at her with undisguised admiration. "You're so young, yet you've reached such a high level of skill. Even I feel ashamed. I wonder if you've studied under any teacher." Tukam glanced at Doan Lovi being dragged in by 2 colored hair guys and said meaningfully, "It's thanks to my cousin's teaching." Teacher Track was surprised, his voice lowering. "Her trash-level skills are worthy of teaching you." At this moment, on the live stream screen, many anti-fans who had been slapped in the face began to turn 180 degrees, becoming fans of Doan Tukam. Teacher Track looked at Doan Lovi with sarcasm. "Well, that's interesting. Weren't you bragging earlier that you'd play day and night? Come on, let us see how you teach others." Kwang Yin, without any mercy, pushed Doan Lovi. Doan Lovi felt like sitting on hot coals. Caught in a dilemma, she staggered towards her piano. As she passed by Doan Tukam, her eyes were full of resentment. Under everyone's gaze, she dared not do anything. She could only sit down, take a deep breath, and nervously place her hands on the keys. An international pianist sitting in the VIP seats painfully covered his ears. "Oh my goodness. Is this an attempt to assassinate my ears? Please stop. This noise can hardly be called playing." Doan Lovi turned pale, stunned in place. At this moment, someone from the audience suddenly shouted, "Quick, check social media." The audience hurriedly took out their phones to look. On social media, a series of hashtags about Doan Lovi being exposed for her fake personality had climbed to the top of trending topics. Some bloggers even released photos of her holding scissors, attempting to cut the wires in the sound control room, as well as videos of her slapping staff members and scolding fans. In an instant, Doan Lovi became a laughingstock, despised and criticized by everyone. Those who had been oppressed and bullied by her also took this opportunity to speak out and accuse her. Her fans tore up posters, smashed souvenirs, angrily left, cursing her as an evil, selfish person, and calling themselves blind for having idolized her. Doan Lovi's limbs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. She knew that this time she had completely fallen, beyond redemption. As the show ended, Doan Tukam walked out of the hall, chatting as she went. Tuvu praised, "You're amazing, just like Villa Lobos reborn." At this moment, Teacher Track ran over, smiling and saying, "Young lady, don't rush off. Can we talk for a bit?" Before Doan Tukam could respond, an angry voice suddenly rang out. "Old woman, don't you dare compete with me. This is someone our calligraphy association has had our eyes on for a long time." The person who had just arrived was Saint Elder. Teacher Track refused to back down. "So it's this old man. Don't forget that you were the one who gave me the invitation to come here." Saint Elder was so angry he choked. He originally just wanted to find someone to support the little medical prodigy a bit. Who knew it would turn out like this? Principal Burke, who had always wanted to invite Doan Tukam to his school, also hurriedly spoke up. No, no. How could she belong to the Calligraphy Association? Clearly, our Royal Academy of Arts has had our sights on her from before. As soon as the two foreigners finished speaking, they were immediately rebutted by Saint Elder and Teacher Track in unison. Get lost. She's from our country. What does it have to do with you two? Seeing that these important figures were about to come to blows, Fo Van Tham quickly stepped in to mediate. It's late today. Dao Dao needs to go home and rest. Tomorrow there will be a celebration party. If you don't mind, you can attend, and we can discuss things slowly. Seeing that Doan Tukam was already yawning and about to fall asleep, the others didn't feel it appropriate to speak further. Fo Van Tham accompanied Tukam, walking straight towards the Maserati parked by the roadside. Chow Manhwa, Doan Tukam's always a step behind mother, finally witnessed her daughter playing the piano elegantly on stage. She was amazed, never imagining her daughter could be so talented. She wondered what else she had missed all these years. The more she thought about it, the more Chow Manhwa regretted. At this moment, the butler entered with a letter, knocking on the door. The sender said it was related to the second young miss. Chow Manhwa was shocked, immediately standing up, stepping forward to snatch the letter, anxiously tearing it open. Inside was evidence of how Doan Lovi had secretly taken Doan Tukam to abandon her years ago. Her head buzzed, not daring to read further. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed onto the sofa. Doan Tukam, who always appeared innocent and pure, once again transformed. Her piano performance at the White Lily House had elevated her to the pinnacle, becoming a legend in the music world. It was as if the goddess Villalobos had come back to life, with 3 unfinished pieces being fully recreated for the first time, causing a stir in public opinion. Even forums gathering top figures rarely saw such excitement, until an account named Only Love Money posted a comment. Everyone go to sleep early. A few Villalobos pieces were recently sold by us and to more than one person. In the private group, everyone knew this Only Love Money username, as it was the private ID of the head of the Laurent family. At this moment, across the ocean, a blond man sitting in front of a computer sighed in relief. Speaking out in the name of the Laurent family to deny it, perhaps people will no longer focus their attention on Miss Doan. He could now report this matter to his master. And those people's speculation wasn't wrong. Villalobos from hundreds of years ago had truly returned. Fo Van Tham naturally also noticed this comment and couldn't help but ponder. Although the Laurent family had spoken up to explain, he still felt something wasn't right. He couldn't resist looking at the girl intently scrolling through her phone beside him. When he had placed the order before, Laurent clearly didn't have the Florence Elegy piece. Could it be that the dead can bring memories with them and come back to life after hundreds of years? Doan Tukam sensed his gaze and suddenly looked up to ask, has it been decided to hold the celebration party at the Hangak Hotel? It's very expensive there. Fo Van Tham smiled, gently telling Tukam, your celebration party deserves to be held at the best place. Let's go. The others must have arrived already. Ordinary classmates who normally wouldn't even qualify to enter the Hangak Hotel were now getting an eye-opening experience. They happily took advantage of Doan Tukam's foster father, competing to flatter him, determined to eat to their heart's content. Tuvu was showing off the delicious food while scrolling through social media, nudging Doan Tukam's shoulder. Your White Lotus flower person is finished this time. The internet is in an uproar now. Countless fans have turned their backs and are criticizing her. The management company has also terminated her contract, and even her manager has fled. Nearby, Kwang Yin laughed at others' misfortune. The Jiang family has also canceled the engagement with the Doan family. They're truly fickle and unfaithful. Jiang Makvian is indeed her son. Doan Tukam listened in bewilderment. The gossip girl Tudungu quickly lowered her voice, sharing the shocking secret with the little girl. She was talking about the stepmother that her grandfather married not long after her grandmother passed away. Rich people's affairs are complicated. Doan Tukam probably understands. The two were engrossed in gossiping, completely unaware of a blond man wearing a straw hat who was secretly sitting down at the table next to them. The hot-tempered old saint suddenly rushed forward, snatching the straw hat off the man's head, shouting, "You Western hairy guy, get out of here. Don't let your stench contaminate my little divine doctor." Old man, what are you saying? I'm saying the little divine doctor belongs to our Calligraphy Association. Your Royal Academy of Arts should give up your intentions right now. Neither of them was willing to back down, and they were about to start fighting when the international piano artist, Professor Truk, hurriedly came to mediate. Come on, you two. Stop arguing. I think it's better this way, since the girl is good at everything. Why not let her join both places? Hearing this, Burke's eyes lit up. nodding vigorously, quickly running to Doan Tukam. I've brought the honorary professor and special expert certificates from the school. Just need the young lady to sign. Doan Tukam was frightened, intending to refuse. She only wanted to eat well, dress nicely, and live comfortably. Several influential figures, competing for talent, began offering generous conditions. Van Tham stood at a distance, silently observing. It's right for things to be lively around the little girl like this. Only now, I'm afraid someone might not be living so comfortably. His guess wasn't wrong. At this moment, chaos was unfolding at the old Doan family villa. As soon as Doan Lovi stepped into the house, a vase flew straight at her. Chow Manhwa's eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast thirsting for blood. I hate that I can't kill you. 16 years ago, how could you have the heart to abandon my daughter? The words were like thunder in clear sky. Doan Lovi's mind went blank for a moment. How did that foolish mother-in-law know about this? Before she could think of an excuse, Chow Manhwa threw the anonymous letter straight at her face. 16 years ago, you were only 8 years old. Tukam wasn't even 1 year old. How could you be so heartless? Doan Lovi stared wide-eyed at the paper scraps falling from her head, her whole body trembling, stammering to explain. It wasn't me. It has nothing to do with me. She crawled out on her own. His nerves, already taut as a bowstring, collapsed once again. He let out a scream and ran out the door. Chow Manhwa, also suffering from a huge shock, collapsed onto the sofa. Her chaotic thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the ringing of a phone. The butler hurriedly ran to answer the call, his expression immediately changing. Turning to report to Chow Manhwa, "Someone wants to see you." Chow Manhwa snapped out of it, growling, "What do you want?" The voice on the phone was indistinguishable as male or female. "We don't want anything. We just want to help you uncover the truth that has been buried for so long." Chow Manhwa didn't believe it at all. Is that really all? Don't you want something from the Doan family? The other party seemed to find this amusing. I'm actually curious how the Doan family plans to handle this. Aren't you going to give Tukam an explanation? Chow Manhwa clenched her fist, trying to suppress her trembling voice. What nonsense are you talking about? The Doan family did lose their eldest daughter years ago, but she was found later. Tukam is our adopted daughter. She has nothing to do with the disappearance 16 years ago. Don't spread baseless rumors. The other end of the line was silent for a moment. Then the voice turned cold. It seems Mrs. Doan has made her choice. I hope you won't regret it. With nowhere else to go, Doan Lovi returned to her own apartment. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted bringing that illegitimate child home. Determined, she pulled out her phone, dialed a number. I don't need Doan Tukam's hand anymore. This time, I want her life. In the evening, after the lavish banquet, the group finally left the Hangak Hotel noisily. Burke held the certificate with the divine doctor's signature, feeling elated. The old saint, however, looked pained. Little divine doctor, why did you agree with this Western hairy guy? Those Royal Academy people are no good at all. Doan Tukam yawned. It's just a signature. I don't have to do anything. The old saint sighed deeply, about to say something when a truck suddenly accelerated, rushing straight towards the girl. Seeing the truck approaching at a dizzying speed, the situation was too sudden to think. Doan Tukam decisively shielded everyone. She couldn't let the truck hit others anyway. Tukam channeled her inner strength, deciding to use her own power to stop the truck. This body could currently use limited abilities, but it was still a risky gamble. In this critical moment, before she could act, a figure suddenly rushed forward, tightly embracing the girl and rolling to the side. The truck made a screeching sound against the road, miraculously swerving its front and coming to a stop. Fo Van Tam, with one hand on the ground and the other still holding the girl's waist, asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Doan Tukam looked up, her eyes fixed on the man. Just then, a drop of blood fell on the girl's face. Fo Van Tham's face turned pale, only now feeling the pain, slowly raising his bleeding arm. As long as Tukam was fine, that was good. But right after that, he couldn't support himself anymore. His eyes darkened, and he collapsed into the girl's arms. Everyone frantically called for an ambulance. Doan Tukam heartbrokenly held the man who loved her. That man, his gunshot wound from before, hadn't fully healed, and he had just forcibly used his inner strength to make the truck change direction. After such an ordeal, his internal organs must have been damaged. Earlier, he had suffered a backlash from helping Film Emperor Thuongnu avoid a calamity, temporarily sealing his divine calculation ability, which which was why he couldn't predict this disaster. The ambulance quickly arrived. Doan Tukam followed the ambulance to the hospital, looking at the severely injured man who was unconscious. Tukam took a black pill from her pocket and gave it to him. Although she didn't expect today's accident, Tukam never intended to let those around her suffer in her place. This debt of gratitude, Tukam would definitely repay herself. The ambulance sped towards the hospital with sirens blaring. After undergoing various tests and emergency treatments, the severely injured man finally regained consciousness the next day. However, this young couple, whose combined age was less than 6 years old, turned feeding time into a scene reminiscent of a kindergarten playground. Pork liver is good for blood, good for the body. Come on, open your mouth, don't waste it. Tukam, are you repaying kindness with resentment? Fofo Tio reluctantly ate a piece of pork liver, feeling like he was chewing wax, inevitably remembering when he first met the little girl, being forced to eat pork liver and drink various tonics every day. It was truly a reversal of fortune. As the two were struggling, there was a knock on the hospital room door. Muklao, all the way from the capital, heard about their traffic accident and hurriedly flew over that night. Fovantham grinned, saying he had a strong life force, escaped danger, and took this opportunity to avoid eating that hard-to-swallow pork liver. Muklao helped to sit by the hospital bed, asked if the perpetrator was targeting Doantu Cam, and if they had investigated who was behind it yet. To dare to touch you two in broad daylight, they really don't know their own limits or how many lives they have. Fovantam raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, "Calm down, this small city can't withstand your anger. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter. But there's another matter I need your help with." Muklao's face turned serious, telling him to go ahead. Fovantam dropped his playful expression and, with a serious look in his eyes, said to Mukjia, "Doan Tukam's files are still at your house. After all, adoption procedures were done back then. It's just that she's still a minor now, so it's a bit difficult to bring them out. I want to ask for your help to legally sever her ties with the Doan family." Muklao knew this young man couldn't conveniently show his face in Ho City, or else he'd bring trouble upon himself, so he nodded in agreement. Doan Tukam listened with a confused mind, asking if it was necessary to do this. Fofo Tio lovingly patted the girl's head. "It's a precaution to prevent those heartless people from binding you with morality anymore. By severing the adoption relationship, with the Mook family backing you up, they won't dare to do anything bad." Muklao watched the two being affectionate and couldn't help but cough lightly. Fovantam was right. Doan Tukam didn't expect things to be so complicated, but was even more touched that this man had thought everything through for her. After chatting for a while longer, Fovantam asked Muklao to take Doan Tukam back to her own hospital room. Doan Tukam only had superficial injuries. She looked at him resentfully, clearly wanting to stay with him. Fotio had to be cruel and wave her away, saying he was tired and wanted to sleep, telling the girl to quickly go back to her room and rest. Only then did Doan Tukam reluctantly leave. As the door closed, only the young man who had been silently following him remained in the room. He bowed his head guiltily and said, "I'm sorry, young master. It was my carelessness. I didn't expect Doan Lovi to be so bold as to let him take advantage of the opportunity to attack Miss Doan." Fovantam frowned, hiding the anger in his eyes. "Go back to the base and accept your punishment. From now on, your younger brother will follow me." The young man was startled, but understood that it was his negligence that caused the young master to be severely injured. He turned to go back to the base to accept punishment when he suddenly heard the young master laugh coldly. "That White Lotus can be put in jail now. Intentionally abandoning her older sister 16 years ago, plus this attempted murder, is enough for her to spend the rest of her life in hell." That evil White Lotus had hired someone to kill, almost causing Fovantham's death. Hearing that Doan Tukam was only slightly injured, she angrily smashed her phone. "Useless bunch, and you still couldn't kill him." At that moment, the main door was suddenly kicked open. Doan Lovi, who was in a state of turmoil, turned around and snapped, "Who's there?" Before she finished speaking, a group of people in uniforms entered with cold expressions. The team leader looked at her with contempt. "You're suspected of attempted murder. Please come with us." As he finished speaking, two subordinates strode forward and forcefully restrained her. It was only then that Doan Lovi truly panicked, crying and screaming for her brother and mother to save her, but she was still mercilessly dragged away. The special team directly took her to a sealed interrogation room. Doan Lovi was handcuffed, her face pale, trembling nonstop. It wasn't until she saw the team leader personally open the door, respectfully inviting Fofo Tio and Doan to come in, that she revealed her ugly, evil, and frenzied face. "You really have a great destiny. If I had known this, I should have thrown you into the river to drown that day. Why haven't you died already?" The team leader angrily shouted, "Shut up! Doan Tukam, standing beside, had her ears ringing from that shout. Lovi saw the team leader kindly inviting Doan Tukam to sit at the interrogation table, then suddenly laughed coldly. What if I don't shut up? I have a blood clotting disorder. See who dares to touch me. If you have the guts, try messing with the Doan family. The team leader couldn't help but lower his voice. Maybe we should stop talking to her. The evidence is clear anyway. Just let the guys lock her up in jail. Fovantham calmly tapped on the table. Don't rush. Even a death row inmate must pay all debts before facing punishment. I'm not asking for much. How much blood you've taken from Teokam this year? Every drop must be returned. The team leader quickly blindfolded and gagged Doan Lovi. She let out muffled sounds in terror, only feeling a sharp pain in her wrist, followed by the sound of dripping blood. Could she really die here? However, she couldn't see that in front of her was a pressurized water tube dripping. As they walked out of the interrogation room, Doan Tukam teased, "Is this some kind of psychological suggestion game?" The team leader scratched his head embarrassedly. After all, we're an official agency. We can't use punishment at will. We can only use this method to scare her first. In fact, Doan Tukam didn't want the life of that evil White Lotus either. The girl took out a small bottle from her bag and threw it over. This is a hemostatic medicine I refined. It also works for blood clotting disorders. Then she turned to look at Fovantham, who had suffered severe internal injuries while saving her. You're not fully recovered yet. Hurry back to the hospital and rest. As for me, I've rested enough. I'm preparing to go back to school now. That evening, Trinduk Kwan, who had previously helped Doan Tukam post the clarification video, published a long post on social media, uploading photos and documentary evidence, listing Doan Lovi's evil deeds, such as exploiting her ex-boyfriend's scholarship project to find a surrogate mother, getting breast implants, planning to assassinate Doan Tukam through a car accident, and selling her niece to human traffickers 16 years ago. Everything was exposed. A certain hacker eating instant noodles quickly pushed this news to all social media users. The reputation of Doan Lovi, the #1 heir of the Doan family, completely collapsed, condemned by public opinion. At the same time, the Doan family was in chaos. Doan Chandin, the group's chairman who had just returned from a business trip, angrily questioned his wife. Such a big matter, and you didn't tell me beforehand. Now it's become such a mess. Lovi has been arrested by the special team. Scandals everywhere, causing Doan Group's stock to plummet. The losses are immeasurable. Mrs. Doan, who was always half a beat behind the times, said resentfully, I only found out recently. I didn't have time to tell you. But that Doan Tukam still kept her promise, not revealing that the abandoned child from that year was actually Tukam herself. Doan Chandin frowned and thought for a moment. Then there's still a chance to turn the situation around. Tell the group's public relations department to prepare. Build an image of the Doan family as victims. After all, we're the ones who had our daughter stolen. Mrs. Doan anxiously said, but what about Tukam's side? Doan Chandin impatiently interrupted her. She's a daughter of the Doan family. Of course, everything must prioritize the interests of the Doan family. Also, tell Teo Tuen to quickly prepare a social media account to appear before the public. After a few days in the hospital, Doan Tukam returned to school. Just as she stepped into the classroom, as soon as she entered the classroom, a bunch of flower petals were scattered on her head. Welcome back, Miss Doan. We missed you to death. Two flamboyantly dressed boys were enthusiastically scattering flowers. Doan Tukam helplessly held her forehead. So cliché. Remember to clean up thoroughly. Tuvu slapped the table while laughing hysterically. I told you, this welcome ceremony is so outdated. The planner, Kwong Yen, embarrassed and angry, covered his head with his uniform jacket in self-pity. Tuvu took out a thermos. Miss Doan, don't mind that fool. I prepared some ginseng soup for you to recuperate. It's still hot. Drink up. The news online says Doan Lovi has been arrested. Karma's a bitch. Serves her right. But the Doan family is so practical and cold-blooded, directly cutting ties and abandoning her. Suddenly, Tuvu scrolled through his phone and saw something, then held it up in front of Doan Tukam. Look, the child Nganwet Hien was abandoned by that evil White Lotus. Indeed, Doan Tukam saw that the newly created social media account of the Doan family's young miss had made its first post. It's been so long, I've let it go. My parents are also victims. I hope people won't hurt them. Tuvu, not understanding the situation, mumbled, Nganwet Hien is really pitiful, but seeing the Doan family in trouble, why am I so happy? He then turned to look at Doan Tukam, curious about what the girl was muttering like a fortune teller. Doan Tukam smiled slightly. I'm observing karma. On the thread of fate that only she could see, many cracks have appeared. It seems the karmic connection between you and the Doan family family will soon end. Doan Tukam guessed that perhaps it was because the Doan family had let Ngan Nguyet Hien completely replace her position, so this happened. Thinking this, Tukam casually shared the social media post that Ngan Nguyet Hien had just published. Miss Doan was finally about to cut ties with the parents who had never given her any familial affection. If it weren't for her beloved grandfather calling, hinting that the Doan family wanted to see her, asking if she wanted to meet them once, she would never have wanted to step into this place called home again in her life. Having decided to cut ties completely, there were still some things that should be said face to face. Stepping into the villa's living room, Mrs. Doan and Mr. Doan were already waiting. Not having seen their daughter for a long time, Mrs. Doan still felt some joy, intending to approach closer but was glared at by her husband, so she withdrew her hand. Doan Tukam calmly sat down opposite the two, asking indifferently, "What did you call me for?" Seeing that she didn't even call him father, Mr. Doan was a bit displeased. "We called you here just to remind you of one thing. The child that your sister swapped and abandoned years ago is your older sister. For the sake of the family's lineage, it's best you don't talk nonsense online." Then he took out a check and pushed it towards the girl, his tone somewhat warning. "This is 5 million. Be sensible, or we'll send you back to the countryside." Doan Tukam didn't even glance at the check, looking at her mother sarcastically. "It seems you haven't told him anything, have you?" Mrs. Doan's body trembled, her face gradually turning pale, guiltily turning her head away, not daring to look directly into her daughter's eyes. Mr. Doan keenly sensed something was wrong, but at present, he had to show the authority of a superior. "What do you mean? Why are you talking to your mother like that?" Looking at this fake, selfish couple of parents, Doan Tukam was too lazy to argue with them. "I've always hated trouble. This is the last time I'll express my attitude. Please listen carefully. From beginning to end, I never wanted to return to the Doan family. It was you two who disregarded my wishes, threatened my father and brother, forced the transfer of my household registration, and even took my ID card. It was also you two who forced me to donate blood to Doan Lovi, turning me into a mobile blood bag, but never considering that drawing blood too many times could kill someone. To prevent me from attending the upper-class party, Mrs. Doan could personally hand me a glass of juice laced with sleeping pills. As for Mr. Doan, you chose to ignore what I had to endure, never fulfilling the responsibilities of a father. Now you want to use 5 million to threaten me. With parents like you two, I only feel disgusted. How could I want to stay here?" In Doan Tukam's mind, there was suddenly a crisp, snapping sound. The blood tie between them at this moment had completely broken. Tukam smiled and stood up. "Now that I've said this much, I hope you two remember clearly. My Doan surname doesn't belong to you." Mr. Doan was severely provoked by his daughter's rebellious words. He was so angry that he slammed the table and shouted, "Fine. Let's see how you'll live after leaving the Doan family. If you want to go, leave behind all the bank cards and clothes the Doan family bought for you." Doan Tukam gave her a cold laugh, turned around, and left without any hesitation. Ignored by his daughter, Mr. Doan was so angry he stamped his feet, while Mrs. Doan was too embarrassed to show her face, quickly pulling her husband's arm, whispering, "I forgot, the clothes we gave Tukam before were all Lovi's hand-me-downs, and she's been living outside for 3 months now. I haven't given her any money either." Mr. Doan's face darkened, feeling like he'd been slapped in public. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" He hurriedly chased after her, wanting to hold back his daughter, but then saw a black Maybach with a rare license plate stopping at the door. A young man blocked his way, with a mocking look in his eyes. "Mr. Doan, please keep your word and don't bother Miss Doan anymore. Don't be greedy. Here's 3 million yuan, buying out all relationships between you and Miss Doan. Don't look for Miss Doan anymore." After saying this, the man threw the check on the ground in front of Mr. Doan, then returned to the driver's seat, started the car and left. Mr. Doan, with his face full of exhaust fumes, coughed violently and cursed, "Bastard." The Maybach carrying Doan Tukam drove away. The girl thanked Old Muck for helping her transfer her household registration. Old Muck smiled kindly. "No need for formalities. I have to return to the capital tonight. Now that you have no more ties with the Doan family, why don't you come with me?" Doan Tukam immediately changed her expression, coldly saying, "I'm not going." Rejected again, Old Muck felt secretly sad. Tukam took out a sachet from her pocket and gave it to him. "Wear this. It can protect your heart. Without me watching over you, be more mindful yourself." Old Muck cherished the sachet like a treasure, happily showing it to his private driver. "Did you hear that? Tukam cares about me." Mokthan remained silent, thinking to himself that the children and grandchildren at home were longing for him every day, even giving him all kinds of rare tonics. Yet he showed no reaction. Such favoritism. The car drove straight to the gate of the Bilekir. On family's residential area, Old Muck bid farewell to Doan Tukam. Remember to find me when you're in the capital. Contact me if anything happens. Don't be formal. Doan Cam got out of the car, smiling and waving goodbye to him. After she disappeared, Old Muck immediately changed his expression, coldly ordering Mok Than. Out of respect for the Doan family's blood relation with Tukam, I don't want to quibble with them, but I can't tolerate them bullying a child like that. Go and teach them a lesson from me. If the Doan family dares to openly bully Tukam, then let Doan Than know who the real boss is. At noon, while the two siblings were eating in the school canteen, Onlan kept his head down, constantly stirring his rice, not touching the food. The boy seemed to have retreated back into his protective shell, refusing to communicate with the outside world. Duan Tukam keenly noticed something was wrong with her brother and asked, "What's wrong?" Onlan gripped his chopsticks tightly, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, just the pressure of the college entrance exam is a bit much." Although the boy tried to hide it, he was still seen through by his sister, who had studied micro-expressions. Duan Tukam thought for a moment, then picked up a piece of rib and put it in the boy's bowl. "Starting tomorrow, you'll go running 5 kilometers with me every day. It'll help you stay fit and reduce stress." The boy's face stiffened. He shouldn't have talked to his sister. Now he was doomed. After finishing lunch, the boy dejectedly returned to class, took out his pillow and earplugs, and slumped down on the desk to rest. Doan Tukam paced back and forth in front of Class 10A for a while, then called out the class monitor. The student called out somewhat timidly, "Sister." The two went to a secluded corner. Doan Tukam got straight to the point. "Did something happen these past few days? I noticed Onlan's mood isn't good." The class monitor hesitated for a moment before speaking. "You know about our school's 3 interview slots for Norton University, right?" Doan Tukam nodded. "Those interview slots were decided long ago. 2 for the international class, 1 for the top scorer in the joint exam." Hearing this, the class monitor angrily said, "But Onlan had been preparing for this exam for a long time." Then the other day, that fired teacher from the international class, Hatuan, came and said this interview slot wouldn't be given to Onlan because Doan Tukam finished the boy's hesitant sentence. "Because Onlan is my brother, right?" The class monitor became very anxious upon hearing this. "This can't be blamed on you. It's clearly that Hagai being narrow-minded, mixing personal grudges with work. It's such a shame for Onlan's excellent performance." Hearing this, Doan Tukam remained calm and said, "I understand. I'll handle this. Don't tell Onlan about it. Go back to class and study well for the college entrance exam." After Tukam said this, the class monitor stepped back a few steps, took out a pen from his bag and bowed to her 3 times. Doan Tukam was thinking about something else, and by the time she noticed her classmate's strange behavior, he had finished bowing. Then he took a deep breath and ran like the wind back to the classroom. "You fools are done for. Today, this young master has paid respects to the exam god. I'll definitely score higher than you all in the college entrance exam." His demonic laughter echoed through the hallway. Doan Tukam could only shake her head in exasperation. No wonder her brother. Tukam looked at her classmates in the room, all of them studying intensely as if possessed. After being fired from the school, Hatuan had rented a small apartment nearby. Because the Norton University interview hadn't ended yet, he couldn't leave. He was carrying 2 large bags from the supermarket, looking dejected, with unkempt facial hair, completely unaware that someone was waiting for him at the street corner. Before he could react, he was kicked hard by someone, falling sprawled on the ground, fruits and snacks from his bags scattered everywhere. Being suddenly attacked, even the most good-natured person would be upset. He cursed loudly. "Who's the troublemaker?" As he looked up, he saw a girl with a cold face standing against the light. "You know, Onlan is my brother, right? Not only did you take away his interview slot, but you also deliberately said those words in front of him, didn't you?" Hatuan struggled to stand up, feeling a bit smug inside. "So what if I did? Are you very angry? But this is the survival rule of society. What doesn't belong to you will be taken away." At this moment, he felt he had the upper hand to be arrogant. "If you have the ability, why don't you get an interview slot for your brother at Norton University's S-level institute yourself?" Doan Tukam suddenly smiled. "Who said I can only get him a slot at the S-level institute?" Hatuan felt like he heard the funniest joke in the world. "Do you even know where Norton University is? Aren't you afraid your tongue will fly away from such boasting?" Doan Tukam looked at him with a profound gaze. "That's not for Mr. Ha to worry about. Just remember what you said. What doesn't belong to you will certainly be taken away." Hatuan frowned, not understanding what she meant before she left. Having hidden herself for so long, it seemed it was time to make a trip abroad and meet those old men again. The legend of the math god that had disappeared for hundreds of years suddenly reappeared. A bounty post had stirred up the entire online community. Doan Tu Cam looked at the forum on her phone, her eyes deep in thought. Although she only wanted to live a peaceful life and didn't want to get involved with acquaintances from her past life, her brother had been harmed by a petty, narrow-minded person like Ha Tuan, making the boy sad and withdrawn. She decided to take matters into her own hands, to let him know there are people he shouldn't mess with. Logging out of her usual entertainment account, Coke, milk tea, French fries, she entered another account name that hadn't been logged in for 100 years, Math God. A golden interface appeared. This was the hidden area of the forum. In the middle of the night, a storm raged over the Atlantic Ocean. An archaeological ship was swaying on the sea. In the luxurious cabin, a young man was, as usual, leaning on the bed, scrolling through his phone, checking if there was any interesting news on the forum today. Suddenly, a red-flagged post with the content, Bounty, Invitation Letter to Norton University's S-Level Institute caught his attention. The reward for providing the invitation letter was a fortune-telling session by the poster. After reading, the young man smirked, thinking it was just another scammer. He had always believed he was the math god at the top of the bounty list, but when he casually clicked on the user information, his pupils suddenly contracted. Member level too low, no permission to view registration time. Fort 96 year, 10 month 22. Could it really be the math god who had disappeared for hundreds of years? Suddenly, as if remembering something, he hurriedly got off the bed, pulled out an old chest from under it, and searched for a time-worn notebook. Trembling, he flipped through the pages, quickly scanning the contents. In 1609, the math god predicted that the most powerful dynasty in Europe at that time, the Love dynasty, was about to fall. At that time, no one believed it, even considering this prophecy a joke. However, on July 25th, the emperor was assassinated while practicing swordsmanship. Afterward, civil war broke out, and in just one night, all members of the royal family perished. From then on, the Love dynasty officially collapsed. In 1765, the math god predicted that the head of the Lauren family, Hill Lauren, would die by assassination. Despite being warned in advance, the tragedy could not be prevented. In 1780, the math god predicted that the last witch in Europe would die. In the same year, on October 31st, the last witch trial ended, and the art of fortune-telling also disappeared. The records abruptly stopped here. After that, the math god never made any more predictions. It was unknown whether they had disappeared or gone into seclusion. The young man became more excited as he read on. How old exactly was this suddenly appearing math god? Meanwhile, Doan Tu Cam, who knew nothing about these matters, had a good night's sleep. Early in the morning when she woke up, she stretched contentedly, casually picked up her phone, wanting to check on yesterday's post. As soon as she logged into the forum, there were tens of thousands of comments, with new message notifications constantly ringing. It seemed that after more than 200 years, the influence of the three words, math god, was even greater than she had imagined. Quickly scrolling past the meaningless comments, she finally saw what she wanted. Norton University's response, invitation to the SS-Level Institute, cordially inviting Hannat Dao to visit anytime. Doan Tu Cam sighed in relief. The task was done. However, before heading to Norton University, she had one important thing to do, because today was her brother's important college entrance exam. Doan Tu Cam didn't want to disturb Van Tham and her father, who were resting, so she went to the exam venue early by herself. Before the exam, On Fong Mian arrived panting. On Lan, this boy. What's going on? We said your father and sister would take you to the exam. Why did you go off on your own? On Lan smiled awkwardly. I'm grown up now, not a kid anymore. On Fong Mian was both angry and amused. Grown up or not, this is the college entrance exam. It's very important. On Lan's fingers clenched slightly. That's right, it's very important. Having lost the chance to interview at Norton University, the college entrance exam was his only path. He looked behind his father, not seeing his sister, but instead saw his future brother-in-law, feeling a bit disappointed in his heart. Fo Van Tham raised his hand to pat the boy's head. Looking for your sister. Call me brother-in-law, and I'll tell you. Seeing the boy remain silent as a clam, he lowered his hand and nodded towards the front. I'm not teasing you anymore. Your sister is over there getting your exam admission ticket. She'll be here soon. At the rest area, the homeroom teacher was handing out exam admission tickets to each student. Doan Tu Cam queued behind other students. I'm On Lan's older sister, here to collect his exam admission ticket. The homeroom teacher looked at her with a hint of recognition, thought for a few seconds and smiled, saying, I've heard about about you, last year's valedictorian for 11th grade, right? Your family has good genes indeed. I heard your brother is also a genius." As she spoke, she searched for the admission ticket in the stack of documents. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she interrupted herself. "Oh," Doantukam asked curiously, "what's wrong?" The homeroom teacher was almost in tears. "I clearly arranged them by registration number and even double-checked several times. How could only onlands be missing?" This quickly drew the attention of surrounding students and parents. Who could be so unlucky? Without an admission ticket, how can one take the college entrance exam? Doantukam used her fortune-telling ability, her phoenix eyes narrowing. She turned to look at a hidden corner. There, a female student was muttering the poem Pipa Shing. Tukam strode over, grabbing the other girl's arm. The girl was startled, looking guilty, and stammered, Sister, what are you doing?" Doantukam's gaze pierced through her. "Hand over Onland's admission ticket." Doantukam said coldly, the aura of a great master after regaining her divine calculation ability was indeed formidable. The girl's demeanor suddenly changed. Trying to suppress the panic in her heart, she pretended to be calm and said, "I don't even know any Onlan. How could I have his exam admission ticket? Let go of me quickly." The argument between the two quickly drew the attention of surrounding parents. "How can you manhandle someone else's daughter like that? What if you make her miss her exam? That's too much." Doantukam paid no attention to people's criticisms. Instead, she increased the strength in her hand. "I don't want to get physical with someone else's daughter. I'm giving you one last chance. Just honestly, hand it over, and I can pretend nothing happened." Seeing everyone around defending her, the girl was no longer afraid and said loudly, "I've already said I didn't take it. You're clearly trying to disrupt my exam." This commotion had caught the attention of the police maintaining order nearby. The police officer hurriedly ran over, saying, "Miss, please release that girl immediately. Otherwise, I'll have to remove you for disturbing the exam venue's order." Doantukam gave an enigmatic smile and said, "This is her own choice." The girl suddenly felt panicked inside, but outwardly maintained an arrogant expression, mockingly saying, "What choice? You're clearly falsely accusing me." Before she finished speaking, the transparent pencil case she was clutching was suddenly snatched by Tukam. Before she could react, Doantukam had turned the case inside out, its contents clattering to the ground. Doantukam bent down to pick up the waterproof bag containing the exam admission ticket. Seeing her about to open the bag, the girl was startled, quickly grabbing the police officer's sleeve, crying, "She's definitely causing trouble on purpose. She wants to tear up my exam admission ticket." The police officer's expression immediately changed. Rushing to stop Doantukam, Doantukam nimbly dodged, tearing open the waterproof bag. 2 exam admission tickets fell to the ground. Doantukam held up Onland's exam admission ticket and coldly said, "You kept insisting you didn't take it, so why is my brother's exam admission ticket with you?" The girl's face turned pale, her lips trembling, unable to speak. Doantukam turned to the police officer and asked, "May I ask, how is stealing a candidate's exam admission ticket dealt with?" The police officer was surprised at how quickly the situation had turned. The girl had looked so innocent, yet she was a thief. Onland pushed through the crowd. He still didn't know what had happened. Doantukam placed the exam admission ticket in his hand, calmly saying, "Go to the exam room first. I'll handle things here." Onland knew it wasn't the time to ask questions, nodded, and turned to enter the exam room. The girl's face turned red, almost bursting into tears. "I said I didn't take it. I don't know why it was in my pencil case. I want to go to the exam room." Seeing that Doantukam remained unmoved, the police officer felt a bit sympathetic and advised, "Miss, why don't we let the girl go to the exam room first? After all, the college entrance exam is a crucial life event." At this moment, Fovantham came over carrying a laptop, saying, "Don't rush. The girl says she didn't take it, and we don't want to wrongly accuse her either. So I've specifically extracted the surveillance camera footage." On the screen, the girl was seen taking advantage of the homeroom teacher's absence and others' inattention to secretly remove Onland's exam admission ticket from the document bag. The evidence was clear and undeniable. The police officer sternly said, "Stealing an exam admission ticket will result in the cancellation of your college entrance exam results, and it will be recorded in your file. Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me to the station." The girl's eyes darkened, and she nearly fainted. I was momentarily confused. I know I was wrong. It really wasn't intentional. Please let me into the exam room." Doantukam coldly looked at her and said, "I already gave you a chance earlier." The girl's body trembled, remembering her stubborn attitude and denials from before. She could only sob uncontrollably. Doantukam didn't bother looking at her anymore, but her next words made the girl even more frightened. Officer, check her money trail. The mastermind is an adult. The police officer didn't expect the case to be this complex and said he would definitely investigate the matter thoroughly. Doan Tukam waved her hand, signaling the police to take the girl away. She turned to look towards the exam room, her eyes somewhat pensive. Fo Van Tam patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry anymore. Lan will be fine. The 2 days of college entrance exams quickly passed. The advanced math class organized a celebration party for finishing their grueling 12th grade year at an outdoor restaurant. Our first meal after the exam, and we're having barbecue. A male student complained while laughing. The class president glared at him. You're complaining when you're getting free food. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Thinking about the benefactor paying for this party, he scratched his head sheepishly. Don't mind us. Everyone's just excited after finishing the exam. Oh right, Lan. How did your exam go? Are you sure you'll get the top score? Lan nodded naively. I didn't write the essay very well, so I probably won't get a perfect score. The corner of the class president's mouth twitched. Listen to what he's saying. He shouldn't have asked this freakish top student. He laughed awkwardly, patting Lan's shoulder. Looks like we'll be seeing each other soon at Imperial University, huh? Maybe we'll even continue to be roommates. Just as he finished speaking, a sarcastic voice came from afar. Right, after losing the chance to interview at Norton University, Imperial University is the only option left. Who else could it be but Hatuan, that petty, vindictive guy? The male student who had stolen Doan Tukam's interview spot chimed in. How pathetic. If you hadn't angered Teacher Ha, that interview spot would have been mine. But don't worry, I'll definitely get Norton Academy's admission letter in your place. Lan remained cold and silent. Fo Van Tham suddenly tilted his head and smiled. Norton University's admission letter. What a coincidence. I was just about to give one to my little brother. He then took out a black card with gold trim from his pocket, prominently displaying the words, Admission Letter to Norton University's SS Academy. This rare admission letter to Norton University's SS Academy shocked everyone. After a moment, the male student who had stolen Doan Tukam's interview spot sneered. Norton University has an SS Academy. You should at least make your lies believable. If this invitation is real, then we'll see each other at Norton. Hearing this, Doan Tukam looked at him as if he were an idiot, saying meaningfully, Fine, then see you at the interview. Her meaningful smile made Ha Tuan and the other male student involuntarily shudder, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. The two of them hurriedly made excuses. We're leaving first. We're about to miss our flight. Watching the backs of the two as they hastily left, the advanced math class president cautiously touched the gold-trimmed card and asked, Young Master Fo, is this really an invitation from Norton University? Fo Van Tham chuckled at his reaction. What do you think? The class president excitedly punched Lan's shoulder. It must be real. As expected of our class's top student, right off the bat, it's an invitation to the SS Academy. They must be dying of jealousy. Lan, who had been silent until now, suddenly pushed the invitation card back towards Fo Van Tham. Thank you, but this is too precious. I can't accept it. Fo Van Tham raised an eyebrow and smiled. It's nothing precious, just a piece of paper. It's only a shame to miss one of the math god's divinations. Doan Tukam's eyes flickered slightly. She didn't expect Van Tham to have an invitation to Norton University's SS Academy. She remembered the reward post she had put up on the forum. It seemed that besides receiving an invitation, she also really wanted to visit Norton University. It looks like her post wasn't in vain after all. Seeing his future brother-in-law stubbornly refusing to accept, Fo Van Tham tapped lightly on the table and said, How about this? I'll keep it for you temporarily, and when you get your exam results, if you pass, you can take back this invitation. Lan stared at Fo Van Tham for a long time, then lowered his voice and asked, You have some intentions towards my sister, don't you? Seeing that Fo Van Tham didn't explain, the young boy continued irritably. Don't even dream about it. That will never happen. I will stop you. Fo Van Tham didn't understand why his future brother-in-law had such hostility towards him. Speaking of the only intention, perhaps it was that he found this kid's hair very smooth, the face soft and fair, very cute, sometimes like a little kitten. So he raised an eyebrow and replied, If that's what you want to think, that's fine. Lan irritably pulled Fo Van Tham's hand, whispering, Keep it down. If my sister hears, it'll be so embarrassing. Doan Tukam, picking up a skewer of grilled meat, said while eating, It's fine, she can hear. Just speak up. The two men looked at each other, embarrassed. This girl's openness actually made them a bit uncomfortable. Across the ocean, in the magnificent Laurent castle, a young, handsome blonde man was leaning against the bed, casually scrolling through a tablet. This pale, sickly-looking man was Heath, the mysterious power holder of the Laurent family. The Laurent butler knocked and entered, bowing respectfully. "Master, it's time for your rest." The man reluctantly put down the tablet, clutching his chest. How troublesome. A few hundred years ago, my older brother predicted he would be assassinated. Although the family tried hard to protect him, they couldn't prevent it from happening. Afterwards, my older brother used alchemy to modify his body, allowing him to come back to life after hundreds of years. Unfortunately, to prevent his heart from stopping, he has to hibernate for 15 days each month. To continue living, I'll have to endure it. It's just a shame that bastard Norton gets to meet my older brother before me. 3 days later, at an international airport in Europe, Doan Tu Cam leaned back in her seat, eyes closed, resting while waiting for her flight. Suddenly, her foot was bumped. She opened her eyes to see a little girl sprawled on the ground. Before she could reach out to help, the girl immediately got up, dusted herself off, and turned to look at her. It was a cute, adorable little Eastern girl, but she possessed rare blue eyes. The girl put on a serious face and spoke with a mature tone. "Big sister, you look so pretty, just like me when I was young." Doan Tu Cam's body stiffened slightly, and she immediately used her divination ability. However, she could only see the girl's name and bone age, which was 6 years old. Her true identity and actual age were not visible.